Okay, collateral for 9-10. It's done, really. Not enough. Oh my god, what a round from 9-10 and no reaction from anyone.
That might be his best play of the tournament.
That might be.
And it wasn't anything too crazy, but now it's turned into him getting knifed.
For Astralis, if they win the pistol round, it is incredibly likely that they will just round out Mirage. Techno, good sharp shot. He's got the information. He's got to call the rotation. His teammates are coming through. He's got 3 CT. Oh my god, he pulled up the knife.
No way.
No! Oh my god, Techno, how have you got away with that? There's a slash from Umi on the B bomb site. That is insane. Plan coming in for Hooksy.
They're shifting a lot at the moment. 7-3's now going to the long corner. Good kill from Kerbeni. Better follow-up. Oh, no way you get 3 there.
About to get overrun. He's got 5 bullets left. My god, he's hitting the headshots. How is it possible? He's still got a couple left. Finally gets another magazine in. He's trying to be efficient. One more headshot. Somehow it's turned around.
Lonks down to 50, spots one on the bomb side floor. The flashbangs are perfect. Nitro in a lot of trouble here, but does what?
And they're pushing them. I do love this from the T side, but it almost backfires. I like the idea of catching the CTs before they can even set up the retake here. A lot of damage. It's not over yet. Stair gets the headshot on the second player as well. A triple.
Zinho traded not only the trade, but also the follow-up kill to tip it in MongolZ's favor. But Fuzi, that is what we're talking about. Destruction from inside cave.
And this is that eco we were talking about, so Luck's going to open up the account once more. Back-to-back rounds from him in the opening department. This time he gets the double. He hasn't, but Exercise has. And he's going to clean up. Okay, we got ourselves...
Now the retake begins up short.
Yeah, Masuta going to be going into the site. There's Shello, who's taking Lucky down. Masuta! Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Fast flank from Electronic. You think he should have their backs turned here. Catches the planner exposed. Very good timing on that flank. A nice activation from Electronic. Now Clem! With a quick spin! Swinging at him, out eats the flash. This is crazy. Still, Clem manages to do it. Oh my god! A quick no-scope for good measure. Takes another. Clem shuts it down.
Grim's taking down Dex, and now it's just Rolf. He's the hero of the last round, has walked in undetected right now.
Gets the backstab on the healthiest member, and then you got low HP but no time. They can just play the clock.
Chance.
Just hope that they don't.
Unless he just sits the defuse. Yeah. Unless he just sits the defuse. Unless he just sits the defuse!
So hard to imagine you could come out alive. I mean, he's dexterous here. It's hard to spray down that many people, but he does have the right weapon for it. Good. Oh! 3. Keeps it going. A 4th headshot, a couple of bullets.
Clean from Essential. Okay, that's the round over. He makes sure of it. Quick multi-kill shut down through the smoke. Quad kill out of Essential.
Take a deep breath and make your way in towards the A side. Hope that you can overrun the CT defense. Anders, take us away.
Alex, he is certainly ready to do just that. A couple of good kills, lands a 3rd shot, takes down MHL, and a quick quad makes it an ace to the end.
The last smokes they just threw out as well, so they've kind of got to make something happen while they're up.
What? Oh my god. Getting alerted to it, PARIVISION just in time. Noda hoping the utility from his teammate can help. Okay, Belcher not. So going to be a tough retake ahead of Foot Esports here.
Oh, maybe not, double kill there. No way!
How has he got away with another one? Daylight robbery from Lounce again. Stellar performance. Jame again needing the clutch, and he's got it in him.
Greetings, Counter-Strike fans, and welcome back to PGL Bucharest. As you saw there, yesterday was brutal. People were grabbing, clamoring for those last playoff places, and that means that today it is indeed the start of the playoffs. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me in the morning crew today, we've switched it up ever so slightly. Blair is still with us. We're loving that for us. And of course, his favorite co-worker, as you can tell by how far apart they're sat on the sofa, it is, of course, Dus Murray. Lots of arguments going to be happening today, and I can't wait to hear them. How are you doing, guys?
I'm just going to tell my kids that this was the United Nations.
Indeed, not far off. Yeah.
Yeah, we talk a lot, and nothing really comes out of it.
Yeah. No,
Coming out the gates hot this morning, I see over there.
Yes,
well done.
and topical. He's been doom scrolling in the night.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. What about you, though? Good?
Yeah, I'm relaxed and good to go. Everything's fine.
I mean, you survived the Stan monologue yesterday as well, where he was just popping off, having a therapy session. If you haven't seen that, by the way, guys, definitely check it out. That was great. So good to have you here in one piece. And for now, why don't we take a look at how it transpired yesterday. This is, of course, the Swiss bracket. No longer relevant, only relevant within the context of the story we will tell today. We had 3 incredible series, but one more than the others. I'm going to start by just talking about PARIVISION Wildcard. I've said it a million times that when PARIVISION go to overtime, that is when that's when they'll break you. You will not break them. That is why Jame is the Time Lord. There was so many opportunities in that series when Wildcard were up, and it's one more round. And PARIVISION are playing bad. They're making mistakes, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah, the thing with Wildcard is, though, I just want to give a little bit of flowers where it's due.
Oh, yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that's really punched well above its weight class. But for me, the most impressive thing was how PARIVISION had a massive lead, right? It was Wildcard actually kind of dragging this game into overtime. But, man, watching this game was great. It was entertaining. It did almost break Moses and Dinko as human beings because of the amount of mistakes being made.
Struggling.
But you could not deny the excitement factor. 3rd longest official ever played in CS2 thus far.
Yeah, it was no Nip Am call, but it was a good time. And I think that's what actually made it bearable, was the fact that it was at least still, some explosive, exciting counter-strikes. People were making some big individual plays at times. They got down to the wire, and it kind of had that perfect mix of entertainment to kind of get you through the fact that it was such a marathon of a match. And yeah, tip your hat to Wildcard. This is a brand new team that came together at the beginning of this year. They only just brought in Romania to be the new IGL a few weeks ago, so haven't really had a whole lot of time, I'd imagine, to hammer things out, but we saw some good performances out of most of their players, and that gives you some hope that maybe there is something there.
No, I mean, I will say this, we'll talk about PARIVISION some more, but first, just on the front of Wildcard, go back home now and dominate NA, because you clearly have the ability to do it. Very impressed with what I saw here. You pushed MongolZ on a map. Could have easily been a win for you. You pushed PARIVISION all the way in the series. You got an incredible forfeit win over FaZe. So ultimately, I think it is time. Like, if I'm looking at genuine NA teams, not the bullshit Liquid are up to, I'm talking about genuine, dyed-in-the-wool NA teams, your M80s, your Wildcards, your NRGs. I think Wildcard have shown they're potentially the best of the bunch.
Absolutely. And for me, the most impressive player, obviously, someone who we've touched on many a time, is going to be Hex. I'm glad Dus is here with me, because I do want to address the peeping in the room, so to speak. Nemanja, him coming at him with questions, but his IGLing style clearly is working out. He seems to have activated Hex, Rek, MHL as well, very, very capable with the op. But Matt Peeping, he had the one good game yesterday, but he just doesn't seem to have any confidence whatsoever. Now, I have put in the caveat that it's because a lot of his roles have been changed, and Nemanja doing a lot of the stuff which Peeping used to do. So now he's kind of, so to speak, doing some of the bitch roles, the utility support roles and whatnot. But at some point, he needs to wake up and kind of get that confidence going. So either Nemanja is able to inject that into him in the coming months, or else I feel like you have to call for a change, because he looked abysmal.
Now, look, I'm going to give Dus the glorious opportunity here. Peepin was the 3rd worst player in the tournament. And look, he made a bunch of elementary mistakes that no matter how charitable Blair is going to be, you know, running off with the bomb, dying when you've secured a bomb site. That one where he flanked them on Mirage. 3 backs to shoot at.
Complete whip city.
Yeah, just like
unforgivable.
Blind panic. So I'm going to say this. I know you've advocated for him before as like a potential talent in the NA scene. Have you changed your mind?
Yeah, here's the thing. I thought that he looked good when he was with Downs. When it was like into 2024, beginning of 2025, he did look like a guy in the NA scene when we were desperate to try to find up-and-coming players. Like JBA obviously eventually kind of came up. Lake obviously eventually came up. And so there was a couple of names, but he was kind of floated around there. And I got turned on to him actually by his coach, Adrin, a storied NA coach from Liquid that was coaching Downs at the time. And he's like, hey, keep an eye on this guy. You know, he's pretty good. And I thought he did look really sharp in North America. And I think that if I'm being charitable, let's be frank, the Wildcard organization has been an absolute mess the last year and a half, up until now, right? And up until now, it has been a revolving door. But now they do have stability, and they've picked up good players. Like Hex was a great pickup to catch if you're a wild card on his way out of M80. Rec was another great catch, also coming out of M80 and being left behind. So they've now brought in the right pieces to actually do something. And so from this point forward, there will be no more excuses. Either he needs to perform as his team continues to play competitions, or you might have to look at a different job at some point.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think one more tournament probably in these roles that he's been assigned by Nemanja, and if
I think that's the biggest one is like they have given him a lot of the star CT roles, and he gets to play a lot of the like secondary entry or trade fragging positions, which are the ones you generally would put a star player in. So yeah, I mean the weight is certainly on his shoulders in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else you would like to talk about from yesterday? Come on, I know we've got loads to cover.
From that matchup, nothing in particular. I think, like you said, for PARIVISION, the big surprise is how they've kind of screwed the bracket a little bit because of them going 3-2. We'll talk about that later on. And what else we got yesterday? Like, we did have...
yeah, the Eyeballers win.
The Eyeballers. That was a big surprise for me. A massive surprise because JW... Firstly, coming to an A-tier event, a big event, big money event with his team, he did say, you know me, when I come to an event, I come to win. But realistically, and he also did say it was a bit delusional, right? But that being said, the fact that Eyeballers are able to make it to the playoffs of an event like this, sure, with the caveat that the competition isn't exactly at the highest of levels, I think it's super impressive. Also, just the way he's leading such an inexperienced young players like WobXD, for example, even players like Rolf. So a hell of a game and a hell of a bit of a disappointment for me from FOKUS. They should be in the playoffs if they hadn't choked multiple times across multiple series. But that being said, Rich, again, I'm going to be very charitable. Pretty new lineup altogether. And you have someone like Cuban at the helm. I'm sure he's going to kind of shape them back into shape later on too.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at FOKUS first, this is a team that, brought together a brand new squad. Like in this era of VRS where a lot of organizations tried to enter Counter-Strike by buying cores, and we've seen some fail, we've seen a couple succeed, FOKUS went the route of trying to build something brand new. And while some of their players have some links from past teams, obviously, for example, ZTR and Vault playing together on Gamer Legion back in the past, there's a couple other little ties here and there. As a 5, they are very fresh, and I think you did see a lot of positive things this event, even though they didn't make the playoffs. I think, some of their individuals did look good. I feel like they have some good initial game planning and staging of rounds, but as you said, sometimes choking in critical rounds.
Well, that's what you're seeing on your screen right now in these highlights, right? So many unforced errors, essentially. Yes. And just inexcusable. And look, I mean, everyone was going, okay, new lineup, been together 2 months, blah, 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 narrative beats, etc. But, I mean, that applied to Wildcard. They choked there as well. And, we were counting them up yesterday, and we lost count. I was talking about it with Henry and Anders back at the hotel after the games. Like, just how many rounds were there where they should have won? And, they were like, well, they had a 5v4 here. They lost to a force buy here. They lost to another force buy back-to-back there. And, it's like, wow, actually they had way more opportunities to beat Eyeballers than you would normally get in any other series.
And it's also, if you go back to a lot of the players who messed up, it was the young up-and-comers. So I'm looking at Banjo, I'm looking at Mattheos. These are like the star players, the players you look at. But then when it comes to these sort of I wouldn't say unlosable rounds because they obviously lost it, but rounds they shouldn't be losing. They are the ones who overpeak a little bit. They're the ones who play a little too scared when you need to be playing a little bit more aggressively. Just counterintuitive plays coming out from these guys. But if you look at people like ZTR and Volt, they're the ones who aren't messing up. They're the ones who kind of drag them along, dragging them through rounds which they need to win. So I feel it's just a matter of time. In all honesty, I think it's a matter of time. I feel like this is a team who's going to surprise a lot of viewers the way Foot did at the beginning of the year. Just got to give them a little bit of time. They have such really good pieces. At
Hey, I tell you what, Jorgen's got a hell of a freaking elbow, though, doesn't he? Like, you might want to watch out. Listen, if Counter-Strike doesn't work out, this man might,
that's a
have
people's
an
elbow.
MMA career ahead of him. And shout out to Secret Labs Desk, by the way. They hold up pretty darn well, if you ask me. Let's get a replay of this, actually.
Boom, boom.
Look at the technique on that. Like, that's some proper MMA ground pound right there. Almost went for another one. You saw how he was going for a third. Like, that Desk was about to get
I'm gonna take everything back. I think they might need a new opera because I think that elbow shattered. Like
he
it's in a
kept
million
clean.
pieces.
He kept the wrist and hand clean. It's all good.
Yeah,
he can't move the elbow.
Dropping the John Jones, bro. Like 12.
You just got to up the sensitivity and be a wrist player. It's fine.
That's banned. Why don't we take a look at the playoff bracket? We'll obviously talk about bait a little bit later on, but this is what we've got for you. This is an interesting bracket the way it's worked out, honestly, because we're going to start the day with MIBR 3D Max. We got Astralis versus Eyeballers, and just to put it on the record, a lot of people feel Astralis are genuine contenders here in Bucharest to lift the trophy.
I'll just go this far. Astralis has no excuse not to make this grand final.
With that bracket in particular, they have a real good shot of just taking it, right? Because you got look at the bottom, Rich. You got Foot, you got MongolZ, and you got PARIVISION.
Yes. The key thing for Astralis is dodging Foot, who they've played like 15 times.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's insane. They always seem to run into each other. But then down there, that's the interesting series of the day. Not that for me. I think they're all interesting in their own way. But the MongolZ and PARIVISION have never played. And it really is the irresistible force going up against the immovable object, you know?
Well, actually, the only matchup that has any history is Fate, but the other three games are games where these teams have not played each other with their current lineup. So it's definitely an opportunity to test yourself. You know, for example, for a team like Made Brazil, it's a chance to finally do something in an international event because since they bought their new roster, they have only played domestic events up until this point. Obviously, for Eyeballers, it's a chance to try to continue to see if they can show us a little bit of something. And, you know, again, I think MongolZ, PARIVISION, that's a brutal one because one of these teams that was maybe supposed to win the whole event is going to wind up in 7th, 8th place, and I mean that's a tough spot to be.
Because if we go back to the the beginning of this event, we were talking about the favorites of this tournament, right? It's MongolZ and PARIVISION, and then you have Astralis and Foot, who are the dark horse, so to speak. So it's kind of a little unfortunate we had this matchup early on, but then hey, they only have themselves to play.
Sure, but I mean, also what I would think is interesting is community reaction is going to be very instructive, very revealing when that result occurs, whichever way it goes. If PARIVISION win and knock MongolZ out, MongolZ are going to catch a ton of heat, and everyone's going to say, well, you know, PARIVISION are the form team right now. They're better than people give them credit for. They might have been ugly and scrappy in the groups, but Daddy Dastan's come in with a belt and sorted everything out. Meanwhile, if PARIVISION go out, they're going to go, yeah, it's every other tournament. PARIVISION win one, go to a final, go out early. You know, MongolZ should win that one. So I kind of do feel a little bit sorry for MongolZ in that situation. PARIVISION are in that sweet spot now when you're an emerging team where people will make excuses for you. MongolZ less so, I feel.
And I feel PARIVISION is a perfect kryptonite for a team like the MongolZ. When PARIVISION are playing good, right? MongolZ make a lot of mistakes sometimes. Sometimes individuals get a little too carried away because, you know their style, aggressive in your face, great firepower, but PARIVISION are that team who's going to punish you when you screw up. And I do feel like they would be the perfect counter, but we saw from Dastan yesterday, he's like, right now, a lot of these players making a little too many mistakes. They're not really locked in. They're looking at teams like Spirit, like, you know, the likes of MongolZ and all these guys. That's when they really lock in. And against MongolZ, they might lift their foot off the pedal. If that happens, though, I feel MongolZ just might run away with it.
Quickly, I'll say this, though. I mean, PARIVISION has struggled with disruptive defenses, teams that get in their face and don't let them kind of roll out their normal slow and steady and really, you know, fine-tuned game plan. And MongolZ is a team that is going to play you very aggressively. So there are certainly some opportunities out there for MongolZ to maybe kind of scatterbrain them a bit. Also, you gamble stack the wrong direction and MongolZ explodes on the other side. That could be a problem. And the other thing I'll say in that series is PARIVISION's Mirage has been abysmal. And that is a map that MongolZ is definitely going to get to play in that series. And so that does give them, you know, a foot in the door, in my opinion.
All right. Well, look, let's talk about the series that's coming up first. MIBR versus 3D Max. I'm almost been putting it off a little bit because I can't believe 3D Max are in the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, this is a team that, you know, I used to say it's death taxes and 3D Max placing 9th to 14th. I mean, that was kind of just the story of this team. The only exceptions were they did obviously do really well at CAC last year, and Masters Bucharest, I believe they also had a pretty good finish, if I'm not mistaken. But everything else, it's been, again, right on the borderline of playoffs, but not quite there. But they've done, you know, okay this event. I think the first 2 games were a little bit shaky against FOKUS and Voca.
A little bit.
But at least the wins against Bait and PARIVISION were pretty clean. So there was some improvement throughout the course of the event.
It's a tale of, you know, Dr. Jekyll and Monsieur Hyde, right? Like, I don't know what to make of this. You lose to FOKUS very convincingly in 2 of the matches, one of which you like that, Rich? Yeah, you like that? and then the Voca game is where I was like, this is it. This team's dead. It's a dead team walking. They're going to make some changes. Barely scraping a win over Voca, coming down to overtime on double overtime, I believe, on map number 2 or 3 as well. And then you go up against Bait. Now, sure, Bait have been struggling a little bit as well. It's been very up and down. They make mincemeat of Bait. Go up against PARIVISION, you know, the actual real gatekeepers, and they beat them pretty reasonably convincing as well. So I don't know what to really make of it. I'm going to go on a limb and say this stuff. And this could have me catching a lot of brickbats from a lot of the French fans. I feel this is a bit of dead team energy. I feel it's just them kind of cruising along. They have no expectations. They're like, you know, screw it. You know, they were just going to carry on and just play our game. And it's working out for now. But I feel like changes are going to take place after this event, maybe in a couple of months from now. So just kind of this coasting energy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and obviously we can talk about Masuta as well, just real quick. He's been the guy that's kind of given them an extra dimension. I agree when, you know, Striker, for some reason, is obsessed with 3D Max. And he understands them on a level I don't think any of the analysts does, because I don't know what you can make of this thing.
He does have a pain kink.
True.
Yeah. True.
But Masuta, since coming in, has been the best player.
Yes.
Even if they're not necessarily a better team. I think he is way above what they've had in the past.
Well, here's the thing. The reason why we had some interest in 3D Max before, even though they were placing poorly, is because they played fun tactical CS. But I feel like when the in-game leadership passed to Gravity, it kind of started to deteriorate. Now Maka's back at the helm. And also what they've done with, you know, the movement within the roster is now Lucky's getting more star CT positions. He's kind of taken some of the spots Body used to play, being more active. He's actually performing well in those roles. And then, yeah, Masuta, you know, Body was a big opening force for this team. You know, say what you want about the guy. He was a really good soldier and entry fragger for 3D Max. And Masuta has come in, and while he's not going for as many openings as Body, he's not like a true entry fragger, so to speak. That's still very much Gravity. He's a big playmaker. I mean, this is a guy who does get into those active T positions. He's a very good trade fragger. He's a very good mix of like anchor or aggressor on CT side, depending on the map. And he's performing, which is kind of nice because this is a guy who got cast away, right? He was on the French version of Falcons. He was on, you know, a version of Vitality in the past, and he's been able to kind of reboot his career on this team.
Yeah, and then MIBR it also have been hit and miss, but we've liked what we've generally seen from them. I mean, we saw Insani absolutely pop off last time he was on the server. We have seen Klim live up to this hype as one to watch. MIBR are telling us in interviews, yes, watch this kid, he's sick. And we've got LNZ making very well-structured European calls with some of the best of the Brazilian talent.
I think the most impressive thing for me is, apart from obviously Insani and Klim playing at the level they are right now, it's that when they're looking good, like for example, the games against Eyeballers on Mirage, against I believe it was BC.Game as well. When they look good, they look like almost world class, right? They fight together. The comms flow so well. And Insani was saying how the comms haven't really been a problem. Only for Venom Zera, he's in a bit of a learning stage. But when they're on, you know, on the same page with the calling coming from LNZ, they look great. But when they're playing on a map they feel a little uncomfortable on, you can see the hold still prevalent in, you know, when it comes to the comms, the utility usage and whatnot. So it's kind of, again, a Dr. Jekyll and Hyde situation here. But for MIBR, they seem like a more consistent and more a force where you know what you're going to expect from, as opposed to 3D Max, which is just a toss of the coin.
Yeah, I think this is fun because this has made Brazil's first international test with this international lineup, right? With Linus coming in, with the Venom Zera swap. Obviously, Klim hasn't even been in the organization that long in the grand scheme of things. And this is the big one for me, is what helps Made in Brazil so much that they have players in the most difficult roles to find good players in. Every team struggles to find a great opper or a big entry fragger, and they do have both of those in spades. You know, Insani has been a great entry for several years at this point. I've honestly obviously called for him to go to the international team multiple times. Obviously, we know sometimes contracts don't allow that. And then on the other side, you have Clem. Look, the Oppen market is starving. We've been talking about that for ages, and this is a guy who looks pretty damn legit. So I hope that they can kind of keep it up, because that's what Made in Brazil needs to be relevant, and these two guys so far are giving it to him.
No surprises with the bans here from the side 3D Max, Mirage getting banned out. MIBR, they have that so-called 7-map pool, but us to ban it out, 3D Max usually go for this. I think Inferno and Ancient come out here. Yeah, I think 3D Max definitely will be going with Inferno.
Both teams are willing to play Anubis too, though, so be on the lookout for that.
If I'm MIBR, I don't play Anubis. It looks so sloppy, bro. It looks so sloppy against Eyeballs. Eyeballs of all teams, right? We had people just walking all in. This is the right call, in my opinion. This is absolutely the right call. It's some of the 3D Max have struggled. They almost lost to Voca, by the way, on Ancient. They got smacked by FOKUS on day one as well. And I guess it's going to be a nuke decider. Yeah, take out Overpass your MIBR. It's a map where they really haven't been feeling super comfortable on. And yeah, there we go. Nuke, a bit of a shake hand map coming in. Nothing too crazy rich. I feel this one is a 3-map affair. I feel 3D Max have shown us enough, and on Inferno especially, that they can take that map. MIBR's Ancient, that's a punish pick kind of coming in from them. I think it's all going to go all the way down to Nuke.
Interesting. Dust, you concur?
I agree. I think the punish pick of Ancient is true. Like, Made in Brazil has looked really good on Ancient. They've played it already a lot. Yeah, it's all mostly domestic competition, but still just the eye test kind of
33, 32. So
yeah. I mean, it's really, really good. Meanwhile, 3D Max has really kind of struggled on this map, and the roster change hasn't helped it along either. So I think that is definitely a potential punish. And, you know, when you look at Inferno, you know, Made in Brazil's no slouches there. I think they'll put up a good fight, but certainly 3D Max has always kind of had that identity of being an Inferno team.
And also the really cool thing about Inferno, if you go back to the PARIVISION game, even go back to the bait game, the really cool thing is, man, the way they just abuse Banana just with the utility. And then, of course, you have the lunatic, right? The Aramis, the D'Artagnan of the team, Gravity, Mac 10, just running in. And it's not just about blind
horrible things.
It's not a blind counter-strike, though. It's very well constructed. They abuse you. They have a reaction to your reaction. They're like so far ahead. So for MIBR, while they do have the individual stars, they have someone like Insani on the B bomb side. I feel like when it comes to mind gaming, 3D Max, they just look so good, at least in this tournament, on the T side here.
What I'll say is this, like, I think Insani and Masuda are the man to watch, right? They're the most active pieces on the board. They're going to be either entering or trading quite a lot, and they're going to be after the prime real estate, and whoever comes up, heads up in that matchup probably wins. I will give one slight edge to Made in Brazil, too, is that Clem really does well with the AK-47 on the T side. He actually has more AK kills than op kills this tournament. And so that gives you kind of an extra rifling trader on a map where T side opping can sometimes lack impact, and I don't think Maka has the same punch as Clem. So I think that that's kind of an added benefit. Even if 3D Max is the better Inferno team on paper, I think Made in Brazil could put up a pretty good scrap here.
You know who will also put up a pretty good scrap? I don't know where I'm going with this segue.
I like it. Finish the sentence.
It is Moses and Dinko. How are you doing, guys? Good morning. Welcome to the morning crew.
Good morning, Richard. Yeah, not as good of a scrap as Blur and Dust, though. I feel like we don't even need to be on the other.
We're not even fighting. What are you talking about?
You guys are so apart.
We could fit in the middle of you two. We don't even need to be on the LED screen.
You guys are so far to the edge.
It's a big couch.
The cushions are actually moving upward in the middle. You guys are literally further away.
Yep. It's like the Himalaya.
Progressively, each segment move a little bit.
We'll bring some cuddling for you next segment, if that makes you feel better. Get a blanket in here, and we'll have a
good time. You could do that right now, Dust.
Cocoa,
absolutely.
Who do you think's going to take this one, guys?
I'm leaning towards 3D Max. I know it sounds a little bit like the desk, like you guys are kind of on the, I don't know, like a little bit leaning more towards MIBR. I think 3D Max, with kind of the history with this change-up, I think there's a little bit of a honeymoon period that's about to kick in.
The game is live, but continue the thought. We love you. Have a great cast.
I love you guys too. See ya. Have a good time in the green room.
I like what they were saying in terms of the fact that MIBR, I think, are more consistent than 3D Max, but sure, you can say that, but I think 3D Max have a higher ceiling, so if they perform to the level we know they're capable of, then 3D Max should be able to walk away with this series. So let's see how it goes down. MIBR on the CT side, 3D Max on the T side, and then Sani nearly getting himself involved in a pretty scary early fight.
Yeah, risky. Looked like Maka was going to be able to lock him over towards sandbags. Ooh, look at this push. Gravity, you got a big test coming at you. Missed shots. But you got Exorcist coming from behind, and he goes down as well. More missed shots from the 3D Max players, and okay, well, we're in a 3-on-5.
Well, blocking them, or attempting to block them, was Venom Zero, but Masuda's just going to creep on up. He is the god of the pistols, Jason. If there's anybody who can turn this around, it would be Masuda, but he's not even he can do this. So it's all shut down. LNZ coming as well. Maka he is in the grave, leaving Lucky 1v4, and we'll see MIBR taking the pistol round. So, forget what I said. MIBR won the pistol, Jason. I've got a feeling. We're gonna. I got a feeling. we get MIBR. They're gonna walk away with this game now, Jason.
Oh yeah,
the pistol round
switching it that much.
So important. You know?
Okay.
But I actually have been relatively impressed by MIBR. When I seen LNZ at the airport, I was like, oh my god, I forgot you play for MIBR. This feels weird.
Yeah, they've had some interesting. The kicker was there for a while, right? Like,
yeah,
everything's been a little bit crazy over in the MIBR camp, but it's been a year for them as they've kind of gotten this new lineup like working together and underway. Done a good job, mostly regional competitions. PGL Bucharest is their first Tier 1 competition of the year. Other than that, it's mostly been like localized tournaments with South American teams.
Yeah.
So a very important event for MIBR and an event that they would have earmarked on the calendar and pointed out, been like, we need to be able to be ready for this one. We need to be peaking at this one because this is our chance to show what we can do against the better teams that we don't normally get to play against. So very important event and tournament run here for MIBR.
Yeah.
And they get out to a very good start. Nice pistol from Breno, 2 kills, and that aggressive piece over towards Halls, and an easy mop up at the B bomb site.
I mean, we heard Dust talking about how the AWPing market is not.
It's rough out there right now, isn't it?
Yeah. Pretty rough. He said it was starving. We got Klim, who's on loan from G2 Eras, their academy team, playing for MIBR, and he's been very impressive so far. He's had a couple of big performances for them. I think for G2, who have kind of an aging AWPer right now, and some is a bit inconsistent. You know, you bring in.
What a way to phrase it.
Yeah, but it's true. Like you're not really gonna be looking at some as having a huge upside and upswing in his career, right? So he's a good AWPer. He's definitely sufficient for the role right now at G2. But you got a young AWPer here. You've got in your ranks on loan to another team.
Sure.
You get him all this experience of MIBR, and then you're like, all right, let's bring him back to the main team.
Oh, also, they just watched what Molodor is doing over at Furia. They're like, let's go down that road.
Yeah.
We like that road. Let's roll the dice. I think if you're an AWPer out there in the world, maybe just hold out. I'm hearing good things about the Anim Graph 2. I haven't actually played the beta yet, but I'm hearing good things about its tracking. I'm hearing good things about AWPers and making it feel a little bit better in terms of shot connection. So just hold out a little bit longer, boys. We're almost there.
BC.Game will be the best team in the world.
Sure. and then we'll be back.
Well, we got Klim on the right foot. Not really showing his best step forward there, is he? Getting absolutely destroyed by Glocks.
Playing aggressive with no head armor is a decision you can make.
Yeah, no one's saying it's a great one. There's better decisions to make for sure. VenomZero looking to make some money. Nice. Clean headshot there at the end. Maka take it away. VenomZero bomb plant. Not going to be taken though. As LNZ with the peek out.
Guys, sure, great. Nice win. You've lost 3 players to unarmored Glock, so you're going to have to reinvest a ton of money. That's lots of damage to the economy of MIBR. Really nice round from 3D Max, and they pick up AK-47s. Gravity, of course, going to that MAC-10. Des touched upon it, and when we watched them play this map earlier, the number of times Gravity with this MAC-10 is just pushing middle, up middle, attacking brackets through the smoke constantly throughout the half. So MIBR, that's a big glaring play when you watch the demo, when you watch the VODs.
I'd say it's probably easier to deal with in theory than in reality, though, when you've got Gravity flying through the sky, just holding down mouse 1 with that MAC-10.
Very astute observation. That's the rule of thumb with everything in Counter-Strike, really.
But yep, that's beefy. Double nade towards LNZ. He's just lucky to be alive, really.
It's just like...
He's like, I have one too, guys.
He's like, this sucks.
I think for 3D Max, though, the Gravity MAC-10, Gravity Impact has just not really been there at the start of 2026. I think a Pro League in particular, I was feeling real bad for Gravity. He was just not playing very well. But finally getting some of his form back coming into Bucharest, and really just seeing him elevate his performance has given me a lot of hope for 3D Max, because he's no longer the in-game leader. You're going to need to step up as an individual if you no longer are burdened by the shackles of in-game leadership.
That's what I was going to say, is like, I give him a little bit of a reprieve, give him a little bit more time. Like, it's not easy to shift out of the IGL mindset to then a highly aggressive playmaking frontman mindset. There's the flashbang and the peak, the smoke broken open, and VenomZero is going to be the second man. Exorcist turns around to clear the cubby. Good trade from Masuda, but 3D Max is getting thinned out.
Took a while checking that cubby. I wonder if it was waiting for a flash, but doesn't matter. All the rest of the peaks from MIBR coming in. 25 seconds. Bomb going down. Masuda with a very important kill. Now the rotation has arrived in time, and the man to try and save MIBR in this round is Insani. both spotting him and both just fighting him. No need to commit to the plant when you've got that 2v1 fight. 3D Max also getting the bomb plant, celebrating some high fives, and they've got themselves their first round.
Yeah, a little bit sketchy though. We saw the turn on the corner from 3D Max with the nade out, so making some assumptions, and those are things you're going to want to minimize as we go on, especially considering it's kind of a longer extended hit. So the rotations coming in, got to be prepared for those follow-up peaks. 3D Max still outlast him at the end of the day. Good trading on the way into the bomb site. Good trading on Rap side as well. Masuda with some critical kills.
Yeah, I've been liking Masuda inside of this team.
Yeah.
He hasn't really, had too many bad performances yet.
It went from Masuda to, Masuda.
Oh, Masuda.
Hello.
Okay.
How are you doing?
Ooh la la. Yeah, I think it's been good to see him come into the team. I think they're so limited in terms of players they can go to. I mean, we're going out, we're finding Body, bringing him back into the team.
Yep.
There's not many French players out there that you really want to get inside of this roster that have enough experience to make sure you don't fall through the floor.
It is just a little refresher of why so many teams have gone international, just to be able to dip into a larger pool of players. Here's the consequences of losing so many weapons to those Glocks in the previous round is you've got no money to really invest in anything outside of 5.7s and the MP9 on Breno and Klim. So very rough defensive loadout for this round.
MP9s and 5.7s though, we see so many round wins for these things.
They can do work.
Oh, but not a solo B player. Especially when they're on 40 HP.
I mean, the utility in Banana from 3D Max's T side so far has been great. 96 damage onto LNZ last round. Now you just drop an 8 on Insani down to 41. Usually the utility damage is racked up on the CT side. It's in reverse at the moment.
Feels like we're going to see a save. So at 3D Max, you're going to go into the B side. Insani's going to die, and you'll save 4 players on A. So can't promise you guys at home a very exciting round of Counter-Strike here, to be honest. Not all of them can be bangers. But unless, Insani has the greatest 5.7 clip of all time.
All right, well, here's utility out. Trying to block it, do what he can. But you're exactly right. As soon as he goes down, it's a save call. Everyone's kind of shifting over now, but there's no point.
And they're going back.
Yeah, I see all those blue dots. Just like, no.
And we're turning back.
Peace.
All right, let's get comfy. Let's get saving. And that's going to be 3D Max with a 2-2 scoreline. Getting to get this T side going as soon as the guns come out. Always a nice feeling.
Yeah, both these teams qualified through the group stage as well, 3-1. 3D Max losing to FOKUS early on, but then beating out Voca, Bait, and PARIVISION. For MIBR is an early loss to Astralis, and then a victories over BC.Game, Legacy, Eyeballers to make it here. So both of them traversing, having just that single difficulty on the opening day of the group stage, and then snapping into shape as both of these teams were kind of a similar story coming to this event of sort of recovery, where both have had some success in the past, both have shown some good signs in the past, and then just kind of descended and not able to find that any longer, just kind of dropped the ball, and a lot of the effectiveness of these squads kind of disappeared. Roster changes, and now we get to see if they're going to be back on the come up.
3D Max getting stronger as the group stages went on as well, taking their biggest win against PARIVISION, the only team they didn't drop a map to.
That was probably one of the more surprising upsets that we had in the group stage.
Especially because it was 13-9, 13-9.
Yeah. Good series out of them, and hopefully filled them with confidence. That was the series to qualify for the playoffs that put PARIVISION in the 2-2 game, where Wildcard gave them some issues last night. Seen some harsh words out of Destan, out of Jame about the performance. Yeah. I kind of loved waking up to those quotes. I think it's hilarious.
Levels of mistakes are unacceptable. We have the major. I can't kick them right now, but if they continue, yeah.
But I don't want to.
Bro. I love it, though.
I might have to.
Especially if you keep throwing smokes instead of flashes.
Yeah, there was a lot of mistakes yesterday from PARIVISION, so hopefully that gets cleaned up. MIBR, obviously, with that save, very similar kind of situation we have going on. They basically ran the exact same defense. Insani solo at the B bomb site with utility stockpile. That stack up in lane with 3 players. And 1 playing balcony. Three Max being very cautious about this.
Yeah, they don't want to lose to USP round with Insani and then the rest on the save. They know that is what happened. They know they're still going up against 4.
Okay,
but they're going to be walking into an A stack.
Line it up with the top left of the C. Crouched, uncrouch.
Okay, and then that little dot right there, Jason.
Give it a good chuck.
The minuscule crack in the brick.
It's right at the stack. You're excited if you're MIBR right now. You're pumped.
LNZ on the balcony. dead now. Well, gravity.
Of course.
Defying gravity, really. Just floating through the sky as usual. Mag turn. Good for a kill. Masuta comes in for 2. And there's nothing left in the round here for MIBR. So into the site, bomb plant confirmed, and 3D Max taking the lead of the game.
Yeah, nice little run from them, and nice job not dropping the ball against the Pistols. Even though this time they come into the stack, they handle it very, very well.
Heard Dust talking about how he's asked for Insani to go to international teams for a long time, and I think many people have been echoing that sentiment for years. So if he isn't going to leave Brazil, bring international teams to him, I suppose. Give him a shot to play with some international players. Now, LNZ and Klim, obviously, not the biggest names in Counter-Strike, but...
The question is, did you miss like the window of opportunity if you're Insani, right? He had like those 2 years of like a lot of excitement and hype around him and like his development and what he looked like early on and the excitement of what he could become. So the question is, have you missed the window where teams are like actively saying we want to get this guy on our squad? Now our team's still saying that is the question, because we haven't seen those performances nearly as consistency. Haven't seen the results of MIBR improve enough to make waves on the international scene.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's comparing MIBR to Furia in terms of like the decision making and saying like, you know, MIBR kind of budget version of Furia. I think that almost extends to Insani and Kesserado too, where it's like for years you're asking for Kesserado to go to international teams. You ask that same question: has he missed out on that chance? He should have taken it when he should have gone to Liquid. Should have taken a bigger offer.
Yeah,
stay in Furia, but they brought an international team to him, and now we're kind of asking the same thing about Insani.
Yeah, MIBR is now on that arc of like, okay, we got to build a team that makes Insani want to stay here as well. He'll be playing Banana at the moment, the point man. Everyone else has left him alone. He's got a deep smoke for cover now, about halfway through. When that fades, he's going to be backing off. Masuda legged at the start of the round, so he's very passive, holding the bomb way deep at the bottom of middle. 1 minute left on the clock. 2 players watching Rap, including this op from Klim. He'll get tested. And 3D Max wants nothing to do with that AWP. So back to the B bomb site we go. And Insani's going to check out this Molotov. He's got a smoke as well to delay. So let's see how 3D Max handle this. Oh, another Molotov.
So many rounds where they're just dumping a bucket of utility for Insani to play solo B.
They have to go through the smoke. And there's going to be another Molotov behind it.
The majority of this round was Insani alone on B.
Dude, you either have to bail out and sprint to A and hope and pray you get the kills, or you have to save. This round's, I think this, how do you win?
Well, you just have to hit some absolute blinders here. Last second, the boost is a great call.
Smoke missed.
And Insani's got a kill. Bomb's down. Round's dead. The kills are coming in towards A, but...
Not dead yet.
No, there's not enough time to get it.
Yeah, there it is.
So you've run out of time.
I mean, you got to give credit over to Insani, stockpiling that utility, and I think the other layer of that is 3D Max really wanted to hit that A bomb site, so didn't apply a whole lot of pressure to Banana and to Insani throughout that round, so he got to keep that utility. So there's a little detail 3D Max is going to want to make sure, even if you're going towards A, that slow progression, you have somebody chucking out utilities, making noise. You have to force some of those smokes out early if you're going to want to return to the B bomb site in the late game.
I mean, MIBR are loving the fact that they're not getting punished for only having one B player. You know, for the start of these rounds, Insani, like you said, a lot of credit towards him, blocking them, not really falling to any pressure. I mean, that's got to change here for 3D Max. So they're calling a timeout. Gonna burn their first one.
Yeah, so just letting MLB off the hook with a little mistake, just a weak round on the T side. Timeout to talk things over to make sure that doesn't happen again. We're tied at 3, money on both sides. Mako with the AWP. Klim has his. High fives are out. We get back into the action into round 7.
All right then, marker up. Let's see what that can do. All right, let's see if 3 Max made some adjustments under that timeout. See if there's more pressure towards Banana early on. MIBR are anticipating that. They've started with 3 at B this time. Got 2 players committed as well. over towards Sandbags, and those nades gonna land right on top of them. VenomZera, 15 HP left. Insani down to 56. Okay, the bait and switch setup. VenomZera, the low HP player behind the Sandbags.
Yeah, but one Molotov ruins all this.
Yeah.
Venom's holding the smoke just in case.
They're gonna use it though. Flash goes in. Great shot. Insani dead. Low HP left on VenomZera. Gotta go huge with a flashbang, and that's exactly what happens. Then he's naded out by Maka, but with 15 HP, he can't be bad to 2 kills.
You know what? You're okay with this if you're 3D Max. 2 for 2 trade. You know the defense is going to thin out. Likely going to be one defender at the B site. But at the moment, 3D Max is making the assumption that someone is shifting to support B. It's actually the opposite. What a god-tier read from LNZ.
Let's see if they hold the fort here, MIBR.
Oh, they're going to get aggressive on Rap as well.
Oh, Mac is waiting for it, though. How long does he hold this line? Oh, he hits the shot, but it was through the brick, so not enough for lethality. And now he's going to race after that trade kill and have to deal with a second player, but B is just opened up, and Gravity's going to sprint.
Yeah, he's going to have to drop a smoke behind him to protect himself. Okay, Klim's taking it very, very slow. Swaps out to the M4, so Op is on the ground. If Klim's to win this, Op not available to him to recover. That is a very bold plant spot.
All right, big cojones on Gravity. Let's go. Smoke out towards CT just in time.
Way too deep.
And it's far too deep. It's unimpactful. But he's got another one, so not going to use it, though. Doesn't want to give away his position. Doesn't want to tell him
Klim
where
wins
he's gone.
this. No, he's already beat it. The timing is too good. Gravity's never going to expect it.
He's just got to react. And Klim is too fast. So, yep. There we go.
He's got... Does he have a kit? No, he doesn't. I was going to say he might have time to run back and get the AWP. So nice win from Klim in the 1v1. Great timing as he shifts over and a good read of the play of exactly where he went off to. Looking desperately for an AWP on the ground anywhere, and he's just going to leave with an AK-47, a consolation prize. He can afford an op as well, so all good.
MIBR seem to be putting all the pieces in the right place and making the rotations at the right time this entire CT side. I mean, getting away with having Insani solo P for a long time, making the rotation, stacking an extra player A at the right time.
I mean, it's a really good read of the mentality of the 3D Max side of saying, okay, well, you've seen Insani here playing solo. He stalled you out a couple of times with utility. He's been quite a nuisance, so stack up over there because we think you're going to try and apply some pressure so that you don't stall out rounds again. So good read in that situation. The LNZ stuffing the B hit and then rotating immediately to A is such a god-tier move. Perhaps the winning move of that round.
2 players to the top middle smoke. They're going to be walking into VenomZera and Klim. VenomZera out from the cubby. Just trying to keep attention drawn towards him to free up Klim's peak. He only manages 1. A lot of damage done to Exorcist. Breno has also got LNZ up towards balcony and still a strong hold of this A bomb site for MIBR ahead. 3D Max struggling to penetrate the defenses at the moment.
Molotov in towards the pit. Breno, oh my god. Okay, that's a way to die. LNZ up on, okay, trades it off. Masuta's out, needs to be a perfect shot, and it's not there. And Sani to win it at the end of the day, 5-3, and 3D Max still getting stuffed.
Yeah, well, LNZ wins that round. Just with that double kill on balcony.
Yeah.
When Breno dies in that kind of strange fashion, I mean, obviously he thinks they're running in through short, so he wanted to tank the damage just to get a kill to set up LNZ in the balcony, but 3D Max did not push it. But, I mean, that's LNZ really stepping up when needed.
Nice! Nice, good rotation, Lil.
Nice!
Good job, bro.
That's from the...
Yeah, we...
Anything else? Nope, there we go. Okay, that was from...
there are some comms, I tell you.
Yeah,
okay, we wondered how MIBR are going to communicate with this international team. No, they don't.
That's from the round, obviously, the Klim 1v1, and you could see him giving credit over to LNZ for the rotation that he made towards Rap side. So MIBR super happy with how proactive they're being on the map, and they should be. Yet again, I mean, you go over towards Rap side, you get 2 kills as 3D Max, that feels good, but if you're MIBR, you're like, yeah, but that's the B supportive element. We still got 2 defenders here, we're all good.
Yeah.
They are a step ahead of 3D Max on Inferno so far.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from MIBR. It's been good so far.
Yeah, we haven't casted them at this event.
No.
So we get a little bit of a different vibe. You can watch the VODs and see a couple things, but getting this POV from the casting booth is things looking good for MIBR. I think Insani's done a really good job so far playing solo Banana for the most part in like the mid-round. Only 3 kills, 5 deaths, but he's done a very, very good job making sure that the B bomb site is never like an easy open opportunity for 3D Max. Sees more bodies coming his way now. There's the double nade down deep. Ooh, chunks him down. And there's the utility dump. They shall not pass.
Yeah, held in place. We're going to see Insani step in behind the top car, spamming on down. It's Insani snapping away and taking gravity out of the equation. And the MP9 steps out for 2. Insani comes back, and they finish off the entire B bomb site offensive. So that'll be 6-3 here for MIBR, really building on the CT side now. We've seen 3D Max call timeouts and try to make adjustments. They just still haven't figured it out yet.
Next gun round, let's see how this goes. You have Gravity with the MAC-10. I think this might be the time where they call for that play. They haven't done that like dynamic play of Gravity getting aggressive through the smoke. So I think now might be a time where Gravity's saying, okay, the offense needs a little bit of gas. It needs a little bit of energy pushed into it. So this might be something where he tries with that MAC-10 to create the opportunity for his team. Molotov in towards the window. Utility exchange down in Banana as well, although the CT's holding on to it. You know, Insani and LNZ haven't really dumped a whole lot deep down Banana. Happy to let them take the first step at the very least. Here comes Gravity, positioned inside the smoke. Ready to party, nobody home. Very passive defense for MIBR. They don't want to mess with it at the point of attack. They want to mess with it as they turn the corner.
Yeah, Venom Zero sends the flash out. Here's Gravity swinging. MAC-10 into the kill. Clean the lineup. 2 and then traded. As a 3v3 still stands. 3D Max have a chance to try and get into this A site, but that rotation is coming quickly, and Breno still in a strong spot inside a pit. Insani just sends himself through the smoke. Hasn't worked out for him, but Breno in the pit is the biggest problem right now. It's a strong spot. Got plenty of cover. And the low HP here inside of the bomb site from Masuta. He could be taken out by the grenade, but he's a little bit too far away for that to be effective.
Bet you wish you had the grenade to break the smoke, but your teammate in pit has gotten one, and now he's got the second. Breno just able to chill. Good patience. Couldn't find his fight he wanted early on during their step into the bomb site. Was really awkward trying to find the timing on those peaks, but closes it out at the end of the day. Really smart play from Breno after he takes care of the Halls player, just saying, all right, all I have to do is survive. I don't need to commit to anything crazy. Just need to live here and make sure they're boxed into the bomb site. Even missed utility, couldn't lose MIBR that round.
Yeah, Breno does so well in pit. Just a real threat, real nuisance. Can't get him out of that. Can't force him into an unfavorable fight. 3D Max come back with weapons, though. It's not great. It's a lot of Galils, and now they've lost Masuta. So Klim's starting to find some confidence, too, running down towards that top mid pick and grabbing the opener. It's on the player that is fragging here for 3D Max as well. 11 and 8 from Masuta. Lucky attempting the challenge.
They've never been able to get a clean look at the B bomb site throughout this whole half. Riskiest move we've seen Insani make. Good nade in, forces him into the open. Kill from Insani. Man, he's playing well. Him and LNZ together are just a force over here. And 3D Max, in a 3-on-5, it almost feels like your only real option for a win is to hit the B bomb site. But this just seems way too strong for them to overcome.
I think LNZ has a good idea of how he wants to play Banana on this map. I mean, even when he was on a Heroic, there was a number of times where I would see good Banana holds in halves, and when Heroic are a bit inconsistent, but when you obviously seen them have a good Inferno game, and generally watching LNZ and how well he was able to control B, it was always super fun to watch, and carrying that over here to MIBR, he's got a great teammate here in Insani to make sure it happens. 3D Max, before they even really do anything, the T side is destroyed. Maybe 8 rounds here for MIBR, unless a special recovery comes in on this B bomb site now.
You're still execing through a smoke.
Yeah, against 2 players that aren't making many mistakes at all.
14 seconds.
Blinded, good flash at least. Insani going to take a lot of damage, a lot of heat. Klim comes in. Shot connected onto Exorcist. You still get Insani alive. Play this retake if you want, or just charge to the smoke. Klim actually switched out to the rifle, runs through the smoke, gets both kills. MIBR full of confidence.
just another example where the B bomb site is never even really available to you in the late round. Like it's 30. That's the second or third time we've seen with like 35 seconds left on the clock, just one last smoke come out of MIBR. Every single execute into the B bomb site for 3D Max has been harassed by Molotovs, by utility, by flashbangs, by the rotation. MIBR is such a good read. They're playing such clean Counter-Strike in terms of the rotations and in terms of getting a step ahead of 3D Max. Very impressive. I mean, the idea that 3D Max isn't even having looks. You know, like you're shutting down even just the opportunities to get into a post plan.
On their map pick as well.
Yeah.
On Inferno, their map pick, we've seen them look good on this before, but getting absolutely annihilated by MIBR right now. They're not going to have room to lose a pistol round here, 3D Max. And Ancient up next. It's famously been the map that 3D Max have struggled on with every version of this roster.
That doesn't bode well. Looking for their 4th round. 3 defenders at the A bomb site, again passive. Exorcist clearing out the angles. They've got control of brackets for free. This hasn't been the issue. They've been able to maintain this position a number of times. It's what do you do from here?
Insani into the top banana peak. He's actually died this time.
Okay.
Yeah. That's one time you've been able to get rid of Insani. Make the most of it now.
Yeah, just walk towards the B bomb site. Just go for it now. All 5 players are here. You've given up any space, any standing you had up at brackets, up in middle. LNZ does have another Molotov and another smoke, so he's trying to puff himself and make it feel big. Make like there's a second defender at this bomb site with all this utility, trying to keep 3D Max shied away. 35 seconds, and again, another smoke just drops. I'm surprised we haven't seen a rotation from anyone from MIBR. It's going to come in now, but it's going to be late. So what can LNZ do on his own?
Sends a flash through. Goes to the peak. Ends up taking a flash to the face himself, but doesn't die, stays alive. Let's see if he can be disrupted right through the smoke. Oh my god, LNZ, 2 kills through the smoke, going again. Oh, LNZ, destroying them at the B site. Not enough time to plant the bomb. And even though you get rid of Insani, it is LNZ with an incredible half of defensive Counter-Strike towards that B bomb site. 9-3 lead. That should be too much for 3D Max to recover from.
That's so insane that he's able to do that. The only support he had, nobody else was there, was one flashbang from a teammate who just arrived in the moment to chuck it out. But 2 kills through the smoke, and then you push on through. Least expected play, but knowing the time is an ally, you get that 1 kill, and it's done. Exactly what happens. 9-3, such a strong start for MIBR, and 3D Max's offense just looked flat.
Yeah, LNZ just got himself a Brazilian passport with that play. That was massive from LNZ. And really, I mean, like I was saying, there's not enough room to lose a pistol rounds here for 3D Max. You lose the pistol, map 1's done, you got to go to Ancient, and I do not feel good about 3D Max's chances on that second map. This is fantastic from MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, just unreal that every single play just seemed to work. The fact that LNZ is able to get away with all that is just craziness. All right, time to buckle up if you're 3D Max. Better be the best CT side you've played. Mentioned they've powered up throughout the event. They've certainly dropped the ball here in the opening half of this quarterfinal series.
All right, MIBR could win the map here with his pistol round. Plenty of utility for Breno. Now start walking up through Banana. Sani doing great work on it on the CT side. Now he switches to the T side. He's leading the charge. It's not quite a charge, more of a walk up through Banana.
Here's the difference, though, is on the CT pistol round for MIBR, and Sani was peeking down to have some information on the scaling.
Yeah.
3D Max don't have that.
So you just get this surprise attack that suddenly appears, and then a lot of util sent towards CT. So the extra man you brought over to the B bomb site is instantly dead. Gravity and Lucky at least getting away with 1 each. Gravity's still alive, can get an extra kill here. Really needs one, but he's going to back away and just try and play even numbers. So MIBR put the bomb down. Klim gets that kill on Gravity, and now a retake seems just so unlikely because Maka and Masuta have no utility and no kit to speak of. And you've got 3 players to try and flush out here. Now you spotted the barrel. That's a free kill on Venom's Era. But immediately Klim peeks out from Dark. He gets the trade. So Mako with 5 HP can't win this pistol. MIBR going to double figures, and really, that should be it on Inferno.
Plim is sharp, man. We saw some of the AK work in the first half. Some of the rifle work in the first half, but this pistol round, just great peaks and very quick trades. When his teammate goes down in water by the bomb site, that's lovely.
C'est juste on fait pas bien les choses, on met pas les rounds, c'est tout. Go focus. Go faire un beau side CT maintenant. On a un BPB free encore une fois.
Well, we're talking about how they're not playing very well right now, and time to have a beautiful CT side now. I'm sure that speech felt somewhat inspiring to kick off the half.
Yeah, do you feel inspired at the moment, Dinko?
It feels better if you win the pistol.
Okay.
And now it's like, sacre bleu. Not happy about that.
Not much to be happy
No, you're
about.
right, Jason. That was not inspiring. Not even slightly. Could it be inspiring? No, if you win a pistol, you remember back like, see, I told you we're gonna have a beautiful CT side.
That's how it starts, boys. But it didn't go that way, did it?
No.
8 rounds in a row for MIBR. Just a wild run of dominance. Second round bye for 3D Max. 3 MP9s, the upgraded pistols. Maka saving a little bit of money for that AWP in the first gun round. 3D Max just isn't going to have a whole lot of opportunities in this game to get going, to recover if they don't win this round right here.
Oh, LNZ. Down to 13 HP. So backtracking through banana, going up through middle.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be sad about that, and maybe that has some consequences down the road, but at the same time, I think they're okay with the idea that they forced out that smoke. They've actually baited out a little bit of utility. Okay, here's a mid-P. Good wins.
It's worked out really well here for 3D Max. If you're going to lose the pistol round, you have to win the second round, and it's a good start. Should be tough to lose this one now, especially with that kill on Breno. So 4 rounds for 3D Max. How much damage can MIBR do here, though? How many players can they take down with them? The AK steps up to mid. It's Kliman and Sani. They're still looking for the round win, of course, but
look at the HP,
it's very tough to imagine that happening.
Plim needs to step in. He's going to have to rotate all the way back around through halls.
Or pause. Here they come. Oh, Klim giving a shot. They know where he is now. AK-47 goes back into the apartments.
Yeah, but he's already got 2 players coming up brackets from the flank, so this is going to be a little bit weird. He might have some issues crossing over into the bomb site now because they're going to peek this. They're moving in. Flashbang is going to go too deep.
I need to be incredibly sharp. That was a small window of opportunity to try and get through to win this round. And Sani doing good damage, bringing extra players down with him. He's worried about the balcony, but they're all towards short. And Sani jumps up, time ticking, 8 seconds on the clock, so no way to win the round here. And he's just going back. He will die before the time, so at least he's got that mercy.
At least he's got that going for him. Okay, 4th round for 3D Max. Able to outlast in the second round, and that was the one that really allows them to keep fighting in this game. If that was to go by the wayside, they had no chance of coming back into this, it feels. But now, with MIBR still 3 rounds away from the map victory, 3D Max can look at that inspiring speech from halftime and put a little bit more stock into it.
Yeah, it was kind of like a Braveheart type speech, to be honest. Like if Braveheart was French.
Yeah, French William Wallace over there. Laser beams from his eyes.
Guys, if we don't come back, it's fine. We can lose. That's the French inspiring speech right there. 11-4 is what MIBR are hoping for off the back of Tech9s and the Eagles. Now, you can get a balcony pop going. It's possible with these kind of pistols and a little bit of utility.
Yeah, it can be very dangerous. Not a bad timing as well as this defensive smoke comes down if they want to scale behind it. Maka is shifting back. When this clears, I think MIBR chuck out a flashbang and just kind of hit it. Maka over in library for the moment. That could isolate him out of the fight. Gravity's going to have to step into the bomb site when the execution eventually comes. The Molotov is brutal. They're going to have to step away from the flames. And I think now is the timing.
Gravity steps up towards default. His teammate's gone. You love to see an Insani Deagle enter the kill feed if you're MIBR, followed up by Venom Zera. Gravity overrun. And yep, that is teeth-grinding moment for 3D Max.
Yo.
You've just been destroyed.
The flashbangs were nasty from MIBR, I'll say that. The follow-up, the second layered flash that blinds that player in the bomb site to prevent him from supporting anything. But damn, that felt way too easy. 1 deke on the entrance, the follow-ups are there. Gravity, he couldn't really turn his attention and get prepared for the fight in time. He was running through a smoke, deleted.
When you look at that mini-map on the CTXs that have died without perfect flashbangs, it's hard to see how you don't lose a T player from those positions. It's crazy how easy that did look for MIBR. Got 1 player in default, 1 out towards Moto, 1 towards Pit, and none of the CTs managed a single kill. You're going to be loving this.
Just a wild sequence of events. They can't get anything going. Like there's just no momentum to be built up, no consistency. Here's the 1 deke. Okay, that came from short. Yeah, coming through the smoke, Gravity, or Maka had no chance. Gravity in the bomb site just gets completely blinded. Oh man, just wrecked. Get him out. Let's get to Ancient. FAMASs are out. Lucky as an M4, but 3D Max, I mentioned they've been getting better and better throughout the tournament. Well, this feels like they've taken a couple steps back, at least here for this opening map in the series. Certainly going to be a stern conversation between maps as they attempt to tie the series up on Ancient. I know it's not over yet, but just by the way 3D Max is playing, it's hard to imagine that there's going to be a turnaround where they can come back. Masuda holding on to a smoke, a Molotov as well on his teammate at the B bomb site. These are the last 2 pieces of utility available. A little bit stockpiled behind him, but they got to get the timing right.
Going to be getting ready to go into the B site here, MIBR. They're going to be blocked by another smoke. Just under a minute left. They can wait this one out and get your pieces put in place for an execution. While that's happening, Exorcist is going to rotate over. They're going to have an extra player for the defenses. Maka also looking to join them.
Yeah, good call. This means they can actually send bodies through the smoke as well, so they can actually harass this on the attack, and then you've got multiple layers of players ready for the retake, already arrived at the B bomb site. Behind the flames, Masuda takes a couple shots.
LNC is very far forward compared to the rest of his teammates. He's on an adventure, but taken down by Masuda. Exorcist is getting involved as well, and a shutdown coming through, but Brennan with some life. A small chance. If he can take down Masuda, which he's done with a Tech 9, then it's doable here. Still difficult with 20 HP. The FAMAS picked up, and then Gravity runs over the top. He raced up through Banana once he realized it was the full commitment to that B bomb site. So a really important round there for 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, they noticed the time on the clock and were able to cheat that rotation, kind of saying this has got to be their final play. Only like 30 seconds. They're going to be coming and attacking this B bomb site, shifting a 3rd defender, having a 4th close by to be there with some quickness. And as soon as contact is made, just the trap is sprung and 3D Max collapses. Really well done. You do lose 3 players, so Economy's not in the greatest position ever.
Yeah, well, they're chasing this win still for MIBR in terms of going for the buy, not wanting to take an eco here. So Tech 9's coming out, AK-47 in play here for Breno. Maka going to make his way down middle. He's got that opening frag here on Venom Zera. So immediately going to have to play a 4v5, and you've got weaker guns here at MIBR.
See, I'm starting to see a little bit more pep in the 3D Max step. Nice little aggressive peek towards alt mid to give yourself a man advantage. 5-on-4 smoke towards left side mid.
Perhaps feeling the sting from previous rounds where they just sat back and allowed those pistols to get into position and execute upon them with flashes.
There's also that element where, like, when you're getting beat so bad, like at some point, like you just get so frustrated, the pressure just kind of disappears because you're just losing so badly, and it can be frustrating because you're also just like, wow, why can't we play like this out of the gate? You know?
Yeah, why do we have to come back? Why do we have so many rounds to have to pull back to even get close to tying things up? Out of the balcony, bomb spills to the floor. Maka dealing with the players who already got into the bomb site. He's actually under a bit of pressure, but he's got his teammates to alleviate that. And then they hunt down the final kill with the USP. So better rounds here back-to-back for 3D Max. That will force the save coming out of the T side.
Just 5 rounds back. A good chance to close it down to 4 as well, and that gap on the scoreboard. $2,000-ish across the board for the MIBR players, so expect a save, maybe some Probably not even pistol buys, actually.
No, you might as well just get the best buy you could possibly get in the next one if you're MIBR.
Yeah, it's going to start heating up. If that, I mean, next round's going to be critical. That's what makes this. That's going to be the interesting one. If 3D Max can win that and keep this alive, keep MIBR off 12. That's going to make this interesting down the stretch. And I even like this. This is cool from 3D Max too. The psychological aspect of things. Go push into their face. Don't let them have any fun. Don't let them chit-chat. Don't let them feel like, don't give them the room to work with. You know they have the pistols. Probably not going to have a whole lot of utility. And it seems like such a small thing in a round where they bring only Glocks in. But, I mean, mentally it's just annoying to get pushed like this, no matter what kind of a round it is.
I love this, honestly. Get us out of this eco round. Get us to the gun round straight away.
Now do that against PARIVISION.
Yeah, if you could do that. It really seems like they did do that against PARIVISION.
Timeout called. MIBR, first timeout taken. Haven't had a whole lot of issues in this match. This is really the first stretch where they've had to scratch their head and go back to the drawing board and have a conversation. Slow start for MIBR's offense on this T side, winning the pistol, losing the second, returning in the third with a Deagle win and Tech-9 win, and then losing the follow-up round after that. Not able to string anything together, build up momentum, and now 3 rounds straight for 3D Max. They've built up cash, they've got some breathing room. Gravity's got 8,000 in the bank, Maka's got his AWP with 3,600 in the bank. Money not an issue for 3D Max right now. They've set themselves up as good as possible to make this comeback happen, to make it a reality. Now they just have to execute perfectly. 4 rounds back.
Confidence from Masuta, broken smoke, flash to set it up. You've lost Insani, and a good start to the rounds here from 3D Max.
That's what I'm talking about, pep in the step.
Yeah, definitely seeing that attitude coming out of 3D Max now.
Yeah, getting disruptive. 3 rounds in a row, we've seen some very aggressive stances from at least one 3D Max player.
Immediately putting the pressure on MIBR to figure out how do you play a 4v5. You've lost Banana as well.
Klim's looking for the rifle.
Like, hello?
Unbeknownst to him, it's been stolen. Or disappeared.
Probably stolen. Flash goes forward, Masuta burning and dead. That's going to be Klim with a great headshot. Doesn't need a rifle if he's got the Deagle. And now he can get onto the AK. So that resets to a 4v4. We'll see MIBR get back into Banana. We got Maka now stepping up to try and close this gap with the AWP.
Yeah, but because it's the AWP, they're confident that he can hold it on his own. They've shipped it away. Lucky's gone. And I mean, maybe he's rewarding them for their confidence with that opening kill and slowing things down with the Molotov, but they want to press the issue with the Extinguish.
Yeah, just going through it. Maka is going to miss the shot, dropping back to new box, spamming down though. His Ecstasy through that CT smoke is connected onto Venom Zera, really slowing this MIBR T side down. Not looking great. Brenner's going to send a shot back through the smoke. Maka got to step up here. 2 bullets left in the gun before the reload, and he's out of ammo, but he's got teammates. And 3D Max starting to get something to celebrate.
Yeah, both teams really struggling to get good looks at the B bomb site. Every time both teams have tried to shift into it late, the site's not available to them. The op shot, the follow-up Molotov to delay things, buys the time for the rotation to come in. Both defenses managing these late round B attacks very, very well on their CT halves. Offenses so far in this quarterfinal having a very tough time. Here's the opening from Masuta. And Maka just had a relatively comfortable round. They could never get close to him. Now he's getting hyped up. Now we've got some energy coming into the 3D Max side. This comeback is well and truly on. 3 rounds away. MIBR has been stuck on 11 now for 4 rounds. And haven't even really gotten close in any of those. And it looks like this will be the 3rd time in a half-buy round where they come back to this Hulls pop. Worked the first time when Insani gets an opening kill with a Deagle from lane from short. They got stuffed last time they ran it, and maybe this time again.
Trying to get out of the balcony, Gravity and Maka with multiple kills in quick succession. And this gap is closing rapidly. MongolZ out with a Tech-9. Good second kill out towards P. They're just some style points and not much else.
And prioritizing the AK-47s as well because they're so rich. Maka calls him off, picking up the AWP because he can afford it. Wants to make sure the strong rifles are there for his teammates. 11-9. The lead is cut to 2. Oh, so fast. Now 5 straight for 3D Max. Defense has locked in.
Beautiful CT side. That inspiring speech has led them back into this game, Jason. True leader in Maka. And let's see how this comeback continues. It could be 12 right now for MIBR. I just think they lost the pistol round as well, 3D Max, which makes this really impressive if they do run this all the way back.
Yeah, well, they also lost the eco round in the 3rd round too, so I even got another piece of impressive nature into it. Ooh, maybe a little bit too eager, maybe a little bit too much pep in the step now. Hasn't scaled it back yet. That might cause it in the future.
Too much pep.
Way too much pep.
MongolZ up through Banana. And he's going to land towards the coffins. No one from 3D Max aggressive enough on B for that to be an issue. They're leaving Lucky over here solo, but doesn't feel the most comfortable, so they're going to shift that up and bring Maka over here, who has shown that he's capable of holding onto that B bomb site alone. I'll free up Lucky to go back over towards A. Maka sees that smoke down towards CT. Will toss his own out to try and keep these players back. In fact, MIBR have enough to do with B. They're going to walk into the stack of players. This is the best chance for 3D Max to hold on to the round.
Yeah, but they're doing another Halls pop. Maybe not a full... Yeah, the bomb is coming. Klim's going to come. So this will be the 4th Halls pop they call. This time, though, with AK-47. So they clearly see something here that they think they can exploit.
Oh, well, that's a great shot. Yeah, you can exploit that. Yeah, they see it pretty clearly. Lucky and Masuta trying to come back and hold this together. Lucky gets 1, but both A players gone, and Maka, good luck. There's nothing you can do other than save that AWP, get comfortable, hang on to it, and that is map point for MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to MIBR. They're dead right. There is something there they can take control of. 3D Max might be just like, okay, that's 4 times? Now they're just going to keep attacking us at Halls? Perhaps expecting something different, but MIBR just runs you over. So that's 12. Finally put an end to the streak. But you have to say, 3D Max does a great job getting this close. So, I mean, well, previously I'd kind of written off the comeback. I'm not going to write it off here because they are close enough to strike back and still force overtime. They need 3 rounds in a row. 20 kills on Klim in this game so far for MIBR. LNZ has 17 on the other side of the map. 16 for Masuda to lead the way on 3D Max. 15 for Gravity. And MIBR finally gets up to 12, and that's a deep sigh of relief. Now you have the cushion. You have the parachute of overtime. You cannot lose in regulation, so you can play a little bit looser. Round 22 coming in. Full buy for the 3D Max side. Again, that money was just so strong. Damn. That is not a bad shot at all, and good utility on the follow-up push. 3 map-winning opportunities for MIBR. They begin right now.
Blocking out top mid, attempting to slow things down, but there's no slowing this MIBR down. They're going to go around the corner, clear out Gravity. Masuto at least getting 1, but into the archway towards CT, and Sani will run. Lucky hearing the steps, gets his rifle out. And Venom Zera slowing down just in time, so he doesn't walk into a multi-kill. Great shot from Maka's 5-7.
Yeah, Venom's probably pissed. That's a kill he should have had. That's the exact one he was looking for, was ready for it.
I mean, Pit is such a powerful position here. Ecstasy can't afford. Oh, what? He just steps out. He gives up his life.
Yeah, I don't really know why, and I don't really know why you jump up in that particular location.
There's no reason to do that. You have given MIBR the way to close this map.
Yeah, open things up. That Pit position just so strong to stay alive in. So huge mistake from Exercise that's going to have even bigger consequences potentially if they go on to lose this. A tough retake. They've got all 3 kits. They've got a good amount of utility, but still a hard bomb site to retake even with those tools at your disposal.
They're going to burn LNZ out into the open. Can he get 1 before going down? Brun is going to help him from Pit. LNZ up for it, and that mistake is going to cost him this comeback. 3D Max lucky up against Breno. Can't stop him. MIBR with a wonderful first half. Finally close things out here on Inferno. And 3D Max to come back in this quarterfinal, they have to rely on Ancient despite their ancient history.
Yeah, ancient history is what they are on this map, at least, Inko. MIBR, that's kind of what I expected to happen. I feel at this tournament, at least, the individual parts of MIBR have been good, even when the macro game has been kind of falling apart.
And the unfortunate thing is, Richard, we have a couple of rounds we'll talk about later on, but there's so many tiny individual mistakes being made by the 3D Max players, who are the more experienced side, who have players who played in so many bigger events than a lot of the players in MIBR. That final round, why was XSC's climbing out of pit? You're the only guy. You have all the plays towards Arch. You know the smoke's coming in towards Moto. I mean, a smoke can be deployed, can cut him off. He just jumps out of pit, gives them a free entry.
Probably had
A-bomb
PTSD from when he got one bulleted by LNZ in the previous round.
Well, he still didn't do anything, did he? That was a
Not safe, you know.
Bro, that was a 4v2. That's a round they had no business losing. And yeah, so many mistakes being made by 3D Max, because that was, in all honesty, a very commendable attempt at a comeback. But unfortunately, you slip up like that when you have not that many rounds to work with, you will fail.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a tale of two CT sides, right? I mean, both have started out really scrappy, you know, kind of a back and forth, maybe the first 4 to 5 rounds, especially in the second half where you have, you know, the pistol victory turn into like an anti-eco and things of that nature. What I will, though, do is give a little bit of credit to Made in Brazil for how well they played defensively in that first half. It just seemed like every time 3D Max went for an engagement, whether it was when they were wrapping, you know, Art side or whether they were taking a fight at Banana, there was always that extra man there for Made in Brazil. You know, they never really let someone get isolated. There was always really good trade potential. They had like these little micro like bait and switch setups, or, you know, just, you know, good trading efficiency, I think is really kind of the best way to sum it up. And it was really all across the map. And this dude just continues to deliver. We were talking about it pregame. This is a guy that everyone's going to start having their eyes on real soon. And I just want to put this one out there. He's only on loan to Made in Brazil right now. So this is a guy who is beefing up his resume quite a bit. I'll be curious to see what kind of future he has, because he's one of those oppers that's like the perfect mix of a really good opper, but has a really deadly rifle too, which is what you need to have in today's day and age. And he's got both, and he's been looking really impressive on this main.
Yeah, we interviewed Insani when he joined us, and we were talking about Klim, and he just said this kid's crazy. Like, he thinks he's one of the best AWPers in the world, or certainly destined to be there.
Especially in a day and age where finding a good AWPer is so very hard, right? We have a few players who are, you know, who are really good in Tier 3, Tier 2. They come to a proper team, play on a big LAN, and just completely crumble. This has not been the case. He came into this event as the highest rated player alongside Insani, and he continues to deliver time and time again. So, yeah, I completely agree with Dust that CD side was not just how good they were countering what 3D Max was throwing at them, but how disruptive they were on his retakes. They didn't allow 3D Max to even get the bomb down before you have 2 or 3 guys just pushing through the smoke. So all in all, just great stuff from the Brazilian side.
Yeah, again, it's just how they played off of each other, like the way that they were setting up Klim for these trades, you know, the way they were, you know, timing the blowing open of smokes, or just in general how they play together. Again, they're never facing one guy at a time. It's always multiple targets that they have to deal with. And so that just goes to show that Made in Brazil, despite not being together for that long and not being internationally tested, they clearly have some good like team play and protocols in place. And I think that, you know, again, we for a long time with Made in Brazil, we're just like, man, we feel like Insani's kind of wasting away on this team. You know, what's going on? They've been through different in-game leaders. They had done different roster changes. They even brought Breno back after benching him. And it's just like, it seemed like this, you know, organization was destined to fail. But now you bring in Linus, experienced European IGL. You bring in Letney, an experienced European coach. And it's injected a new flavor into the squad that's really helped them look sharper.
Yeah, I think it hit the nail on the head with Linus and Letney coming in. Like, you can see how different they look from the previous iteration with had Kicker in the lineup and whatnot. Like, everyone seems to be on the same page.
Yeah, it's organized.
And very organized. And Linus said it in an interview on HLTV as well. It's like, you know, in this team, people are respecting my cause, listening to what he's doing. And you can clearly see how evident it is in the server.
Well, why don't we take a look at some of these rounds?
I want to highlight a round a little early in the first half, and I feel like this is the turning point in that first half, right? This is when MIBR ran away with it. You look at how much time is remaining here. Such less time to work with, and then we're going to see another Molotov being dropped in. Look at the time. It's a 5 versus 5. They have to force their way into it. That's a failed smoke by Gravity. You can't scrub the CT smoke right there. The players boosted up top. They come in. They do a pretty decent job trading out, but then for Linus, that's like 3 kills right there, right? He finds the first kill. They don't check him. He gets a second kill. They run out of time. Small, little, tiny mistakes. And I don't want to point fingers. I just looked at who messed up that smoke. CT Inferno is CT smoke in Inferno is a very hard smoke to mess up. Sure, you might not get the smoke which blooms a little bit higher up, you know, blocks off the boosted player, but messing it up like that, and after that, MIBR just went on a streak of rounds. So again, individual, the little dots, the little T's not getting crossed by 3D Max on the T side.
Yeah, and there was another one you wanted to highlight as well.
And this is just to highlight MIBR. This is what Dust was pointing out as well, right? It's going to come down to, once again, the B bomb side hit. That's what 3D Max are trying to, get a lot of the rounds. Again, Klim getting a nice opening kill over there. Now look at the re-aggression. It's a 5 versus 4. You expect MIBR to play a little bit passively, but no. Nade and rifle combo, and then they try to enter in the bomb side. They blow up the smoke. Bomb gets planted, and then perfect flashback. Beautiful flash. Klim comes in, gets a first. Last guy, 1 versus 4. No chance in hell. Just to highlight how disruptive they were, and they just never allowed 3D Max to, kind of play out the game plan, so to speak, right? Being a man down early in these rounds. Because if you go back to some of the Infernos 3D Max played this tournament, it was a T side where they found a lot of their rounds, a lot of the success, and that had to be the comeback. And if they had been allowed to win a couple of these T rounds with the comeback they had on the CD side, who knows? It could have been overtime.
I mean, here's the difference, though, Dust. You know what? You think back to earlier tournaments when we were talking about 3D Max. The one thing we always used to say was, well, they can beat anyone on Inferno. And that was like, sure, 3 IGLs ago, but 2 of those IGLs is the IGL they got now, and the other guy is still playing on the team. And they just, I don't know, they just looked really flat, like out of ideas. They just didn't really do anything.
I mean, the identity of this team was they were always good enough to get invited to tournaments. That's step one. And then step two is they could sometimes punch above their weight in a group stage game, because even if they didn't have a true star player, or maybe if they were mismatched overall talent on the server, they could get you tactically, right? And what really this team was prided upon particularly was how well they layered their utility, how good their spacing was, how they scaled like a team, how they never really let someone feel stranded. And you're looking at these games where it's just like even the basics aren't being met anymore. And it's tough for me because when they first moved Gravity to the IGL, it actually at first worked out. Like they were a little bit more reactionary. They had a little bit more pace to them. It added a new element to their game. But we saw it deteriorate. We've now seen Maka come back to the helm. I think they were also hoping maybe Maka would increase his performance, not having the IGL. That didn't really happen. And so he's back at the helm where they were at their best, in my opinion, tactically. But I'm still not seeing that same level of sharpness in the play calling that they used to have when they were actually a team that could, cause a ruckus. Again, this is a team that made a CAC final, made an EPL top 8. Like they had their moments at one point, but now they're kind of fading back into the background.
And it's also like, for example, there was one round where when the Mountainous come back and they knew it's going to be a pop towards the A bomb side. 3 CTs lying in wait. They know exactly the hits coming in. They don't get a single kill against Pistols. Sure, Insani was hitting a nutty opening kill, but the fact that not a single smidgen of damage being dealt out onto that hit, and you see that, you're like, yeah, this seems like the writing's on the wall. And again, I'll say this, Rich. What happened in the group stage, the win they had over PARIVISION and everything, I just feel like it's a bit of, it's an anomaly. I feel like this is a dead team walking. Too many small little mistakes being made. They look a little too flat. We saw even the comms, right, where I believe it was Maka saying, come on, guys, let's get everything going. But just look at the body language. It wasn't really there. And with this map gone, I feel like it's going to be a 2-0 for MIBR.
Yeah, well, let's talk about why. We've got a few minutes. Ancient. Dinko alluded to it in his nice throw there, where he's talking about ancient history. I'll try and do something with that when I throw to break. But yeah, ancient history for 3D Max, not good.
No, it really hasn't been. It's been a long, long time since they were a good team. I mean, I feel like at a time they were. Like, they kind of revolutionized how you would chain flash middle for control of it on the T side. They were kind of the ones that were trend-setting, but now they've really struggled with this 5. They've struggled the last 6 months with the Core 4. It's been a really tough one, but Made in Brazil, they've been on a heater domestically on this map, even beaten a couple of decent teams you'd recognize. I think what I love about this team is, again, Insani at middle. The dude's just nasty. Like, he's so confident. He's very strong in the entry fragging. And I think what else has been nice about this team is what I've noticed on Ancient, what they've done with Insani is they're not using him as a pure hard entry anymore. They're kind of letting him call his own shots a little bit more. Sometimes we'll like lurk middle, for example, or sometimes someone like Linus or Breno on the extremities are willing to go in first to let Insani trade frag. This is a guy that used to take like over 30% of this team's opening duels. It was insane. Now he's back on more of an equal level. They're spreading that distribution out a lot, and I think that combined with the pacey plays they bring to the table, they're an efficient squad on this map.
Yeah, and also like Venom Zero taking a lot more of the T side opening attempts as well. I think it's really helped out because obviously you want, as good as Insani is, you don't want him to just get an opening kill and die. You want him to get that multi-kill, right? So the fact that they are kind of reinventing, so to speak, how he's playing this team is really cool. But here's the thing, man, for 3D Max, this map has looked very rough. Why I'm telling the writing's on the wall with this particular series is against Voca, came down 19-16, came down to almost losing that map. They lost to Bait as well, a team that's been struggling so far, and to open things up, they got smacked by FOKUS 13-6. So I look at all of that, and despite the caveat that MIBR's, a lot of the results have been with domestic opposition, they look so much better, at least from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think for me, for 3D Max, what has to happen is two things. One is they made the pivot to putting Lucky back into star CT positions when Body departed the roster, and he had a really good tournament up until this match. I think he was like in the top 10 rated for the tournament, definitely one of the highest rated players out there.
Yeah.
And, you know, make something of this, right? They've now kind of given you that responsibility. You're going to be fighting Insomnia a lot in the middle position. You're going to have to be able to come out on top. And this is also a situation where I hope they can get Masuda involved. You know, he's the other kind of more active mid player on the team on both sides of the map. He's a guy who can really make things happen for me. And it was just tough to see him really be able to get to his ceiling in that last one. So I hope he can here.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. We are going to go to a break. And as Dinko said, 3D Max are going to have to rewrite ancient history if they're going to make a series of this one. We'll see you in a moment.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready? Counter-Strike!
What is going on, everybody? It's time to chat to some of our players here at PGL Bucharest and pick their brains on the recent changes to ammo and how magazines work. With Krabini of FUT, with Dewi of Inner Circle, with Rek of Wildcard, Mazzinho of the MongolZ, Zwei of PARIVISION, Mutaris of BC.Game. Are you for or against the new magazine change?
I am Not against. I am full yes.
Full send, you're for it.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm for because like it's more realistic, so I like it, and also some noobs I think will mess up with this one.
Yeah. So you think it makes the game more tactical, perhaps?
I think no, but like I like all the that is that some change like mechanic, like the smokes you by HE nading, like I like this all the new mechanics. So yeah, I like.
Yeah, I think I'm for it. It gives more thought to the game, right? It makes it more realistic, and I think some people may like that, some people may not. But me personally, definitely realism makes it more enjoyable, and maybe it will affect it in the future, and maybe someone I'm playing against in a 1v1 runs out of ammo because of it. I'm gonna be thankful for it,
Yeah, it sucks.
Why?
I don't know. Like they're talking about this more realistic, but I don't think this changes necessarily. Yeah.
You don't think it's a change that was needed?
Yeah, it doesn't need it. Maybe CZ is updated for first rounds. Maybe we can see a lot of CZ on officials, like on city side first round.
I can't say that I against them, but I don't think it was needed. But if Valve thinks that it will change something, that then whatever. But I don't really care about it. Like I don't feel any emotions about it.
I think it's okay. I think for me it was okay. I think I didn't saw my teammates complaining about that. So
Yeah.
I mean, for me it didn't change so much.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest 2026 quarterfinals day here in the PGL Studios. MIBR taking on 3D Max. We move on to Ancient. It's MIBR taking a one-map lead in the series. And the nightmare scenario for 3D Max is that they're not very good on this map. So it's kind of an issue because they could be eliminated right here, right now.
Yeah, it's looking very likely. I'm really impressed by Klim, obviously, on that map. He looked really good on the rifle. As you were mentioning, Jason, when we went into the green room, we're like, didn't really buy the op as much as I thought he was.
Yeah, I thought he'd use the op a little bit more. I didn't even, even on the CT side, I think he even stuck with an AK for a good chunk of it. He swapped out during a clutch and never went back. He's like, nope, AK feels like home. And obviously, no complaints there as MIBR, I think a stronger win than the scoreline would even suggest, 13-9. But felt like dominant for MIBR all the way through. That 3D Max offense never got running in the first half. The defense kind of had that stretch, but mistakes individually from 3D Max players. It just did not look like a great game from their side.
Yeah, coming into Ancient, tough to see how they're going to pull this quarterfinal back, but man, if there is one way to do it, I suppose you got to start strong. You got to try and put that Inferno behind you immediately and just get the ball rolling. I mean, Exorcist, we always give him some compliments. We talk about him as like a playmaker on this team. He can often be the X factor. Might not always be at the top of the team, but he'll find some impact. I mean, he had impact on the outcome of the game. It's just not the impact he wanted. I mean,
he did make a play.
Yeah, he made that play in the last round, but he really struggled here. 0.58 rating on that first map, 10 and 20. I mean, obviously he's going to be wanting to turn that around as we get into this next map because he can be such an impactful player for 3D Max.
I'm with you, though. The hot start for 3D Max feels necessary, not even so much for what happens inside the server, but just for the mentality of the team to kind of snap them into shape. Out mid very quickly is Insani leading the way. Smoke in red room, and they're going to chuck decoy out towards Donut. Bomb's headed towards the B bomb site. A little bit of aggression, but VenomZera tucks in.
You see him rapidly calling as well, telling everybody that they're running down. He just can't get a shot off. Well, he can get a lot off, just not landing any of them. Exocy's going to grab first blood, but then LNZ straight back to it. Klim in with a clean one. And we fall to 2 players here for 3D Max. The bomb is leaped its way into the site, but Masuda's being wrapped upon. And he just can't change the outcome of the round. So the plant comes through. MIBR really clinical pistol. They lose 1 player in VenomZera, but the rest of the recovery is perfect.
Yeah, kind of trapped between Klim coming through the double doors and LNZ playing out towards Jaguar. That's a rough trap to get set up in with the aggressive play and just get deleted again. So pissed around to MIBR, that hot start, that's not going to happen. So now we're going to have to win in other ways if you're 3D Max. We're going to have to reverse this in a different kind of a style. They did win the second round back on Inferno after losing the pistol. Let's see if they have any kind of a plan to set up here for that sort of a trap. Not investing anything yet on the 3D Max side. MIBR, Mac 10 is picked up. A couple of rifles also in the mix. And they get to try and extend this lead early, and actually looks like 3D Max is just going to sit back on the USPs. Shotgun is picked up for Exorcist, no armor. So saving a little bit of money, but just wants one weapon to do some damage. Sold back the shotgun.
Yeah. Get rid of that. Fake it out a little
just
bit.
wanted the decoy.
Fake it out a little bit. A little fake sound cue.
Thank you, Jay. Fine work from the observing team.
Not so fine work from 3D Max, though. Not expecting anything in this round. They're going to be stacked towards A, and MIBR going towards B. So you kind of have the worst start possible. MIBR going to be 2-0 up. We'll get a buyout for 3D Max in the next, but from MIBR, they're going to be loving how much money they're building up. They have 3 Mac 10s. I'm sure they're going to be ravenous for some eco kills.
Well, it also makes you feel like that next gun round that comes in, which will be the next one in 3D Max buys, if they still have these 2 or 3 Mac 10s, going to be pacey. Going to be pacey, going to be aggressive.
Khalil spotting him out in middle now. Send the 8, Klim. Be a little careful. You got the best weapon. He's going to be peeking out, trying to hunt some of those eco kills down. Klim's lost. The AK-47 will be picked up. Another one from Asuta. And the Mac 10s do make money in the end. Cleaning up, just recover those rifles, upgrades on the Mac 10s. And so you might not have to go for that quicker play now that those Mac 10s mostly get upgraded.
Yeah, you can have some different options available to you. 1 Mac 10 is brought into this round on the hands of Insani. 2-0. M4s and FAMAS and plenty of utility for the 3D Max side. They are missing kits, so keep an eye on the retakes and the pacing of them. And the first gun round here on Ancient begins now. It's going to be Insani heading over towards Elbow. All 4 other players from MIBR heading towards B lane. Okay. That's happened. LNZ just wants to kind of throw a mock rush into the mix, finds an opening kill. Now the follow-up utility, they're happy to follow that up.
And to the side onto default. Suta's going to block out Cave.
It's kind of weird. They had so much success, I think they're almost concerned about committing to this.
And Masuta going forward, he does get traded out, but Lucky's right beside him, so numbers stay even here. 3D Max have the right pieces in the right place, but Insani is going to try and get in behind. And once this pause happens, you start to consider the fact that a player could be coming through Red Room. Insani realizes he's likely going to be detected, so he uses utility to try and isolate the fight. As the bomb tries to get towards Donut, they are sprinting for this final maneuver towards the A site.
No smoke or Molotov to block off the CT choke points, so bomb will get planted. That one's safe. Nobody's going to challenge it. Utility advantage over to the side of MIBR. Remember, there's no kits. They're here quick. They're here with plenty of time.
Oh.
And Breno never considered it. He didn't think they had the timing to beat him to Temple. Klim going elsewhere. I think this round is just done. I don't even think Klim comes back and really tries to stop it too much.
Nah, he's not going to be able to do it, surely. A little bit too far to the right, that defusal. And he will get spammed down through the smoke by Maka. So 3D Max going to celebrate. They got the round victory. But still a lot of hard work to be done here.
It's a weird round. I mean, you get the opening kill from LNZ. And then the follow-up is kind of slow to come into the B bomb site, and then you bail out with Insani's position in Red Room, who dies as soon as you're making the transition. I just felt like MIBR didn't have like a good way to follow up that opening kill. They get it, but then you're kind of stuck in no man's land where the smoke and the utility fades. It's not replenished, so everyone's kind of exposed. 2 players far back, 2 players highly aggressive. A little bit disconnected in the round for MIBR, but the idea was there, the opening kill was there, the opportunity was available. Well, Insani punished for not breaking that smoke all the way open.
They're out A main. Pack of players running behind the big box now. Good shot from Breno. Axis sees topples, and so does the A bomb site with that kill. Rotations here from Lucky and Donut. The plan is going to come through from Klim. Gravity moving through Donut would be a sweet treat to deny that bomb plant, but can't do so.
Ooh, smoke.
So MIBR actually able to back off into good post-plant positions. They've penetrated the temple as well.
That helps the CTs scale.
It does allow them out of the Donut, doesn't it? It's even more important to hold on to the temple, which Breno's done. LNZ on the boost. It's hard to not see him getting one, and in fact, he gets multiple frags. So responses there. MIBR lose their first round in the previous, and they bounce back instantly.
Really quick reaction. And Sani, with his aggressive play towards elbow, calls out 2 players in middle. One was close up that killed them. He spotted the second player firing. So once MIBR realized 2 players are in middle, they know at worst they've got a 4v1 at the A bomb site. Really decisive swing behind the Molotov as well. Maka's able to grab one and keep that AK-47 alive for the next. But MIBR preventing 3D Max from getting into this game. Stop short at just 1 round. And money becomes a little bit of an issue for the CT side. It'll be a massive issue moving forward if they invest here and lose. So a timeout is taken because 3D Max need to talk over how they want to approach this next stretch of rounds with the economy that they're working with. So MIBR just piecing together exactly what they're up against. LNZ looking down the line saying, hey, they're not going to be at full buy, right? And everyone's giving him the affirmation. So a good sense that they're going up.
Son, whatever you say, buddy.
Yeah. Yep, sounds good. You're the man. I have it right. There are weapons with stopping power. M4, AK-47, 2 FAMAS, and an MP9. There's a good amount of utility as well. So there is some danger for 3D Max to be able to contest in this round. 1 kit on Gravity.
Nades. Oh, a lot of them landing towards LNZ, so not able to burst out elbow the way he would have liked. But Insani and VenomZera taking fights, 4 kills in a couple of seconds here for MIBR. 3D Max just left out to dry. It's lucky 1v3. There's just nothing he can do to change the outcome of this round. It is 4-1 within a couple of seconds.
I mean, it's aggressive in 2 different places on the map at the same time. So MIBR doing a lot to just put a lot of traffic into the 3D Max comms.
Yeah.
And force them to make decisions now, because you now have B defenders who have struggled with that, early peak from LNZ a couple rounds back. Now you get a double out of VenomZera, have success in mid on that as well. So 2 parts of the map are probably calling for assistance. And you just flood those comms, and there's no way for 3D Max to stop the tide of attack. And that's the economy knocked out. And I would imagine that's the call LNZ makes when he looks down the line and says, they don't have a full buy, right? They're going to be a little bit bruised. And everyone says yes. He's like, great, let's be aggressive off that. I think that buy was probably better than they expected, but it still works out. 3-round lead for MIBR, T-side Ancient.
Well, the Max 7 out for Ecstasies, D-Goals. I mean, the buy here just tells you everything you need to know about the conditions of the game right now. 3D Max out on their feet. MIBR having a great time in this quarterfinal. Expected a much better showing from 3D Max. Incredibly slow start on Inferno. Getting a slow start here on Ancient. Some missed utility from MIBR towards Gravity. Molotov would have forced him out of his position he's currently in. Regardless, he still has to fall back.
I think if you're 3D Max in this round, you just get a kill down middle. I almost feel like, I think they're going to come test and see if they can get a couple gifts maybe, but saving, oh, not anymore. Now that he's gotten a second kill, now you come for it. Ooh, a dink from the pistol. Oh, that's brutal. Back-to-back fantastic double kills for VenomZera.
Yeah, he's really feeling it now, even down to low HP. Realizes there's no falling back from that. You kind of only have one option. It is to just stand there and fight, and he wins both of them. Bruno in the cubby. His life to the 5-7. Can be so quick to kill that 5-7. And Klim, the high HP player. And VenomZera still confident despite the low HP. MIBR celebrating every single round victory. Even though they sustained some heavy damage there.
A round-winning double kill from VenomZera in the previous, and a round-saving double kill here in this round. So that's lovely impact in back-to-back rounds for VenomZera. He's feeling real good at 5-4 at the moment. Quality, not quantity for him. Takes the dink early as well, just stands his ground. Beautiful shooting.
5-1 lead. Full buy has returned for 3D Max. An all-out for Maka. Some speed from MIBR getting out through B lane. looking to apply pressure through Jag. A Molotov goes in, Flash to follow it, and LNZ just making his way in here. Oh, he can hit the pause button if you're MIBR. He's decent control of the map already. Mac is expecting a Heaven peak to come in at some point.
Well, now LNZ knows. Well, I was curious about the economy the last time. He knows this is going to be a full buy. So you have to assume the AWP is in field. So taking his time, not swinging just yet.
Oh, just trying to look away. Always a risk in that timing. Just as he commits a little bit further into middle. Flash comes in, he gets blinded by it. So it's so important that Exorcist and Lucky get those 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, that's you could see that aggression and Donut from the AWPer is also paired up with the aggression in Red Room. So nice teamwork. 2 players close up here. I don't think Venom's got a double kill on him this time.
No, he's going to go down. Klim couldn't get 2. And now Breno 1v3. He has got the bomb.
I think at this point you don't plant yet. You know one's over in cave. You have the location of Masuta, kind of. You want to shave off 1 kill before you commit to a bomb plant. You want to find at least 1 player. 30 seconds.
Okay, you got to clear Lucky, and you can't take that. Oh, he pulled the knife out.
I hate this.
Why did you clear the corner with your knife?
I don't know, but what's with this trend? I don't know, of players just pulling knives out when they're walking in these situations. I'm not a huge fan of it.
Especially when you're still actively clearing the corner. Like,
yeah, you're playing the game, my brother.
The corner, but you know, if he's there, I can't do anything.
Okay, well, that's a round for 3D Max.
Don't understand that really, but whatever. Two rounds now for 3D Max, yeah, and for MIBR. I mean, you have taken some damage over the last couple of rounds thanks to Lucky, who was able to get some damage on that rifle, and you can see the effect of losing 1 round. MIBR are down to Khalil's on 2, attack 9. They've got an AK and an AWP. And Klim going to take it for a spin. We wanted to see more of the AWP, so let's see what he can do with it. Going into the peak. Misses the shot on Gravity. Tough shot to land, though.
Forces a smoke out of Gravity. He'll at least be happy with that. Good presence of the AWP to put some pressure on the defense. And Sani's still just trying to be as much of a nuisance as possible over in middle. Deploys the Red Room smoke, starts sliding out the back wall of mid, grabbing angles, and he'll stay and play as a lurk. Good kill from Klim, good boost up over the smoke, and now Insani can start playing.
They're already running over the top of that B bomb site. Insani does activate towards the donut player. Masuta, that is what's required. A couple of kills coming in. Maka also stepping up. And it's the M&M combo taking over the site. That's a wrap on this round, unless Insani can pull this one off. It's a 1v3. He's taking Masuta down straight away, and that defuse is now happening again. He's come back to the same spam. Insani not connecting it in time, or at all, on the second time of asking. That'll be the round here. So a timeout required.
It's the second time we've seen like MIBR hit this B bomb site while Insani's aggressively lurking in middle. And it's the second time we've seen them actually get in fine on the first layer of attack into the B bomb site, but no follow-up nades or utility to kind of close off those choke points. So 3D Max is having the advantage in the retakes to a certain extent. This time they come out on top. The lead closes to just 2. And MIBR's money is taking quite a hit. So we're going to see a couple of AK-47s brought out, but 3 players saving pretty much everything they got. And Sani and Klim on those rifles, so we'll see what they can do heading into round 9. Maka still with the AWP.
All right, Jason, time to find out if it's going to be 3 rounds max.
Surely they get 1 more. Surely.
They can't lose
across the rest of this map.
You can't lose this round.
They get 1 more.
You gotta throw it in that. You know, farm the chat a little bit, Jason. You know, they love a 3 rounds max spam. We got Lucky, who's got the opening, and really, there should be no way in which 3D Max let this one slide. We got Mako who's taking Venom 0 down, so no big impactful multi-kill coming out of him. Z hit the shot, but it was through the bricks, so sounded more impactful than it really was.
More intimidating than it actually was.
Yeah.
And Sani hasn't been able to do anything over at elbow, been smoked out constantly with one of these AK-47s, so that weapon hasn't been able to be put into play quite yet. 2 players, though, aggressive in middle. Masuda's backed off, but you still have Exorcist chilling, and now he's going to slide his way in towards Jaguar with some safety.
Oh, okay. Nice and clean for Exorcist, dealing with both threats. Insani trying to keep the economy modest. Ending damage here is actually very effective. Went for the reload, getting pushed at Heaven and Donut at the same time here, Insani. All right, Gravity, don't show him too much, and then Heaven players not continuing to push. Obviously, they have possession of the bomb, so no need to. He has to come back to them, and they know that, and so they make sure that they remove him. So 3D Max actually playing themselves into this first half now.
Yeah, they've done a very good job coming back into this. We'll see if MIBR's offense can scrape together a few more. There's a little bit of economic damage in that round from Insani, but nothing too crazy. So 3D Max sitting nice with this buy, and they've got some cash built up behind them as well for the future. 3 rounds remain in this opening half of Ancient. Coming into this map after the dominant win on an Inferno for MIBR, you're coming into a map where there's only a 31% win rate for 3D Max, so it feels very dire, but at least we're seeing them put up some resistance right now.
And they're coming at the A bomb site relatively quickly here, MIBR, and the only player here to deal with it is Exorcist inside of Donut. What they want, they'll have the A bomb site.
They haven't given a whole lot of love to the B bomb site, so I don't think there's a whole lot of reason for 3D Max to put defense, but Insani's just a monster.
That's just wild.
That's the round.
You have just actually won the round. You've killed the quickest rotator to the A site, and you've killed the only defender of the A site.
Yeah, I think if you're 3D Max, it's time to back off and save. Boring kind of response, but you're not getting into this bomb site. You're not winning a 3v5, and while the money's okay and you have some built up behind you, Exorcist is going to need a drop.
I mean, that's a great round from Insani. Just takes the fight away from their opponent.
He's gotten, outside of the rounds where they've pushed aggressively and 3D Max play aggressive in middle, he's pretty much gotten free run. He's been able to challenge in Donut. He's been able to step up towards Red Room as well.
He's about to get another one.
Another one.
And, yeah, I mean, this is a situation where the money is not great for 3D Max. Like, it's not fully built up. Masuta and Mac have a little bit of extra cash for those. Every kill really matters if they're wanting to stay competitive down the stretch here. And Insani went on for a 4K, finally taken down by Masuta, but the cavalry is arriving, and it's down to just a single player. Fortunately, the most expensive weapon, though, gets saved over.
Yeah, and I mean, it's unfortunately only one player needs a drop, and that's going to come from Maka. Everyone else can buy themselves. They'll have to drop down to Famos if they want utility. Stay away from some head armor as well for those extra nades. So yeah, not a perfect buy, but still got plenty. However, this is kind of the round, and this sort of decides if it's going to be a close affair or if it's going to be an 8-4. If MIBR win this round, taking the weapons away, there's nothing to fight with in the last round for 3D Max.
Oh, well, they fight on, and they go into middle with 3 players.
And once again, A is the call. Gravity alone with an M4, off angle at the big box.
And Venom Sarah is going to try and keep these mid players busy, but not going to arrive in time to take all that contact and keep them placed in mid. So Gravity, let's see what you've got. Here comes the A play. Hiding it behind the big box. Molotov's going to force it back into the temple. Great quick kill from Gravity. His teammate Exorcist arrived towards the donut. He's going to come through that smoke and actually makes the most of it. I don't know how he hasn't died there, but I think 3D Max will take it.
How did he only take he only took like 15 damage from Breno as well, like nothing landed. Okay, so that smoke towards CT is deep. It's gonna make MIBR nervous for the moment, so they pause as the bomb is on the ground. There's no more re-smokes as well. This is an issue they had at the B bomb site throughout this half, is they don't have the follow-up layer of utility to secure some safety inside the bomb site. They're scrambling right now. No one's really sure what they can do to get out of this situation. Good pop flash, good kill. Now we have a 3-on-3, and that's workable.
Yeah, no. As this was going on, 3D Max are resetting and putting all of their forces together inside a middle. They're going to try and retake all through Donut, which makes this really difficult because you've got 2 Ts who are now in the post-plant position of CT.
They've moved themselves out of position, though, to really defend the defuse.
Yeah, that's true. Look where the bomb is. Okay, well, you can wrap around the temple, get back into the site, and then you'll have a better angle, but it's going to be down to time. That's the issue. No kit available here for 3D Max. That's really important to note. To get into the side, Masuta's got 2 kills, but it has to be Insani to save them again. Looking for impact. He's got the kills. Has he got the round? The time is going to be close here. 3D Max on it. He actually found a kit. So Maka picking that up in the midst of all the chaos. And that will be 3D Max to get back to a retake and a real chance for a 6-6 half now.
Small mistake with big consequences. That second player over in Temple, that's a really nice bait and switch setup. They get the first kill, and they're not going to expect the second one, except he makes a footstep. Right as soon as his teammate dies, he swings a little bit too fast just to get to the angle as quick as he can, and that gives away the footstep that lets 3D Max know that there's a second player Temple. really negates the strength of that post-plant setup, that wraparound through CT spawn.
MIBR still a decent buy going into the last round of the half. 7-5 still possible. Maybe try and slow down that elbow attack and flashes in. It's chaotic, but it's coming out on top for MIBR. Venom Zera and LNZ with kills. Exorcist at least getting one, but he can't get back to safety. Insani hunting him down. Breno sending bullets through that red smoke, and it will be a 7th round here for MIBR.
MIBR should have just rushed every round in this half.
Yeah, they could have.
Every time they have like this hardcore, fast, aggressive play, it works out. There's a kill here, but one at double doors. That was the bomb carrier as well. Klim never had to move. Easy frag for him, and a 7-5 lead for MIBR going into halftime.
Big advantage now going on to the CT side.
Big advantage in these quarterfinals as well, looking to eliminate 3D Max from the PGL Bucharest playoffs. Move on to those semifinals.
You know, we've been talking, I think one of the great points in the desk this morning is MIBR just be more consistent. The level is more consistent than that of 3D Max. Now, 3D Max have been up and down, mostly down this year in 2026, but we've seen that upturn coming into this event. Started really slow, obviously losing the focus, but they started getting better and better, and that win versus PARIVISION, it gave us quite a bit of confidence just in the way that they did it.
I think the scary thing for 3D Max at the moment, we had this conversation on the walk-in. I was like, I wonder if there's like a little like honeymoon period for 3D Max, and then I guess the question would be, would it continue after the major? But if this is a honeymoon period, it's not a great honeymoon.
No. It's like, yeah, it's a very local holiday. They've gone glamping.
No shade on glamping.
No, it's not quite a honeymoon.
It's not quite a honeymoon. Unless she's into that, in which case, or he.
Or they.
Or they. It's all good.
Yeah, I mean, we've covered all bases now, Jason. We're all good.
We're good.
Okay, second half beginning, and we've got plenty of utility available here for 3D Max. Maka with a Molotov smoke and HE, and I like how fast this is looking. I think MIBR are going to be happy they're coming.
Yeah, they're going to be pleased as hell.
Yeah, like, okay, thank you very much. And well, could have went better though. Could have went better. They didn't get the kills required. Venom Zera could change that. Yep, he absolutely will. Again, Venom Zera is shredding them.
That's a sequence. That is a sequence from Venom Zera.
How's he doing this time and time again?
Talk about his impact, man. Triple kill on the pistol round here in the second half. He had the 2 back-to-back rounds with double kills that secured 2 victories for MIBR, set them up nicely. He's having a beast of a game, and now he's starting to climb up the scoreboard as well with 12 kills. Just beautiful shooting as they come sliding around the edge of the smoke. Disgusting performance from Venom Zera. Living up to his namesake.
Getting ready to head into the B site. I mean, 3D Max are just going to get melted, you'd imagine, by the MP9 here. LNZ confident to just move down and take gravity away. He'll stick around. He's got Insani to back him up, and that's enough to crush 3D Max in this round. 9-5, we're seeing MIBR shoot ahead.
Ooh, those are a pair of nice Glock kills against M4s, so that's a little bit weird, but still winning the round. I think they lost an additional M4 at the end of that. They were trying to juggle an M4 back to a teammate, and I think they lost an additional one.
See that, just went into the void.
So, I mean, counted, I guess, in a way, as 3 kills for 3D Max, so decent economic damage.
Don't love to see that.
It's getting weird out there.
Okay, let's see that. That comes back to hurt MIBR. We've got 3 Galils in play here for 3D Max in their first purchase of the second half. We want to prioritize getting utility out rather than those AKs. And one of the AK carriers in Masuta has taken a lot of utility damage. He's down to 45 health, and the round has just begun.
Very chill, very passive. I think this half will start getting difficult for 3D Max if MIBR decide and mix in some of those aggressive plays, the smoke towards double doors, the push down the ramp. We saw 3D Max unable to handle the overwhelming aggression in the first half. But again, a map that's not been kind to them. I imagine there's weaknesses in their setup against that CT aggression. "55 seconds on the clock. Bomb is still dropped all the way back in T-spawn, so Maka and Lucky went through to clear A main. Now going to back off and pick that up. One's going to stay as a lurker towards elbow. That'll be Lucky. And Maka's going to come join up with the team. Smoke just pops at the top of B ramp, which is certainly going to make things more difficult. It's VenomZero with a Molotov and LNZ to defend this B bomb site.
Yeah, they're both playing behind the smokes and not coming out too long together. They could deploy a boost. It's not a bad idea. LNZ actually getting some damage. VenomZero not going to be happy about that. He got the crappy end of the deal there. He's the player boosting the player up. He's got the better weapon, yet he gets spammed down through the smoke. Max happy about this. They're into the site. They've got the player advantage into the post plant, and for MIBR, just going to back away.
That's a good call. Boost up doesn't work whatsoever. Don't really have the utility to come for the retake, and the kill happened so quickly that it didn't really feel like you could get in position to go for a good fight.
You know, maybe you didn't lose so many players in the last round. Maybe you can think about a retake.
Yeah,
at least give it a go.
To a Glock. You know, something's been going through my, just percolating in my head throughout this series.
Here we go.
I'm a little bit stunned seeing this 3D Max today come in after they beat PARIVISION to qualify for the playoffs. Like kind of the favorite for the tournament, number 8 ranked team in the world.
And they also destroyed them.
Yeah, and you smoked them pretty clean. And today coming in, and it's a completely different squad inside the server. I think that's a frustration that I think 3D Max is going to be aware of. I mean, every team, especially the ones kind of struggling to break into Tier 1, always talk about that difficulty of playing in matches, how the team does in practice, but the inconsistency from being able to kind of trounce PARIVISION to qualify to now struggling against MIBR. A little bit of whiplash, but we've also known that PARIVISION hasn't been playing their A game at this event so far either. Here's an aggressive push down middle. Breno along the wall, and Sani has jumped up to look at the B lane.
First kill goes in favor of MIBR, but it's the amount of space they've got with Insani down B lane and Breno push down middle. Oh, this is suffocating, and it's done. I mean, that is a very quick round indeed for MIBR.
No one's fired a bullet back yet from 3D Max.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to save and you're going to give up that last round and not really give it a go, this is the perfect response to make you feel better about yourself. Go into the next round and just walk away with it within the first few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the boost is set up because they hear the push down middle, so they want to exploit Insani, who's gone for the jump up. But I mean, really, the only kind of tactical play that 3D Max was looking to make here was to kind of sneak Exorcist up with an aggressive stance and pop flash him to have a surprising timing on the B defenders. Just none of it works. 3 kills essentially for free for MIBR, and in a 2v5, 3D Max is just going to be saving for a minute.
Yeah, not a great feeling if you're 3D Max. If you're just tuning in, wherever you are in the world, and wondering if there's going to be more Counter-Strike coming your way, there's going to be plenty of Counter-Strike today. We got 4 quarterfinals. We start today with MIBR 3D Max, then Astralis Eyeballers. We'll see JW back in the playoffs.
Hell yeah, we will.
Yeah, we'll see how he goes down against Astralis. We've got Footbait and then MongolZ PARIVISION to round out the day.
Yeah, some cool matches there. Astralis Eyeballers, obviously you mentioned the JW thing. We're going to be casting that one. Anders and Henry will be coming in for Footbait. Excited to see what kind of a run Foot can put together and if Bait can make that a tough game for him. And then obviously MongolZ PARIVISION, the headliner of the day.
I mean, that's what many people thought would be the grand final, but with PARIVISION really dropping the ball in the group stage, is making a lot of mistakes.
Tell you what, though, if you're a PARIVISION player and you wake up today and go to HLTV and you see the quotes from Jamin and Destan after the conversation they surely would have sat you down last night and had with you, you're waking up today and you're full focus. You're going into the server, you're throwing every single smoke, you're making sure you've got it all down.
We're going up against a team that don't even practice, guys. If we don't win this one...
Now that's an inspiring speech.
Yeah.
10-6. Timeout taken. 3D Max having a conversation. Trying to turn their fortunes here. They're investing a lot into this next round. The offense was an issue on Inferno as well. They only netted 3 rounds T-side Inferno, so offense hasn't really been going. And I guess in a sense, that shouldn't be like a terrible surprise. I'm not trying to like make excuses for them. These have been, you know, ugly T-side on Inferno, and this we'll see how this one ends up. But I think the struggles can be kind of expected when you switch the IGL. And yeah, you're going back to someone who's done it before, but
He's never been good at calling Ancient.
There's a different style as well, right? It's stylistically different as a player when you have a different IGL and calling the way he likes to, different setups, different pacings. So there's an adjustment period, but they're really laboring through it.
LNZ waiting on the site, gonna run in towards him. Venom Zera and LNZ with the first 2 kills here. It's shut down around again.
Shit, dude.
I mean, you just saved for a minute, and then that's the round you come in after what looked like quite an intense timeout, a lot of conversation going on, and then you get melted, and now you have to either save again or they're just gonna hunt you down and not wait a full minute. So it's gonna be 11-6. MIBR, very comfortable quarterfinal. You gotta be feeling so happy if you're MIBR.
They got a lot of things going their way right now. Even, I think, Venom Zera in that round, he throws that smoke when he gets blinded, and he's kind of like trying to move away, so it goes sideways, but it still bounces off the wall and into cave, where it's actually a perfect defensive smoke to block. Like, it's just, even the accidents are turning out as a positive for MIBR.
Happy little accidents.
But where's the layered flashbangs? Where are the layered flashbangs to blind these defenders? When the hit actually comes in, the initial salvo of utility had already worn off, and 3D Max is turning the corner and going through that smoke to disadvantage fights. Deep utility down mid. Lucky burns to 32 HP. MIBR want this fight as well. Or at least Insani does.
Feels like one of the most significant results for MIBR, even getting to this point since what feels like Pro League Season 20, where they finished 3rd, 4th back in 2024. So, yeah, I mean, it's impressive to see MIBR with this level and the way they're getting through this quarterfinal. They've got Insani holding on to the donut. Masuta's going to step into him. Maka getting the trade and opening up this A site. Venom Zera trying to get back again. Mr. Impact over here. There's one quick kill getting pushed from A main. Gravity couldn't take him down, so Venom Zera is at least allowed the chance to fall back, but eventually Gravity will finish his meal.
Okay, well, LNZ coming in the flank through Donut. Some attention. Yeah, no more nades, boys. Keep the guns out for the moment. Could win from LNZ. Now it opens up. Klim adds in a one-on-one. We've got Maka, LNZ.
Back on the AK.
Oh, good repause.
Yeah, stays on site. There's no way LNZ's going to think he went back to the default boxes. He steps out into the open. Maka should have this clutch. Really good maneuvers. Defuse being stuck, and Maka to confirm the headshot and the clutch. And yeah, they'll celebrate that one. Maka stepping up when they need it.
Such a nice little sound cue to give to really sell the position that you're going back to Temple, you're going back to big box. And while the smoke is still up, you just completely subvert his expectations. Nice brainy win in the clutch in the 1v1, 11-7. Off in Maka's hands now. Klim's got his as well. Forcing the defense back, taking a little bit of map control now. Exorcist can slide in towards Jaguar. Molotov in towards the cubby and nobody's home, but Venezera has a flashbang set up prime to lay out this trap in middle. Activate Insani for a peek. He sees nothing and is just going to back away.
Just jump spotting.
Sees 2.
Information, Klim. Going to be aware that they could have crossed over towards red. He's going to call that to his teammate. Step was made, so he's going to position himself to try and deal with that threat.
LNZ and Insani turning the back, putting a lot of faith in that smoke. A lot of faith that nobody's going to...
Maybe nervous for a second.
Yeah. This feels like it's going to be a fake, and I think they're going to sell it, because MIBR already looks like on the minimap, like they have an inkling that it's going to be ending at the B bomb site. The execute is going to come out in that direction, but everyone from 3D Max lining up to head back to the A bomb site. I think MIBR is already bit on this.
Lucky. There's blood drawn. Breno and Klim entering the kill feed together here for MIBR. Really important kill from Exorcist with Suta. Sharp to take Breno down. LNZ responds with a kill to the smoke, and we're still even here. Maka will put the bomb down. And they try to get back into post plants. LNZ sends himself forward through the CT smoke and puts it all on VenomZera. Out from Temple. Exorcist right underneath him.
Good timing.
Yeah.
I mean, Maka's looking towards CT spawn for him to come through that smoke, and then just has the idea, just feels it of like, okay, that's how long it would take to get to the Temple entrance. Good turn. Big rounds from Maka and back-to-back performances, 11-8. Just like Inferno, it's felt like a beatdown this whole way, and then right at the tail end, you see MIBR kind of slow down and 3D Max start getting some momentum and some things going their way. On Inferno, it got cut short, so we'll see if 3D Max can keep it up here.
Yeah, on Inferno, though, it was just too much done by MIBR to really pull the comeback off from 3D Max. I wonder if Ancient is going to be the same.
A nuke would be the third and deciding map if 3D Max can pull off the miracle and actually complete this comeback into a map 2 win.
And obviously, they're going to be feeling much more comfortable on nuke. So obviously, the quarterfinal completely reopens if they somehow pull this off. Gravity waiting for some aggression. A number of rounds, LNZ has thrown that CT push in. Got Insani now looking out from Rudd. And then fight down towards the bottom boxes. LNZ has come away with that early kill. Yeah, that's a disastrous kill to lose because now they can swarm that bomb. The two players can stay committed towards it. And 3D Max have to come back to them.
And Sani needs to stop peeking. There's no point in this fight. There's no point. Okay, well, you're going to die. You deserve that one. I'm not going to lie. Bomb's still under control, though, and that's the main problem for 3D Max as they rotate around. Exorcist gets a kill on VenomZera. It's falling apart. It's collapsing.
Yeah, you're a good start to the round. Oh my, pinned to the wall there.
What the? Have you ever seen anything quite like that?
That's a new decoration here on the wall.
That's the mechanic in like Half-Life 2 of hitting someone with a crossbow.
That's
He's
interesting taxidermy
chilling
going
on like the lighting fixture. Yeah, this is a lovely room of death.
Yeah, there's my trophy right here. Okay, I mean, that's probably the most entertaining thing about the round. As 3D Max moving to B, they've won it already. MIBR on the save. Nice catch.
Thanks again to the observing team. Just peeking here in the playoffs. Oh, the candle shot.
Oh my, PGL Bucharest going to win Best Award for Cinematography this year, I think. This is beautiful stuff.
Look at the way the shadow really emphasizes the disappointment. The way the head is slightly downturned, looking at the ground as if he knows he's made a mistake.
Can we stay still for a second? I need to make this my phone wallpaper. This is beautiful stuff. Creating some art.
Yes. They smoke themselves off cave. Yeah, if they go B, we save, okay? I'll play headshot. I have off angle, bro.
Nice shots from Klim down the stretch.
Yeah, he was playing headshot.
LNZ had it was quite a one-way conversation, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's like, hey guys, anyone there?
Communication is a two-way street.
Well, timeout. See Letney get on the mic. He's probably feeling a little worried now. All right, guys, we have an opportunity to get into the semifinals here. It's been comfortable. It's been looking good, but it can very quickly get out of hand. 3D Max are on the comeback trail, obviously littered with some individual moments. I think that Maka clutch, really important to keep this campaign going for 3D Max.
Yeah, it's really what's kicked off this stretch, hasn't it? 3 in a row now for 3D Max off the back of that clutch. And I'll say in those last 3 rounds, MIBR's had a couple rounds where it's a little bit scattered by, a little bit beat up and bruised in terms of their economy. No excuses this round, though. Klim has his AWP. They've got 4 kits, full of utility, AKs and M4s on the board. And this is exactly where this is exactly where MIBR clamped down on Inferno. Once 3D Max got to 9, got within this point, MIBR just strolled to the win after that with 2 quick rounds in succession. Good timing and decision-making to back away from the mid-presence. We do have an aggressive A main stance from LNZ, so the timing when he decides to push forward is going to be everything, and there we go. Aggression in red room again, and Sani all to do. Sees 2 more at elbow, 1 up at the jump up. And now this is when he makes his move.
Oh, LNZ is trying to...
Lucky's watching for it.
Yeah, look at this, though. Considering, okay, if you've lost mid this convincingly, where's the reaction? And it's going to be that A main push. Lucky reads it. LNZ dies, and this game's falling apart. MIBR are starting to disappear.
There's way too much aggression in the mid-round towards middle for MIBR. I don't know why they're so dedicated to taking these fights at that point where 3D Max, they've struggled getting into bomb sites. Make them execute. You're giving them kills in middle, peeking red room, pushing down in the mid-round.
Especially when we hear the top teams discuss Ancient. They talk about how that mid-fight can be a 50-50.
Well, look, both defenders remaining from MIBR here, so there's a chance.
They're going to take their time going in here. 3D Max, such limited time left there on the clock. Oh, they haven't checked. VenomZera! MIBR erupt with a shot at this. All of a sudden, the kills are coming in. VenomZera is going to be cleared, and Klim goes down with nothing. Exorcy saving them in the last second, and that's going to fire 3D Max up.
Yeah, it really is, because now they're going to take a bit of an advantage moving forward. Money is a massive problem from MIBR at this point. VenomZera can buy, Klim can buy, but outside of that, it's real sketchy. And how do you want to invest knowing it's coming down to the wire? Easy opening kill at this point, and Sani's dedicated to the play with that utility. Goes 1 for 1, forces LNZ to move, which is predictable. And even with VenomZera giving you a double kill yet again in a critical moment, the round is won by Exorcise. Confidence now flowing through 3D Max. The first time they've had it on this map.
MIBR stacking with 4 players. They're going for some aggression, but look at 3D Max. They're ready for this kind of play. Maka just puts the scope up. Insani going to be taken down instantly. So will Klim. 11-11. And the dream of a third map seems so far away for 3D Max, but starting to look more and more like reality. VenomZera unable to connect anything. Not a single kill against 3D Max in this round. We've got a tied game.
Where did MIBR go?
Yeah, they've completely disappeared.
Where are they right now? 5 straight for 3D Max. All right, if I'm coach, I'm taking the timeout now. If they have one remaining, I don't remember if they've used all 3.
One more.
And I'm saying, no one try and be a hero. No one has to win this round by being aggressive. Let's make them execute. I think the last real execute onto a bomb site we saw was towards that B site right before the clutch, where they just kind of got slaughtered. They've hit the A bomb site effectively when they've gotten a couple kills in middle first.
Okay, they are playing more passive at mid. Gonna start from Donut, throw out the util. Oh, Mac up. He's leveling up now, though. That's going to be another opening found from the AWP.
Well, the question becomes, because the slide of the bomb is towards the A bomb site, and actually they might just hit this timing off of that kill. And Sani, is he going to be ready for it? They're all cheating away.
Oh my gosh, he's just left. AWP's going back, but I don't know if it's going to get in the... Oh, it does. It gets the position just in time. There's the boost up. That's the warning system. A lot of util landing towards him. VenomZera pushing down B. Cancels it.
And Insani pushing down mid.
Oh, this is a good angle to have, but is he going to be in the right spot at the right time as Maka now arriving out towards elbow? Gravity, timing, just comes out as Insani looks away.
But you should know that's possible because you just spotted them in A main. You should know that there's a timing and there's a chance that they're just going to come elbow. It's like this aggression just has so many risks inherently built into it. And they're just giving away free kills.
Yeah, MIBR throwing this one away. They had it. They had the semi-final in the palm of their hands.
Well, you see Exorcise is clearing out the A bomb site right now. He's going to, well, Maka's going to find the kill over in Donut.
That's it. That's 12.
Man, MIBR is just... I mean, they're giving 3D Max every single piece of... I feel like 3D Max hasn't had to do anything in this half throughout this stretch. They just have to be set up and ready and waiting.
Yeah, you just see Maka in the previous round holds for the B push. In this round, he goes and gets the opener. But there will be some sort of proactive play from MIBR that will just give 3D Max an advantage.
How little confidence do you have to just play a 4v5 standard for everything to be a push? It's really starting to get to me, Dinko. I don't know if you can tell. It's getting on my nerves.
Yeah. And it's understandable. This is a 3D... and MIBR had so many chances. Who have now just tossed this opportunity out the window. I've lost everything.
And this is the map where you're supposed to have the incredible advantage.
Yeah, and they did.
You steal 3D Max's map away. They have a 30% win rate on Ancient. It's never been a map that's been in their wheelhouse, but you're making it so much easier for them by essentially playing 2 T sides.
Mental reset if you can somehow force this into overtime, though. 2 from Mass. We got MP9, or actually more than that. We got 3 from Mass. MP9 and 1 M4. Not looking great. Not really looking great in terms of utility either. 3D Max have a golden opportunity now to take this one to a 3rd map, and we've discussed how Nuke would just completely reset this series. 3D Max are back into things. 2 players starting on the A bomb site here for MIBR. Breno on the boost, Clement behind Big Box.
Oh, thank God nobody's in Red Room.
Everyone is playing towards B.
Everyone's playing a position that you can't peek. Perfect.
Are they going to force this into OT?
Donut smoke and Red Room smoke. 3D Max gonna bring forces out middle.
Gonna start pushing.
It's looking like they want to split this towards the A bomb site. Exorcist joining up with Gravity over in A main. Lucky and Masuda stepping out towards Donut.
This B main push is going to be at a good timing to get in behind them. They're going to have quick rotations to this A site. If the 2 A players can do something about this, if they can take some players down, then this could be very potent. Shadow against the wall. Nothing from Breno. Okay, 3D Max moving in. They've got the player advantage. VenomZera and Klim stepping up, but 2 from Gravity and Lucky. VenomZera again, a multi-kill. He's on 5 HP, 30 seconds left. And now Maka hunting that kill down on the Tech-9, goes to it. So it's all on Insani.
Oh my
it's
God.
the man you want in this situation.
He made the play.
He did. He went around the big box. That's going to be the bomb going down. Maka, the pressure's on. Has he got another clutch? No! Insani forces out overtime. There's still a shot to win it in 2.
Perfect.
That is one hell of a comeback from 3D Max, and that is going to be deflating, the fact they couldn't close it. But for MIBR, it's just a huge sigh of relief.
Well, it's also like the first time in 8 rounds where they actually played the map as a team. Or like they're actually, like, you know, instead of a single push down middle that's like 50-50 if you die or get a kill, now it's a double push through B to clear out the map, to get the information, to have a fast rotation, occupy the donut players, force the remaining 2 players to hunt you down, which gives Insani time to make this kind of a play. So yeah, game gets a lot easier when you're working with your teammates and making plays off their moves as well.
Yeah, 3D Max immediately using their overtime timeout. They want to use it for the first round here. For MIBR, you would imagine they're not going to go back to what they were doing for the rest of the half. That's surely how they're going to play the CT
Part
side.
of me feels like they played it passively because they didn't really have utility to be aggressive, but now you get into overtime and the money comes back and you might be motivated. Now, if it's a coordinated piece of aggression to start a round, that makes a lot of sense. Let's rock and roll there for sure.
I mean, they did have aggression in that round. Obviously, that was perfectly timed. They're walking down B,
and it was 2 players.
Lane. Yeah, so it was looking good there. It's not just individuals walking and doing their own peek or walking through their own smoke. Let's see how it goes down. So yeah, back to that early mid aggression with numbers here for MIBR. Flashed and blinded as they climb up towards heaven. Breno looking to protect Insani. 3D Max do get out through the elbow smoke, but there's another one waiting for them. How long does Breno stick around here?
Oh, Exorcist is ready to come through this smoke as soon as the mid.
Awkward.
Oh, first kill. That's perfect. Now you can turn and address, but can only get the second. 2 for 2 trade. We descend into a 3-on-3. Op rotates over to Red Room.
Very snappy there from Insani, get a second kill. You thought Breno might be able to get one, but it's actually Insani who kills Exorcist and deals with the elbow threat.
Well, there's going to be some extended quiet, so we'll see. MIBR, this is where they have to kind of hold their nerve. Get into some decent enough positions. VenomZera and Donut is nice to keep an eye on mid and listen to the A bomb site for information. LNZ playing very passive at the B bomb site as well. He's got to be cautious about Red Room as that smoke is up in Donut, but they're pretty convinced nobody's traversed that path. All 3 players of 3D Max just waiting passively at elbow. That's them giving the rope to MIBR as they have been all half of like, yeah, push. This is the quiet period where you would.
.25 seconds. Here come 3D Max. Shadow spotted. Venom Zera lets off a couple of bullets.
No.
Oh, get your gun out. Well, he's trying to delay them. Klim just needs to land some shots now. He's got nades out too. Oh, you just got to shoot him. And now they're into the site. The plant can come through with just enough time, and it's LNZ with a 1v3. I mean, trying to delay with utility. And not playing their life, really. That is just allowed 3D Max the round win.
3D Max during that stretch in the second half knocked something out of MIBR, because like the Venom Zera that we saw in the first half, getting those double kills, combining for those throughout this half, he's just swinging for a fight. Why are they so? There's like no confidence at the moment in the ability to kind of hold these positions. Just 12-13. 3D Max taking the lead again.
I mean, with the time left, do you not think they're going to run through that molly as well? Like, it just...
I'm with you.
MongolZ sending a few bullets through the spam. He'll drop back inside of cave. Feels like MIBR barely hanging in that. Sani with MongolZ inside of cave. It's a strong setup. Gonna play anti-flash, turn against the wall, and Sani getting taken down first. Gravity to make sure the trade is in, so they've got the advantage now, 4v3.
MIBR really struggling with multi-kills all of a sudden as well. The trades have been much more effective for 3D Max. Maybe it's just them being a little bit sharper in those scenarios. But a big advantage in a minute on the clock still remains. And this is generally where 3D Max stays pretty passive and sees if MIBR is going to move across the map. None of that happening at the moment. Two defenders at the B-bomb site. That's going to be Breno and Venom. Klim with his op at the big box at the A-bomb site. He missed a couple critical shots in the previous round as they came out of Donut. Needs to nail them here. But they're not going to commit. It's going to be over towards B. So the utility is just a fake, but it prompts MIBR to come searching for information. Again, paired up, though, buddy system. And you might catch a perfect timing as they come out of double doors.
Yeah, the elbow peek comes in, so that distracts, and they have to slow them down. Now, Brennan realizes you've got 20 seconds left. Get back to it. You've got util as well to make
Look
that
at Gravity's
uncomfortable.
HP. Gravity's HP is low, and he's the one who kind of has to be the aggressor, the point man on it.
15 seconds left. They're actually going A. They're going A, and they've just left the A site. Flash is going in, and 3D Max, you've got an open site all of a sudden. Klim has left A.
All right.
Oh, you have found the way to an empty bomb site, and now a retake going to be forced out of them. That grenade could find Gravity, but it's too deep. Gravity's sticking around. He's trying to fight. And he won't get taken down through the smoke, so he's caught by Klim. They move into the site now. Lucky, AK-47, up against two. The tap on the defuse is not the stick. They're going to apply pressure to Lucky. Can he get both? There's the first and the second. Lucky steps up for 3D Max. MIBR finding every way to lose.
It's the game they're playing right now. How can we do it? What a round from Lucky. 1v2 clutch, standing tall in Donut. Absolutely perfect. And MIBR just cannot get a grip on this game all of a sudden. It's wild, the turnaround.
It's like I'm sitting there and I'm wondering how in the world to 3D Max win this round. Gravity's low, has to be the playmaker. There's 15 seconds left on the clock.
It's an 8-1 run for 3D Max going back into regulation, and now they're feeling real good because it's the uppercut call into the A bomb site. They've been playing these last 6-7 rounds spread out on the map, slower pace. Now it's just get in, get this bomb planted, and see what they've got.
Yeah, you know you've got MIBR just sort of rocking on their feet right now. Not stable whatsoever. Yeah. Confidence just drained from the team. Just hit him on that A site. Hit him where it hurts. And looking for 15-12, 3D Max. I don't see how they're going to lose this map now, just for the way things have changed. It's going to end up being Nuke in this series. It's going to be a really important reset for MIBR going into that third map. A test of this
mentality.
Yeah, the mentality and the inexperienced squad as well, playing together. Can they come together? Do they have what it takes to reset what feels like it was their semi-final is now going against them?
9 of the last 10 in the favor of 3D Max. They've just grabbed complete hold marching towards that third one. It's been excellent to see this kind of return to form for 3D Max after a flat Inferno, after a really rough opening half. It felt so done. So great turnarounds, and you have to give a lot of credit over to Maka for that 1v1 clutch that started it all. Ever since then, 3D Max has not looked back. And they got 3 chances to close this out now. They had 1 opportunity in regulation.
Maka with another opening frag in this AWP. This time taking a step towards Nuke. Shadow ready for his next victim. A 3v5. MIBR have completely disappeared.
And it's an incredible collapse. 3 versus 5 now. Back to the B bomb site we go. But with such an advantage, 3D Max is just happy to just play to stall out. Good shot from Klim, picking one off. Smoke doesn't go into play, so you've got the opportunity now. You can see the defender sliding over. Maka's op is on its way. Good shot from VenomZera. We're not done yet. Back into a 3-on-3.
Now, Klim is stepping up to the mark, looking for the next shot to land. Scoped up, creeping his way through long. Got Masuda close. Shadow, missed shot from Klim over adjustment. Insani taking a lot of damage on board, but still getting the kill. 2v2. Last 2 remaining players of MIBR are low on health, but Insani not low on ability. He pushes in towards CT, wins that fight, and puts Exorcist in the 1v2. The man that lost him the last round on Inferno, looking to win them, Ancient. He's going into the wraparound. Insani is low, and he's dodged him. And that fuse continues to burn away. But Exorcist just gets to the defuse, and he's going to hold it. 3D Max, he's got the shot, but not enough time. It'll go off, and MIBR continue play for a little bit longer.
Okay, they stay alive. 1 more round at the very least. Nicely done from Insani with such low HP. Probably loved when Exorcist steps up to play a ring around the Rosie in the cube. Huge advantage over to Insani, who can just use the sound cue and the bomb to win the round. But a valiant effort on that retake and the 1v2. Shocking to see. I mean, that's a 3v5 conversion as well. So both teams doing a good job of giving away advantages when they've got them. Not what I normally want to praise teams for, but a 3v or 5-on-3 to win the map, and you can't close it out. It's not going to get much easier than that moving forward. Insani waiting for his time to turn. Plenty of flashbangs coming out, plenty of peaks. 1 for 1 in middle, but LNZ is going to fall afterwards, and again, advantage goes to 3D Max.
Yeah, moving up in towards the A site, you've still got Exorcist waiting. How many chances do you need for 3D Max if you're getting into these advantageous scenarios? Eventually, you've got to take one of them. Gonna block a main. That's gonna buy time for this rotation. 3D Max bringing extra players over here. Surely this is it for the French. Moving up to the donut. Oh, it's a good shot from VenomZera. Maka to respond. The push into donut though. They're separated from the site, from the flames. VenomZera is not committed into the donut. Masuta has arrived. That plant is coming in, but VenomZera's gone down. And that second half was so ugly from MIBR. They might have just nuked their chances of a semi.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what to say, Dinko and Jay. I mean, Jason, Coach Moses losing his mind, and rightly so, because if you ever want to see how to throw a game that you have already won, how to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, it's this. Just watch this back. MIBR, they were through. They were in the semis. I'm aghast at what has just happened.
I don't even know what to say. They lost. Sorry, 3D Max won 10 of the last 12 rounds. They gave them so much. Jason kept highlighting why they just kept going for this mid-aggro time and time again. Yep. And after us, Dusk, Insani, our boy, what was he thinking? He just gave away so many advantageous positions. They seemed to be completely unaware of what was going to be happening. And it's just a switch which it felt like it was an unforced flip. It's not like 3D Max did anything crazy to kind of break their mental. Instead, they themselves just completely capitulated. That pretty much highlights...
I mean, look at that.
That's a death switch right there.
That was the last death throes of MIBR right there.
I don't know, man. That was just ugly to watch.
Yeah, I mean, like, put it this way, Dust. I think, like, 1 or 2 rounds when you're feeling it, to have that kind of aggression, go in the red room, take those long peaks, have that mid-aggression. I get it, right? Do that, for sure. But by the 5th time it hasn't worked, you've got to adapt. You've got to stop doing it.
I just want to highlight this round as well. XSC's in that 1v2. Like, there's no time remaining. Just tap the bloody bomb and play the 1v1 out. Like, I don't know what they're doing, honestly.
Yeah, rough one.
I'm kind of speechless at this. I mean, this is a game where Made in Brazil came into it so hot. I mean, they played a fantastic T-side, their ability to split pressure, and Sonny's playmaking in middle. I mean, Venom's there multi-fragging on the B side of the map and just leaving all their options open and making good, decisive mid to late round decisions to close out rounds. And then just all of a sudden, it's like they forgot that, hey, there's 2 bomb sites these teams have to get inside of to be able to win rounds, and you're just not even really putting forth any effort to force them to have to work for it. You know, it got to a point where it was just so easy for 3D Max to sit back and just watch MIBR hang themselves, right? They just kind of hand them the rope, like, yeah, sure, go ahead, guys. And it's just crazy how disjointed it is. Because, look, I don't mind aggression. Like, if you want to be disruptive and if you want to try to deny space to an opponent, that's fine. But A, do it together as a unit with proper utility and spacing and support. Or, at the very least, learn to adapt when you figure out that that's not actually working for you. You know, it's almost like they were just so eager to finish this game, so eager to move on to the semifinals that they just failed to grasp that they were sliding downward.
I mean, essentially what happened was, you know, you had Maka win that 1v1. I think there was a timeout as well. And pretty much from that point, they were just reading what MIBR were doing with that aggression. You saw there on the highlights, they're waiting for them every single time.
Yeah, I mean, it's textbook Counter-Strike from 3D Max, right? And I got to give credit where it's due, right? Even though we've been saying, you know, they're pretty much a done team and everything. When the chips were down, when it looked like MIBR we're going to 2-0 it, they slowed things down, right? They get the kills towards mid. They're like, there must be re-aggression happening somewhere. It turns around, wins the duel. But you also have to highlight the guy we just saw right there, Lucky, the talisman for this team, right? He's been a guy who, through all the struggles they've had so far this season, he's been the highest rated player for them. And in this particular matchup, while everyone had their moments, I think he was so pivotal in that comeback.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Anything to add to that, Des?
Yeah, I mean, again, they made a conscious decision to put Lucky in more star positions, again, defensively in particular, with bodies removal, and he did make the most of it, right? I mean, it was a little bit easier this time around. Maybe Brazil's kind of giving it to you, and just to get back to that again, it's just like, even when they were going for mid-aggression, you're putting yourself in positions where you're having to guess 50-50 if you need to be looking shelf or elbow, and that should never be the case, right? You should either be putting yourself in a position where you only have to focus on one angle, or you should have someone covering something for you so that you can actually make that aggressive move. And again, it felt to me like they were so fixated on the next step. They were so fixated on being able to celebrate this win, to finally have like a deep run in an international tournament. They just got ahead of themselves, and you could clearly just tell that they had no adjustment factor to recover once it started spiraling down.
And it's also like they didn't even have the luxury of overtime guaranteed. They were only in 11 rounds. It came down to the 1v1 at the very end, 1v2 I think from Insani on the A bombs at the very end for us to take to overtime. But just the fact, it was just shocking how they just completely lifted the foot off the pedal that early on. And I have to lay a little bit of blame on Linus and on LNZ and on Letney right there, because like at that point when you've had 3 or 4 rounds go their way, you have to kind of rein them in a little bit, right? I know you give a lot of freedom to players, especially someone like Insani, to go for the plays he wants to, but at that point, guys, 3D Max was struggling to enter the bomb sites. They were really, really struggling. Their execs weren't really good. And I also think MIBR do a very good job of being disruptive once they're trying to get the bomb down. Let that happen. Let it play out instead of losing 2 players early on at the beginning of every bloody round.
Again, I'll refer you back to Coach Moses. This is how difficult 3D Max were finding it to get on the sites. They weren't even like layering flashbangs.
Yes, the B site hit. I remember
on a basic B site execute. You know, their utility was off. All you have to do is just sit back and absorb that pressure, and then you're going to win the rounds. I mean, you know, like I'm a noob, right? Like, you know, I'm an amateur, but like this is textbook.
Yeah, and that's almost the most damning thing, because 3D Max, from watching them play, you can just see how much they have regressed tactically on this map over time. Again, while they were never a super big ancient team as far as win record, they were at least a team that was trend-setting how to actually take mid-control, how to layer flashbangs, how to make the most out of the utility in the game. And we're seeing a game like this one where we still see that same regression that's been there for a while on Ancient, where they don't have the same sharpness to how they approach these site takes. But it doesn't matter if Made in Brazil is just force feeding you by, you know, pushing mid at the wrong time or just, you know, walking into cave and giving a freebie. You know, that's just easy pickings for Maka. That's in-game leader's dream. I don't even have to do anything, bro. I can just let them take care of themselves. Let the garden weed itself, so to speak.
And a really cool thing, again, credit where it's due. Maka, you know, he's been struggling a little bit individually as well here. He started to come alive with the AWP, especially during the latter stages of that game, but also some really good mid-rounding coming out from him. That one particular round comes to mind where it's a 2v2. I think one of the players for 3D Max is super low. They're in the B bomb side with 17 seconds remaining. Boom, just run into the A bombs. That's so many good calls, reactive calls based on what's happening in some other part of the map, just showing his veterancy, so to speak. And I think during the latter stages of the game, that was a veterancy from Maka, which gave them that edge over LNZ.
I mean, I'm genuinely flabbergasted. I didn't even think we would be talking about Nuke. So now we have to talk about this decided map. And I got to say, I mean, if you're 3D Max, you've been given a gift from the gods. I mean, it's actually crazy to still be here.
It is indeed, especially on a kind of a neutral ground of Nuke, right? I mean, it's not like either one of these teams are lighting the world on fire, but both these teams do have the capacity to play at a pretty decent level. 3D Max actually does have the better trending Nuke, if we're being 100% honest there. They'll be starting out on the T side. And again, this is a map where you really need to keep your eyes on Masuda because they do a really good job of letting him just be that trade fragger wherever they're going to go. And 3D Max as a team now, I feel like this configuration, they're a little bit more gather and go oriented. You know, they used to be a little bit more spread default, kind of slow wear you down. Now they just do kind of pack up and try to make the most of the explosive riflers that they have and let Lucky kind of just be that smart player picking his timings from lobby. So it's going to be up to Made in Brazil to figure out how to steady their defense in this game.
I mean, on the bright side though, you know, Insani, even despite the mistakes he made, like individually, he was still popping off. Like he has not dropped off at all, right? And playing the position outside towards Yard, I think a lot of these fights, which is going to be taking towards out to Yard, is going to be deciding how this first half plays out. If you look at the numbers, MIBR's, I think, win percentage is a little bit better than the side of 3D Max's, but a couple of factors here, a couple of caveats here. Firstly, they haven't played a single nuke with this particular lineup against an EU team. It's just been local domestic opposition where they're pretty much the best team over there, one of the best teams over there, number one. And number two, the momentum is completely shifted. Completely. And you got to remember,
they got to shake that off, brother.
They have to shake it off, but that's where 3D Max, despite me saying they're a dead team walking and all of that, they have had years, all these players individually combined together have years of experience when it comes to situations like this, right? So while MIBR are kind of like a known quantity, known entity, 3D Max, if they manage to bounce back the way they did on Ancient, this could be kind of a mini upset, so to speak.
One more thing I'll say that we need to look out for this game is Clem, because I feel like on Inferno, the guy was on fire. You know, he was making all the right plays. He was showing you his capabilities to also use the AK-47 at a very high level and kind of be that additional, you know, trade entry type player. And even on Ancient initially, again, we were seeing that same kind of fiery Clem throughout the first half, and I was seeing some big things. But if you notice, the accuracy with the op started kind of waning a little bit there towards the end of the game. A couple of shots that you think he would normally hit was a little bit off on. You know, this is a map where dynamic CT opping can be the difference between winning and losing the game. And they're going to be starting on the CT side after just having suffered a horrible, horrible loss on Ancient on your defensive side. I want to see if Clem can shake that off, because again, people forget this guy didn't start playing LANs in CS until September of last year, and they were all in Brazil. This is his first like big international European tournament with this team, and this is a pressure situation where it's either I advance to the semifinals or I get knocked out of this tournament in the top 8, wondering what could have been. And so I want to see how he settles in, because this is a big pressure moment for an Opper.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. We must go to a break. We just saw MIBR blow up their chances of a semi-final. Ironically, they get a chance to fix it on Nuke.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Third and final map here at the first quarterfinals of PGL Bucharest 2026. MIBR and 3D Max going blow for blow on the first two maps. We're just leaving Ancient, where we just saw a complete capitulation from MIBR. So now they're the ones faced with the prospect of rebounding, bouncing back for this third map to try and take it away and move on to the semifinals.
3D Max have got to feel like a miracle is happening right now. It looked like they had no shot at making the semifinals of this competition. Losing Inferno, getting blown out in that first half. Then over on Ancient, you come into that map and you have a terrible start there. We talk about how they really struggle on that map, and you have to rely on Ancient to keep your tournament dreams alive. Well, now we move to Nuke, and the only time they played it so far at this event has been a 13-6 win over Bay. 3D Max are a very capable team on this third map, and now the momentum's on their side too.
Yeah, that Ancient, at the end of this map, at the end of this series, if MIBR drop this third map, that Ancient, they're going to be looking back on it with horror. We're going to get an upper rush in the pistol. Mini smoked off. LNZ just going to back away from the fight. 5-on-5 retank, the strength of it coming from the lobby push.
Well, that plant is being secured. Now, Mac is going to try and deal with this ramp rotation. And he stopped Bruno. He's going to go again. A second player waiting. It's Klim on the dual Berettas. And they're going to hunt him down. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty, intense. But we got the music to chill us out a little bit here. I like it. And I need to chill out over on the MIBR side of things as LNZ is suddenly alone. And that will be it. It's very quick. It's very convincing. Not a single kill going against 3D Max. And that's another side to this that I'm a little worried about for MIBR. It's like, if you have been knocked off your feet by that Ancient loss, which I imagine they are, and then you go up against 3D Max who know they've got that advantage on their side, and they just come at you swinging, aggressive, poppy plays. I've seen a lot of 3D Max games on Nuke that have been very, very quick.
Yeah, especially if they get like a good economic advantage around. They sense you have low economy. Those upper pops from 3D Max can be very, very deadly. And that certainly was the conversation for 3D Max, right? Like, guys, we've just been given a gift of the way that this played Ancient, the way that Ancient played out, the way that MIBR handled that scenario in that map. We were given a gift to be able to survive the deficit they put us in. Let's capitalize on it. Now we got Nuke. Oh, shit. Okay, that's fast. Excuse me. I didn't expect that to happen so quickly.
No, that's fair enough. I mean, I think we're going to
He was so ready for that angle.
We're going to have to deal with speed. I think that's going to be certainly the name of the game here for 3D Max. Lucky just moves up onto Insani. Now, this is a forced buy for MIBR, and they've lost the first two. There's no real shot at getting into it now, especially with the utility for 3D Max. So there you go, 2-0 start for 3D Max. I mean, as of late, you look at when Masuda came into the team, they got a 13-4 win on Nuke versus Gaming Gladiators back at Pro League. A 13-5 win versus Liquid. Then they lost the Spirit, but then after that, it's been 13-2 win, 13-5 win, 13-2 win. Close enough against Bay, which later went on to win 13-6 against Bay at this event. This has been 3D Max's wheelhouse recently. It's like very one-sided victories.
Yeah, they're loving that. They're loving that they somehow made it this deep. Now, the winner of this quarterfinal series between these two teams moves on to the semifinals, obviously, and they're on the side of the bracket with Astralis and Eyeballers, which will be our next semifinal. So winner of this plays the winner of the next game in those semifinals. And I'd say we go into that one with Astralis as the heavy favorites. We'll dive deeper into it after this map concludes, but that's the side of the bracket, the trajectory these teams are on at the moment.
I mean, we can go into it slightly now. I mean, Dust was saying this morning that Astralis have no excuse not to make the final now. Looking at their side of the bracket, that's his belief, and we'll see if that is the case as we move into that game later on today. Good shot from Klim. Mac going to be plucked out of the sky, and an advantage given to MIBR, but really it should just be the one kill, and 3D Max comfortably taking 3.
Well, it's interesting, because that one kill, they were going to go downstairs and meet up with Maka, but that one kill means there's no information, so they actually have no clue who else is downstairs. So this is more like Ancient, where all of a sudden the mid-round is paused. They made that move towards ramp. Okay, LNZ, there we go, double dig. 2 players downstairs, they're coming for this. Lucky and Exorcy is going to be under a bit of challenge, and how crazy do you want to get? Do you make the read? Do you just drop down vents and say, okay, they're going to shift?
I don't think so. 3D Max going to go into the A side, and MIBR is trying to get closer and closer. They're in the lobby now. They'll be arriving towards Lucky, who's going to think about that plant. He'll put it down towards the back of A. Sani and Klim getting ever closer to the site now. Lucky getting towards the hut. Should be tough to lose this now if you're 3D Max. I mean, it's already Pretty expensive, but losing the round. Oh, you've got to have a lot of whiffs if you're going to lose it. And I think now the time's taking a little bit too far. So Insani is going to be dropped, and also Klim meeting that same fate. So 3max get the win.
Yeah, really well managed in the 4v5. Good conversion from a disadvantage. Yeah, it's up against pistols, but you lose your player downstairs. You lose information of where exactly you wanted to finish at a spawn, and can get a little nerve-wracking. So good slide back towards lobby, catching MIBR with their own piece of aggression. You have a 3-0 start. Voca got the AWP, which it makes me feel like this round is going to be a little bit slower from 3D-Max. Probably not anything too crazy off the rip. Voca's up on Silo outside. No one home for the MIBR defense in terms of big garage, in terms of credit. But that up can cover gravity as he starts to scale. Got a decent position for gravity to have that first leg and plenty of time to let MIBR peek into this AWP angle. LNZ at the base of the secret stairs. Maka trained in on it. Klim with his AWP playing over towards lockers. Have the angle for the cross. No smokes up, so he's got all information. They're coming now. So it feels like LNZ is going to get the attention that he's positioned for.
Well, all the smokes land in place. There's the... Oh, LNZ's going to step up from secret and walk right into the winning arms of Maka. So an easy kill there for 3D-Max to take the advantage with. They try and follow it up by going into main. They'll spot Insani top height. Klim gets away with one there on gravity as well. So all of a sudden, MIBR have the extra player to play with. 25 seconds as well. Final A play. Insani shoot with Molotov and the flash. He will die. But Breno peeks out from heaven, keeps VenomZera a secret, and the fact that he's able to stay alive is fantastic. A wallbang did connect onto it, but that vent thick enough to stop the full damage, and it will be a round win for MIBR.
You have a 5-on-4, and the mini player goes down with no one there to trade on top hut, and then Gravity misses a free kill on the Opera, who spotted him about 6 bullets before Klim could react in time, but still gets the kill. So the opportunities were there, the round was there, everything 3D-Max wanted came to fruition, and they missed the chances when they presented themselves. That's lovely. Maka perched there, baiting him out into the open. No follow-up, no more pressure there. But that kill is the one that seals it. Frustrating for Gravity. Klim almost grabs one out of the sky as well. 3D-Max, after 3 rounds straight to open up the half, money's not good enough to get a full buy here, but they do save plenty of money with just unarmored pistols and Glocks. 1 AK-47 unlucky to try and get a few kills and keep the money honest for the MIBR side.
It's always a conversation when we talk about Nuke and how important that, or helpful rather, that T-side pistol can be.
Yes.
The fact that they converted, they get those first 3 rounds, that's a beautiful foundation.
Yeah, even if you go through like a stretch of struggles, right? You get like one more round, like you just sneak like 1 or 2 more rounds in and you're going to be feeling okay on your T side.
Yeah, with the quantity, not necessarily going to feel best.
Yeah. But you'll be sitting there and not feeling like you have no chance at the very least. Okay, that's awkward. And Insani completely blinded. Okay, this gets dangerous now. AK-47, M4 recovered. They can pressure underneath heaven.
Breno is going to get traded out after 1, and then a dink as well on Klim. He's 3 HP. Just about gets away. I like the idea there from Lucky to know that you've dinked him, know you've done the damage, but then Masuta turns around, deals with VenomZera. Klim is still 3 HP. Lucky trying it again, and there we go. It's going to be Maka actually takes that and leaving LNZ in a 1v3. That is a horrible round to lose if you're MIBR.
Well, it's this similar issue to what we just saw in Ancient, where you can see like the brittle nature of their like confidence in what they have going on, where when all the chaos is happening, they feel like everyone feels like they have to make a play rather than kind of settling into the bomb site and stopping the next move from 3D-Max. But I mean, this is a round you came into with 1 AK-47 and a Deagle and a P250 and 2 Glocks, and you're about to lose it. LNZ does get that kill. He does have a kit, but we're way deep into the bomb, and now they know his position. So he prioritizes the AWP and bails out. 4-1 for 3D-Max. And now this opens up the playbook. I would not be surprised if this next round from 3D-Max this is the timing for an upper bust. You know the economy is going to be hurt off the 1-round win and then an immediate loss. They've saved the AWP. You have 3 players down, so Gravity can slide into the MAC-10. And you're letting out war cries. So let's party. Let's rock and roll. Gravity doesn't go for the MAC-10.
So we're going to the party without the party popper.
Feels that way, doesn't it? Yeah. Round 6, you have an AWP on Klim. M4's picked up, 3 of them, and then an MP9 on Breno. The 1 kit on LNZ, utility missing on a couple players. The last buy MIBR will have before having to save if they can't win this.
Well, some aggressive plays here from MIBR. They push up into the radio room. We've got Masuta, who's hanging on, waiting for this push to come in. If he steps out into the open, Klim's up. That's got a tight angle. Let's disrupt that angle with the flashbang. So not going to be as strong of a setup here. Breno going to be forced in. Good flash. Takes his kill. Klim setting him up on the MP9. Breno got away with another one? How has he got 2 from that?
Oh, and then you don't pressure the smoke, so he's just going to live. You're going to trap him in there with the Molotov, but there's no way for them to actually take him down. And you probably, okay, you're just going to go right through the other direction. So Klim gives you the off shotgun to the chest. This round falling apart for 3D Max. They just get pulled into rough fights and can't win anything. All 5 players survive for MIBR, which lets them off the hook economically speaking. They build up some cash behind them. And they get back into a very strong position. 3D Max, they have to get sent back. Now we get the MAC-10 on Gravity. Now we got the party poppers.
No, you have to at this point. This is a crappy party. Brennan was loving it though. I don't know. I really don't know how he gets away with a second kill there. Because it looked like it was going to be the same old story where these MIBR players are getting caught with nades in hands, but he managed to get his gun out just at the right time.
Yeah, I can at least understand that one, right? Like getting pushed upon with red HP. He's like, well, the only chance I have is to prevent them from pushing through this choke point. Just switches back in the perfect moment. Had a timeout called. And as that comes to its conclusion, MIBR saddles back up for round 7 on the CT side of Nuke. 2 MAC-10s on Maka and Gravity. AKs on Lucky and Masuda. And a Galil on Exorcy. So money is at the end of the road on the 3D Max side. After this, it saves.
But these are the kind of rounds we always see 3D Max find a way to be competitive in. MAC-10s, I love them. Especially Gravity, as you were mentioning, Jason. Let's see how they set up. So we've got 1 player on the T roof ready to toss some utility in. That's going to be Exorcise.
Just a little stutter step and a pop into the upper bomb site.
Oh, but Lucky has been taken down first. So already this attack is going to be weaker.
I think they might even call it off now with that death.
Yeah, but what do you do other than that, though? What's the other options? Because you've got 1 smoke, so you can't really create the outside wall.
You could try and move outside if you wanted to, and maybe try and like take a stance to get into mini, and you could, instead of doing an upper pop, maybe try and combine it and split. But everyone's vacated lobby as well. So I think the lack of utility is going to force them into an awkward situation. At this point, if they start moving and don't have any contact outside, smoke lockers, that's maybe one of the biggest angles you can do. Maybe you just walk secret.
Well, LNC blinded and traded by Gravity. So still a lot of work to be done here for 3D Max, but 35 seconds to do it. That's the big issue.
Yeah, they're putting everything in this round is on Gravity. Gravity needs to have impact on this play towards Heaven. 25 seconds. They're going to buy him the time. They're going to wait patiently for him to get into the move, but he has to find Klim here tucked into the left.
Klim misses the shot. Now attention should be drawn towards Heaven, but the reaction for Insani is to push into Hut. Leave VenomZera here at the CT vent, who keeps getting away with not being checked. His teammates are providing enough distraction and support. The VenomZera is consistently finding impact out from behind that CT vent when they come towards him.
Yeah, another critical kill. He had plenty of those over on Ancients, at least up to a certain moment. 4-3, that's the money gone for 3D Max, so they got to sit back, and this is where we do touch back in that point you brought up earlier about winning the pistol round, getting your 4 rounds really quickly in the first 6 of the half. One more round in the remaining that you have in this half, and 3D Max is sitting pretty with this to switch sides.
Well, it's not looking like it's going to be one of those dominant 3D Max nukes, at least. MIBR have stabilized on the CT side enough, and they're going to take a French timeout.
Yeah, just having a little conversation.
Hanging around with the Glocks. Having a chat with their friends.
Yeah, figure out what they want to do in the next rounds. Where's the party going to be this time? It's cool to see MIBR have this kind of resistance, though, especially considering the good start from 3D Max might have... there's a world in which that buries them, so their responses, the rebuttal, that MP9 play from Breno over towards ramp, paired up with Klim's op, does good work. All right, we're ready to go. Conversation has concluded.
Time to melt these Glocks. I'm just trying to overwhelm the site. Don't think anybody's going to be overwhelmed by this.
Haven't even really bled any utility out of the MIBR defense either. They've just been able to hold all the utility. There's been no sound cues, no noises until just now. As they come into the slaughter. Triple kill for Venom Zera. AK will get recovered. Exorcist, the only one remaining. 28 seconds, nothing to do. So we're tied up at 4. MIBR bring it back. And guns come out now for 3D Max to try again. Try for a 5th. No op for Maka this time. He's stuck on a Galil, not the money to bring out the big green. So utility being passed around. Allocated the way it needs, and we'll see what 3D Max comes in. What did they come up with during that little chill Glock round? Gravity heading outside. Maka was on Silo in the first gun round when he had an AWP. Now he has a Galil. I don't think he's going to want to take that perch whatsoever. For 3D Max 2, I think there's been a level of success you've had attacking outside to wrap heaven. We've seen them do it a couple of times, and they've been able to get access. Even in a round when they had pistols, they were able to take it and wrap around and be dangerous. Now, more direct approach towards ramp room. And they're doubled up, and Sonny and Breno ready to defend.
Exorcist gets in front of the utility, but his teammates are all stuck behind it. They're severed off. Exorcist is doing a good job not to put himself in harm's way until the rest of his teammates can join him, but in the end, Breno getting 2 out of it. Klim rotates over, and Insani is part of the shutdown. So Gravity outside, all of his teammates dead over towards ramp, and no ground gained at all for 3D Max. MIBR is showing a really good CT side now.
Yeah, what a read. What a read to have Insani just parked there and ready and waiting for it. Might have said something like they hadn't really seen a whole lot of pressure towards ramp room. Breno was able to hold it back with an aggressive stance earlier in an anti-eco. 3D Max attempted to hit ramp room, but outside of that, it's been left alone. So Gravity falls back with the only AK-47, a 1v4, and he'll spend the next 30 seconds saving and just staying alive. More money built up for MIBR. They're going to be all good for the rest of the half. 3 rounds remain after this as MIBR take the lead for the first time here on the 3rd map of Nuke.
You can just see the idea there for 3D Max, but yeah, I mean, it's just, you can't do much about it when you have been read so hard, and MIBR have put so many of their resources there. You've even got the op quickly rotating. There's no breaking through that.
You might have been able to handle it if Breno doesn't get a double kill on the slide out. If that's traded, that's a 1-for-1. Maybe the op gets another kill, but you trade Insani 1-for-1, and then the op doesn't repeak, and you've at least got ramp room, and you can kind of work with that. But the lack of trading on the first contact was just brutal. That takes away the timing for the op to feel comfortable peeking. Deep Molotov. They're going to come right through it.
At least you got a missed shot going for you over on the 3D Max department, and they're going to be running outside, crossing the smokes, getting down towards Secret. Exorcist is taking Insani out, and he's actually into the vent. So he's joining his teammates. He's got an AK now to play with. Breno going to stop Gravity from getting safely to the site, but Exorcist making the most of this AK-47. He'll toss it away. He's had enough with it, and he'll play forward with his Tech 9, taking a flashbang to the mouth. Klim is held back, forced back behind the smokes. 3D Max have got themselves into the lower site. And for the first time in a long time, 3D Max are competitive in a round.
Exorcist, I think, just won them this round. I mean, you can go for the retake. You can see if you can get a kill. You got plenty of money to risk some of these weapons, but he's got 2 kills, and he applies so much pressure towards ramp room to slow down the retake.
Well, here they come. Exorcist could be getting even more impact in this round. Waiting for them to come down through the ramparts. It's going to be one chance, but Klim and VenomZera taking kills between them. It's on Lucky and Masuta to try and hold on to this golden chance for a 5th round win for 3D Max. A tap on the defuse. Masuta sees they're not on it, but he can't do much about it. Now they're going to hold it, and MIBR recover in the retake.
Damn, what very nice on the retake. So clean, so easy. No trades coming in whatsoever. The advanced positions not having impact for 3D Max. They'll be pleased with the bomb plant and the pressure that they applied and the money that it's going to give them for an investment here, but that was a winnable round that slips away from their grasp. Here's the opening kill. I love this from Exorcist, able to control vents. Everyone's got to rotate through to ramp room, but once you come in, the crossfires aren't nearly as effective as they would have liked. Good utility. Look at all the positions of these smokes to block away these angles, to prevent players from activating on contact. Really well done from MIBR. Found a little bit of a groove here on Nuke.
Good kill here from Gravity. An opening kill to play with here for 3D Max. Oh, they can't let this one slide. You've got a 2-man opener. Haven't been traded.
Ooh, VenomZera though. This might be the play.
Yeah,
he was spotted. He was spotted.
Yeah, now Lucky should be taking it, but he won't. VenomZera wins that fight. He's blocked off lobby, so even though that's happened, Exorcist has still moved out the door and got another kill, and LNZ to shut that gap down, and still doable for MIBR until that. So VenomZera tries to climb up to the T roof. Masuta waits for him, and just the openings were just too strong there for 3D Max. This has not been a good T side, but they're up to 5 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in some sense too, you have to say, like, maybe like textbook-wise, we're not going to sit here and say this is mind-blowing strategically, but also, I mean, at some point you have to say, get 5 rounds in your T side. That ain't bad, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely enough to work with and feel comfortable going into the second half. And a real opportunity as well to tie this game.
I think the problem is just like, we've been hitting on this angle a decent amount the last 2 maps, but for good reason, I think. I feel like MIBR just like, you can sit and wait. They're going to make a play for you. You know, if you're ever in a situation, like, they're going to move. Maka trying to get a little bit of luck on his side with the no-scope op shot towards top hut. It doesn't pan out. 3D Max trying to equalize the score right before they switch sides to the defensive of Nuke. And once again, ramp is where they call it. And Breno, it just switched to utility.
Yeah, that quick switch just as they move in. That's going to be ramp room for free for 3D Max.
Yeah, it's punishing in the sense of losing map control, but it'd be much worse if it was punishing in the sense of losing a player. So Breno just drops down towards dark. Is a second teammate just arriving right now, and Breno coming down the vents. Or LNZ coming down the vents, excuse me. Breno keeping his perch, and here's the utility, here's the execute.
Breno. Still alive, still kicking. See how many can bring that with him. 30 seconds left here. Here come 3D Max. First 2 bullets land to Lucky, but the blind side is pushed by Gravity. Moves on up, Breno removed. And now LNZ, the second victim of it. Rotation down the ramp, going for this now. MIBR.
No way.
Okay, VenomZera. That is poisonous with the clutch. We've now got Masuta left, and he is in a clutch that he can win all of a sudden with that tap. He's now looking down towards the decontamination door. Maybe that is the only way he can step forward. Gets into the site through the flames. 3 seconds though, and Klim has called his bluff. He backs away. VenomZera's work does not go on worthy plays here from the side of 3D Max as they step up. They won't get that tight game. And that is VenomZera. That is a huge moment. Yet again, more impact.
Unreal what he's just been able to do. Unreal that 3D Max not able to put a stop to this scrambling. Chaotic, disorganized in the bomb site as everyone panics and scrambles to get the bomb planted. They're just not ready for the peak. Unreal sequence. And a perfect timing to stick a dagger between the ribs of 3D Max just as the half comes to a close. Stew on that. A 5-on-2 dropped by 3D Max due to the quad kill from VenomZera.
Yeah, incredible. Just unbelievable when VenomZera's... It has some moments where it look a little shaky, but then there's just impact moments too. On Ancient on that first half, you know, the amount of multi-kills he was getting, saving them wasn't enough in the end, really fell off, but great to see him step up and around like that. Extra round to play with for MIBR. 3D Max now switched to the defense.
That round turned around so quickly.
Yeah, just
like a second and a half, and VenomZera's like, nope, you're not winning this one. 7-5. 3D Max switches to the defense. Even with that heartbreak right at the tail end of the half, 5 is definitely workable as you switch over. Gravity with the P2K outside is going to get a lot of love heading his direction. It looks like they're going to turn in towards Mini. Could choose to attack outside.
Gravity under a lot of pressure. He does well to get one net. Looked like it wasn't going to be able to make much of it at all. 2 come in from MIBR, but again, the response is immediate from 3D Max. So looking good for the pistol round here for the French. Both halves have started strong with a pistol round in both.
Nice shooting from Masuda. Triple kill on the pistol as well. Yeah, both pistols on the third and deciding map. Both pistols on Nuke, where you've now switched over to the CT side. 3D Max in a very strong position. No bomb plant as well, which means you don't have to be super concerned about rifles in this round, but you do have to be concerned about that upper bust against these Tech 9s. Here's Masuda on the rotation, trading off Gravity. And ready to fight for more. Even has Exorcies coming through the smoke with dualies to work in tandem, just in case he was to mess something up.
It's fast here on towards the upper side. We've got Gravity with the MP9. LNZ taking the one on the Tech 9, but it's really important that 3D Max were able to handle that speed, and so far so good. VenomZera not going to be up to his old tricks. Just gets the one kill on Maka. Make quick work of Insani as he tries to move towards him. So 3D Max, yep, able to convert both pistols as well. Very important for their chances of closing out Nuke here.
That's actually a much scarier round than it ended up looking like. They did get the first kill MIBR on that attack into the upper bomb. So with the Tech 9s, that's usually problematic. But good double kill inside the bomb site to settle things down and allow 3D Max to close it out.
So you play with a couple of Deagles, upgraded pistols here for MIBR, but for 3D Max, the lead is right in front of them. They just need to reach out and take it. Mac, look how much money Maka has in reserve, so he's going to be able to get that AWP out.
He wants it. If they don't lose anyone here,
just
build
buy
it.
rifles.
Yeah, build up more money before you bring it out. Wait for someone to die to pass the M4 over. So easy kill onto Venom as he swings out Silo. The rest of the MIBR attack with the Glock and the Deagles is going to come a little bit more slowly. Good shot from Maka. Utility's going to come out and do tons of, not tons, but a little chip damage, but it's going to set up the aggression after the fact. Gravity goes down, so now you can. If you don't lose the other M4, now you can drop that over to Gravity and pick up the AWP yourself if you're Maka. 7,000 for Maka heading into the next round, and 3D Max regained the lead by 1. It's round 16. We mentioned earlier in this series, MIBR, this is their first Tier 1 international event. So much of the year has been spent regional competitions. They've won a couple, 2 first places, a second place, and 1 early exit. For 3D Max as well, this is probably one of the biggest events to close out their season as they didn't qualify for the major.
Yeah, you gotta have some sort of positive for 3D Max. Start of 2026. Hoping this is it. Semi-final. They can close out this series. It's looking so unlikely once they lost Inferno. But they're now the favorites to head in to the top 4 finish.
Oh my God, I can't believe it.
Everything's just going so right for them. Maka moves through the smoke. Doesn't matter.
Look at him. Look at him. I said, Coach, you see that shit?
You see what I just did
right
now?
Yeah, come on, give me some love.
We ain't losing this. We ain't not losing this.
Doesn't feel that way, does it? Now we're starting to see smiles and confidence. Inferno, it was the pep in the step that kind of changed, that started that comeback that fell short. We saw them regain some of their mojo on Ancient. That win in overtime really secured the feeling they were going to be competitive. And now on Nuke, a map of comfort, unlike Ancient, 3D Max having an initial rock-solid defense. MIBR yet to post a T round on the board.
Exorcise spawning out VenomZera, doing as much damage as he can. Oh, this is going to be in their nightmares for a long time, that Ancient performance for MIBR.
Yeah,
that want to lose this.
When they do a VOD review of that map, it's going to be depressing. I hope they don't have the casting on, because they'll hate me. Exorcise. Okay, nade in hand. Now you got to get the weapon out. Your teammate's gone down. Nothing to slow this.
They're going to love this. Tech9's just swarming this A site. 3D Max not able to hold on to it at all. So MIBR bursting through with an unlikely round hit.
Save.
And you have to save. There's no way back into this round. You're not retaking this with no utility and no kits on the 2 remaining players. That's MIBR with an explosive round win that you didn't really see coming. 3 Max definitely didn't see it coming.
Yeah, I mean, just as the utility was fading, it's when MIBR kind of hit that execute. And just as that utility's fading, 3D Max maybe missed the opportunity to re-smoke a little bit earlier. So nades in hand inside the bomb site. Been so many of those timings today that we've seen in this matchup of players just kind of pulling nades out at the worst possible moment. It's been very messy Counter-Strike at stretches. MIBR get up to 8. Bring this a little bit closer with this bomb explosion. Their first round on the T side of Nuke. All right, but just a hiccup, just a speed bump. That's what 3D Max is saying right now. Let that one go away. We dropped the ball. Just lost a little bit of focus, but everything else has been gravy. No cause for panic just yet. It was 4 in a row for 3D Max to start this second half. And in that stretch, they built plenty of money to survive a punch like that. They take a timeout just to settle things down and have a conversation. But another full buy coming in for 3D Max.
You know, burning the timeout here for 3D Max as well. Wanting to make sure that they ensure that that was a hiccup.
Yeah, I think just a conversation about what went wrong, what they can do moving forward. Maka still looks like he's looking to the guys, motivating anyone, keeping the atmosphere up, being a little bit of a presence inside the team.
I think that camera shot is great between the coach and Gravity and Maka because, you know, Gravity was the most recent IGL, is going to still have a lot of input, be an important voice inside of the team. Maka, the team team leader now, and you know they got that trio looking to come up with ideas. It's what a bit of brain power for 3D Max to play with. We'll see if it's enough to really tighten things up here on the CT side. MIBR are going to be running towards outside. The smokes are up and they've made their way towards Secret. Look at this from Maka. It's a risk. He takes the shot. He can't get away. And then these smoke kills. Everybody having a go. Reload update. Not slowing the smoke spams down out at all. Oh my, what? Yep, living up to his name, all right. Second kill through the smoke, and we now have LNC and VenomZera left in a 2v3 here on the T side.
Lucky still feels a lot of pressure, though. You can see he's just worried because he doesn't really have a whole lot of support. Exorcise can at least help him with anyone sliding through the gap in credit, but he's really got to be worried about Big Garage. Now Masuda's come outside for a little bit of support as well. 3-on-2. Masuda's going to find the fight, but he's going to lose it. Now the slide out from Lucky. Good win. Low on HP, and VenomZera makes his move.
He sure does into the open, but he's going to be crossing main, worried about the CT player. Surely the trade comes in. He nearly gets his crosshair to the right spot there. Exorcise picking it up, and I'm very happy about this one, 3D Max. The amount of kills they got through the smoke was just ridiculous.
Triple kill from Lucky in the round to really save the day. Huge play with the aggressive push outside.
And MIBR also getting smoke kills there. It was just a real brawl through that outside wall. Timeout taken here from MIBR.
Yeah, makes sense too. Down by 2, they're going to fully invest into this round, but this is all the money they've got left. After this, VenomZera might be able to drop 1 if possible. Or if needed, I should say. But outside of that, it's going to be an ugly purchase moving forward. So MIBR, this might be kind of the last stand they have. If they can't win this one, Then 3D Max is seeing the light at the end of the tunnel in terms of a map win and a series victory and in terms of the semifinals tomorrow.
That big round there from Lucky. Double figures for 3D Max. Still a very good buy here for MIBR. But money, there's not a lot left if they lose this. Very likely to be series point for 3D Max if they're able to pick this one up. They'll send Insani outside. We'll play towards red. While the smokes are up. Oh, he's going to boost the AWP, but look at this. Maka was close to it, but not able to connect the shot.
Yeah.
Klim's going back. Klim is going back for the peak. Maka spotted it, and now they both just a handshake up, or we'll fall back and respect that. Masuta, though, there's one rule of playing ramp, and it's don't die like that. Well, he's been taken down. That's opened up completely that B bomb site.
Yeah, but there's 2 players downstairs. They got to worry about Secret. That's a tough loss to take. So Lucky can't address the bomb site. 2 low HP players. Man, everyone's getting picked apart away from the action. There's the swing. Stopped the plant, but traded immediately. Well done from Venom Zera. And this round has MIBR written all over it. So they survived the most dangerous round of the half. And they do it emphatically with 4 players surviving. So now they rebuild some of that buffer behind them.
Yeah, that round fell apart really fast for 3D Max. You know, a couple of chances outside for Maka to grab the opening kill. Just a bit of an awkward scenario between him and Klim. But the second Masuta dies, you're right. Like, 2 players still rotating lower should have been able to do more to slow that down than they did.
Yeah, that Secret lurk was a very nice kill. And, you know, 1 player kind of playing towards decon, 1 player trying to go control side. There's no chance to trade it, which just makes your attention is just drawn in too many places. Maka at least gets away with the AWP. Money's still in an okay place for 3D Max. And Maka can drop a couple M4s if called upon with the cash he's got left over. And a second timeout called by MIBR. Not wanting to play with the momentum, wanting to pause it, talk things over, but that's equally giving a chance over to 3D Max to figure things out as well, especially giving them time to manage this buy in a situation where they only have 1 timeout left. So you could have kind of put the pressure on them to say, if you want to talk, we're fine.
Yeah, I think 3D Max are loving the fact that so many timeouts have come through in the last couple of rounds here.
Yeah, freebie timeout as well.
Yeah, 2 of them. And just as we were highlighting in the last round that 3D Max have the opportunity to reset the money of MIBR. MIBR now have that chance versus 3D Max. You take them out here, they'll be down to weaker weapons, and you have a shot at going up to 11 rounds. A semi-final spot still up for grabs of both of these teams as they head out for the fight. A full buy versus full buy, but 3D Max realize this is their last good one before they have to take a bit of a hit.
Gravity spotted the AWPer as well, holding the angle. Klim looking through a broken double door to see if he can pick one off, crossing in from Mini. So that's calmed out that the AWP was at door early. Masuda has slid over towards the secret stairs to pause and wait for his moment. Lucky's playing outside to have the information that he can pass over to Masuda. Those 2 communicating a lot in terms of the scaling, in terms of the information. Well, the golden rule of ramp room, as you mentioned last round, don't die. It's on Maka now.
Yep, and Maka, no problem. He's going to drop down, throw a flash out to try and hold them back. But as he's getting that first kill, they also find one elsewhere. So Brennan and Insani both dead. Now here comes the reaction from MIBR. They're going to try and take down Lucky, but this angle is always going to be good for 1. And maybe even 2 from Lucky, and he will, in fact, ensure a double. Why not make it 3? 3D Max don't even lose a single player. They're up to 11 rounds.
Yeah, that's a perfect round for them. Obviously, the triple kill from Lucky is a thing of beauty. Masuta adding 1, but Maka grabbing that kill and backing away. Every step, every move that MIBR made to move forward and get some control was met with a player loss, paying the 3D Max tax. Not able to find any openings, any kills, not even any trades. Lovely sequence from Lucky. And we're right back to where we were just a couple rounds ago. Another buy for MIBR. That was the buffer they built up in the previous round with a clean win, but it's gone now. And a reset as 3D Max gets to 12 would be devastating. Series began with a dominant Inferno from MIBR. 3D Max looked flat, not even in the server until late in the second half. Ancient was all the advantages in the world for MIBR on a map that 3D Max has notoriously struggled on with a 30% win rate. But 3D Max came all the way back and won in overtime. Brings them to Nuke, where they're much more competent, and we're seeing it here as they have a 2-round advantage.
Coming out towards Hut now, it's Exorcist with a really important double kill. Now get off the top of that, because you've got plenty of teammates coming to try and help you, but Insani making the most of the situation. It's just not enough, though, to prevent 3D Max from heading to series points, who are now 1 round win away from reaching the semifinals here in Bucharest.
Yeah, 3 chances to close it out, and this is going to be so exhilarating for the 3D Max guys when this win comes in, because I guarantee you, down the line on Ancient, there had to have been moments where none of them truly believed that comeback was going to happen. The gift to be able to survive that from MIBR, bring it to Nuke, this is going to be a huge celebration from 3D Max if they close it out. And look what they're up against. Tech 9, MP7, AKs, 1 Galil. Utility is very light for MIBR. Advantages all across the board in the favor of 3D Max.
LNZ dropping down. Gets in behind credit card, and yep, not going to be spotted. But Masuta making his way up secret, just kept going. But LNZ has to reveal his position to get that kill, so the trade comes in immediately. Smoke is up, but they move right through it. Mako can't connect the shot. And so MIBR had to take a risk, and it's worked out. They've got down towards ramp.
Really good call from Mako to just give it up. Not go for the repeat, not take the death. Play the 4-on-3. Are they going to... Are they just going to go decon and try and relocate, reposition? Oh, it might work. The drive-by, but you can't get up vents. Surely you can't get up vents, and now you can't go back into the bomb site either.
Oh, will be 1 back from Klim. Gravity going to be gone. Numbers evened out again. A bomb not being planted yet. Mac is waiting. He wants you to walk through the double doors, and they will provide. Here comes Venom Zera as well. Missed shot from Mac up, but he will recover, and 3D Max, the renaissance here in the series. They make it all the way to the semifinals. They look down and out, but they have resistance, and they pull off the comeback.
From nearly losing to the worst team in the tournament to the semi-finals, 3D Max remain an enigma. I cannot solve it. For MIBR, a powerful lesson in taking your chances. They're going to look back on that Ancient opportunity and rue the many mistakes they made. But to the victor, the spoils. I mean, we've got to talk about 3D Max now. Great nuke map.
Really well done. I mean, this is a team now that's looking to make their biggest push in the international tournament in quite a long time, right? I mean, it was CAC where they took second. It's been a long, arduous road since then of disappointment, but this is a chance to, you know, make a semifinals appearance and have a chance to do something because, as Moses kind of indicated a couple of different times, you know, this is their Super Bowl. They're not going to the major, right? And they don't really have that many big trophies in 3D Max's organization history. I mean, pretty much looking at like the PS Challenge, I think, in China they won last year. Yes. They had that Sky Esports event that they won. Shout out one time. But other than that, they haven't really had a whole lot to put in the cabinet. So this keeps them in that race.
I'm actually super impressed the fact that, I won't lie, you know, you watch a couple of days of this tournament, you think, yeah, this team's done, they're not, you know, and a lot of teams who didn't make it to the major, BC.Game comes to mind, for example, just completely capitulated, they just, the heads were not in the game. There were 3D Max being 11-6 down, and sure, MIBR, they messed up a lot of rounds, they allowed them back into the game, but they seized the opportunity with both hands.
I mean, definitely, and an opportunity that was gifted to them, but an opportunity you have to take, and you can see from looking at the scoreboard, I mean, I have to say, was very impressed with Venom Zero across this series. Had so much impact for his team. I mean, you know, up there with the usual names, but at the end of the day, you look over across there, you've got to just take your hats off to this guy. I mean, Maka, I mean, doing it all, quite literally.
The impact he had on the CT side in particular was absolutely impeccable. I mean, look at this heat map of outside control that he just dominated.
CT side with the op.
Unbelievable.
No, it's not just that. He was hitting some of the most ludicrous shots I've ever seen him hit as well. Just blind shots through the smoke, just being in their face, using, like, just setting up his teammates as well. And we did point out as well, Dawson, you know, it's going to be a lot of battles of Insani, right, towards outside, and he's going to be the one who's going to have to kind of lock horns with 3D Max's outside defense. And unfortunately, Insani, lowest rated player in this map, the one map that he really fell off, he was really struggling to find anything. And it all started in the first half, honestly. Even though it was a 6-6 scoreline, it was some very well-constructed T-side rounds coming out from 3D Max. But on the CD side by Maka, I mean, this is just BS bullshit shots coming out from him. But still, they were so aggressive, so in your face, so disruptive, so 3D Max. That's the way they want to play, in your face, be disruptive, not allow you to set up. And unfortunately for MIBR, yeah, the second half when, you know, we could see things spiraling out of control. I said it as well, Rich. Even though MIBR were my favorites coming to this matchup, once the momentum shifted onto Ancient, 3D Max just ran away with it.
Shout out to Lucky one time too, man. I mean, he's kind of their main yard defender aside from Maka's AWP, and he definitely had some big moments as well. And he's kind of the rock of this team, man. I mean, he's been around through all the different changes that have happened. He's never been like the main featured player of the team. He's never been the #1 star of the squad, and his role has kind of shifted between, you know, different players coming in and out of the team, but he's always found a way to remain a consistent level player, and he did well here too.
All right, well, we've got questions on the panel about what's going on with 3D Max. The good news is we can throw you over to Parler to maybe ask them.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, I'm down on the floor with Maka of 3D Max. Maka, just before we went live with this interview, I asked you, are you happy? What did you say?
I said, no, I'm not happy. I'm very happy. I'm very proud of the team.
Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on making it through to the semi-finals. Can I get your initial reactions?
I don't know. It was really stressful game, but so happy. Like, I don't know, say it's unbelievable, the team that can go like through hell, like the couple last weeks, and go through this and be able to play that great. Just think.
Yeah, let's talk about the stresses. So Inferno, quite a surprise to lose your map pick. What went wrong on Inferno?
I think lack of composure overall. We didn't follow the game plan exactly the way we wanted, and they clicked well and didn't go our way.
Moving on to map 2. So Ancient, we ended up going to overtime. Perhaps that was a switch then in terms of composure, because you were massively behind, but you grinded it out and got the W. What happened on Ancient?
I think we made that scenario in our head like yesterday night, that if we lose our map pick and we go through Ancient T side, we had to be composed and very calm. I think that helped us a lot. I don't know, we played the way we wanted to play, and it showed. I think this is the way we want to play, and we have to keep playing like this. Calm and very, like, I don't know, like, dominant on this area.
Yeah, you guys looked very composed going into map 3, Nuke. What was the feeling or the mood in the team going into Nuke, and then also what were the keys to victory?
To be honest, going to Nuke, we are confident because we wanted to pick that map at first, yesterday when I watched Vitos. So it feels like going into our map pick. So yeah, the start of the game was really good. We kind of came into the same mood we had on Inferno, so we are a bit scared, I think. But going on City side, we are so confident on it, and I think they lack some good strategy to counter us. So.
All right, well, Mac, a final couple of questions. Yeah, you've got the win now. You move through to the semi-finals. You'll be playing either Astralis or Eyeballers. Who do you think you'll play, and what are your thoughts on one of those potential matchups?
I think Astralis are the main favorites of this tournament. They look so sharp and great. Jada was just watching me.
That's sort of why I passed the glance around before to see if they were coming by us, Mac.
I think there are very huge favorites in that matchup. So looking forward to play Astralis. We want to play the big games, so looking to play Astralis.
Yeah, and if you were to play Astralis, the last couple times you've played them, it's not gone so well. What changes if you do end up playing them in the semis?
I think we don't need to focus on the way they played. Just focus on ourselves, and I'm pretty sure we can do even better than them.
All right, well, Maka, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again on reaching the semi-finals. Anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home before I let you go?
Thank you everyone for supporting us. Merci aux Français qui nous soutiennent et qui nous regardent. And see you in the semi-finals.
Merci. And yeah, we'll catch you tomorrow. All right, for now, let's head back to the desk.
Yeah, mercy. Love that interview.
Ooh la la.
He didn't show MIBR any mercy, did he? I mean, let's be real. It's going to be a sore one for them to shake off. But I like his attitude. We were wondering if there was going to be changes to the team. Didn't make the major. He's all smiles. He's just like, you know what? Like, we're just going to take each game as it comes. And if we play the way that we've set up to play, we'll beat Astralis in the next round. We'll go all the way to the final.
It's one of those things where it's like, it obviously stinks to be in that situation where you're not going to get to play the major and things aren't really going according to plan just in general throughout the course of the season. But it also kind of creates an opportunity where the weight gets a little bit lifted off of you, because now you know that that's gone, and now you can kind of focus in on making the best of what you can with this lineup, seizing this opportunity, a tournament like this one where a lot of the big dogs aren't here, and make something of it. You know, something to build off of maybe going into the offseason as well.
Yeah, 100% agree. While a lot of other teams, as I pointed out earlier, who haven't made it to the major, have just completely checked out mentally, haven't made it to the playoffs. The fact that 3D Max is still alive and kicking, despite the first game loss to FOKUS, despite almost choking to Voca as well, your NA boys, the fact that they come in here and kind of basically just snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, I think it's very impressive. But for me, I feel a little gutted for MIBR, right? They've been looking so good. They were a team who I didn't necessarily expect to make it to the playoffs, but it played really good CS so far. It could have easily been a 2-0 for them, then it could be waiting for the next game, but commiserations to them. But that being said, I am excited about this MIBR lineup. I feel like going down the line with some of the reps and the experience I picked up at this event, they're a team who could really deal a bit of damage in the future events.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, one bad half of CS ruined their ability to make a semifinal.
And that's a harsh lesson.
And it is, but hopefully they will be able to grab something from it. Again, I think at least we're seeing Insani still play at a pretty high level overall, which is something that you can kind of always count on. Again, I think Clem is still looking like an operator to keep an eye on. And even Venom Zera, he's kind of the guy you don't talk about as much, because he was on Red Canids for a while, for a few years, was never really a main featured player in the Brazilian scene. This has been a big opportunity for him. He's been kind of overshadowed by some of the other guys on the team, but he definitely made his presence known throughout the course of this tournament.
I mean, that 4K on RAM comes to mind, which is so insane. So Venom Zero was kind of like on paper the weak link, you know, with the comms and everything, but I feel like it's been a big growth for him, especially with the opposition he's had to face so far. So MIBR can walk away with the heads held high today, despite the disappointment.
Yeah, well, we were talking about the majors and how that affects 3D Max, and we've got an announcement about the major for all of you at home. It's also up on the PGL social media site, but it's Singapore major time. The second major of the year is, of course, going to be in Singapore, and we are going to be doing things a little bit differently out there. We fought for ages to perfect the kind of format of a major. We've finally got people to agree, yes, let's do best of 5 finals. Well, that major is also going to have a third place decider, a bronze medal essentially handed out. And obviously that's really important within the context of, you know, VRS points and everything else. So I'm actually super stoked. I also think for the fans as well, if you've ever been to a major, I've had the pleasure of attending a few in my career. Obviously on that last day, you know, some people, the show match, as fun as we try and make them.
No more show matches, Richard. I'm so happy. I'm sick and tired of the teams try-harding in a show match. So that's out of the way.
I think Bless is getting sick of getting owned at him. I think is really
also true.
Because we're try-harding. We're trying to have fun, guys.
All right, listen here, bud. Like, just calm down a little bit over there. It'll be all right. Like, it'll be all right.
But anyway, I'm very happy because, you know, the majors have always had the ignominy of kind of always trailing behind some of the big events of the year when it comes to the format, so to speak. So that the fact that they're catching up to all, you know, the premier events of the year, the PGL, the big events, you know, talking about Cologne and all these events, the fact that we all have third place decider right now, I'm glad the majors are actually catching up to it.
I'm just glad that we keep seeing the major iterated on. You know, I think for a long time there was a pessimistic view from the community that Val was kind of asleep at the wheel, and that, you know, these majors would kind of stick with the same format. They were kind of lagging behind the rest of the scene. And now we have seen with Cologne, obviously, the introduction of best of threes in the main group stage, which is a huge format improvement, in my opinion. Now we're seeing them level up, having a third place decider game, having a real potential for podium finishes at majors to feel a little bit more special, maybe, on getting that bronze medal. And I think there's one other thing, Rich, that also will be taking place at this major. Oh, do you want to share it?
No,
The cutoff has been extended. So here's the big thing. As people know, for the Cologne major, the cutoff was in April, 2 months before the major. This time around, the cutoff will be in November, which means that the entirety of the season will have an impact on who makes it to the Singapore major, as opposed to having kind of this weird 2-month lull period where, yeah, people are still playing for VRS and the importance of that in future tournament invites and maybe the next major. But now, like, the second half of this year is really going to drive the storyline of Singapore in a much bigger way.
And also overall, when it comes to teams' performances as well, 2 months is a lot of time for certain teams to drop off in form as well, right? So with just a 1 month difference, you're going to be seeing a lot more teams being more battle ready, so to speak, as a major arrives.
Guess we have to switch chairs now, Dust. You're doing my job for me. One thing I can do for all you at home, though, is tell you about the tickets. If you scan this QR code down there, boomer mind can't comprehend this technology, but I assure you at home it does work. If you do that, that'll give you all of the details. Tickets are available. Make sure you get yours now for what is going to be a historic event. So there you go.
Our 25th Valve Major, 25th by the way.
Valve
Big
Major.
25, yeah.
We've come a long way, haven't we, guys? But for now, we must take a quick break, reset, and when we come back, we're going to be talking about Astralis versus Eyeballers. We'll see you in a moment.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. We'll never get tired of seeing that elbow, by the way.
Listen, I'm just going to go ahead and say this now. No one else even try Death Slam of the Year.
Yeah.
There's really just no way you're beating that.
Yeah. No.
You'd have to actually flip the table. Don't.
But anyway, to do the proper setup, right? Okay, and then introduce a segment. It is going to be Astralis versus Eyeballers, and before we do turn our attention to the individual teams, myself and the panel would like to talk about something that maybe you've noticed at home, maybe you haven't. And it's something about legacy, not the team, but actually what we leave behind when things crumble to dust, in the material realm. And we're going to talk about Young Ninjas. And Ninjas in Pajamas, historically, they've been a great organization, a joke organization, somewhere in between, and they had an academy team. I've called this graphic Revenge of Shinobi. Boomers will get that reference. No one else does, of course. But think about all of the players that have played on the Young Ninjas team. Think about where Swedish Counter-Strike is, and then here they all are together. We've just seen LNZ go out of the tournament, but you've got ZTR, you've got FOZE coming up, we've got Maxter, we've got Rolf. All of those guys came through the Ninjas in Pajamas Academy system, and actually are better now than they were then.
Yeah, maybe your time on NIP doesn't count, but your time on Ninjas apparently may mean that you actually have a little bit of a future ahead of you. And I think the biggest one there is definitely the FaZe success story, and it ties into our match because, I mean, this is a guy who was wasting away on Wildcard.
Went to China before that, let's not forget it.
Let's not forget that either.
He got ready to learn Chinese.
Yeah, like literally the meme almost became reality on that one. Also, he did have like a barista on the main team, but, you know, I don't think they really gave him a whole lot of time to flourish on that one. But now he's one of the better operators in the world in this year. I mean, it's been really cool to see him climb. And yeah, like you said, some of the other guys have definitely gone on to, you know, make some big waves.
And it's also the irony of the fact that, you know, it's a Swedish opera coming into a Danish organization, Astralis, to kind of make them look good again, resurrect their life again, applying whatever. And it's just kind of funny, ironic in a lot of ways, but it's really cool to see. I agree with you. Even some of the youngsters, Max's Rolf, for example, who didn't really have much of an impact when he was playing the NIP in that old NIP youngsters lineup, but just the fact that they're finding so much impact in such a different way, so to speak. It's a pretty cool storyline.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about what Swedish Counter-Strike looks like, broadly speaking, now by talking about eyeballers. Obviously, we saw them win yesterday. We had JW on the couch. He corrected one narrative that we've been peddling, which was he's the CEO. He's apparently stood down so he can focus on playing and being an IGL, only temporarily, still his company, of course. And, you know, look, they have done very, very well, in my opinion, to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they're making the most out of an opportunity, right? Because they were one of the replacement teams that came in because they didn't win the qualifier, so they had to kind of come in last minute, and they've really seized on to it. You know, we're talking about Swedish CS. They were able to beat up on Metasport and Alliance to come second at the ROG Journey event leading into this one, and now they're getting their first chance internationally to compete against top-level teams, and kind of lucky to get a freebie against FaZe in the opener, but they took care of business against FOKUS, and I think that that was kind of like the key matchup that really kind of was like, okay, you know, maybe there is a little bit of something here to keep an eye on.
And even against the Mongols match, the first game, the real game they played apart from the FaZe walkover, was the fact that despite the scoreline, there was a very competitive half. There was some very competitive rounds as well. And again, you got to remember, JW yesterday, he did say, listen, I'm a bit delusional. I'm coming in for the win. Yep. But also at the same time, if you look at a lot of the other players in his team, someone like Bob XD, for example, who's very, very green, especially at this level of Counter-Strike, these are such important reps that he's able to get against some pretty solid teams overall. So a lot of growth would have transpired already for this team. And of course, I'm sure they weren't really expecting to make the way to the playoffs. But hey, they're here right now, and as JW said, I'm here to rock and roll.
Yeah, and look, I loved the interview we had with JW. So gracious with his time, even though he does have a pretty bad cold at the moment, which he may or may not have transferred onto me. We'll see. I'm happy to receive it from JW. He's a legend. So, but I will say this: he also highlighted the Bob XD as their X Factor player, and the statistics haven't bore this out yet.
Right.
But everybody around Eyeballers is saying this is the guy.
To be fair, he plays a tough position. He's their main entry fragger. You know, he's definitely one of the big aggressive playmakers, and he definitely was, alongside Max, their top performing player over the course of the last good bit of time on LAN and in the online environment. So definitely taking on a lot of openers, just not converting them as much as usual. But again, he's going for so many, right? And like Burles said earlier, it's about getting those reps and getting more comfortable interacting with those situations in the LAN environment. But also do give a shout out to Max, because I feel like he has lived up to the billing. He's kind of the other star, quote unquote, of the team, and he's had his moments against Mongols and Energy, and even was really great in the final map against FOKUS on Dust 2 that got them to this playoffs.
I got to say, the one guy who has really popped out for me has been JW, right? Like leading by example on Captain online. Because online, he has been the lowest rated player. You know, opping, IGLing. It's not an easy job at all, Rich. But coming into this event, he's been so pivotal with the AWP. Even that comeback against FOKUS, he was the one leading by example.
Tall order for him today. Taking on Astralis, some people's favorites to lift this trophy in Bucharest. HooXi got to cut the deadwood from the all-Danish lineup, turn it international, and so far so good. Henry really put me into a spin the other day. He said, this is the best Astralis we've seen in 6-7 years. And I went, come on, bro. Like, you really saying this is better than the 2016? And I was like, oh, it's 2026. So, yeah, okay.
It's been a bit.
Yeah.
It has been a bit, man. Yeah. But at least doing what they're supposed to do, right? I mean, they 3-0 the group stage, only dropping one map to bait, beating Mongols 2-0 convincingly. You know, you have some of these new players playing really well. FooZi, we've already kind of talked about him, looking like one of the best best operas of the year right now, but also it's been kind of the resurgence of Yabby. Like, this is a guy who struggled last year. I mean, really wasn't doing himself any favors.
$1 million player, lest we forget.
But this year, it's been a different story.
Sure.
He has really come alive. I think it's because they've given him a little bit more freedom. He's getting a little bit better roles for himself now that Sound is gone, and he's really kind of taken that opportunity and ran with it.
And again, I think this is all because I think the catalyst here has been the fact that Stair has finally had the opportunity to shine in all these star positions, all the star roles. Right? He's a player we touched upon time and time again during all the trials and tribulations of Astralis. He was the one rock for this team, playing some very rough positions, some very rough roles, but still able to deliver the numbers. And now he's just consistently delivering. You have FOZE who's being a constant pillar with the AWP as well, just so stable with the op. And that's, I feel like, alleviated quite a pressure from Yabby to kind of find himself, so to speak. So yeah, Astralis right now, man, they're looking like the favorites.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering what we were going to get, right? Because they did have that big third place finish at EPL where they beat Spirit, they beat Foot, and it's like, okay, like these guys are cooking a little bit right now. But this is a different situation where they were kind of playing the underdog role at EPL. Here, they're supposed to be one of the favorites next to MongolZ and maybe Foot and so on, and they've lived up to it. And Stair's been the big one because, look, I always thought Stair was solid, but he has leveled up this year in a big way, in my opinion. Not only just overall performance, but because he is going for so many openers and converting on them, that is one of the biggest things, I think. He's been one of the better entry riflers this year.
Yeah.
I think when it comes down to the maps, right, this is where Astralis, despite them being the favorites, this is what makes them even bigger favorites. I was wondering if Eyeball is going to ban an Overpass or Ancient. They're going to ban an Overpass. Anub is going to be banned by Astralis. It should be Astralis going for the Ancient pick here. I wouldn't be surprised with that. And for JW, the only safe bet you have here is Mirage. That's a map you're usually comfortable on. You're just going to stick with this, even though Astralis looks solid on it. And comes down to the final two maps. Look, Dust2 banned out by Astralis, and whether it's Inferno or Nuke, it's heavily going to favor Astralis. Their map pool is so much deeper than almost any other team we have at this event right now. So, man, Eyeballers have a tall ask ahead of them.
It was always going to be difficult no matter what the map pool was going to be, especially because Eyeballers is not one of those squads that like has a perma ban or a perma pick. They really try to rotate around the pool. And I think, you know, banning Nuke is a little bit surprising to me from Eyeballers. I thought they'd want that the third map to be honest.
That is interesting because that was the map they picked, if you remember.
Against Bait, and they got completely smacked by them, right?
Yeah.
Look, I really feel Inferno, they feel like they might stand a chance, but in all honesty, I don't think there was going to be any map they're going to be happy with come the deciding map. But it's going to come down to Mirage, Rich. This is their, there's a home map, it's a map they're comfortable on. But remember, last time they played this was against MIBR, where Insani and Breno completely demolished them. So they got to hit the ground running, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously there are levels to the game, right? And we don't want to be disrespectful to Eyeballers, but when you're down there in that like tier 2 melange, you're playing a lot of online CS. I think the reason you've seen the jump up in JW's numbers here is because LAN is just a different beast, and when you're playing against quality oppositions at LAN, it really is a different world, and it's very easy to get inside your head, make simple elementary mistakes, and we've definitely seen that from Eyeballers.
Real quick, this is because we were talking about Yabby. I just want to make the connection. Yabby was a B rotator in the past, which is a star position on the map where you get to be very active and mobile and be a playmaker. He got relegated to being an A anchor when they had the whole situation with Stound and other players kind of coming in and out. They have returned him to this role thanks to Ryu.
Lethal.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Thanks to Ryu's ability to anchor, they've been able to put Yabby in a bigger playmaking position. So keep an eye on that.
And also for the side of for the side of Astralis, when you played MongolZ, it was a 13-4 drubbing for one of the best teams on this map. So yeah, it's going to be
Don't
rough.
look behind players, jump scare.
Oh no! Oh.
Our commentators are here. Who have you got winning this one, and why is it Astralis?
Well, where do we begin with that kind of a question?
I can see the JW romance coming from Moses right now. It's coming. I can feel it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it to you, man. Like, I am on some level just happy to have JW here. On some level, I don't care what the performance looks like. I'm just like JW back in the playoffs. I think his post-game interview over with you guys on the desk just the other day, or a couple of you guys, was I love hearing him talk, and I think it's incredible seeing he's been able to work himself back to this level.
Yeah, good to hear his mentality, but yeah, I mean, obviously coming.
But Astralis is going to win.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. Astralis on the CT side, Eyeball is starting on the T side of Mirage here. The desk highlighting, there are levels to this game. I think we're about to find out those levels coming into this.
Yeah, well, let's give him a chance to like surprise us a little bit, right? Keep your heart open to be impressed here with the Eyeballers thing, and we'll just see how this goes. We've obviously heard a lot of good words about Bob, his performance, and how much Eyeballers value him. So we'll see if they
Haven't
can create
necessarily
anything.
Seen it a huge amount, but let's see. Maxter, he's done well to get one, and then Stare immediately snatching away all of these kills, and I'm starting to feel less like it's in my heart, Jason, to be honest.
You're already shutting your heart off to it.
Yeah.
It's not even, round 1 hasn't even finished.
Stone cold.
You need Jesus, Dinko. There we go. Get into it, Maxter. Lovely one tap. Maxter's another name you could point out on this team that has some interesting things. We've seen him play before, and we've seen some good stuff out of him. Hasn't had a wealth of opportunities at the top levels of play, but he's another guy in this lineup that I'm kind of like giving the side eye and keeping track of his progress and performances.
Heard Mac is saying ahead of this that during that post-game interview, Apollo was saying Astralis look like favorites for the event. They're playing the cleanest Counter-Strike, looking the sharpest. I would have to agree, you know, they are looking very good. And Yabi, talking point in the desk there as well about his performances and how he seems to be unlocked. He's given them a lot more space in the team, a lot more responsibility, and playing way better Counter-Strike now because of that.
I mean, if we want to go back in during this round and like kind of like truly answer Richard's question of, you know, why, like, give us the reasons why Astralis is going to win. I mean, yeah, Yabi is one guy you'd point at and say his resurgence within the team. I think you'd also point at Stare and say his continued strong performance for this team that has just been consistent over the course of years. You know, like he's another player that's performing well. FOKUS, a promising young opper who has the capacity for incredible games, as we saw versus Spirit at the ESL Pro League playoffs. And then you'd go to HooXi as an IGL and just say a strong tactician and someone who, when we see Astralis lately come into games, HooXi has them seemingly well prepared and everyone on the same page in terms of how they want to approach the game. So yeah, there's so many positives that go towards the direction of Astralis.
Yeah, the start of the year, the start of the season, we heard a lot of coaches and players saying they've been impressed with the level of structure Astralis have been able to get together quickly. And obviously a lot of that goes towards HooXi as the in-game leader, but also the coaching staff. Henry was singing the praises of Mighty Max. He was announced to be one of the assistant coaches over there.
He skipped the head coach, went straight to the assistant coach?
I mean, he's someone that has just been recently added into the team, right? We know Rugg has been there for a while.
Yeah, so. I remember listening to Henry. I was making a little bit of a joke out of it, just touching on his experience of knowing Mighty Max from the UK scene, obviously.
I mean,
I think it was all in the context of Endpoint and all the different players that had come through that organization as well.
Yeah, but also the fact that Rugg is still, you know, he's been a part of this team when it wasn't going very well. So, you know, obviously the recent changes to the roster has all come together.
Rugg's whole career has been on teams where things haven't been going well. Spent years in OG, like trying to build lineups that were going to be able to compete and was never able to get the players. So this has got to be a great feeling for him, finally having a squad that is improving to the degree of being able to compete internationally. And now he's got a chance to prove his value as a coach. And if he can help Astralis get over the line to start winning trophies again, because this organization, as Richard had said, 6 years since we could speak super positively about the Astralis organization.
Yeah, it's crazy to think it's been that long. We got a good start here for Eyeballers.
J-Dubs with that opening kill, turning the corner. He's been playing ill throughout this event. Went to go say hi to him for the first time in the years after their playoff qualification. Wouldn't even shake my hand. He's just been sick, wouldn't touch Anders. HooXi's got a lot of attention headed his way. Doesn't realize the timing of...
he was sick too, or...?
Yeah, maybe he was lying the whole time. Maybe he was just like, I don't need to see you ever again.
Casters. I missed you. Who are you again? 45 seconds left, and Eyeball is going to be going into this B-bomb. So we got Stare short. It's going to be Rolf down to Stare's right fault, but Maxter and JW coming in to collapse upon this B-bomb site.
Yeah, there was a chance there to hold on to it. Needed a couple of those kills. FOKUS brought one back. No more mistakes. That nade, going to go a little bit deep to take down Maxter. Great damage onto Dex, but 2 versus 3, and they're entrenched in this B-bomb site. I think more than likely, Astralis just set up and play for the exit kills.
And even those not going the way of Astralis. So Eyeballers can be really happy about this first time taking the guns out for a spin. Working out very well over towards that B-bomb site.
Yeah, good shooting and good opening provided by JW, scaling up short and just taking a hard fight on the swing. He's got that jersey buttoned up all the way to the top. It's business time. 2-1 here in this quarterfinal series. Winner, as we just saw, would go on to play 3D Max in the next semi-final. And really looking at the brackets, as the desk has talked about a couple of times as well, Astralis has the red carpet to the grand final. It feels laid out, especially with some of the struggles we saw to 3D Max early. You got to feel like they're going to be favorites from this side. Another opening provided by J-Dubs.
It looks a little rough there for Stair. It looked like he should have been able to take that kill. JW was given a lot of time to compose himself to win that fight.
Oh, look at this move.
Yeah, I love this. Already out to a sandwich. That's such a surprise here for the Astralis defense.
That's another angle, another layer to this story is, you know, this is a team that a lot of the top squads aren't going to be familiar with. There's a certain level of familiarity you gain in the pro scene from practicing and playing so many officials against squads. You get a sense of the different players and their timings and their decision making, how they approach different scenarios, how they play in clutches. That's all information you don't have if you're Astralis against Eyeballers. So all of this this can feel like a very weird game to the Astralis guys. And that sort of angle of things opens it up to a little bit more of a conversation about the upset.
Also the angle about the fact that Astralis are playing with the pressure of being a team that should be winning this event at this point, or at least making the final. And
yeah, but you know what? If you can't handle that pressure in a quarterfinal against Eyeballers,
yep.
I don't know what to tell you.
But what I'm saying from the other perspective is like Eyeballers don't have any expectations or pressure whatsoever.
Well, they've already probably exceeded expectations to a certain degree, right? Everything from here is the cherry on top of that sundae. We're tied at 2, and quickly the money for Astralis gets depleted out of that pistol round victory. 2 straight for Eyeballers, and Astralis sits back on USPs.
Yeah, it should be no problem here for Eyeballers. Oh, double smoke. That's very smoked. The window is very, very smoked.
Well, now's the round to make the mistake. Smoke in towards Con. Bob's just going to scale up short. Lazy clear of ladder room, but they wanted to hustle past it and get into this execute. Holds the trigger down. Easy kill. Round's done. Nice double from Bob. So 3-2. Eyeballers gain an early lead. Is your heart open back up yet, Dinko?
Oh, it's wide open.
It closed down halfway through the pistol, but
yeah, I mean,
Bob and JW have brought it right back.
Yeah, it's beaten again. JW doing what he can. Yep, that's stylish. Okay, nice 3 kills, easy peasy. I mean, I think it's good to see them getting on the board early, because I think if you're an underdog like this and you go down early and you let Astralis get going, win all the gun rounds in the first 5 rounds, and you've got this huge lead already building for Astralis, all the wind in their sails, I think it's so much more difficult to get back into the game. So at least there's some success here for Eyeballers in the first few gun rounds.
Well, I think they did a good job of, you know, we talk about it all the time in these kind of underdog matchups, is especially the extreme underdogs, is you got to make Astralis respect you first. And I think in these first 5 rounds, they've done just that. And you got to get the sense that you've accomplished it, forcing this early timeout out of Astralis. It's not any kind of like panic timeout, but certainly something that Hooksy and Rug are going to try and put a stamp on now to get things going before this hole gets any deeper. One kit on Ryu, no AWP out for the CT side. Same for the T side though, sticking with all AKs.
Stair stepping out through the flames, having to get back. He's got 31 health now as the defending player of the connector.
Yeah, it's kind of an issue, especially because he's going to look like the next supportive element over to the B-bomb site when this hit eventually comes in. So already weakened.
It's an MP9 as well as the main defender of the B site. Oh, here they come. Running into the B-bomb sites. Yabby, who's up short. There goes Maxter. Hooksy's done well to get one, but then burns away. Stair does die, but Yabby's still around here with the M4.
Yeah, but they know he's here. They know he's in the location. Yeah, there was no play for him to make. FOZE gets one through the smoke, but that's not going to change anything whatsoever.
So Eyeballers breaking through to another one on this B-bomb site.
Yeah, and I mean, if you don't get a kill in the next like 5 seconds, like you kind of got to save. Going to try and sneak through this smoke. Bob not really paying attention. Okay, so just trying to try and spam at the angle. Do they really want to commit to this?
I mean, time is really ticking, and there's still so many positions to clear out. I think you can just try and get away right now, even with that kill. So out they go, save those weapons, and Eyeballers are up to 4.
Yeah, really well done. Just a quick hit towards the B bomb site when they sense they had it. JW is going to try and take some M4s away at the end. but they entrench themselves on the stairs and don't go anywhere else. They can hear the footsteps of JW into the bomb site, nobody peeking. And JW goes down, doesn't clear hard right, AK-47 given over to FOZE. So 4-2, a lead for Eyeballers. Starting to be able to work the map. A couple good plays in middle, opening kills provided, scaling up short, and then you switch into just an overwhelming hit at the B bomb site through the halls. Only success Astralis has had has been the pistol round and the ensuing. Outside of that, it's been all Eyeballers. They take a timeout out of the victory heading into this next gun round, so going to make Astralis consider their options. Actually, excuse me, not next gun round, just a couple force-ups around the 2 saved rifles.
Well, Citizens got you a little bit hot and heavy to kick things off if your Eyeballers feeling it at the moment, knowing you've got Astralis in a weird economic situation. You've still got some room to grow this T-side start.
I feel like JW would have had some very important words to give to his team before this went live with the position that he's in as a leadership figure. Be cool to ask him what exactly he said to the team to get them motivated for this matchup, to get them playing well.
Overwhelming Palace this time. For Astralis, 2 players charging forward. Eyeballers realize they've lost significant control of that. They're just going to pause. That is going to slow this round down a lot for Eyeballers. They have so much to worry about now.
Just got to be conscious of it. And obviously coming back in, plenty of time to deal with it. You want to force the defense back. So yeah, going to deploy a smoke and you aren't going to want to pressure that whatsoever. But it's information gained and the option might be available to you later on in the round. They still have time to traverse to the other side of the map. Astralis, though, doing a good job of not peeking, not getting anything over for free. So if Eyeballers don't start making their move, actually, I'll say this. This is a lot of resources kind of stalled out doing mostly nothing on the map while all this is going on towards Palace. So Astralis is doing a good job of chewing so much time off the clock.
Well, Stair does get taken out eventually as Rolf steps into Palace to deal with that threat. 45 seconds left, and it is going to be an Eyeballers finish towards this A site. Some split potential later on in the round. JW as the AWPer is just cutting rotations off towards top mid.
Yeah, he's not going to be aggressive. You won't see him splitting towards Con whatsoever. He wants to stay far, far back. Good kill from Bob, providing the openings necessary. 28 seconds, still plenty of time. One goes down, trades as they turn the corner, and there's JW with an easy pounce and an easy kill. Eyeballers continue their winning ways, up by 3.
I mean, you got to be loving this start. Here comes the next level up. We've got Astralis getting the AWP out for FOKUS. Everybody else is going to have the rifle they desire and plenty of utility now arriving for Astralis. So this is the big obstacle. We'll see if Eyeballers can get around it, over it, or through it. And if they can win another round even against this full buy when everything's fully flashed out, who knows how far they could go in terms of this initial start.
Yeah, you could just get buried if you can't close this one. Astralis put a lot of focus on mid early, exchange of utility. Bob's trying to find a chance at it, but FOZE from the underpass grabs the quick kill. Opening provided, Astralis up in a 5-on-4. Now he's got to find an escape route.
Maxter spotting FOKUS, trying to put pressure on the Astralis in-game leader. Keep FOKUS down in the bomb site. He's not giving up any chances here. No peeks towards Maxter. As soon as he does, Maxter sends a few shots. FOKUS realizes he's still got a threat up in the apartments to worry about. JW will start making his way out through the underpass.
Oh, stairs coming window. Timing I don't think would be with JW, but he wants to peek into the A bomb site. He's alone in middle. So again, can't imagine any aggression coming from this position. Much like last round, a supportive element meant to just be a nuisance in the middle of the map. But this is a long time for him to hang out, having to think about a catwalk push, a window peek. Just now resmokes window, which kind of shows to Astralis some mid control is coming in.
Oh, FOKUS goes into the peak, bottom connector. JW knocked away. Dex is going to reply, but you've still got Ryu being burnt out of position. Dex with a follow-up kill has drawn this back to even numbers. Astralis trying to rotate over. They've got 2 players coming through CT, one of them Stair. And he's looking for that cross into the bomb site. Now, the plant is not committed to just yet for Eyeballers. Rolf is going to put that through now. And he's planted it for the Stairs and Jungle post-plant position. So it's strong if they can get into those spots. And they are in those spots currently, but they're being forced out of them. Yabi spams through the connector. And now we've got Maxter getting taken down upon the push as well. So Astralis will retake and find an important round victory here and put an end to the streak of eyeballers.
Yeah, nice retake coming from CT Spawn. Just as the bomb gets planted and you realize the planter is going to be in a moment of transition where he's trying to find cover. Once he gets into that safety, the retake gets so much more difficult. So really good timing for Astralis to hit. Helped out obviously with the opening kill, the follow-up from FOZE, the op doing work in this round for Astralis. The perfect amount of impact. Good protocols and good scaling and a good job from eyeballers getting into the bomb site, but a better retake. Yabi just a beast, double kill on it. 5-3 for eyeballers, and they buy back up. There's still money in the bank for another investment in round 10 as well if eyeballers need it. Different story for Astralis. It'll depend on how much they can save in a losing effort if they're able to continue buying and continue fighting. So it'd be a really strong blow to deal to Astralis if eyeballers can pull it off. A round win to take plenty of guns away, give yourself an advantage, and then you might even be able to just run away with the second half, or the rest of the half. This is eyeballers' map pick of Mirage. Showing good things on it so far. 3 players in middle. Maxter just coming back from the B halls now. Bomb is in T-spawn, so no decision quite yet for eyeballers. Minute left on the clock. Now look like the split coming through Con. FOZE's op is here and in position.
We got Dex making his way up towards Yabi. Stare also silencing what would be an eyeballer's attempt towards this A side split, but the players haven't even come out of ramp yet, and the connector contingent is already dead. So much more like what we were expecting here. Astralis putting a stop to eyeballers moving forward.
Yeah, it really feels like Astralis has settled this down to quite a degree. They look very comfortable in this round. So eyeballers will have to go on a little bit of a run to disjoint that again if they can. 5 rounds already is a good place to be. Just scrape together one more. Another buy coming in moving forward. Maxter going to save the AK-47, moving over into Palace for the safety. But Astralis coming right back. The early effort from eyeballers is fantastic, and now we're seeing the response from the favorites adapting, adjusting, and clawing back into things. Just 1 round back now.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be too stressed about the start. You know, you can get a hot lead on Mirage, you can get those T-side rounds going, but for Astralis, the fact that when the money came back and they got the AWP out for the first time, that they win 2 rounds in a row, they're starting to chip away at the money. If they win this one, they're going to get that break they've been looking for and force eyeballers down to some weaker weapons again, and Astralis will have a tie game. So we'll see if that is the case. Eyeballers have one last chance to really try and extend from these 5 rounds they picked up in a row.
Yeah, there really shouldn't be any cause for panic for Astralis. Over the past month, they've gone on a pretty good run and have got some pretty good wins under their belt that should let them know they're on the right path. Wins over the Mongols, wins over Bates. Undefeated here in the PGL Bucharest group stage. Wins over Foot, over Spirit back at ESL Pro League, over Furia at ESL Pro League. They've got a lot of very strong wins, so no cause for panic.
Oh, good kill from Dex at least. Had a couple of those in the last round, didn't lead to anything though. Hoping that this time it's a different story. Under a minute on the clock. Stare looking to block out connector. Really important role here on the CT side, and he can get nothing. Yabi, transitions to the jungle player, does damage to him, but doesn't bring him down. So eyeballers do remain competitive. In fact, they keep 4 players up, and they get into that A side. So it's going to be 6-4. And eyeballers loving the fact that they win this one so cleanly too, right? They don't lose too many players, just the single, so they can build money up again.
Yeah, really cool seeing as well around like this too, where it's like it's not just eyeballers winning off some of that momentum. It's, you know, Astralis just rattled off 2 in a row, started looking comfortable, and you're still able to snatch a round away from them. Very cool stuff from eyeballers so far here in Mirage. Little bit of a hunt to try and find the AWP of FOZE, but not ultra dedicated to it at the moment. And they're content to let him have the AWP for the next round. 6-4. 2 rounds remaining in this opening half.
Terrorists win.
Eyeballers making a bit of a statement that they're not just going to be any kind of a rollover squad. A double op setup now picked up for Astralis. Actually, yep, it's passed over to HooXi as the secondary opper. FOZE has his, so HooXi going to position himself at the B bomb site, which is going to allow them to put that fourth player on a rifle to be a little bit more mobile around the map and not be super concerned about the B halls. Now moving down the ramp as a unit. You've got Yabi over in ladder room, stared there in support, taking some attention. Yabi's got the first kill, dodges the flash, but nade in hand, nothing he could do as Bob swings in. Middle of the map controlled by Eyeballers. In a position they can exploit as they move quickly and swiftly and decisively towards the B-bomb site.
But it's HooXi's got to step up with the AWP, and he's just not going to be able to make that happen. So he had 2 shots at that, couldn't take anybody down. Now Stera's arrived, hoping that his rotation is going to be effective enough, but he's just spraying bullets and not really connecting any of them. So you've got Eyeballers, 2 players on very low HP. Grenade's going to go in. Bob's going to dodge that, but he can't dodge the flames. He's forced into the open. FOZE gets the frag, but FOZE's now going to clutch. A 1v3 total would be for him. He's switched out to the rifle, but there's no bullets in that, and he just ends up getting flanked out by JW. I mean, if you're Eyeballers, you're absolutely loving the performance you're putting on the server right now.
I love seeing JW still just be like a sneaky little rat of a player as well. You know, like he has his presence on short, clears out the player at the back of the side, repositions through the ladder room to wrap around. Just the game IQ for JW is so high. Good opening kill for Yabi, but not able to build anything off of it. Again, it's like the quick pace. It's when that's happening. Eyeballers is one of these teams right now that are just really trying to exploit the gaps they create as fast as possible and not let the experience and the game plan of Astralis ever kick in. Astralis isn't giving any chances to read the game and get ahead of the play because Eyeballers is always escalating.
Well, this time they bring the fights to them. FOZE instead taking the first 2 kills almost immediately as soon as the round begins. Ryu holding on and spraying away for a second. So last round of the half will go Astralis' direction. Will be a 5th round being collected here for the CT side. I don't think Astralis are going to be too happy about this first half whatsoever.
No, but at least you got something positive right at the end, right? Like, at least you scraped this round together. Still, I don't think, like, panic is anything, but certainly they're going to understand they've got a huge task in the second half ahead of them. What a great opening. What a great first look in these quarterfinals of Eyeballers. 7-5 lead over Astralis. We're going to switch sides and see what the defense can do, see what HooXi can marshal his troops into for an offensive campaign here. 10 kills on Bob, 10 kills on Dex, 9 on JW. Those 3 leading the way. JW with plenty of initial kills, opening kills, I should say, especially at the start of the half. The first 2 gun rounds won by Eyeballers were started by JW getting opening kills in middle. So him as that kind of veteran leadership presence, able to get them started on the right foot. Really cool to see. And there's the ultra layer too of, I mean, much like what we just had with 3D Max in the previous, the conversation about them, like the whole goal of that team when it began was revitalizing the French scene and having a French team. Obviously, the same story over with Eyeballers. The entire point of this was JW starting this team and this organization to get Swedish Counter-Strike back on the map because they dropped off the face of the earth.
Well, they really did, and for a while, and FOZE's coming back. He's kind of having his own sort of return to form in his own career, obviously, but bringing a Swedish player to the crowd in Stockholm and the last couple of events at Pro League, and he gave them a show. He won a really impressive series against Spirit where he was the star of the show. It's good to see the Swedes entering the server again these days. We got JW waiting down in the underpass and got himself a good opening here on Stat. Trying to get a second as well. Ryu's applying pressure. His teammate's gone, but JW had 1 bullet left in that USP and he's picked it up. Now he's looking for his next target towards middle. Now HooXi's running him down, looking to try and force him away. JW's handling the pressure though. There's the bomb at his feet, and JW is laying down the law.
Yeah, he is. You gotta love seeing this out of JW. Okay, this one's tough though. Yabi creeping up close, timing. This angle might be unexpected, but he swings into the angle. Beautiful shot. And it's JW to control this situation, to control this pistol round.
This is what you're asking for, you know, coming into a game today. We're talking about JW back in the playoffs. And he's actually performing really well. It's all you can ask for. Good to see him have a big pistol round here. Some nice shots. Even HooXi just tries, I've had enough of JW getting kills in underpass. Runs at him, and JW handles that pressure too. 8-5 up. Eyeballers have won the pistol round coming into the second half. It's going to be an eco here for Astralis. They did not get close to the bomb plant that. So Eyeballers can start to pull away here on the CT side.
Yeah, they really can. Build up some money and just bury Astralis. And it's going to be a great chance here to build up plenty of bonus money. Showing the bomb towards the B bomb site, trying to get a shift with that sound cue. And it ain't going to work. One more comes out of Palace. 2 quick kills, make it 4. And HooXi alone with the bomb. So 9-5. Eyeballers are going to be just 4 rounds away from a map 1 victory. Crazy to think about it.
Feels like the engine we've been waiting for it to start here for Astralis is just not going. It's just not moving right now.
Which is interesting. I mean, you have some of your, like, you know, your big time players with a decent amount of kills. You know, Fuzzy's. I said Fuzzy. Fuzzy's got a
Fizzy,
Fuzi. He's got 12 kills. Stairs got 10. Like you have, you know, Ryu's got 8. You've got a decent amount of kills, but I think just like the impact and the pace that Eyeballers brought out within the first half was really just catching him off guard. That first half wasn't won and lost by frags. It was won and lost by Eyeballers getting in before those frags even really mattered for retaking the bomb site.
Ooh. A lot of damage landing towards Yabby. You know, JW waiting up in the apartments. There's going to be plenty of players coming to test his site. See if JW can display his might. Just the 1 kill. And Stare to trade him efficiently moving into the B site. And yeah, you got to save. Look how far away the rest of the Eyeballers are.
3 MP9 still as well. Interesting them kind of stacking up. I think maybe the weaker weapons made them feel like they had to group up towards one of the bomb sites and they just selected the wrong one. Now, if you can set up in a round like this and get some exit kills, I think you'd need a few more players over in the B halls to join up with Bob. He'd probably have to scale a little bit further. You can get some upgrades to AK-47s. If HooXi gets distracted here, he's going to go down to Bob. Oh, he turns. What a good read, but not fast enough.
Trying to get back out. Looking to make some money. And Stare handling Maxter, and Bob also going down. So that's the release valve. You can move forward. You can save comfortably enough and carry those 3 rifles on over.
Actually handled that really well, Astralis. That could have been a disaster down the stretch with the 2 MP9s. They got the smoke up at a pretty decent timing as well. 1 kill. They could have stemmed the tide coming through that smoke and slaughtered Astralis. Almost there for Eyeballers. But they buy back in because they got plenty of cash. So op on JW, MP9, and M4s otherwise for Eyeballers.
JW is looking for a boost on the side of that smoke. Quite common play, but will not be coming their way in this round. We got Astralis again, heavy B lean. Coming at Bob this time.
Yeah, I think they're going to be clearing out underpass and maybe forcing back any presence in mid or any connector presence before they return to the B bomb. So, but yeah, with the bomb being dropped at the base of the halls, it feels like that's the end point. Want to challenge and put some pressure on with just a single player, show and execute, but not commit to it. Look at all the counter utility they've forced out. Astralis is saying, we've set ourselves up perfectly for the late round. If we want to go to the B bomb site, all the counter nades are gone.
Yeah, wanting to open up on some plays available through the window, and looks like Eyeballers want the information. They want to see what mid is looking like, but as they move forward and they take those risks, both of those kills go the way of Astralis. So you're falling into a 3v5 here if you're Eyeballers, and this is where Astralis have just under a minute to work with. They've got time and they've got the advantages in the player department, so going to be tough for Astralis to lose this round now.
I think Bob just put it together, though. I think Bob just realized nobody's in mid. They're coming back to the B bomb site. This kill is going to secure that piece of information. So JW, a great chance to have impact. There's no smoke for this position. JW can pick them apart.
Well, JW comes back with the AWP. He doesn't strike first. He waits until he can connect. Bob is in position. And looking good for Eyeballers. They pulled this right back, and it's Bob doing what he does best. A multi offshore. And we've got HOKUS dropping down into the site with 15 HP. He is not going to be able to clutch up. JW with further impact on the AW, and this is looking fantastic from Eyeballers. Way more competitive than we thought this was going to be.
Yeah, man, give so much credit over to Bob. It's a risk in the 3 versus 4 to go hunting for information off short like that, but when he gets it, pieces together the information perfectly. JW is shifting through CT spawn to the A bomb site, starts pulling him back. That kill secured what the information was correct, but they're already in position. With no utility left, JW's just got a shooting gallery. Double kill from the captain on the op, 10-6.
And JW is not going to miss those easy ones.
I'll tell you what, another timeout from Astralis, and I think this one is time for panic. Eyeballers now 3 rounds away, and they're not giving you any room to work with.
Oh, it would be a disastrous situation for Astralis to lose the opening map of this quarterfinal. Eyeballers, they have got to be so happy with themselves right now. 15 kills, 8 deaths for JW. The cliche rolling back the years, but he really is. And he is certainly known to be an AWPer. Just chiming in shot after shot as they come into that B bomb site. And now 10-6. Let's see if Eyeballers can keep this up. Got an AK for FOKUS.
I mean, look at the advantage they have in a round like this. 2 Tech, or a Tech 9 and a Deagle. Galil as well. Weapon advantage over to Eyeballers. Their biggest concern at the moment is economy. It's not at a full-blown breaking point. It's not pretty in any sense either. Another round where you want to try and have a very clean victory. That's kind of a priority at the moment. It's going to be Maxter on short. He'll peek off at some point to help kind of try and fight towards Khan. That smoke is going to obscure his vision. 3 defenders here for Eyeballers.
Yeah, they're in the right places. Now it's all about landing the shots. Dex pulls a nade. FOKUS is going to capitalize on that chance and push in towards the jungle. Now they know they have Rolf pinned. The Tech 9 looking to finish him off. Ryu primed and ready. Takes the headshot, and JW having to retreat back in towards CT, but Bob is now unleashed. He had a chance there. That was very exposed there from HOKUS, but not fully punished. You'll have to cancel the plant, but with FOKUS going down to 3v3 now established as that ball plant is coming through this time.
Oh, that's a huge kill, and even a bigger one from Yabby. And now the op can't get away. Yabby's going to try and put a stop to this retreat.
He's got utility at least, blocking out the murder hole, and JW going to jump on by, and even then Yabby spamming down his retreat.
Oh, I think Eyeballers actually played that pretty well once it got into the 3-on-3. You felt like you've kind of stalled out the plant, you've sold out all their utility, you have a ton of good advantages. Great kill from HOKUS through the edge of the box. And great kill from Yabby as he stands his ground. But really, I mean, a solid initial defense, but again, another situation where a nade is pulled out after 1 single kill. Like, we're trying to be too clever with utility.
It's just a micro mistake in one player, and yeah, that just sets up it's the first domino to fall, because then the other Wood player is put under too much pressure. Ryu is able to peek in and take him down with a Tech 9. But look at the situation. You mentioned the money. You can't buy again here at Eyeballers.
Yeah, well, I mean, they might have been able to force one out if they hadn't just got, you know, wiped out of the map, right? If 2 weapons save, you can go for it. But certainly now, again, with the economy being such a concern, I like that they haven't invested a whole lot here. Couple Zeus's picked up on Maxter and Dex. 5-7 on JW.
Oh, I was going to hear the steps going past. Dex.
Uh-oh.
You've just let him go a little bit too far for that to be too effective, and then you're being watched from connectors. So
yeah, that was too perfect.
Yeah. Exactly what Astralis would have wanted in that scenario. Rolf at least getting one on the USP. Nice reaction there from FOKUS, the Deagle. Just blinding Rolf. We've got Maxter just waiting back. He's going to be pushed by Stair, looking to make some money on the Mac 10, and he'll do exactly that.
All right.
Okay.
Good seeing the Swedes getting hyped up. A little bit of internal smack talk to get the energy up a notch. It's 10-8. I think Peter just called for a timeout as well. Could see him lean in, put the mic down, conversation. He's got something. He's got an idea that he's going to relay to the team now. Closing end of the map, often where we see the underdogs struggle the most is that understanding of how to close out games. So Astralis with another thrust here to close the gap on the scoreboard. It's 10-8, a 2-round lead for Eyeballers coming out of this timeout. No op in the field for JW. No kits on board for Eyeballers either. And 3 of the last 4 in the favor of Astralis means it, I mean, much like the first half, it feels like this is a stretch that settles them down. Now in the first half, that didn't last very long is the problem. So what comes next?
Well, fist bumps in. As Eyeballers saved for this one. They wanted to get a better buy than instead of wasting one in the last round and forcing out something that was not very likely to work. So let's see if that conservative approach pays off. Astralis have got to feel like this is an opportunity to finally get into the game. Feels like they're doing just enough to stay alive in it, but it's never felt like they're fully here yet on Mirage.
Yeah, they haven't really, yeah, I know what you mean.
Maybe this is the turning point.
I think a round win here, surely, because you'd take over in terms of, you'd break the economy yet again. You'd start going on, you probably have a 4-round streak.
You've also got a load of money. You're looking at 5K and FOKUS right now, Rio with 5K as well.
And you have a Hooksy.
And you have a Hooksy, who's always willing to take a hit. So smoke up into the apartments. Gonna hold Astralis back for now. A bit of a fake towards the A-bomb site. We'll see if that adjusts to the defenses. Oh, well, that kill is certainly going to help that out. And so JW all getting the trades is really important there on FOKUS. A re-smoke coming in to block the apartments for Bob. Looked like they were just about to move through too, so good timing on that smoke.
They break it. Oh, big fight. Big fight for JW to win. That's the mid player. Hooksy as a lurk is no longer involved in the action. And, yep, freebie.
Yeah, he's got the AWP out, and I think Astralis having to figure out how do we actually win this round. Where do we go? And it isn't backtracking into the AWP. It's JW with another one. JW with heavy impact on the server today.
On for the ace.
Yeah, he is, and he's waiting. Blocking out connector now, utility dropping 15 seconds. They've got to go, so he's throwing all his utility to try and slow them down. JW on for the ace.
There he is.
Does it with some style. Really rolling it back. JW with flair in the server. Returns to the playoffs for the first time in years and still styling on the Tier 1 stage.
Welcome back, JW. Putting your mark on this opening map. A strong ace in a must-win round. The equalizing kill, finding Hooksy late in an unexpected fight, but then picking up the op and doing your best work. It's classic JW.
Yes, it is. He has got to be loving this experience. We've heard him talk about how much he's missed being here. He was tweeting when he got to the event how excited he was to just play at Tier 1 events, and now he's really making the most of it. He's dead here at the start of this round, though. FOKUS getting some revenge. Great to hear his mentality about how he doesn't feel like he needs to show himself to the world anymore. He's already done that. He wants to be the level head, the experienced player for this roster so the youth can really show up. But my goodness, JW is showing himself off right now.
20 kills for JW. Out of action here, 4-on-5 for Eyeballers. So can the inexperienced team put it together? Without the experienced player, you need this kill. Good job, Dex, hunting it down, showing some courage.
Here they come Astralis into the A site.
It's only Rolf at default.
Yeah, you better hope that he can step up here if you're Eyeballers. Miss utility in place. Miss shots for Rolf. Hasn't been able to do anything there. Ryu clears him out, and so the A site is open. JW's hard work in the previous round about to be undone.
You need Bob to get a couple kills from this position. Trying to swing a little bit wider, open up the angle. He had the opportunity. They weren't paying attention, and now he knows one's over at the boxes as well. Nade towards Ryu. Deals tons of damage.
Here's the flank around the back. Maxter needs both. He needs both kills here. FOKUS reacts, turns around, but Maxter's got both kills. Now he knows where he is. Maxter with a beautiful triple kill, and Yabby up in Palace. Astralis can't catch a break. They are not meeting the firepower of Eyeballers.
JW loves it. Looking down the line, the kids are playing so well. The information pieced together from CT Spawn, so Maxter's ready for the third fight. A disgusting reaction. He very easily could have been distracted by the op just kind of sticking out and not been ready for that first fight. What an incredible triple kill.
Incredible work for Maxter. And this is with JW going down first. Maxter had to recover this, coming in on the flank. The second's beautiful, but the third is perfect. And Maxter just goes on to secure the 4K as well onto Yabi. Astralis, every single time they think they're out of the woods, that they finally got into the game, Eyeballers shut that door in their face. It was JW with an ace, and now Maxter with a 4K. Incredible firepower on display from Eyeballers, and they are charging towards a first map victory in this quarterfinal. They've got the opening kill. Astralis trying to get out towards the A site, but Dex has got another. He's just following up. Everybody's on the server having a great time from Eyeballers, and all eyes on the Swedes. They take the opening map. Astralis left stunned to kick off the quarterfinal.
I think we're all stunned. Incredible scenes. JW rolling back the years. He said yesterday he was delusional. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's a genius.
He's got it, baby.
Sometimes a little bit of madness is what you need in life, Rich, and I'm all for it. JW on LAN. I aren't think that ace was it. Right there, you knew this game's done. This map's done.
Imagine the year of our Lord 2026, JW on LAN dishing it to Astralis. I mean, good Lord. If someone would have told you that years ago, you'd be wondering what the heck had happened in life. Man, he crushed it.
This is something you say in 2016. You're like, yeah, this could happen 10 years later, and he's still giving them the beans. This is insane from Eyeballers.
Oh, man. You got a little bit of everything from him, too. The classy quick switch no scopes. Like, just a little bit of everything. Hitting the easy shots and the hard shots. Also, while we are glazing on JW quite a bit, as we should, I do want to give a shout out to Bob XD. Your boy showed up this game. We were kind of hoping he would have his moment. He was a big star for them in some other competition, and he did arrive on this one.
Bro, that flying from Maxer as well. Just the fact you fight all 4 kills without anything is ridiculous. But look, I know JW kind of stole his show right there, Rich, but for me, it was a team effort. Everyone was dialed in. Dex in the first half on the T side finding so many openers. Bob XD, we touched upon him as well. And even Maxter, Maxter was very quiet. He only had, like, I believe, like 6 or 5 kills till the very end of the game. He had that pretty much game-winning flank coming in from ramp as well. So an incredible showing. I didn't see this coming.
Also, I feel bad, Analyst Curse. We were talking up Yabi and how he's been back in this new star role on the CT side, and it's been really good. Not today, unfortunately. Really didn't show up. I mean, no one really did other than Stare and Fuzi. It was a tough day at the office for the favorites on this one.
Yeah, I'm going to just say it, though. I mean, I think Eyeballers, they just look sharper, right? I mean, you know, they had very clear ideas about what they wanted to do on the map. They had, you know, the aim was just so unbelievably crisp.
Dude, even when they had the wrong read, they brute forced their way through sites. Like, there was that one round on the A side you were talking to me about in the green.
They kill Hooksy, and you know Hooksy's a B player. They still walk into a stack and just wreck them.
Like JW was crying there with the graphic on the side. It definitely isn't right now.
No, he's
tears of joy.
He's crying for all the Astralis fans right now, Rich. Because listen, JW was just doing everything. It was everywhere, bro.
There it is again. I'm sorry, Astralis, for what I must do to you. And then you just see it, man. Like, this is what he does. And what you have to give him credit for at the tender age of 31 years old is, like, his rifling's actually been crazy.
Bro, that's sharp.
He looks good. Like, he looks sharp. And I mean, again, like when he was beating up on, you know, maybe smaller Swedish teams or, you know, doing it online, maybe you don't really glance at it much. And the reality is he's actually playing better at this event against better opposition than he was playing in some of the other stuff that Eyeballers has done in smaller events. And that's just like, you know, a guy who aged like fine wine who shows up when the pressure's called. You know, normally young teams that play aggressive play styles, they get timid whenever they go up against a big opponent. Not when you got JW at the helm.
Look at this. This is it. I remember JW no-scope, baby. Yeah. The only thing missing here was a knife. You know, just a flying knife. That's the only thing missing from the frag highlight. True. We don't talk about the CZ anymore.
If you bring the CZ back, JW might be fully on.
It might be the best player in the world. Look, listen, I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm pleasantly shocked. This was such a great game. And even, like, you know, ignoring some of the fragging output from the team, we can talk about a couple of rounds where they had such good, this one round in particular. This is, I believe, 5 versus 4. They're going to get the opening kill on the JW. I forget who it was. They get another kill. Look at what Bob actually does here. Single-handedly goes for a risk. He's like, I need to go for a risky play. He calls it out. Guys, mid's empty. It's probably going to be a B hit. They find the lurk towards A. JW, calm, patient. They walk into the trap. BobXD does such a good job here, playing around the pillar, getting the second kill as well. And if he didn't go for the play towards mid, find the info, this round's lost, right? But the moment he knows there's no one mid, there's no one short, the most obvious hit is going to be B. Because otherwise, you're going to be having someone coming out connector. If it's going to be an A hit, they kill the lurk. JW immediately pivots back towards the B bomb site. Doesn't even take the flick shot, waits for the easy kill. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of to like dig deeper into what you're talking about, it's just like good team play across the board. You know, it's taking initiative when you're behind in the round and you know that you have to do something, as you've indicated. But it's also Rolf, like getting the communication, understanding what he needs to do to get the information on A ramp. The fact that JW now knows he can freely rotate with the op to B. The fact that Astralis had no utility left to block off his op. It's little things like that that sometimes young teams just don't have. Right, that ability to communicate in tense moments in the mid round, and they were able to just play clean CS.
We can look at the ace again.
I want to see that again.
Yeah, why not?
I brought this highlight up not to break it down. I just want to watch it again. That's all. He does it with a rifle, gets the op out. They rotate into him, and of course the no scope, the cherry on top.
Just I mean, again, like you saw him laughing after that because it's like, you know, it shouldn't be happening, but it is. And, you know, he said that he wants to get back to playing in stadiums again. You know, who's to say? Maybe he knows something we don't.
And it's also, again, you got to contextualize it with the fact that he was the first MVP winner, champion, and MVP, right? In 2013 December. It's been 13 years, and he's still popping off like this against a team right now who's probably, you know, top 7, top 8 in the world. It just belies imagination, Rich.
All right, we got to do it. Like, our head's been in the clouds. We've been celebrating.
Let's talk about Ancient. Want to talk about Ancient now?
No, we got to talk about a paddling on Astralis, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? You're on the top end of the bracket against the weaker side of the opposition. You are one of the favorites to win this tournament. You have zero excuses not to make this grand final considering the field that you're up against on this side of the bracket. And hold the phone, you're one map away from getting eliminated on the weaker side of the bracket, top 8. I mean, that's unacceptable if you're Astralis. Not after what we saw at EPL, not after what we've seen all year long.
What did you observe that they were doing wrong, though?
They just look so cold. Like, I mean, just for one, you know, they're other than Stare and a couple of rounds from Fuzi, like they just look totally off. I think again, even whenever they had the right positioning, they still weren't able to capitalize. I don't really know.
I'll give one example. JW in the second pistol round in underpass by himself with a USP gets 3 kills, doesn't get traded, barely takes any damages. Well, that should never be happening, right? And they talk about Yabby. Sure, he got unlucky a couple of times, but he was just, I agree with it, just completely cold. Everyone on the side of Eyeballers looks so very sharp. And there's one round, I think Hooksy with a secondary AWP towards a B bomb site, whiffs an easy shot. And right there, I'm like, this is not looking good, guys. It looked like a desperation play coming out as well. And sure, it is Eyeballers map pick, but just go back to the last time, it is Eyeballers map pick, but look at last time Astralis played MongolZ, right? They look dominant on this particular map, and it just seems like a completely different team here. So if they don't wake up, despite the fact that they are heavily favored in Ancient, things could get very messy here.
Well, let's set up Ancient then.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, we've still got Astralis as the favorites.
Oh, absolutely. Especially for this map. I mean, they're undefeated on this map so far with this 5, and they've beaten some really good teams. They've beaten PARIVISION, Foot, Mongol, Spirit. Like, they have really been crushing it on Ancient. Meanwhile, as for Eyeballs, even against lesser competition, it's been kind of a 50-50 map if you kind of look through the results. And what we need to see from Astralis to make sure they can keep themselves alive in this series is that we need to continue to see Stare playing well, because this guy dominates mid on both portions of the map, and all the ones that they've had this year, he's been so efficient. And I think what's also helped is that Hooksy's allowing himself to kind of come in and sacrifice for Stare in some ways.
Yep.
And the other big thing about Astralis is they just have such a dynamic defense. They're one of the teams that'll like throw 4 riflers at middle defensively. It's just like really crazy antics. So I just need to see them come out, you know, in form and playing the way that we're used to seeing.
When they played against MongolZ, they had a very, very slow start to the T side. I think it was 8-1 up for the Mongols or something. But when they switch over to the CT side is when they just completely locked it down, getting the win against the Mongols as well. So the CT side, very, very solid. But I agree with Dust. If they don't get off to a decent start on the T side, even though the defense is very good, you need to have a little bit of buffer to work with. So I still feel Astralis are going to take this map, but Eyeballers are really making things interesting.
I mean, the thing that I'm worried about right now is if the Eyeballers are just aiming like this.
I think the worrying thing is for BobXD, because he's had so many cold maps throughout. Sure. If he kind of cools down here again on this map, I feel like it's going to be rough for Eyeballers, right? He's playing the start position, playing towards mid. You pointed out Stare, it's going to be BobXD and Stare just going head to head as well. Yep. But if he's able to continue the form he had in Mirage, that's when things get interesting. That's when it gets a little bit more spicy.
And speaking interesting, I mean, when you look at Astralis and you look through their resume of Ancient matches and you look at the film, they're a super diverse team. Like, they have a very deep playbook. They can do the fast plays out of spawn. They can can play heavy mid control. They can do all the stops that you would expect a good Ancient team to do, but it's about actually executing it on the server. And now a dire situation where you're a map down and a map away from elimination. Meanwhile, Eyeballers is that type of team that's just going to play scrappy CS and drag you in the mud. And, you know, we saw a lot of that with our brute force plays on the T side of Mirage. We could see it again. And if Bob XD and company can keep it up, this could get spicy.
Yeah, I know. One thing I really like about Eyeballers is where they go for the trade. We saw it in Mirage as well. The player dies, they're like, oh, I'm going to run into the flames. I'm going to get that kill. I'm going to get that trade. They really do live and die by JW's calls, and that sort of cohesion, when the big underdogs going up against a team like Astralis, that could be the winning factor.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. We go to a break. Astralis need to win this one to get into the semi-finals, but the way JW is playing, maybe today, belongs to the Ancient Ones. We'll see after the break.
Said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Entering these playoffs at PGL Bucharest, we had high expectations for Astralis, looking like the best playing team at the event with PARIVISION, kind of slacking the last few days. But then we have to ask ourselves, what year is it? Because JW's just dropped 20 kills on him. He just battered him into submission on Mirage. Now we move on to Ancient, where Astralis has to have a recovery, because this would be an incredibly disappointing defeat and elimination in a bracket where it feels like the red carpet's laid out for them to make it all the way to the grand finals.
I mean, yeah, you're playing against eyeballers in the opening game. Everybody's saying, you know, that, I mean, you know, as
even
well,
we said it.
I was on board with that. I was like, it should be pretty easy for Astralis to get through this one. And, you know, I was expecting a 13-8 for Astralis on the opening map, but strong start from eyeballers, great work in the gun rounds, and then down in that second half, it was just so many individual moments. You had JW acing, then you had a Maxter 4K, then Dex to close it out. Everyone was just popping off. So
yeah, JW's going to take the highlights. He's going to take the headlines. But, man, Maxter has that retake at the A bomb site so critical. Dex closing things out. The individuals, the youngsters of eyeballers able to step up and deliver some impactful performances to close out the map. And now Astralis backs against the wall. A loss here on Ancient, and you're eliminated. It's going to start out very well for Stare. 2 quick kills, and Maxter backs away into the bomb site. Now, important to say, that was Eyeballer's map pick of Mirage. Now we move on over to Ancient, where Astralis wanted to take this fight. And this is where the more inexperienced teams, this is another issue of theirs, is how deep does your map pool actually go?
Well, Astralis are hoping not very deep at all, but obviously Ancient's been a great map recently for Astralis. They've beaten Bait and the Mongols on it so far at this event, not letting them get into double figures. So hoping they can bounce back into the series here. Got JW looking to kick off the pistol round. He's had a good pistol over on Mirage. He's looking to do the same again here from the CT side. It's Yabby that has gone down, and that kill actually evens things out at 3v3.
Oh, Maxter almost ready for that fight.
Oh,
he's got it. Yeah, just picks the head of Ryu off. Okay, Astralis is just getting whittled down due to indecision. Huddle, now the bomb. The bomb's out in the open. It's JW and Maxter again and again. Pistol round for eyeballers.
Yeah, that's another pistol round. So, like, they have a great opportunity again in front of them to make the most of this and go on a run and do what they did on Mirage, which is get good starts and really force Astralis to have the hard work ahead of them from the get-go.
Yeah, you don't want to be in this situation if you're Astralis. You mentioned it in the first map. All the pressure, considering the way this bracket has kind of panned out, looking at it for Astralis with the rise that they've had recently, with some of the weaknesses of the other teams we've noticed. Man, like, this is where if eyeballers get out to a hot start here on the elimination match, that pressure gets cranked up a notch. Got to be real careful for Astralis. First gun round going to be important as hell.
Yeah, if you're eyeballers, you would absolutely love to somehow ride that wave in from Mirage seamlessly into Ancient.
Playing with no pressure, playing from the front, playing with momentum, all things that underdogs generally need to win, and eyeballers have them at the moment. And look at this play.
Bomb.
Trigger discipline as well. JW wants 4 kills.
And he's like, all right, I'm going to get in behind, and going to track this bomb all the way back, alert the donut player to it. Now JW's going to accelerate. They're going to hear those steps. They know they're being flanked now, but dealing with him is a whole other problem. Now Yabby's going to hit the pause button. The bomb lies down on the floor in front of him, and he's got multiple targets coming at him. He's reloading and exposed to both sides. So too many threats, and eyeballers don't let that round get scary at all.
Yeah, Astralis at some point is going to have to fight fire with fire. I think there's a world in which, because this team has so many advantages, a few more game plans, and you got HooXi, if they try and fall into playing too much of a tactical game, I think some of these bold plays that eyeball, this early push obviously against Glocks, but you start seeing some of those more individual efforts mixed in. I think Astralis can get caught off and disconnected. We saw it in the pistol round as they kind of got pulled in between 2 or 3 different ideas.
I think this competition started for eyeballers with a forfeit win versus FaZe that didn't show up to the event. And they've made the most of it. One map up in the quarterfinals. It's Bob going to be spraying down through elbow, getting traded by Yabby eventually. HooXi having to deal with a man aggression. 2 players coming at him. HooXi's got information, but he hasn't got his life.
And they just shifted over to A-Main to join up with HooXi. So you've lost him now. The staging area is kind of gone, and time is wasted as you have to come back in and re-clear this.
Well, I love the confidence from eyeballers right now. Getting in Astralis' faces, being disruptive. God. They're going to walk right through the smoke. Dex is ready for it. FOKUS not wanting to give away that he's there either. If he pauses and he waits, maybe Yabby can sort of adventure over here and join up with him with a minute left.
There's no need to rotate in a way that leaves huge gaps at this point in a 5-on-2. Play safe positions to gather information, slim gaps, make it tough to go to die to a shot, to an incredible shot. Just play information and play for the retake now with the advantages you have. Astralis are the ones that have to commit into a fight if they want to. 43 seconds left on the clock. Dex not panicking as that smoke comes in. It's JW who makes the move. He says, okay, your line of sight is taken away. I'll just shift over towards Donut just in case. Now down to 30 seconds in a 1v4.
I'm loving how Eyeballers are playing right now. They're just moving, constantly being proactive, closing the space down on Astralis. They just don't have the map to work with. FOKUS got to clutch this, and 15 seconds left. He'll head into the A bomb site, but Dex is in the perfect position. He's in the checkmate spot. There's no way, surely, that FOKUS can win this. And he will go down. Dex to pick him up, wraps around the default boxes, and Eyeballers do come out swinging here on Ancient.
You know, there's another layer that we haven't touched on too much, but you can't underestimate the impact winning a map 1 is going to have for a team like Eyeballers. You know, you come into this, you know you're heavy underdogs, you know it's unlikely that you're able to kind of steal away a victory, but you're going to come in and try, and then when you're able to come out on top in that fashion and do it so dominantly, man, the confidence swing is you're just like, okay, these guys are within our realm. These guys, we can definitely beat them here. So Eyeballers have no reason to be afraid on this map.
Oh, taking a bit of a nade to the feet there. Hoaxy, it slows him down. And he'll still move into Jag, so he clears that one out with Molotov. They're into middle with multiple players here. BobXT just jiggling to gather that early information, but he's smoked out. He has to call to his teammates. They could be pushing into the red room. We'll see Eyeballers' adjustment to this.
Okay, it's the best chance that Astralis has had to actually win around here, but this is a long angle for JW's AWP. Ain't nobody coming Temple. He's going to shut them all down. However, Bob has fallen. JW is going to have to be a little bit more passive here. Missed shot on the jump, but he needs to stay alive. Teammates have arrived. He backs off all the way.
Yeah, he does. He gets out of danger at least, but he's just waiting to join up for his teammates, right? They're coming back in to help him. You're going to go for this, obviously. If you're Eyeballers, you got all the better weapons. You're just trying to put them in the right places. Good consideration here from Dex. Good timing to look behind him because that flank was coming in from FOKUS. Yabby playing in the donuts. The only player that's got his hands on a better weapon here. The rifle, but Stair doing what he can on the deagle. It's just a single kill. So Yabby in donut taken down by Dex. And yeah, sharp shooting again here from Eyeballers. They get in on the retake. They lose a single player, and it's 4 rounds in a row.
Here's another layer for you, Dinko. Ancient for Astralis is an 85% win rate. It's the map they want to go to in the veto process. It's the map they're going to select in most of their series. And as you're turning that corner into the major, you all of a sudden lose some confidence in your map pick. That's an issue.
Don't oh, guys, you are trolling me right now.
You know what? It can certainly feel that way sometimes.
You gotta be trolling.
I think anyone who's tried to IGL for a game can understand that emotion, that feeling.
Well, things are looking pretty sour in the Astralis camp. There's Stair though. Oh, sweeten things. Coming out with a double kill on BobXT and Max, so that's what Stair can do. He's going to get you a couple of rounds like that running through mid with those openers.
Yep, and you just save. If you're Eyeballers, keep your feet planted over at the B bomb site. No need to move. You're not recovering this round. Those kills are way too fast down mid. So at least Stair decides to stop trolling.
And starts rolling. We'll see if they can keep it going here, Astralis. Those mid fights could be 50-50s. Obviously, Stair better than a lot of players in the world in terms of how much impact he can get out in those mid fights when he gets the spawn for it.
Oh, this time too. I think they both came through smoke as well, so a little bit of fortune going into his side, but definitely Stair is going to be a force, you would imagine, throughout this half, as long as Astralis can keep this up.
Now, we've seen Eyeballers be proactive and make aggressive plays. I'm kind of scarred from the last quarterfinal watching MIBR get aggressive.
You know what?
On the CT side.
I was actually thinking about that too when JW was kind of pushing down mid to wrap around through donut.
I'm just wondering, is there a point in this game where we see Eyeballers start giving Astralis chances by walking into them? It'd be great to say, okay, we got a good start playing this way, but if it stops working, I'd love to see the adjustment come quick from Eyeballers.
I think a lot of it's going to, I mean, you lose 2 opening kills like that. There's nothing you can really do. It'll be interesting. But I mean, going back to Mirage, they handled the retake so much better. You know, part of the issue with those pushes from MIBR is it just felt like there was no like big picture concept to it. Well, it was just kind of like, I'm just going to pick here.
To make an individual decision.
Right. Eyeballers have felt a little bit like there's some plans behind it, or at least some orchestration and how to coordinate that. JW goes for an early peek with the ult towards A, just misses his timing as he gives away the scope.
And they are playing more passive in mid instantly here, Eyeballers. I think they learned their lesson about getting bashed by Stair, but then the break of the red smoke has to be a trade from BobXD, and he's got it. So shutting Stair down before he can get a multi-kill. Good flash, and no, that's real bad. He gets stuck in the open. Give him one back.
Well, now let's see what the reaction is, because JW, you imagine, is going to want some help at some point. He's playing over in Donut. There's relative safety, but what does the rest of Eyeballers do? What does Rolf and Dex actually do over at the B bomb site? Because they haven't budged. And if they're going to come in for this retake, JW probably needs at least 2 kills out of this situation. If he can survive in Donut after that, it'd be excellent. But you need to thin this out and buy time for your 2 teammates to join up with you.
To the A side they moved. Missed shot from JW.
Oh, Hooksy stopped short.
And JW not finding himself the perfect position to deny that bomb plant. So,
well, now you have to do one of 2 things. If you're the other players, you have to kind of push and help JW get out of this scenario. If you're not going to go for the retake, JW needs to try and survive. Going to use the cover of the smoke to work his way towards Red Room. Yabby hasn't found any of these players at the B bomb site moving. And Astralis going to get a pretty chill win again into the A bomb site. 5 players survived in the last round for Astralis, 4 surviving in this round. Starting to see that Astralis ancient T side building up.
Yeah, it's the mid success coming in from Astralis. Again, back-to-back rounds, 2 kills from middle that lead to a round 1 on the A site. Oh, Eyeballers didn't even play aggressively in mid this round. They go for a JW peak A main.
It's the mistake from Bob that does it, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I didn't even mind it. It looked like he was just going to reposition into the cubby and play for them to walk in towards Donut, but I think his brain was like, no, this is a bad idea. And then he makes it worse by trying to leave in the wrong moment.
And then just gets stuck in the middle of indecision and gets stuck on the wall.
Yeah, you're going to have to live and die by that with the younger players as they gain experience for sure. That one, you get the crappy end of things. Round 7. Deep utility down mid. This time there's a little bit of presence. Not swinging behind elbow, but Bob's going to jump over towards Donut, smoked out. Maxter playing in Red Room, smoked out.
Ryu taking the spawn this time. He's going to head out towards the boxes.
JW's all positioned over towards Jaguar as well. So Astralis is happy with this first step of map control that they've taken. Molotov down is going to force Ryu into the open. Flashbang as well, but no commitment to the fight.
Yeah, Ryu.
Maybe some conditioning from losing that previously.
Yeah, Ryu going to be happy enough he didn't take any fire on that retreat back towards elbow. JW trying to be dynamic with his AWP, is selecting a lot of different positions, but Bob has stepped out and taken a death. It's going to be Fuzi taking that one. Another advantage in middle found by Astralis.
Now it's starting to look like a little bit like MIBR CT sides.
Yeah, you're just giving them chances. Now Astralis hit the pause button, you walk into them. JW, oh, the unscope as well. Oh, it's starting to look a little rough now for Eyeballers.
Timing on that is so unfortunate.
Yeah, Gabby's just going to take it as well and move on up. JW's going to walk right into the crosshair. And this is more like it from Astralis. Getting comfortable.
Time for a timeout if you're Eyeballers, and I think Peter's got to get on the mic and just say, all right, guys, stop moving. You know,
giving them kills.
It's the same thing we were talking about in the previous series, is just hold on. Now, hold on. It's not over yet. They're forcing through the smoke, and Maxter punishes them for every step they take.
How's he got away with that? That is incredible. Now, Hooksy has to 1v2 this. 15 seconds left. Maxter turns and finds him as well. Look at the rage as well on Hooksy. So disappointed. How are they losing this round? Well, that timeout immediately coming in. It's going to be Astralis calling this one. They've slipped on a banana peel. Got to make sure they don't knock themselves out. That is a huge round from Maxter. A disastrous moment from Astralis, and they've got to get their emotions in check.
How are they giving this one up? How is it just 1 by 1 through the smoke? That's what he's going to be pissed about.
That was terrible.
It could not have been easier for Maxter. I think that, I mean, even if you didn't feel like you had to go through the smoke, you had time to wait it out.
Yeah, I mean, Hooksy's really got to feel like they're trolling him now.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, what a disaster.
Nice! Vad fan gör de? What the fuck? Nice, Max! Det är så fucking bra!
Yeah, what are they doing? I don't have no idea.
Hooksy doesn't know either.
That's fired up Eyeballers. Astralis, I mean, decisions like that might just lose them this quarterfinal.
I mean, that's just going to knock you off kilter. We already knew it felt like with the way it opened and the way HooXi reacted that it felt like, no, that's just going to add into it.
It's just add on top.
This is just like a stress test of the mentality of Astralis in this early run.
No, they are getting picked apart.
Don't give anything back now. You don't need to do anything here. 5-on-3.
Just ride this wave. Make sure you just take this opportunity and really pummel Astralis. Pile on the pain, pile on the tilt. It is looking great right now. Ryu getting one, but instantly replied to. BobXD holding stairs attempt, but it's not going to work out for him. FOKUS has nowhere to go. You know, you can bounce back from a round like that if you come out and you win the next round. Astralis come out and they just get absolutely melted. I mean, that's just going to make it even more tilting that you lost the last round. Things were starting to line up for Astralis. It felt like they were starting to build what was going to be a really strong T side. Looked like they're putting an end to eyeballers. You're like calling for a timeout, and it definitely felt like we're hitting that point in the game. And then all of a sudden, Astralis give a golden chance back over to the eyeballers.
Yeah, this is brutal. It looks like he's actually going to try and go for this in the 1v4, which is fair play. Yeah, he's caught. JW yet again.
9-2. What a start from JW.
What a start from eyeballers. Shocking everyone today.
Hey, it can be called a start, but it might just be the end coming up here. Astralis are knocked off their feet at the moment.
Yeah, they are. They do feel like they're just kind of swaying, standing up.
And if you're eyeballers, you know, we can start getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. Imagine if they win this and they go into the semifinals. You got 3D Max. That's a beatable team in the semis.
I told you, Dinko, keep your heart open for a surprise. You always got to be ready, especially when JW's in the mix. We had a little conversation between maps. You casted JW once.
Yeah.
On your very first event of commentary, and never again, and now you're getting the treat.
Yeah, many, many years ago. I couldn't really call that casting either back then, but I was given a microphone. And we're now BobXD. He's going to break open that smoke and start tapping away as FOKUS starting to cross over. The bomb does make it safely at least, but you've got to be aware that that's a gap that's been opened up.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one's fallen back from the B-ball. Good find. Dex just comes out of the smoke, and now the map just shrinks.
Yeah.
Careful, Bob. You're being held. Good shot from Stair. Now they feel like the B-bomb site is opened up, and Op trying to pick them off. FOKUS misses the shot.
Yeah, he's going to cut them off, though. 7 them off from JW. All right, JW, you're on your own. You're on an island on this A site.
And the inexperienced players have to make a decision if they want to bail him out and alleviate some of this pressure on him. He's got 3 different choke points, 4 different choke points he's got to be concerned about.
"45 seconds here in the steps. JW. Castaway alone on this site. Plant is coming through. His teammates rotating over. JW making sure he doesn't step out and make a mistake. He wants the numbers to be even when they attempt this retake. This is giving time for Astralis to get back into position. FOKUS, he knows you're going to have to deal with tempo players. So he's got the scope up, he sees the shadow, he primes himself, he's ready. Stairs taking the kill on Rolf. JW and Dexter with kills. FOKUS missing shots. It's all on FOKUS, and a missed one again. Utility and that defuse coming through. Eyeballers retake. Astralis can't hold on. Piling on the pain, piling on the pressure, and piling on the round wins.
I hope y'all didn't forget about JW because he's a champion here. Holds on to tempo the whole time. Orchestrates that retake. Brings a teammate over with him. Trades every kill that comes out from Astralis and pins down FOKUS in a main. An incredible performance from one of the all-time greats, and they've primed themselves for a huge upset here in PGL Bucharest playoffs.
Yeah, he's got the rest of his teammates showing up as well. Maxter and Dex doing some real heavy lifting at the moment. Obviously, Maxter was the player that had the turning point, shutting down that A main push, and they're all coming through the smoke. I've just killed Astralis. There's Yavi trying to force himself into the fight, but Maxter and Dex again. Okay, it's just over. They're just dead.
They're making him look so pedestrian, aren't they? They're making Astralis just look so mid.
This is what I thought Astralis were going to do to eyeballers.
Exactly. I mean, it's clear that Astralis has just been so knocked off their game and out of any mentality.
You know, Astralis may have one Swede on the team, but eyeballers, the Swedes ain't one to lose to the Danish organization right now. They're bringing in the pain, and this is fantastic to see. FOKUS just, I mean, he's just got to be feeling so disappointed in the performance his team's putting in right now. You got 1 kill on Ryu, 2 for FOKUS. 2 for a FOKUS. They're just not hitting back. The only player that's had impact here is Stair.
True. 1 kill on Ryu, 2 on Fuzi. Yeah, this is... I mean, you kind of mentioned the engine on the previous map had not come online, and you hit tab, and like they had the number of kills, they had the quantity, just not the quality. Here, they don't have either.
Yeah, like you said, pedestrian. They don't have an engine. They're walking. Out of their decks. This is exactly what Hooksy does.
Not
Another
even.
one, and they're not even celebrating anymore. Guys, this is actually kind of easy right now.
They're having so much fun on the eyeballer side of things, especially when another timeout comes in. You just know the pressure. You probably aren't even talking too much about tactics right now if you're eyeballers. It's all mentality. It's all about keeping those vibes up. This team is just rolling with momentum.
We even heard Maka in his post-game interview with Paula. He was like, yeah, Astralis, the heavy favorites in that game. They look like the best team here at the event. I think they're favorites for the tournament. They should get through eyeballers.
Well, they clean swept Astralis the group stage, beating MIBR, beating Bait, beating MongolZ 2-0. For eyeballers, I mean, they labored through it. Even with the forfeit win over FaZe, they had to play in the last day to qualify through.
Well, if eyeballers knock out Astralis, then they've saved us from having to watch the possibility of Foot versus Astralis again later on in the tournament. So I think that's also a small win. It'll be like the 8th time or something we've had to watch that.
Yeah, we've seen that one a lot.
Look at this situation for Astralis. Like Khalil.
Tell you what, watching eyeballers, how they're playing right now against Foot would be a very fun game to watch at some point. Not going to happen here, most likely.
Would have to be the grand final.
But I don't know, like, would you sit here and say that eyeballers can't beat 3D Max in the semifinals?
Nope.
Exactly, so eyeballers. Okay, that's an odd miss. We're gonna give that one up. JW just narrowly off, maybe just moving a little bit, but the bullet whizzes past Stair. So again, the man who's been having impact for Astralis finds another opening kill. Flashbang in, good turn from Yabby playing anti.
At this point, because you've given away a couple of kills, you kind of have to keep going at them. Try and pull something back. So Rolf gets himself positioned at the bottom of the B ramp. He's going to watch as Ryu walks out into the open, and then Hooksy was waiting for that trade attempt. No, Astralis shouldn't let this one go. But Maxter, he's coming on over, and I guess when he's alive, there's always a shot.
They have the money, so I think they're just saying, why wouldn't we come over here? Bomb's not planted. Let's go see if something can happen.
Even if we don't win the round, do the damage.
Well, considering the way they've been playing, I'm not even against the idea of them coming and fighting for this. You don't need the save. The AK would be nice to have, but not the biggest deal in the world. Like, go see if you can continue creating the magic you have been all half long.
Yep,
there we go.
The ball plant denial. 15 seconds left. Now panic stations for Astralis. Max throw around, and now they're planting again. He goes out into the open. Needed that fight if he was to win the round. But Bob XD, we've heard great things about him. Maybe this is the moment he shows us it. 1v3. He's going to be coming through Jag.
Position of FOZY makes this pretty much impossible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, damage would be good too, right? It's like Astralis don't have a...
Yeah, they'd be fine. They'd be fine regardless. This is. I mean, they had some Tech 9s in this round, so they've gotten some free upgrades as well. They're going to be all good in terms of their investment. Bob's just going to try and be a hero. There's the first kill.
All right, Bob. Out he goes, and dead he is. So, only the side taken, and a good round to pick up here for Astralis. And you can't leave the half after that turning point. You know, if Max had shut down, not winning a single round after that would have been absolutely devastating.
Yeah. I was primed and ready to pop off if Maxter made those plays. If he got that one more kill, that would have been very doable. 8-3, final round of the first half. Full buys for both squads. JW is back on that AWP. 4 kits for the CT side, well equipped for anything that happens in this round.
Yep, last round of this half. Let's see if eyeballers can get a 9th. 9-3 on the CT side of Ancient. 4 rounds, definitely enough to pull back here for Astralis. Ryu in the opening fight in middle. Yabby's pushed up through the smoke. A lot better here towards the end of the half from Astralis.
Again, it's that similar conversation, though. It's all punishing aggression rather than creating the opportunities, which is obviously still very valuable.
Okay, well, eyeballers stall out towards the end of the half. 4 rounds to play with for Astralis.
Iced by the timeout.
Yeah, I mean, 4 rounds is definitely enough here for Astralis. Win the pistol and you can close that gap pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely enough, right? But these 2 rounds is just going to be like the sigh of relief. It's going to be like, that's more like it. That's how we should have been playing this whole half. I don't think they've gotten over the mental hurdle and the focus that they've been like clearly knocked off of, right? Like that's going to take a little bit more time and a little bit more confidence to build up through a string of rounds.
They're very brutal as well. So if there's any other rounds like that,
they've already experienced enough heartbreak, backbreak, whatever you want to call it. Devastating turn of events. It's JW.
It can't be another moment like this.
Yes, it can.
It can't be another one.
Yes, it can.
Smoke is up. JW goes inside of it. 35 seconds left. Okay. Well, you know, you have to make that move if you're JW. So goes out through the smoke and dies. So Maxter 1v3. Here he comes. Last round of the half. He's going to give it a good go.
FOZZ's watching this smoke walk out. He should be dead before he even sees anything at all. Astralis playing a little game of cliffhanger. Fingernails dug in and just barely holding on throughout that first half. At one point, just getting ran over 8-2. Thank God they won those last 2 rounds. They better have some performances to open up their CT side that get some energy and life back into this team.
Well, Eyeballers have been good at pistol rounds. In particular, JW has been doing a lot of work in those.
Inferno would be the 3rd and deciding map in this series if Astralis managed to take us there. Still quite a campaign they're going to have to run, although switching over to the CT side, I think they're going to be pleased about that one. However, remember on the first map in this series, it was Eyeballers getting an opening kill and escalating. They were playing in front of Astralis' rotations, in front of Astralis' protocols. They were so decisive that Astralis could never have a good timing to cheat over to a bomb site, to stack a bomb site as well. Let's see what Eyeballers come out with. Mentioned it earlier, this is the map in Astralis' pool that they want to play. For Eyeballers, it's a 46% win rate, and it's a 46% win rate against like tier 2, 3 teams. It hasn't been a great map in their pool. So crazy to see them have this kind of a performance against Astralis at the moment, but they still need to continue it on this T side.
Ball running straight through middle. Going to be coming at Stair with that USP. He spots the targets and he gets back to safety. Wanting to be in a position where he can actually play with his teammate. Fuzi on the boost. He's been taken away immediately. Okay, Eyeballers break into the A. Bomb site. Plant is in. JW is cutting off the rotations. There is no losing this pistol round.
Zach's going to get contact. 2 players here in Temple. Hasn't swung yet. He's just holding them
out.
Yeah, but now you know. And Rolf's there to shut one more down. Hooksy in the 1v4.
Yeah, not winning this. So 9-4. 9-4 for Eyeballers. I mean, having the strength of being able to win pistol rounds like this has got to feel amazing. You're getting good starts in every half. We'll see what Astralis decide to do, whether at this point, they're 9-4 down. Do you force buy or do you prioritize getting the first buyout quickly?
I think you prioritize getting the first buyout quickly. You can't go down 4-11 and then get your first buyout. You have to save here. You absolutely have to. 20 kills on the first map for JW. He's got 13 here in good impact, but really the star on Ancient so far has been Maxter. It was his quad kill behind the smoke at the A bomb site on defense that saved the day for Eyeballers. From when that half was about to spiral out of their control, he just reestablished dominance.
On the stack of pistols coming through B lane. Bob XD, he's got the information. He's going to get overwhelmed. The better weapon now available to Astralis on the ground.
Yeah, good first kill. It's all good. This shouldn't be any kind of a significant problem. They have control of the A bomb site. Bomb is being planted now. There's a Molotov. There's a couple smokes they can use, and obviously the rifles at range are just going to be far superior.
Yeah, you get that bomb planted for the donut post-plant position too. And that should be the insurance policy here to lock in a 10th round for Eyeballers. They're going to send all the pistols at this, seeing what they can do, but they're just going to get farmed. There's a healthy crop here for Eyeballers.
Yeah, one of those MAC-10s will get upgraded to the AK-47 as well. Rolf grabs that. 10-4, 6-round lead by the time the first buy comes in, but it's going to be a little bit labor. There's no AWP available to the side of Astralis, so all M4s, no kits, good amount of utility. But they're starting the CT side campaign comeback on the back foot.
Gotta win immediately. You just have to start winning instantly if you're Astralis, so bringing some attitude to it. It's there. Good movement, gets up onto the ledge, sprints for the first timing to catch JW. Bob XD also taken away. So Astralis have rose to the occasion. They have won the first 2 fights without getting traded, and they're gonna back away.
I think this is gonna be the recipe for Astralis' success, is well-executed pieces of aggression like that, especially pressuring towards the B lane. The inexperienced teams on this map and the teams that haven't really figured out this map to any crazy degree, it can feel very suffocating on your T side if you're not able to control B lane. So depending on how Astralis plays this and mixes those pieces of aggressions into their CT game plan, Eyeballers can encounter a lot of difficulty in this half. So yeah, it looks like Eyeballers is marching towards this victory, but Astralis is going to start putting up some resistance now that the guns are out.
Yeah, and if you're forcing the less experienced team into 3v5 and expecting them to play the mid-round, is more likely going to go the favor of Astralis, but then a couple of kills coming right back. Maxter, it's a 1v3. And he taps, running him down. They really shouldn't let this one go! No! That is incredible! How is Maxter come away with it?
He can't even believe it. Look at him!
Everybody's having their moments, and that is surely it. Astralis can't survive that. It's all eyes on the ballers because everybody's having a moment, but it's Maxter time and time again.
What are they doing? How is there no trade?
Look at his face, man. He's like, what is that?
Bro, he's not even put himself in a good position to win it. They can swing on both sides of the box. He should have no chance. What a transfer of the spray.
This Hooksy stole on the server, man. Like, I feel like he's just, if he was mad about that first half, like that's 2 of them now. You've just fed Maxter 2 massive rounds that you just can't lose if you're Astralis.
And like, oh my lord, this is rough.
Oh my god, Max! Vad fan är det där? Va? Alltså vad är det där? Vilken spelare! Ta tag på den alltså.
They're taking the time out to let them stew in it as well.
I love that. I actually love that. But I mean, you get JW on it, like saying that to you. You make a play that gets JW saying that. That's gonna make you feel so good as Maxter. And yeah, dude, call all 3.
Do you remember they used to do that though? Like back in the Fnatic times when they were like the best team in the world, they would have one of these tilted rounds, and then it would just call the timeout and let you just sit in that.
I believe it was they did that at the Columbus Major, wasn't it? Or was that the Danes who might have done that one? Either way,
the Swedes are doing it to the Danes now. So
it's absolutely crazy.
Oh, this is insane.
Now, I'll say this. We were talking about it like it's funny. However, Astralis called a timeout first. And I'll tell you right now, that timeout had probably no substance to it. That was everyone mentally checked out. That timeout was to get them checked back in. Eyeballers do call the follow-up timeout, but that timeout probably had a conversation to it.
All right, well, 11-4. Eyeballers looking like the semifinals is theirs. I don't know how you come back from this if you're Astralis. I just don't think you do.
Eyeballers is doing to Astralis what Astralis did to Spirit just like 2 weeks ago at Pro League. Just life games across the board.
23-5. Oh my gosh. Astralis is stacking the wrong side of the map. It's just Yabby and Donut.
Well, they're figuring it out at the very least. Stairs on his way over. It's just like, once again, what are you going to do? All you really have is these tricky plays. The Hooksy flank is going to take attention away. Okay, now into the A-bomb site. They haven't found Stair yet. He's waiting patiently. One player in Donut. They're going to go hunt Yabby down. Good kill from Yabby. Holding strong at Donut. Maxter's up next, but he's still killing everyone. Can't transfer over to Stair. Astralis survive a little bit longer. Keep Eyeballers off series point.
Okay, that's wild. They bounce back from that. Fair enough. But Bob, what can you do to them? No round is unlosable.
No, and this is a round where, I mean, yeah, you got to feel that way, certainly, at this point. I see where you're going with that one. This is a round, though, any damage you can do to the economy is huge.
All right, Bob, let's see what you got. Nothing. Nothing so far.
He's getting at least one.
You think so?
He's getting at least one. Unless he saves. Doesn't count. Technicality. 11-5.
They had one in the round.
Yeah, that counts. So Astralis survive a little bit longer. They get some free upgrades to AK-47s, which is so nice. That's going to alleviate some of the pressure on the money and the economy that they're going to be working with down the stretch. And that's just the first healing step of many that they need in this second half. 6 rounds back. It's Eyeballers who hit the economic issues, not able to convert against a low buy here.
I'm going to look at it from the other perspective. Imagine Astralis, despite all these BS rounds and all these mistakes and how terribly they've played some of these situations and the pop-offs from Eyeballers, imagine they still pull it back, Jason.
Sure.
Imagine then the faith you get in your team that you've, that we've hit an all-time low over that, but we come back and find ourselves the win.
I think it's very possible. I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility at all. Second time out for Eyeballers. They talk things over. Might want that third one back that they used to kind of humble Astralis on the other side. Might have even been, we were painting it like they tried to, really let Astralis doing it. Maybe they're trying to calm themselves down as well. That's a ton of adrenaline going coursing through the team. Second one burned, so one remaining for Eyeballers. They can hold on to that for quite some time.
Bob has saved the AK.
Yeah, and he's got the armor, which is why he's keeping it rather than passing it off. It's not the hero AK, it's the one brought forward. So any damage he can do with that is going to be important. But not picking up any utility to go along with it to try and activate that AK, so it's just going to be Bob trying to find his fights. And over to the A-bomb site we go. It would be Yabby he's up against. And Astralis doesn't want to sit back and wait in a round like this. They push and find JW. And now they're going to start shifting over to the A-bomb site. This move has got to happen right now.
Max is the eagle. Is it going to do it to him? Yabby? No. Okay. He's all good. Bob, though, certainly going to find one of the AK-47. FOKUS, get back to safety. They're hunting him down, and Star's there to protect him.
Yeah, that's due to the information that they had with that B push earlier to allow that player to be there for some backup. So really good timing on the rotation. Astralis creep up to 6. And Eyeballers, this is the next round they buy. AK-47 on Bob and Maxter, Galil on Rolf.
I just have a feeling, even though there's been some crazy moments, I still have a feeling these last couple of rounds are going to be really tough for Eyeballers to find.
It's just weird. It feels like every time Astralis, they're still pretty far back. But every time they win 2 rounds in a row, it's like the momentum feels like it's been taken away. This is usually when Eyeballers get it right back. But again, this is what I mentioned. When do you mix in this disruptive style? It can be so effective. 1-for-1 over in B lane with that push.
Yeah, such an important flash to come in there. Oh, walking through the elbow smoke. Ryu's ready for Maxter. So 3v3. It's been 2 from the Dex here. Can he get another one? He's coming over the top. They're sandwiching the players, but Yabby's handling the pressure, and Dex can't get back to Ryu. So Rolf is in a 1v2. It's winnable. He's jumping up, though, and that's a really important round for Ryu. Having to dig deep and handle pressure from multiple sides, but he makes sure he stands up.
Those are the rounds that are going to get Astralis locked in, though. A lot of pressure, 1-for-1, a lot of activity coming in the direction of their aggressive play down middle, and both players in mid handle it perfectly. Playing off of each other, making sure you're covering each other's back. That's going to start getting Astralis fired up, especially now that it's a 3rd round in a row. Excuse me, 2nd round in a row.
How often have we seen an underdog team get to the finish line, though, Jason, and just stumble and faceplant, eat the dirt?
Concerning. Back to pistols.
Hoping they can keep level heads.
It's that factor, too, with the underdog of, as you talked about during the first map for this series, you get to play without a whole lot of pressure as Eyeballers, as you've already exceeded expectations. But that pressure comes roaring back when you're in a position to actually win the series. Comes back tenfold, so Eyeballers sitting back with pistols, waiting for the pushes behind these smokes.
FOKUS drifting the ult back over towards CT. Watching for the A main play. He's got Yabby with him. He should be strong enough to deal with any pistol antics. And even if FOKUS to miss a shot, or actually just rotate off and leave Yabby alone. All right, you got to rely upon Yabby then with the rifle. Shouldn't be making too many mistakes here.
So it's basically the exact Low by... Oh my god, what the hell?
That was over at B. That's going to pull all the attention to the B bomb site.
Is he going to go for one more? Yeah, he is. Okay.
Oh, shit. Here we go. Dex finally caught by Ryu, but they're coming out. Yabi has to step up. And yeah, he will get 4 kills. So yeah, you start to worry a little bit there. Yabi's left on an island. The rotations are very far away. If Yabi misses and goes down there, then you have a tough round ahead of you.
Shout out to Yabi. He never even thought about moving. He never even budged. So much confidence in the 3 players already stacked up at the B bomb site, and rightfully so. Quad kill. And shuts down any attempts at snatching away a round. Okay, that lead is cut to 3 very quickly. Eyeballers running out of real estate to work with in this map. 4 in a row now for Astralis. Heavy play towards the B bomb site, it feels. JW wants to punish this aggression that Astralis has been dealing with them. And there's the first kill. Double swing.
JW has the angle. Yeah, FOKUS was to step back into it, but he's transitioned over towards Cave. HooXi, first kill's good. And forcing them away. Eyeballers now no longer hold the player advantage. The bomb site feels impenetrable. Got some nades left. They don't have a Molotov.
Look how concerned they are of the amount of aggressive looks they've had to play against from Astralis. They're so worried someone has just kind of camped out and ready to pounce on them from behind, but Astralis has just disappeared from middle. It's chewing a lot of time off the clock. It's going to be alleviated by Bob as he starts peeking elbow. He's going to see that it's clear and let him know there's nothing to worry about. The defense has spread back out. At the moment, Astralis, it seems like they feel like Eyeballers has gone back through T-spawn, readjusting elsewhere on the map. It's just going to be a re-exec at this B bomb site. So all eyes on FOZY and his op.
No, he's just starting to backtrack, so he's going to be behind the utility once it comes in, and those smokes are now arriving. Oh, JW's been so patient. He's waiting all round long for that opportunity. He takes it. HooXi spraying away, getting 1 important kill, but then Bob gets caught. Ryu flanks him out. So a 2v2, and you know where they're coming from. JW and Dex. Yabi and Ryu now arrive. They've got the health advantage. Yabi's also moved deeper than JW would expect. He's beyond the scope.
Oh my
God. The shot, the barrel. The barrel shown, and JW going back into the peak, but now could be exposed, so he's letting Dex play next. JW waits down the ramp. Here comes the peak. Yabi with the headshot. It's all on Dex. He's burning. Time ticking. Can he get the lineup? He's not spraying yet. He's off the mark, and he will get taken down by Ryu. Astralis come in on the retake, and they really are fully back now.
JW never had the information that Yabi stepped through the smoke at short and got that advanced position, and they didn't know where the second player was. I thought maybe they did because he was going through CT spawn. That was where the lurk was supposed to punish. That player got killed from behind. I thought that information would be 2 there, but you have no idea if they've split up. So during all this, there's no chance that he can be involved, Dex, in kind of helping JW and never spotting out Yabi himself.
All right, there's a quick punch towards the B-bomb site worked out here for Eyeballers. Well, we're going to find out because here they come, running up the ramp into Ryu. It's a 1-for-1. Not exactly the start you would have hoped for, but here comes HooXi. Good flash out. 1 kill, traded again, and Eyeballers move in with 3, but the bomb is loose, and that's the double kill from Stair that'll pull it right back and rein this one in. 11-10. Astralis on fire. They are completely back in this one, and Eyeballers have stalled out.
Effective initial punch on that attack, trading 1-for-1 into the bomb site, but then you see the missing details of that kind of a fast-paced play. No smoke towards short, gives Stair the exact angle, the line of sight he needs for a multi-kill. Bring that round back under Astralis' control. And now they've built up to the Astralis we expected to see.
Now I'm just curious from your perspective, Jason. We have that big round from Maxter. There hasn't been a round win since then, but you called a timeout right after that. Do you feel like there's a world in which maybe you don't call that timeout and you just keep rolling with it? You might have been able to continue the win into a 12th round.
That's what I would have expected, to be honest with you. That's why I don't know if it was actually meant to I don't think Eyeballers is the team at this stage in their career to really
let him stew in it.
Yeah, to let him stew in it. I think it was more to calm themselves down because the clutch is so incredible.
Well, they're coming to B again. They're rushing in again. Starting to run thin on ideas and really starting to run thin on kills because Ryu just pops out. Astralis do not care about the pace change. They are handling it easily. Another kill comes through. At least a 2v3, but it's just the damage done and the fact you haven't got the sight, you haven't got the plan.
This is the right call, though, from JW and Rolf. If you actually want to try and win this, you got to back away from that, back away from where they expect you to be attacking into, and let the time and the lack of information be your ally. See if you can find a really nice timing to surprise somebody. They're going to get over to A quick, but Yabi's already here, and he's been playing excellent at this bomb site. 21 and 15.
Yeah, he's not going to have an issue here. JW's running knife out. It's going to be an easy kill for Yabi. And we got a tight game. Eyeballers are choking this one away.
I'll tell you, I don't think it's choke.
It's just Astralis force feeding them.
I think it's like, that's pretty good. I think more than anything, it's just, they got to play with momentum and they got to play with a lot of energy and they got to play with a lot of excitement. And now that's been stalled out, you go back to remembering that this is not a good map in their pool. 40% win rate against tier 2 and tier 3 opposition. They should have never even been into the position in some sense. It's incredible clutches, individual efforts, a wild 1v3 for Maxter. That's what got them here. But now that Astralis is locked in, you actually got to beat him at Counter-Strike.
And it comes back to what I was saying just after that big Maxter round was if Astralis can have terrible rounds here, terrible start, so many mistakes, and still come back all the way and win it, I mean, that's just got to make you feel like, despite the fact that we're playing badly, we still have such a high level that we can pull back any game.
Well, and then what does it lock you in for that third map, which would be Inferno when you come in for Astralis? (11-11). A 7-round run from Astralis to cool off this Eyeballers team. Back-to-back B rushes. I'm with you. Running out of ideas. That playbook not deep enough. Sense they might have had some opportunities, sense there was some space, something they could work with over there, but Astralis just keeps shutting it down regardless of what happens.
Yeah, now you force them into a long, drawn-out round with weaker weapons. It's going to be pretty easy, but that Glock kill comes in. That's an M4 available to Rolf.
They've been able to find that kill on Hooksy a number of times in rounds like these. It feels like at this point they're just kind of targeting it. We saw Dex get that 1 dig on him a few rounds back, kind of Nico. So they came into this with a single AK-47. At the moment, they've got 2 rifles with that M4 recovered.
The issue is the A bomb site feels closed with how good Yabi's playing, so you almost feel like you have to go elsewhere.
Hey, Maxter was playing pretty good at one point as well. There he goes.
Interesting decision.
Yeah, that's a bit too risky for FOZY.
At this point in the game, you're making that move. That has given Eyeballers the advantage. Stare is inside of the smoke. This is a tense moment. Max on the kill. Stare tries to turn around, but Bob has got the Tech 9 kill. And like this, that's how Eyeballers find my point. Oh my goodness, that is still what Eyeballers are looking for. The fact they came into this with 1 rifle, and they've managed 1 extra round out of this. Okay, Eyeballers series point. And this is their best chance to do it.
With how many issues they've been creating for Astralis, nothing is coming easy for this team right now. There's always going to be one more thing you have to overcome. The jump from FOZY, man, that's a brutal way to give up a kill.
I think if this goes to overtime, Astralis win it. So this has to be the opportunity for Eyeballers. They have just had nothing on this T side but magical moments. They get 1 extra. Gotta take this chance now. Astralis have a goodbye. And we might be saying goodbye to Astralis. We'll have to wait and see. Eyeballers. They've got JW out middle.
I dare you to give JW another chance. Double dog dare you. Molotov doesn't spread to Stare though, so he's going to get caught off guard, you'd imagine.
JW taking point through Red. Yabi, there he is, missed shot. Oh, JW's missed it. Astralis have come through, charging him with a triple kill. Can Maxter save them again? He's had so many of these miraculous moments.
Wait for your teammate. He's coming for the jump up. Oh, no, you can't get there. Rolf, not ready for the swing. Bomb is dropped here. He must come in. And Astralis, they have brought it all the way back. It seemed lost multiple times. They had to go on an incredible streak to even have a chance. A 7-round run. 8 of the last 9 rounds of play in their favor just to make overtime.
Yeah, FOZY looks so stressed right now. He thought he was about to be the MVP Swede for Eyeballers right now, giving that up. I mean, that kill was just ridiculous up in red. I mean, you're just so happy that your team actually able to close into overtime. This is Yabi's good start. Bob going down. Yabi able to get the second. He's just reliable once they come towards it. But I do stand by what I said. I do feel like now it's going to
should be.
Astralis should close this out.
I mean, I think it's already some kind of an indictment on Astralis that it's gotten to this point, but if they don't win it in overtime now, it's a real question. Another deep smoke. Eyeballers want to pressure mid. To be fair, it didn't bounce off the wall the way they wanted it to.
Well, you know, it's tense, needs some comedic relief. Ooh, stepping around FOKUS, as you mentioned, has been a real problem here for Astralis. Him going down inside of Jag. He's going to be forced back by the Molotov this time.
Gonna re-clear mid. This is all on Bob. He's got to be very careful, looking for this exact piece of aggression. But how long does he keep his focus here? He's gonna start making his move. Oh, turns back, and that had to be a kill. Had to be one.
Yeah, they're losing fights now as well. Astralis looking sharpened. Clean cuts right through the attack.
Don't step in front of the scope. JW's looking for this shot.
Patience. Jiggling. Giving the Alper an easy, clean look at it. The Maxter comes off that plan for a second. Quick reload. As the mental reset, JW looking towards long, scopes out. Oh, he hit it, but not enough damage. He still gets away with one, and then Maxter able to spring into action. There's always a way, apparently, for Eyeballers, and Ryu now required. Coming through the cave. I just can't believe some of these rounds. Maxter's involved in every single one of them, and then JW brings down Ryu. It doesn't matter. Like I said, any round is unlosable for Astralis. This is insane.
The patience and confidence they have in those scenarios. JW and Maxter just waiting, not trying to overextend, not trying to swing too much and be the hero. This is so perfectly played. You get a little bit of JW magic mixed in there. Ducks beneath the follow-up shots. Quick response, cleaned up. And this former NIP player of Maxter is just dominating. 30 kills now he's got in overtime in this elimination map.
Oh, good start for Yabi. Can the trade come in from Dex? Yes, it will. Ryu to silence Maxter, and then a follow-up. Okay, that's a bit too easy for Ryu to get away with 3 there.
No, but this is what I was talking about, that aggression, just attacking them, being disruptive, especially towards that point. Very tough sometimes for these inexperienced teams to handle it, and it's been a problem for them all throughout the half. They're not going to solve it today. And look, there's been some cool magic and some cool clutches.
Oh, okay.
It's not happening. Surely not. He's getting flanked out at the moment. There's a timer on this.
Yeah, the flank is the winning piece here. And Ryu is going to confirm it around the back. Good round from Ryu. Been quiet, but showing up when required. He had an important round where he shut down the B rush. Now he's got one here.
It's got to be one of the most stressful games this Astralis lineup has played together.
Absolutely. I mean, for Eyeballers, they've got a map under their belt.
It's one of those games where it feels like Astralis is like winning in like the strategic department, but then Eyeballers is winning the clutches, you know.
The magic department.
Just winning some of those clutches has just kept them so alive. 20 kills on Dex now. Timeout taken from Eyeballers. They really, really want this final round of their T-side campaign. I bet they got to be pumped to switch back over to defense.
Yeah, if they can just get another round somehow on this T-side, I'm going to be loving it indeed.
Fast plays towards the B-bomb site haven't really worked. Don't think we'll see them go there. I think the quicker and aggressive A attack would be available to them, but I think you made the point earlier, and you're probably a little bit right. They might be dissuaded from that due to Yabi having played so well. He shut them down a number of times when they've come in that direction. 27 kills on Yabi.
Yeah, here they come anyway. One player stepping into A.
I think Yabi senses it because it's been so long.
Oh, I mean, this is good position. Look at this setup. They're so ready for an A play.
Dex is clearing this.
I mean, yeah, but it doesn't matter. Yabi's still going to win the fight. I mean, they've dodged the scope, so the setup isn't as deadly as it could have been.
No, but you need the donut portion of this attack to get into place. If you're actually going to continue and try and finish here, you need the other players to be in position. But actually, Eyeballers is happy to gain control of mid.
Careful now. FOKUS goes into A main. That's an important fight to win for Bob. Puts pressure here on FOKUS. FOKUS having to try and release the pressure by coming out through heaven. Oh, he's got a deeper angle than JW was ready for, so FOKUS takes that kill, and Rolf just hasn't shown enough to really believe this is possible.
Oh, there's a headshot.
Maybe, just maybe. Some more magic left in him. A 1v3 total. There's the second, and okay, maybe doubting Rolf a little bit early as he brings it down to just stare in the sight. Oh! No! So close. So close to an unbelievable clutch again.
That would have been the individual heroics they've been riding throughout this whole map, and that would have been a critical second round to get in overtime.
Oh, he was one bullet away from that too.
Yeah, now they got to do it the hard way, switching over to CT.
You can see Yabby shaking his head like, they just got away with one again.
These guys can shoot, man. Astralis having such a tough time containing them. Ran over on the first map. An incredible comeback here on Ancient, and still not done with the battle yet.
Well, the defense is where they did their better work. Still possible to win. Just need 3 rounds here, but FOKUS goes out middle. Good start. That's Max, they're gone. I know that's the A player. I remember that all too well. Now here comes Rolf down the bottom of the B ramp. Yabby ready to punish that aggression. Eyeballers providing them the kills. Dex trying to pull it back. He gets the dink. And back-to-back rounds now. They've come so close to getting essential kills. A 2v3 now.
And I think the position and the kill from Yabby really sold a fake. Eyeballers believe the ending play is going to be towards the B-bomb site where Yabby was positioned. Utility is chucked out elsewhere. Bob now calling it out now. 9 HP. What's he supposed to do? No chance he's going to set up a launching pad for this retake. That spam was maybe the only hope, so it's all on JW.
Spots a target. Now they're going to be so primed for this. Astralis shouldn't be letting this one go at all. How do you fight your way out of the temple? Time ticking on the bomb as well. Not able to get the shot off. So Ryu on the cleanup. Final couple of kills come in. And Astralis reach map point. 2 chances to lock things out and take us to map 3. That Rolf clutch, man.
That might have been the one. not only the win in the round and 2 for 1 in the first stage of overtime, but I mean just the momentum it gives you. And again, it feels like with the way the first 2 maps have played out, Astralis feel like they're just like one stiff breeze away from just another mental collapse. But they've been playing so well that they've avoided it. It's been some time since they had to encounter and deal with that. And now again, Stare, same lineup he had to get the double kill earlier. This time adds 1.
Yeah, great map for Counter-Strike. Lots of magical moments, but it's not enough, surely.
And it's not done.
They're not done. They're not done. Every time I go to say something, Rolf just steps up and does something special.
How selfish of him.
I know. 3 kills coming in for Rolf. It's now going to be FOKUS and Stare on the back foot. They still can close this. But very difficult now they've been smoked away from the bomb like that. They're far, far away.
Yeah, you need to back off and find a new angle of attack, at least for the moment. You know, FOKUS going to stay here with the op and make sure nobody pushes once that smoke clears. But Stare, he can create the opening. JW just tucks his head down. I don't think you want that fight, JW.
No, you definitely don't. Get away. Rolf, there we go.
Quad kill, on for the ace.
He's on for the ace here, Rolf.
This is one of those rounds you don't chase it, though.
Don't give him chances. Can Stare pull off something special here? There's 3 targets coming at him, so no single kill for him in the end. Rolf does very well. 4K. Everyone is stepping up here for Eyeballers, having their moments. And okay, 1 more round left. The issue for Eyeballers is it's been a long time since I feel like we've been able to watch them get consecutive rounds. I mean, you have a moment like that, but then Astralis have been able to answer back quite consistently, and Astralis are going to use their overtime timeout to make sure they close it here and now. That is beautiful from Rolf.
It's a lovely sequence. I mean, we're getting a glimpse throughout these 2 maps of play of every single member of Eyeballers contributing in some significant moment. Rolf here to keep them alive, almost with the ace.
The feeling of relief Astralis will have if they win this, it's going to be immense as they head off into the reset for the 3rd and final map.
What are we going to call here? This 1 overtime timeout for Astralis. You call your best round, the round that you're most confident in getting you the victory. Early smokes out towards elbow and window room. Early Molotov down to prevent any peeks from elbow. And Astralis send a number of bodies towards B lane.
Smokes are in already. Not going to be hitting the site just yet on this first timing. Waiting for some responses. They're going to try and get FOKUS up. Now, he hasn't done much on this map. He's 8 kills now at the end of overtime. You need your AWPer to chime in a little bit more.
Risky jump from Rolf. FOZE knows all about those. Dex is going to back off in towards Cave as well. So the defense, while it postured a little bit more aggressive, now happy to fall back at about the minute and 20-second mark. Yabby will gain control. And on top of the boxes, Dex is going to make his stand. He's got Rolf here, not paired up with him underneath, but he is going to swing into the fight.
Rolf and Dex. That's two. 3 kills away from another overtime. Ryu still fighting, trying to get another one. Ryu has stepped up and he's grabbed the bomb. They're going to try and slip away, and that A bomb site's just opened up. Bomb has moved off. It's a double up. Can Bob get one? No! Denied by Stair. Bob dead. And perhaps the dreams of another overtime with it.
Hey, hold on. Maxter's arriving right now.
Putting himself in the right spot. FOZE caught. Stair looking to try and trade him. Damage done to his back. Stair looking sharp. Maxter low HP. That grenade won't finish him off though. And it's JW and Maxter coming back. What a combo this has been. Stair spamming down through the smoke, saving Astralis. And now the only player that can do anything about this is JW.
He's got to hurry up before Stair gets into cover.
Out of tempo, must pray that he can win this one. And Stair knows where he is now, jumping out. JW can't do it. Stair saves Astralis. They will take it to map through sighs of relief. Astralis pressured the entire map. Magic was not enough for Eyeballers to close it.
I tell you, we're always blessed with these crazy games at PGL events, and this one, no different. Eyeballers, they're going to be feeling super disappointed here. I think they were 11-4 at one point. Really had to get that one over the line, but Astralis, they just kept battling and clawed their way back into that one. We got overtime, and even there, I thought double overtime was on the cards. Bob sort of had to hit that up shot at the end, and here we are.
There's a lot of shots Bob needed to hit this game, if we're honest. I mean, the thing is like, credit where credit's due. Eyeballers make a show of this. They nearly 2-0 the series, but it's one of those situations where, to me, it came down to kind of two things. One, when it came to Eyeballers' CT side, it was really reliant on big individual playmaking, and Astralis making some huge fumbles, peeking one by one through smokes, or just not playing situations appropriately. And if we're honest about it, when we switch sides, Eyeballers' T side, it was lacking. Like, they ran out of patience in the playbook pretty quickly, and they were kind of trying to force the finish to that game by going for like these pacey plays. And you know, Astralis, as bad as they were playing, they're a poised enough ancient team to be able to handle simplistic things like that.
It's kind of reminiscent of that MongolZ game again, where Astralis were down, excuse me, 8-1 on their T side, and CD side had completely turned it around, right, and won, what was it, 13-9 or 13-10 or something of that nature. So my worry for me is not that Astralis wouldn't be able to bounce back in the second half. It was just the individual messing up coming out from a lot of the players. They screwed up so many times. I saw FOZE jumping over the red smoke, getting picked off as well. So many individual mistakes. But then on the flip side, you have Maxter performing the way he did. But our boy, Stair and Yabby, the two players we touched upon, Dust, they really did deliver. And they really had to.
Yes. I mean, it took them a while to get going. But when they got going, they were going. I mean, Stair less so. Yabby had a bit of a slow start. But this is why they have pretty much put him in the positions they put him in. Like, they believe on this guy to deliver.
Yeah, Stair's the star for this team. There's no question about it. He's had a huge glow up. Already a solid player before, but what he's been doing this year has been a level above. And when you look at this heat map, you can just see, how he's dictating the pace at middle on both sides of the map, how he's able to rotate into these retakes on the A-bomb side, or help them with these entries on A as well, and just be that flexible rifling star that put up a crazy rating in ADR set throughout the course of this game. He was their one constant force that kept them in the game with all the different things that got thrown at them.
Yeah, he was absolutely solid. This is the first round they get on board, which is a crazy spray through the smoke, getting a couple of kills, getting them on board. But yeah, overall, it was just a very solid rock. Gotta say though, even though FOZE was extremely quiet, I would say even a liability on this map, Ryu had some very, very important kills.
He warmed up, yeah.
Especially in overtime, what looked like it was going to be another round going the way of Eyeballers. We're thinking overtime number 2 is coming in. He gets us 2 very crucial kills inside the cave, allowing them to win out the round. So yeah, I feel like Eyeballers definitely had their opportunity switch to close this one out, but as us pointed out, if at the end of the first half they hadn't let those 2 gun rounds slip, it would have been the game. But they gave a little bit of a buffer for Astralis to work with, and that's all they needed at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to say, though, as well, having watched Astralis for a long, long time, I do feel that if this was the previous iteration of Astralis, they would have just let that one go. They were very brittle in terms of mentality and very easy to kind of break. That is an unreal comeback. I mean, you are going out of the tournament there.
Yep.
It's not like you're just losing a Swiss game. You're out, and you know you're 11-4 down on a map you're supposed to be dominating. You can see here the round history to sort of get your way back into it.
And also so convincing because you look at Astralis' CT side over there, like they got the bomb down only the one time, right, for the side of Eyeballers. So very, very convincing shutdown coming out from them. But yeah, like they just get the job done, and that's what matters. Because coming into map number 3, look, Inferno is a map, if I'm not very much mistaken over here. It could still be kind of 50-50, but at the same time, Astralis, they might have a little bit of win in the sails. I won't lie, man. Till the second half of map number 2, they look so flat individually, tactically, in every department you could think of.
I mean, the thing that worries me as well, more so than anything to do with tactics, is the adrenaline dump that's involved in something like a game like that. You know, you heard it on the comms, you know, when you feature PGL's brought in, where we're, you know, translating so you can hear what people are saying. And, you know, they're screaming, they're shouting, they're so hyped. They're saying, like, you know, we can't lose here right now. All of our clutches are coming off and everything. And then Astralis take a timeout, you take a timeout. There's this weird little pause. You know, all the adrenaline's gone now, and you've got to get it over the line. And unfortunately, as well, you've now got to go to a third map. And so it's like, how can you get yourself back up there? You know, how can you find something to give you a boost? Because I've seen this time and time again. You have an epic middle map, and then the team that, you know, essentially blows their adrenaline, they're gone in the third map. They don't make it competitive.
True, but again, you got to remember, you got to contextualize it with the pressure you touched upon as well, Rich. Like, for JW and his men, again, this is zero pressure game, right? Obviously, they're looking to win, and they have Astralis shook. That's the thing. And overall, from the context of both the maps put in together, sure, they ran out of pages in the notebook come the overtime for the side of Eyeballers, but individually, everyone still looks very, very sharp. They still look very honed in. So I wouldn't necessarily say the danger's done and dusted for the side of Astralis yet.
No, I definitely not. And obviously, JW knows a thing or two about Inferno. So let's kind of set that one up then. What's the record like? How are they doing on this right now?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the less played maps for Astralis when it comes to this 5. I think they've only played it 3 times. They had the win over Gamer Legion, and then they lost to Energy. And I think they had a close loss to Aurora, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not been the best, I would say. For Eyeballers, good, but obviously not the same level of competition, right? Playing more small academy teams, regional lands, things of that nature. But they are a well-versed team on this map, and I think that, again, this map's going to come down to Bob for me. I mean, Bob has had a really good game on Mirage, really poor on Ancient, plays really critical roles for them on this map. I think his entering and then Maxer's ability to trade off of him is going to be what really kind of dictates how well they're able to play. It's also just, for me, are they able to, you know, have any more fuel left in the tank? You know, like you said, the adrenaline rush, but also it's just like the dumping of all the different things that you have in your game plan. Are they able to have that reset and come into Inferno looking polished? I'm looking at Rolf for me particularly, because Eyeballers yesterday against a FOKUS game where they mounted that comeback, right? I think they were trailing massively. They came back all the way on the T side as well. It was Rolf kind of leading the charge. I think it dropped over like a 1.5 rating or something. So he's going to be very pivotal. But also one thing you noticed yesterday on the T side was JW. Again, T-side opping on Inferno, very, very hard, even for the best out there. But he was doing such a good job just finding his opening picks, abusing top banana, getting early picks towards mid. So they have to replicate that. And they will have to replicate that early on instead of allowing Astralis to get up to a monumental lead.
Yeah, well, I mean, how do we feel about it? We've got about 30 seconds before break, so...
I mean, you're betting favorite still Astralis, obviously.
I mean,
right?
it would just feel like so sad.
My heart says JW. My heart says JW. And for once, I'm going with
that interview, I just want JW to kind of get back in amongst it. And, you know, all seriousness, you look at the VRS rankings, I think they were 26th the last time I checked. Every step of the way they go in Bucharest gets them into contention of being at more events for the second season.
And look, Astralis has not played this map very much, and they have lost to NRG, another weaker opponent. So, like, it's in the cards, and what we've seen already throughout the series, we can indeed see a team like Eyeballers do it. And, yeah, Eyeballers has already gained a lot of ground, but a lot more could come of this for sure.
Yeah, final thought, Bleb, before break?
Look, Astralis good, but not best. JW best.
Okay.
There you go.
That's all we needed to say. And with that, I'm just going to leave it there. We'll go to break.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
This quarterfinal decided on Inferno. Astralis managing to scrape their way here after 2 rough maps, gaining momentum on Ancient, taking the win in overtime. 3D Max waits in the wings in the semifinal for the winner of this to see who they're going to face off for a spot in the grand finals here at PGL Bucharest. And after the first 2 maps of play, I got to say, I don't know. It all seems up in the air.
It does. I think the positive here, I mean, it was pointed out by the desk as well, and we were kind of saying it during the cast, the fact that if you come back and you're Astralis and you're 11-4 down at one point, you come back, you have to deal with all of those crazy rounds and clutches going against you. Your in-game leader's asking you, are you trolling me? And you still come back to win. I mean, it's got to show that you can get through anything, but also, I guess the positive is for eyeballers on one side is that they have good starts. You know, winning pistol rounds, they can get good starts. So if there is any way to shake that off, and the most likely reality being Astralis coming in and winning this one, at least you can have the opportunity for some good starts.
Yeah, this third and deciding map so frequently where the underdogs stumble. Well, same with that second one, right? They win the first map, then the close affair in the second, and normally we see the favorites come in and just kind of batter them on the third and get everything back to normal. But Maxter's having an incredible day. JW is having an incredible day. Dex also is having very good impact for eyeballers. This has taken so long and they've decided to make an audible JW. Oh my god.
He's just chilling in the underpass. He's going to be cleared.
Yeah, but burst fire.
Old school.
Saying 1.6. Good kill from Rolf. 3 more players to find, but no one's really being aggressive on him. Coming back from the ramp, and now Astralis is trapped.
Oh, yeah, but Ryu and Fuzi fight their way out of that trap, putting Maxter in a 1v3. And that positive I was talking about, winning the pistols, getting good starts. Eyeballers not going to be finding the pistol here to kick it off, but he can get to the B-bomb side, but even that is denied with a smoke through shot coming through. So Astralis with the fist monster, happy enough. They won the pistol round. They can get this rolling now.
Yeah, they can. That's I mean, that had to have been a conversation for Astralis in between. I imagine Hooksy, Rugga, someone just said, guys, can we win pistol? Can we get out to a good start? Let's not have to play this comeback game. Just all the stress of Ancient. Just avoid it by starting out hot and just carry on with the momentum from map 2 victory. 1-0 and not even close to the bomb site, so eyeballers stick back on 2 clocks.
Yeah, because if you think about it overall in the series, you know, you kick off Mirage, and what happens there? Eyeballers come out hot, get a good start, everybody's fragging, JW in particular, he gets an ace, you have everyone having a big moment, and you ride just a great game of Counter-Strike all the way through to the win. On Ancient, another good start. Also, when things start turning in Astralis' favor, you have a pivotal moment where Maxter shuts down a terrible Astralis play where they all walk through the smoke. Then later on in the game, it's clutches here and there. What happens if Astralis get out to a strong start and are just in control of the game and you don't have a big clutch like that?
That's the point. I mean, we saw what happens if they build up to that critical mass on the CT side of Ancient, where it was just like, you guys don't have the answer for this. So eyeballers is going to have to be able to disrupt the streak and put a stop to any momentum building. Easy kills in this round for Astralis, 2-0. That is they won the first pistol round of the series back on Mirage, lost the ensuing 3. This is the first pistol round they've won since then. So looking to carry this one into a strong beginning. AK's coming out for eyeballers. For Astralis, you still have 2 MP9s and a FAMAS. So I wonder if we'll see some aggressive banana play, push down towards the bottom with one of those MP9s, risk the weaker weapon to see if you can get a cheeky kill or a cheeky positioning for later on. Nothing yet. Looks like eyeballers wants to get a mid quick though, coming right at FOZY. He's just jiggling the corner.
And going for the tap, Fuzi. That's not backing off here. Wanting to keep some range between him and his opponents.
Hey, really economical take of brackets for eyeballers. Don't use a single piece of utility on that swing. They didn't have a lot bringing into this round, so good that they're able to save some there on the initial take.
Yep, smoking out the archway as well. Let's see Dex start to progress up through long. Fuzi still just waiting. He's chomping at the bit to try and get involved in the fight here. Finally, Flash is going to come through. And it's not really all that effective. Rolf was able to turn away. And Fuzi goes down without a kill. Now Ryu is turned off the balcony. They nearly line up for him there. But Yavi now under pressure. Eventually cleared out by Maxter. And eyeballers move into the bomb site.
Yeah, Maxter's no joke with his AK-47. He's so sharp today. Unbelievable performances he's had for eyeballers, especially on map 2. 42 kills total in the 2 completed maps for Maxter. leading the way for Eyeballers, and Stare's just going to grab the AK. HooXi's able to upgrade as well, and they're content with those upgrades moving into the next round. So CT side bolsters their defensive loadout with a couple of AKs. Those instant headshots can be so effective, but Eyeballers is going to steal this round away. So 2-1. They're on the board early, and Astralis, they can't get out to that crazy hot start. But plenty of money in the next round, and they'll have the AWP out as well. So first gun round is taking Bracket's control with relative ease. 2 players attacking Rap side, Smokes and Arch, Smokes and Library. And being able to constrict around the A bomb site. So FOKUS has his AWP out. Stare with an AK, HooXi with an AK. We go live into round 4.
I mean, I'm glad to see FOKUS having a better start, 4-1 right now. He was pretty much non-existent over on Ancient. Towards the end, had a couple more impact kills going into overtimes, but it's good to see him firing from the get-go. He's going to be under a little bit of pressure now. As actually, he doesn't realize it, but Bob XT just walked around the half wall.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Bob hasn't taken that timing to a little bit more aggression. Gonna test it over the top. Okay.
Now spotted.
Yeah, but he forces him back. No one's gonna clear this boost, so it should be an easy, at least 1 kill. Not easy. They did spray it down. It's a stack. 2 players here. JW with the trade.
Now a player in Boiler as well. Are they ready for HooXi? Coming around the back now. JW is the bomb carrier. He can separate his teammate off and put JW in a clutch. JW is actually just going to go and prioritize the plant. He's got plenty of utility here. HooXi trying to make things a little bit uncomfortable, but JW goes out into the open. It's 1 quick kill here on HooXi, and with the series he's having, gotta believe in a JW chance. HooXi behind that moto smoke. Tucks himself in the cubby. JW feeling very suffocated now, trying to somehow isolate these fights, but FOKUS, as soon as he peeks out from the cubby, lands the shot on the AWP.
Yeah, JW, I guess, never felt the safety to move, despite the Molotov in towards short, the smoke in towards short. He had some cover to get away. He had a short timing before that smoke faded, but I guess it didn't feel like he could make it in time. HooXi may be a little bit early on his attempt to keep JW locked down inside the bomb site. Almost puts him in a winnable situation, or does put him in a winnable situation. Thankfully bailed out. 3-1, and with the bomb plant, Eyeballers can squeak together a buy right on the edge, but MAC-10 on decks, AK-47's coming in, and JW dropped one over. He'll sit back with no armor and just utility. He's the supportive element for the team leading from the back.
Oh, well, that's a great start for Astralis. Shots just whizzing down through the banana smokes there to collect them. And trying to speed things up into A is Dex. MAC-10 being sent forward, but just handled.
And early. You know, I think he's trying to like be a kind of first layer and then have the Halls players kind of pop out as he's going, but the MAC-10's not going to be able to create you all that space on its own. And they were probably a good 3 to 5 seconds behind him anyways. So 3 versus 5. I'll tell you what, this the first initial gun rounds here on Inferno haven't started out looking too clean for Eyeballers.
No, it's just been really easy for Astralis, picking them apart, and we're starting to get into that game that we were worried would happen. When Astralis come into map 3, a clean start, keeping Eyeballers in control, keeping them in line.
FOKUS looking much more comfortable here on Inferno as well. Missed shot there, but it's all good.
Now Rolf just not going to find any sort of opening. Astralis not letting that happen. He backs into the apartments, and it's going to be a 4-1 lead for Astralis.
Saving in the next round regardless. He's going to have to just go try and find some kills. Go take some of these weapons away, force the rebuys out, see if you can start setting up that economy for a break. 25 seconds on the clock. Stairs pushing down Banana, so there's going to be no escape for Rolf. So he pushes forward.
And he dies at the hand of Yabby. And Yabby's had a good game, even over on Ancient there. He was the player we were highlighting. Just when they went towards A, he was so reliable.
Yeah, he was. It felt like he kept them, his presence alone and his performance alone in just a couple rounds kept them from attacking that A-bomb site throughout a lot of that half. So he continues his good play. Same with Stare. On the T side, Stare was the one really kind of the only one, at least in regulation, having impact, finding some initial kills, giving them opportunities to win rounds. Which bodes well for Astralis. You combine that with FOKUS having a good start and having the op out early and having impact with it already. I Things looking good, it feels like, for the first time in this series for Astralis.
Yeah, I think this is for the first time. This is the Astralis we expected to see coming into this game. FOKUS moving towards the top mid pick. Rolf walks right into him. Do you think what we've seen from Astralis today, obviously it worries you a little bit, but you know, if they get through eyeballs, which looks like it's going to happen now, do you think it's something they can just fix going into the next day?
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes we make too big of a deal of like individual bad games. Like you're just going to have those with the amount of Counter-Strike that we play at the professional level. Teams, players, we're all just going to have, they're just straight up going to have bad games where bad decisions are made, missed shots happen, and it just occurs. Now, I think it'd be a bigger issue if maybe like this trend sort of continued if they make
like
it to the semifinals.
Group stages.
Yeah. But I think, you know, if Astralis kind of go through and kind of clean things up and handle 3D Max, get into the grand finals, shows that like we're going to forget that this particular performance was this bad.
Okay, so we're not going to have Rugger come do a podcast on the couch after this game and say some levels of mistakes are unacceptable and we have the major and I can't kick them right now?
You know what? He might. And he could. I don't even think he'd be out of line after this particular series. But we also, I mean, look, I think we have to say there's a shocking performance from Eyeballers in terms of them playing some of the best Counter-Strike you'd imagine this team has played. Certainly, like, the toughest opponent they've played. And then on the other side of things for Astralis, not a great day in the office, but look, teams at this level, everyone's got to find, all the teams when you get to this point have to find ways to beat teams on your B game, on your C game sometimes. And they're currently in that search right now, Astralis, and looking good for it.
Yeah, timeout for Eyeballers.
And I mean, I think too, like, focus on the positives to some extent as well, and that's what you'd want with Astralis at some point. There's a lot of things to clean up, so in that sense, you do have to touch on the negatives, but focus on the positive that you brought up multiple times is, yeah, you guys did outlast all the crazy rounds. You guys, that's so much stress placed on you on those crazy 1v3 clutches from Maxter, and outlasting it all to force it to a third map. That's a great positive to hang your hat on out of this series.
Yeah, there was actually never a moment on Ancient where they could relax, not even take a breather at all. It was just pressure the whole way through. They withstood. And now they're looking to send FOKUS into middle to try and grab an opening kill. He'll drop back in behind the smoke when he doesn't find it. A couple of smokes down in Banana, but they're actually going to boost Stare up on the half wall from the CT's perspective, and he's going to walk away with 1 kill, basically 2. He drops JW down to 7 HP.
Yeah, being really disruptive, similar to Ancient. I mean, shaving a player off, bringing JW down low before Eyeballers is really even able to make a call or get into a position to execute. Really good start from Astralis.
Does that nade go deep enough to catch JW?
Yep.
Yes, it does. So JW down. They've lost 2 players in Banana here, Eyeballers.
Maxer's a lurk over towards the A bomb site, but none of that's going to matter if they can't find a kill here at the B bomb site. If you don't do anything to pull those defenders in, because now Maxer's in a position where he can't wait. He has to help make a play as well. FOKUS with 1 kill. And Maxter's already been spotted. There's no progress there. 50 seconds left. All you got is to join up with Maxter and try and break into this A bomb site where you have a 2-on-2.
Ryu just winning down in the mini pit. You've got a great setup here between him and Yabi.
The smoke that he throws towards Arch for the wrap towards CT spawn is buying them so much time to progress slowly and cautiously. The defenders rotating over have to clear out every angle.
Well, now they know it's going to be the A play. 18 seconds left. Can Yabi and Ryu delay long enough? Now you know where the players are. It's just about dealing with them. So you get rid of Yabi, but dealing with Ryu proves a little bit too difficult. He survives on 5 HP.
Even he had a little exhale after that. Like, oh, 5, huh?
Survived that.
Yeah, a little bit close.
Yeah, well, not close right now at all.
No, I mean, Eyeballers haven't really, outside of the 1 round they win in round 3 with those AK-47s, they haven't really gotten any great openings. The kills are all going the other way to start, right? Just at the top, as you're about to chuck utility to start taking past half wall to put some pressure on the B bomb site, peaked and tons of damage done, 1 cleaned up by the grenade. And then every option you have after that is not a very good one, just disadvantaged fights all across the board. And Eyeballers have been super impressive in the first 2 maps, playing with the lead, playing from the front, playing with momentum, but now that you have none of those 3 things, they're struggling to kind of break Astralis' grip on this map. And now you start feeling the pressure of having to make some heroic plays and heroic moves and overextend to be the one that alleviates the pressure.
Jump out of the balcony. Yabi and Ryu seemingly impenetrable right now on this A site. Ryu running out of bullets. Yabi's actually died. As soon as I say that, those two players might just perish. Moving into the site, FOKUS pulls out the side on, dealing with a low HP on the P2K. The rest of Astralis come in on the rotation to make sure that one doesn't get out of hand.
Yeah, shout out to FOKUS. Just sacrifices his life to protect his teammate over in pit. Good kills with the P2K. They don't recover the AWP because FOKUS had like 13,000, so he's just like, keep the AKs, I'll rebuy it, it's all good. 7-1, 6-round lead, and an unfortunate turn of events to start out this third map. Peta's going to try and rally the troops, give JW a break from having to come up with all the ideas. Timeout's called. Rugga, probably the first time he's been pleased with what he's seeing inside the server, although I bet you he's not comfortable in any sense.
Not right now. Just exactly what we were expecting coming into this map, and really hoping the Eyeballers could have come into this one, the pistol, been able to convert it.
Look, I think the conversation during this timeout for Eyeballers, I mean, outside of any tactical conversation of strats they're going to call, has to be something along the lines of like Eyeballers saying, like Astralis' T-sides in this aren't like God tier. We've seen them struggle on the T-sides of this map, so give yourself a chance in the second half to recreate and reignite some of that fire that you had on Mirage, that you had to start out Ancient. Put Astralis in a situation where they're going to have to put a good amount of rounds on the board on the T-side to win. Going to move comfortably into the mid-round now with all 10 players still alive. A luxury Eyeballers haven't always had. A luxury JW hasn't always had to be able to call a tactic with 5 players surviving. And one's picked off first. Again, an opening kill to FOKUS up.
Minute on the clock. Yabi backing off into the archers. Going to start setting himself forward. It's going to be Hoaxy who has taken Dex out of this, and the follow-up kills from Yabi. So no breaking through for Eyeballers even after a timeout. Bob looking for his first kill of the map. He's close to it, hasn't committed to it, and unfortunately for Bob, it will be a woeful start. 0-8 for him at the moment. Can't catch a break.
No, I mean, Astralis has come into this so switched on. I mean, look at the teamwork on Rap side. Yabi backs away until his teammate arrives at Library. Library takes contact. Yabi swings after the fact. Library swings with it for the follow-up fights. It's perfect, and Eyeballers isn't finding a clean look at any one single individual player. They're turning corners either into the AWP or a two-man setup or into utility. Getting shut down all across the map at the moment. 6 rounds in a row for Astralis.
Blocked at top mid. And FOKUS is just going to take this time to fall further back. Not wanting to get close up and personal against what could potentially be Tech9s. You don't want to be in that scenario where you're the AWP or you get overrun, or you don't want to be anybody on the Astralis defense and being overrun by these Tech9s. So FOKUS begins his rotation. He's drifting over towards B, but the execution's coming in towards this A side again. Breaking open that smoke. You're going to see players trying to get through the archway, so you pull FOKUS' attention over towards Arch to try and deal with it. But once you get that kill on Yabi, you actually just think, okay, why don't we just try and head towards the A site? Ryu's moved out of pit. Seems like a wild decision, but it's worked out for him. He's dropped back to a bigger pit position, but hasn't been able to get a second kill. But FOKUS, edge of the smoke, gets one, and then they overwhelm him. So into the site here, Eyeballers.
Yeah, good rebuttal to make sure that kill comes in from Rolf. Swinging wide enough to make sure that kill is secured. 2 AK-47 salvage for Eyeballers. Looks like a second round.
Yeah, I mean, that starts with Yabi going down, and then it just all unravels.
We're going to give this a look. Halfway through the bomb, here's utility out to activate.
Coming back in. Be a heartbreaking way to lose, and they have They've just lost it. They can't catch a break at all now for Eyeballers.
It seems like the shoe's on the other foot, eh? Yeah, now let's see how you guys like a taste of your own medicine. Clean, easy retake. I really enjoy the failed run boost into the block. I don't know if you caught that.
I didn't.
Try to run boost over to library, and the bottom guy didn't realize it failed. Top guy tries to get back, and the bottom guy's just standing in his way.
Well, a little bit of coordination practice needed that, but 9-1 up for Astralis.
I know.
Oh no.
We wanted to enjoy the JW nostalgia just one last time.
Hey, we got it on Mirage. We got it on Ancient.
I know, but I always want more.
Yeah, that's fair.
Look, I mean, well, let's see how this half turns out. Let's see if Eyeballers can scrape together these last 2 rounds. Good opening kill provided by JW. 5-on-4.
And no opportunity to trade here for Astralis just yet. They're going to hold this crossfire towards top middle between Ryu and Yabi. And HooXi's going to just jiggle, look to pull attention and some information towards him. And should be enough for Yabi and Ryu to shut down Eyeballers if they were to pounce through top middle. But getting hungry for a little bit of information. And so Yabi is going to peek out with the grenade. Then they're focused on Yabi, so they walk and don't consider Ryu, but he's worried about the balcony, so he looks away. JW is able to punish that for a second, and then going back out for the peek is HooXi. He gets 2. So Bob XD, still yet to frag, steps into the smoke. Now, he's going to be looking for his first kill. I mean, that's going to be a small victory in this scenario for Bob.
Oh, he's got Yabi at low HP. And Yabi's taking a gamble that he's going to move in front of the default boxes, and that gamble is going to pay off. Oh, he does not.
Goodness,
Quick
Bob.
shot from Yabi. Yeah, Bob can't find it.
Oh, poor Bob.
Yeah, tough game to start for him. 10-1, 9-round lead.
He's just a sponge right now.
Yeah, well, this is the Astralis we expected today. I think this will go a long way, seeing them snap into place on this third map and dominate. To the point you were talking about earlier, is how much does this actually change perhaps your line of thinking or your feeling about Astralis? I think a dominant win like this on that third map just goes to show they still got it. First 2 maps a little bit rough. First 2 maps, I mean, great performances from guys like Maxter, from JW that they had to contend with. But Astralis strong enough to outlast all of it. Good kill from HooXi to open things up. Got to back away with 14 health.
Well, they're about to come out the balcony, and no one's looking at it. So, hello, surprise Astralis. There's Maxter. Ryu trying to get back to the top mid fight. Yabi's going to deal with that, but the A side's still open, up for grabs here.
Yeah, but this is the payoff of HooXi getting the opening kill. Even though the trades here in this portion of the attack are in the favor of Eyeballers, they're still down a man up until that point. Good job from Maxter. Going to back away and disappear down mid. 2 more coming on rep side, 1 low HP, and they're actually just going to go back and attack in for the retake. JW holding strong with the ult.
Yeah, he's posted up here, blinded. Keeps his head down, goes out for the peek, gets the 1. So Stare now 1v1 up against Maxter, thinks he's gone towards the balcony. He's got some utility to make this uncomfortable, but Maxter's wrapped around long, and Stare will be knocked over. So a second round secured here for Eyeballers.
Yeah, nice play from Maxter as well, wrapping around the exact position Yabi didn't expect. It's a little bit dangerous with timing. If you miss that and he's in front, diffusing inside the smoke, you really don't have a whole lot of chances to spray that down and win that round. But they at least have 2. That's as much space as they could carve out in this half. Astralis just so dominant. Fundamentally strong, setups in great positions. FOZI's op gets tons of impact throughout the entire half. 15 kills he ends on. JW going to try and rally the troops for one last push. They get to switch over to the CT side. Get a look at how this defense is going to operate. And it is going to fall all on JW, not only as the leader, but I mean, just as the CT center point with that AWP, I think he's going to need to kind of be everywhere. At least at the start, at least to get these guys clicked back into this game and locked back in. But I mean, it might be a while before you get there. Pistol round. all important for eyeballers.
One last good go. I think we're all very excited to see eyeballers make it to this event. It's been a long grind of online Counter-Strike to get into the VRS positioning to be invited to tournaments of this level. And they've certainly made a name for themselves. Bob, pistol out. He's got his teammate JW and Rolf right beside him. We're going to try and take a kill to start off this pistol round. It's JW that's fallen first. Bob will get his first kill. And then we see Rolf take two. Right like that, Maxter has put themselves in a position where they could win this out and start with a pistol bang, but then Maxter steps into the open and sets up FOKUS.
That's such a sick read for FOKUS. Like, realizing you have time because that fifth player is going to be coming from the B bomb site to just be patient.
Does Dex just walk through it?
Yep.
Yes, he does, and FOKUS's just waiting for it. So confident. A much better map here from FOKUS, night and day compared to a second map performance. And that's the difference here for Astralis. 11-2 up. With eyeballers losing the pistol round, that seems to be the final nail in the coffin.
Eyeballers going to have to invest in this round. They just have to fight for it, obviously. Trades the whole way through, came right at the four-man stack at the A bomb site. Just FOKUS is the difference right at the end. Double kill to clean up the round and potentially close out this series. .3D Max awaiting at the semifinals. Probably starting to leaf through the opposition research binder and find all the Astralis pages they have.
Honestly, I think 3D Max would be pretty happy with how Astralis played today.
I don't know. I think you'd rather get that Astralis when you're playing them. I think now that they play like this, okay, well, Ryu's just killing anything that happens on his screen. HooXi gets sprayed down.
Well, like, to know that they can drop to that level.
Well, also, I mean...
and then rise to this level.
You could see them snapping into shape on this third and final map.
Yeah.
I mean, you can imagine there's going to be a very intense conversation about this, about how the first two maps were played. I think if you're 3D Max, there's no way you're going to ever think that you're going to get that kind of Astralis from Mirage, the Astralis from Ancient to show up in your series tomorrow. Astralis is thinking and hoping that this kind of the slow start to this series is the bucket of cold water splash on their face, wake them up for the rest of these playoffs. Because as an organization and as a team, they have to be thinking trophy. They got to be thinking championship. It's right there for them for the taking.
And I love being able to listen into the comms as well, because every time we do so and Astralis are playing badly, HooXi is not the kind of leader that is just going to mince words, right? He just tells you straight up.
Like, he's got that Apex quality to him,
yeah,
doesn't he?
Like, guys, this is terrible. Are you trolling me right now with how we're playing? And, you know, we heard it back at Pro League when Rugged was asking him not to stop whining. He's like, I'm not going to stop whining because there's so much to whine about, you know. So he does demand excellence out of the squad. And, I mean, it's great to get that insight and putting the pressure on the players to perform. And they are performing very well now as they reach series point.
And on the other perspective as well for eyeballers, you know, elimination here is going to sting, it's going to hurt, but I don't think if you're the players, the coaching staff, anyone involved in the organization, I don't think there's anything but pride you got to feel about the run they've had so far at this event, exceeding expectations, getting into the playoffs, showing an incredibly good level against Astralis on these first two maps.
I mean, you just been playing online tournaments after online tournament. In fact, you get to come to a LAN of this level, then make it here and have a real shot at taking down Astralis to move into the semifinals.
And seeing the performance out of Maxter, seeing the performance out of Dex, the way Rolf and Bob have been able to step up in various isolated situations, JW getting back here. This is one of those runs at a tournament that I think for a team like eyeballers and with someone at the helm like JW is only going to make this squad hungrier. So yeah, sting of a loss and certainly the quality of the loss here on this third map, but positives for them, the increase of the VRS points throughout their run here, the good showing against Astralis in these quarterfinals, the confidence and belief that you're going to gain out of a performance like this. And perhaps most importantly, Bob will not end this third map on a goose egg.
Team kill.
Don't do it to me.
That is that's a small victory.
We take it where we can.
It's a side storyline for side show Bob here.
Yeah, when you're down 12-2, you take it all.
100 minute on the clock. Nade landing towards JW. Astralis getting ready to play the eyeballers off as they get ready to go into B. Out through Banana they will go. Bob being put under pressure. Bob is going to die. And now the site is wide open. Max are trying to come over and patch up the gap. He just can't do it. Dex sends him. What? Okay. Okay. There's a little bit left. A little bit left in the eyeballers.
Looking like Laura Croft out there.
Yeah. Just gunslinging on an adventure straight through that smoke, but still at 3v3. I mean, you have damaged up HooXi as well. He's 17 health, but they're just going to set back in Banana now. Bomb is planted. They're just going to organize themselves and get ready to make sure this one doesn't slide away. They want to close it here and now. They want that 13-2 win. And to go into the semifinals to play against 3D Max Astralis. It was a stressful quarterfinal here against the Eyeballers, but eventually they get it done. A 13-2 win, handling business on Inferno, snapping into shape just in the nick of time. But it was damn good to see JW back on the server and see that there is a little bit of that Wonder Child still in him.
Yeah, not enough, unfortunately, for them, but Astralis, they bounced back on that third map and showed why so many people had fancied them to potentially lift the trophy. It's a rough one for Eyeballers. It was within touching distance to get to the semis. They should have got it done on Ancient, and then as we sort of anticipated, you come on to Inferno, there was just nothing left in the tank.
You can also look at the muted celebrations from Astralis as well. They knew it shouldn't have to come to this. And I'm glad
have to be better.
They're going to be definitely reviewing what went wrong today because a lot of things went wrong. But I'm glad to see that they woke up after they come back. They took care of business. Disappointment you could see in the faces of the Eyeballers side. But yeah, they had to get it done on Ancient because this was Astralis finally waking up and showing who's boss on the server.
Yeah, good resilience from Astralis to shake off those first two maps and shake off the almost 0-2 elimination and just be able to, put nose to grindstone, take care of business on Ancient to turn the tides, and then how the turns tabled here on Inferno because it was an absolute dominant performance from start to finish. Eyeballers could get nothing going on the T side, just stalwart defense across the board for the Astralis organization, and they will be moving on to the semifinals. Commiserations to Eyeballers. I'm sure right now this hurts a lot because of how close they were to making the semis and 2-0ing the series. And you can see it there on JW's face. But I bet you this, I bet you after some time passes and they'll realize that, hey, we made top 8, we made playoffs, we have a chance to now use this VRS gain to maybe get to more tournaments. Like, there is still a positive to be had.
I know the image is really hard right now watching JW being so dejected and disappointed, but I also love the fact that it means so much to him, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Coming in, right, everyone's like, yeah, you know what, just put up an okay fight, even if you lose, it's okay. No, it still matters a lot to JW, and you gotta love to see it. Looking at the scoreboard, man, look, Bob, he had a good map one, but this is less Bob, more XD, 1 and 13, and we've seen too many of these sort of scorelines from Bob in a lot of the maps we've seen so far.
I haven't seen what all the hype is about at this event, which isn't to say there isn't something there, but didn't really come to life for me.
He's like the Swedish peeping at his point, right?
Well, let's not be let's not be harsh.
Look,
let's not curse Bob that.
Yeah. Jokes aside, it's been a bit of a learning experience for Eyeballers. I've been genuinely impressed with what they've done so far. So yeah, hope to see them in more events down the line. They have indeed got all his VRS points, right?
And look, Ryu getting his flowers, having a good map. Obviously,
a solid Hadouken there on this map for sure.
Yep, we've definitely highlighted some of the other maps that he has high impact on, and I guess moving forward, you can see from the Heat map, this is someone to watch on Inferno when Astralis are playing it moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, Ryu's an interesting cat because, I mean, obviously he was kind of the new addition to the team that people didn't know as much about, coming over from Monty. Obviously did a couple of things there, but nothing super notable. And when he first joined this team and he kind of had his debut, he was very interesting to watch because he was a guy who's a side anchor defensively, but even though he kind of plays the more passive rifling positions, he was actually going for a lot of openings and going for a lot of big plays, and he could really trade frag well. So he's definitely still one to keep an eye out for.
All right, guys, I'll just put a pin in it there because we're going over to Parla, and he's with HooXi.
Thank you, guys. Yes, Dan on the floor with HooXi of Astralis. HooXi, just before we went live, what did you say to me? You were perhaps thinking of doing a Destan right now and doing a 15-minute monologue of what just transpired?
Yeah, I mean, we have the major coming soon, so I can't kick anyone. Should probably start by kicking myself. But yeah, just so happy we won this chaotic game.
Yeah, HooXi, this was a very interesting best of 3. I think a lot of us saw you guys going into this as clear favorites. Maybe a 2-0 score was possible, but that's not what happened. What went wrong, firstly, on Mirage?
Oh, it's hard to say as a B player what exactly went wrong on the City side because I'm just standing out there jumping and then I'm not really exactly sure. I think we lost some tools early and then that could have like swung the round in our favor or at least like made different situations for us. Then I think we didn't adapt fast enough to how they played. They played really fast and I think we should have maybe shut them down in middle a bit more, but yeah.
Was the quality of eyeballers a surprise at all, HooXi?
No, there was no like underestimating from our side. I've been preparing all night yesterday, and I know that they know how to play, and it's my former coach in Peter as well. I know he's a smart guy, so no, we were not surprised at all.
Then you go into Ancient 1-0 down. It's your map pick, but at one point, eyeballers were 11-4 ahead. You really had to grind to get the W on map 2. How did it go from your perspective, HooXi?
I mean, I think we lost some very unfortunate rounds on T, to say the least. We've had some trouble on our T side, both now and against MongolZ, but then we show our quality on CT, and I think that we are very confident that no matter the scoreline, we can come back. So, yeah, I think it's just good resilience from the guys, and I'm happy we pulled through.
Yeah, and then we get on to map 3, Inferno. Finally, a very comfortable affair. How much of that was momentum from Ancient? How much it was just being the better team?
Oh, I think it was maybe a bit of both. I think not so much momentum for us, but more like loss of momentum from their side. And then I think that, yeah, maybe they don't feel as comfortable on the map as we do. And I think that showed a little bit.
All right, final couple of questions, HooXi. I've got to say congratulations on making it to the semi-finals. What are your initial reactions to knowing you've secured top 4?
Oh, I mean, it's of course nice. But as I told you in the interview we did on before the tournament started, it's not so much about what placing we get, but more how we play. And I think right now none of us are happy with how we play and what we show. I think we throw away a lot of advantage rounds that we should close out. So we'll have to go home and do better tomorrow. And yeah, hopefully I'll have a bigger smile on my face tomorrow.
Yeah, and HooXi, you'll be playing against 3D Max. It's a team that you've beaten a couple of times recently. What are your thoughts on them as opponents for your semi-final?
I mean, I think they can be night and day. They can be super tough to play against, but they can also have days where they're just not showing up at all. So I think if we meet them on a day where they are like feeling it, it's going to be super tough. And yeah, as I said, we have to be more ready than we were today.
Awesome. Well, HooXi, thank you very much for your time. Anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home?
Well, sorry for maybe giving some heart problems. It was a bit of a shit show, but yeah. Hope you'll keep supporting, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed the game.
Definitely a stressful best of 3 for HooXi and Astralis, but they make it through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, if you're a glass half full kind of person, you go, look, man, we played like trash today on 2 maps, but we're still in the semi-finals. If you're a glass half empty, you go, wow, if we play anyone better than eyeballers, we're in big trouble.
I think this is just an anomaly of a performance from Astralis. I think the one thing I've got to give them credit to, if you look at the recent results they've had, not just over here, but over in EPL as well, they've been beating really good teams consistently, right? So, sure, they got shook on Mirage. Ancient, they bought the comeback in and Inferno just completely demolished them. I'm not really worried for them heading into the semifinals. And 3D Max, yes, unknown entity, as HooXi pointed out, can be very up and down, but Astralis should still be backing themselves as a favorite.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when you get to minutia of what happened on Ancient, how they were losing advantageous situations or, you know, peaking one by one and just making basic errors, like, yeah, that is a little bit worrisome. But if you look at it from, you know, a more zoomed out view and how just they generally approach the game, there's good game planning there. There's definitely good thoughts there. It's just about tidying up, you know, some of those like little pressure moments and things of that nature. I think this team still displays a lot of the same promise that we've seen throughout the course of this year, but just a bit of an off day, right?
Just on running through smokes in a 4v2, 1-by-1. Simple things, easy to fix.
Yeah, so we've had a theme for today, guys. It's regret. Obviously, the underdogs in both of the series so far were so close to victory and then were beaten by the favorites. Let's see if that trend continues. We're going to be bringing in, well, it's HLTV confirmed minus Sponge plus Tech Girl. So it should be a banger. Make sure you join us after the break.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to Wingmen, where myself and a CS pro play Wingman together and we get to know our pro friend a little bit better. Today I'm joined by Grim of NRG. Great to see you, Grim. How are you?
Good, man. I'm ready to get in here. You know,
excited?
to farm up a game, yeah.
For you, it's around 1 month now in NRG, right?
Yeah.
How's the experience been so far? Well, actually, firstly, let's go back to the very start. How did you get involved in the team, firstly?
Yeah, so my agent reached out and just said NRG might be interested in exploring options, and then I spoke to Daps a bit, figured stuff out. Yeah, I mean, I just decided I think it'd be best for me, just because I was getting a little mental burnout from Passion's schedule. I also think they're great players. I would really wanted to play with Nitro for a long time now and just see how he is Captain America.
that would feel like, at least from an outside perspective, you'd assume that's like every younger American player's dream growing up to play with someone like Nitro.
I mean, dude, I watched Nitro when I was like 14 and I was playing this game, so yeah, this will be very interesting to be on a team with him now.
Let's talk about stuff from the past. So at this point, you're 25. You sort of entered the scene at the highest level in what, 2021, sort of when we met, I think?
It's late 2020.
Late
2020, it was right when COVID started.
Yeah. At the hotel events.
Yeah.
Talk to us about how you got into that position. You know, you're a kid. How'd you find out about Counter-Strike and then start playing it and stuff? Give us like the real primordial, the story of your genesis in CS.
Well, I was in middle school, and then a friend of mine asked if I wanted to play like CS:GO after school. I'm like, all right. Well, at the time, I just played like COD and like GTA 4. So yeah, I played for like 10 hours, and then I'm like, I don't know if I like this game because I can't scope in because I just played from COD. So I quit for like 8 months after that, and it started up again in 2015. And then yeah, I was like watching a Twitch stream, and it was like Nip versus Fnatic or something for some event, and I was like, wow, this is actually kind of cool. I didn't know you could play this game like on a stage, and I kept playing it more, and just kept grinding. And then when I got global, I joined ESEA, and then basically joined my first open team and got it from there. One main, one premier my first season, playing both, and then yeah, basically got it from there.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Wingman Nuke. All right. So then you got. You get good, you join a ESEA team. When do you start getting attention from some of these bigger guys and like bigger teams, etc.?
I say, well, my friend group actually was really good at the start because I knew like the old guys like MOTM, Voltage, all those guys back then. But yeah, basically I was averaging like 14 RWS or whatever in pugs, and then people based your like game off that.
That's
and
huge.
then I just like joined the main team and played with the same core people for like multiple years.
Yeah.
That was basically that. Oh, whoa. All right, we're gonna have to lock in.
Enough of the story right now. Let's lock in for the first round.
We gotta.
Bro, I'm like.
Holy cow, man.
Yeah.
Wait, this.
I can bait for you. Let me just run in.
You can jump across. I don't know where they're even at. Where do they spawn?
I think they spawn a ramp. If I remember correctly, I've played this on one.
All right, let's see. Let me clear double. No, I don't have a headset, so it's gonna be a jump scare. I don't know what's going on. Get up and sync.
Yeah.
Oh, right side ramp. Ooh.
Yeah, right side ramp.
Big right and left.
One tap me.
All right, let's see what happens here.
Now I can jump on board and watch you do it for real. Let's go.
Oh, dude.
Man, these guys are on point, bro.
These guys aren't messing around, man.
It's gonna be tough to like chat while we try to win, but we're gonna give it a go.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we need to relax.
Save. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's fast forward a bit now. Like your first big team was 2020.
Yeah.
Bro, my brain's going blank now. Complexity.
Liquid.
Liquid, then Complexity. Yeah. What was that experience like? Getting on that team. How huge of a moment was that for you, etc.?
I mean, it was crazy because obviously they just won the Grand Slam they just won the Grand Slam when I joined. And I was really nervous when I started playing because obviously I've been watching them for so long.
Yeah.
So it was an experience for sure.
Yeah.
But that was really nice. They were all very welcoming, and I had a good time there. I learned a lot.
And that's where you spent the majority of your career so far?
Yeah, 4 years there.
Yeah.
So it was very weird leaving to join NRG as well, since I spent like all the time there.
Yeah. How do you feel like you developed as a player and as a person over that longer period?
Yeah, I mean, I joined I feel like TC helped me a lot, like mature as a person.
Shout out TC one time.
He is like, I don't know, he's just a really good, like, charismatic guy, and it was nice being around him for so long. And yeah, obviously there's a lot to learn as a player too, because we were all basically rookies on that team. So, oh, that's him. I'm gonna smoke him. Oh my god. Dude, I'm even getting naded. I think it's behind that smoke. I don't know. Oh, nice shot, though. All right, Paula, it might be time for headsets, man.
Yeah, let's get the headsets on, dude.
I don't know what's going on, but
yeah.
All right, let's see now. We're not gonna lose a
This is probably
single
one of the hardest interviews I've ever had to do. This is tough, man.
Wait, all
this
right.
is tough.
Well, we got 2 more rounds.
Yeah. Maybe we can make a comeback here, dude.
Well, let's see if I can even hear these guys. I mean, they're trying pretty hard, so they might be walking around everywhere.
Yeah. I think we should rush.
We can rush something next round. Well, they're just double smoking everything. I'm like peeking double. Oh, dude. He's toxic on your left.
This is tough. Struggling right now. Struggling. Dude.
I mean, all right, you know, these guys, honestly, they deserve it, you know? They want it pretty bad. I mean, they're,
yeah.
I'm gonna leave the door open.
They're mulling.
I can flash out.
One. Push.
Let's see if we get our first round headset.
Nice.
Oh,
Easy.
finally.
We're in, bro.
Headset on, locked in. The comeback coming in.
Clutch.
All right, have an idea.
Have you got an idea?
We need you to get a smoke, Paula.
Smoke.
5'7" armor.
5'7".
Yeah.
Armor.
Yep, and then we need you to smoke double door.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go close single and hold for the guy to rush out.
Can't promise you it's gonna be the best.
Smoke that door, yeah.
Right. Where do you want me to hold?
You can hold windows. Oh,
yeah, one window. What's happening here?
Dude, I mean, honestly, I have global ring, and I don't know, man. This shit is so hard, dude. Honestly, Europe's insane, man.
What was it like leaving Complexity? Was that tough?
It was, because, I mean, I've been with the same core for a while with Halzerg, but then he got benched, so it kind of sucked because I really liked him, and I thought he was a good player and a good person. But obviously it sucked leaving JT and TC as well.
Have we seen the best of Grim yet? Like, where do you see your ceiling? Like, because you're still young, bro, 25. Like, I guess I'm asking your general thoughts on yourself and where you see yourself going in terms of individual performance.
I mean, I personally think, just not for me, but for everyone, like, you can get better every year than you were last year. Like, last year, I feel like 2025 was my best year individually, especially towards the early start of the year. Like, this year, I obviously want to try and improve on that and be a little better, but that might take some time since I'm like adjusting from being with the same core for like 4 years now, and you know, I don't know when my prime will be, if I'm in it now or when I'll peak, but hopefully start winning some tournaments soon. I know it's really close to a few now.
Well, is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans at home?
Especially just thank you for supporting, and hopefully I can do better than I did last year this year, and we can do good things for the North American scene and do good on NRG. And you know, we have also have Atlanta, I think, coming up, and that'd be great to make playoffs there, so you guys better show up because we're making it.
There we go. You heard it here first, everybody. Grim, once again, thank you for being here, and best of luck to you personally and to your team NRG.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Counter-Strike fans around the globe, welcome to another episode of HLTV Unconfirmed. Prof and Striker on the couch, and if you ordered Sponge, the podcast host from Temu, you'd get me. Gents, is this the first time you're on an analyst desk or couch together?
This is true. This is true.
Not the first time we're on a couch together.
Yeah, we definitely have shared couches before.
I don't know if you've seen, we've reworked the branding of your show. This is just a pitch for me. If you ever decide to get rid of Sponge, just saying that the job pitch is there.
Pretty good job. Pretty good job. Great work. And I also love that Striker is like this picture of Striker with a beer is just the only one that is being used ever. Even though I would say I've had more beers in the last 3 years than you, but you know, I feel like you stolen my thunder in this way.
You've probably had more beers in the last month than I have in my entire life, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'm not a big beer
I'm
drinker.
requesting the champagne shot. There's a great one on HLTV for the next PGL announcement. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're ready for that one. We'll make sure that's sorted. You need 3 of these, so 3 analyst couches together, and then you can become a casting duo and follow in Sponge and Machine's footsteps. I'm just planting those career seeds there for you. But before we do that, we do actually need to speak about the quarterfinal that is about to take place here at PGL Bucharest. Bait up against Foot. And I've really got excited about watching FUT, the last few events. But what I've started to see is, obviously, a lot of other fans like me, we don't really want to get behind this team because the general consensus is after the major, this team is going to be picked apart by the bigger teams. Do you think that that is the case?
I don't know. I'm not 100% sold on this idea. Obviously, it could have maybe happened already, but it didn't. They seem to have fended off some approaches, and together they have definitely this year been the breakout team of the year, I would say. Like, super young lineup with a lot of interesting pieces. Late last year, for me, Demon was a standout. Now, maybe Lonks, Jugs are other players that are standing out a bit more, but definitely there is potential for other teams to look into this.
This is something that I was setting up when we had our first segment on this tournament, where I thought that FUT are under actual real pressure to actually win some of these tournaments exactly because of this, right? Because a lot of teams will come and try to pick this team apart. And they've spoken at the beginning of the year how much they enjoy playing together. They really wanted to stick together. That's why nobody ended up saying yes to any of those approaches in the season before that, right? But obviously for that, it kind of needs to continue along that path. Like in this season, if they pick up a tournament like this, that could be another reason why they were like, okay, why would we go to a struggling FaZe or struggling Mouse now, or whoever would be coming to approach them, right? The only problem I see is, if it's Navi coming, then those guys, considering they came from the academy, I wouldn't be surprised if they had a clause in the contract where Navi have the first approach or the right of the first approach and maybe a slightly better buyout. That's why I would be maybe worried.
Yeah, you're saying a struggling FaZe, but Kerrigan is the highest rated player of the tournament, so I don't know about that. That would be pretty exciting to join that guy.
Do you know how that just threw me off? I'll just admit this because now we're having a good time. They came up and I still was like, have they made a mistake with that graph? Like,
they
Kerrigan.
have not.
And then I remembered, but in a moment I was like, what is Kerrigan doing?
He did drop a pretty good rating in that one game that they played at this tournament against Inner Circle.
2 of the FUT players, obviously in the top 5
I think
there.
4 in the top 8 or 9. Yeah. So pretty much everyone is doing a great job on FUT, and they're having a great time here. 3-0 in the group stage, obviously. So heading towards that title, I think the issue for me, for this team, is like the big games. I've seen them in the games that qualify them for the playoffs, or in a big playoff third place decider. Even in some scenarios, when they have a lead, they let the lead go. It's 11-11. They lose the round that maybe they should have won. That is where I'm trying to see a bit more development from this team. But I don't think this game is that kind of a game for them. I think this is a game where they're a huge favorite, even though it's like only 5 spots in the VRS between them and Bait. I think they're huge favorites, both individual, form, map pool, everything is going in their direction.
Yeah, this tournament has been a lot more convincing than some of the previous ones. Obviously, we have to take it in the context of the opposition that they've had to face. It hasn't been top teams, but even the PARIVISION game that they played to qualify for the playoffs was pretty convincing, and that's kind of sold me on the idea that FUT are ready to take that next step. Yeah, we still haven't seen them tested though, which is the part that worries me a little bit, because exactly when we saw them being tested, they didn't really withstand under that pressure, as Prof was talking about. So I could see that happen here, to be honest, because I think as much as, yes, FUT are the favorites, I do think that Bait's results at this tournament are maybe a little bit better than the score suggests, because the only game that they really let out was the 3D Max one.
Okay, so if you were a top team and you were about to try and steal someone from FUT, which player are you taking?
You take your pick.
Yeah, Lonks has been fantastic, and if you need like an aggressive hype man on the team, both delivering the frags, delivering the vibes, I think he is a fantastic piece. Krabeni as the IGL, but also a pretty good fragger for the IGL. Now the question is, what kind of team can he fit in? If we're talking about the Navi side, I don't think he really fits in what Navi is doing right now and how Blade likes to play, but he's definitely someone that has a good career in front of him.
Yeah, again, take your pick. No matter what position you would like to fill, you would find a replacement in this FUT team. The only realistic kind of question mark still for me a little bit is Demon, because a couple of years ago he was the one that even Blade was kind of hyping up when he was around 16 years old, that he could be the next big thing to come out of Ukraine. Since then, he hasn't necessarily shot it up the servers, so I think there's still a little bit of improvement made from that side, but I do still think that he's a very, very solid anchor in a lot of those positions. And then Symmetry, I think he's more of a stable and more reliable operator than anything else. He's not going to be a star that you're going to build around, so it just more depends on what you're looking for.
They are obviously going up against Bait. This was their previous matchup that we got to see.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what I'm talking about also in the veto part, where Bait are one of these teams that are kind of like playing 7 maps, and I generally dislike this, especially when you're not like the best team in the world or the top 3. Is like, what are you even trying to do with playing 7 maps? You're not even good on 4, most of them, right? And in this case, it's Anubis and Overpass that they play but don't play well, and in the last matchup, it was just a pick from Foot, and it was an easy win on Anubis, and then 2-0 after that. So rough situation for them.
It's been really weird because nobody's even been calling them out on it. Whenever they ban one, nobody picks the other against them because they just run into the right opposition where that map hasn't necessarily been a strong suit for the opposing team. I do think that this we'll get into the veto a little bit later, but I do think that in this matchup we might be in that same position, because Overpass isn't necessarily a map that Foot is particularly well known for, but I do think that they could easily punish pick it, and putting Bait on a pretty bad back foot already.
I think Prof is right though as well. Like, if you're not a top team contesting for a best of 5 grand final, like maybe you should be focusing when you're trying to climb the VRS, you're trying to get more invites to these tournaments, on really perfecting a smaller map pool?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have that much time to practice as well. Their schedule has been crazy. At the Park and Challenger, I think they played like 13 games over 3 days, right? That's an insane amount of games that you're playing, and then you're coming straight here. There's no practice between these 2 tournaments for them. You don't really have any time to like refresh your map pool or like work on maybe maps that are not that good, or maybe if you are, then you're not working on the maps that are good. So generally speaking, I'm not a big fan. Rarely do I see teams pull it off. FaZe also tried to kind of pull it off this year. We saw how that went. So I would advise moving away from it. Maybe behind the scenes they are moving away from it, but we need to see that tested, right?
I think realistically they might be, because they have been tending more towards the Anubis ban lately, and the only time that they do let it through is against the teams like Astralis, who don't play it, and then they let the other team ban it because they effectively have to. They know Bait can play it. They don't play it to a high level, but it's better to have it in your map pool than not play it at all, So it's always going to be a risk if you're coming up against them to try to pick or to try to let the map through. If you're a team that permabans one of those 2. Yeah, realistically, I do think that they've probably focused more on Overpass, because that's been the map that they've been letting through way more than Anubis. Just again, haven't been called out on it.
We'll take a look at the veto in a bit, but first, I asked you this question about Foot, so I'll ask it about Bates as well. If you're a top team trying to find some new talent, who are you stealing from this lineup?
I'm not sure. Ascentiel definitely had a good tournament. I just wanted to highlight here, there's a lot of numbers, a lot of things, but the key thing is he had one bad map, one kind of not great Ancient. Other than that, everything has been great, and this is a guy that's not really the usual suspect for them. He's kind of lurking, anchoring, but he came up really huge in a lot of key moments. Yesterday against Legacy, he had a MP9 4K, right? And stuff like that. He's winning rounds they shouldn't be winning, which is helping them close out games pretty easily. But other than that, it was always NPL for me on this lineup. But I don't know. Since he moved away from the IGL role, I don't think he's been okay, but doesn't have as much impact calling around himself like he used to. And he's a good player, but they don't have, I think, that depth of talent to move up on the rankings.
Obviously, now the veto coming in, you saw that Anubis ban, which you mentioned was going to happen.
Yes, Ancient's pick from Betas was expected. They've been picking it pretty consistently. They've been really good on it, so that doesn't surprise me. I'm curious if we're going to see the Overpass punish, and there it is. So that's exactly what I was looking for from Foot. They not necessarily one of the maps that they have high up in the map pool, but knowing that Bait had played it twice, I think, in the entire season, and they've lost both maps pretty convincingly, then it's kind of an easy pick for them.
Yeah, and just moving towards nuke ban. Okay,
yeah, and so it's a Mirage. It's a handshake Mirage. Both teams really like it. So that's again very, very expected veto.
Yeah, I think a huge advantage there with the Overpass coming in for the second map, and I mean the rest of the map will pretty good for Foot as well. So it is leaning that way. I mean, no real surprises there. I think I want to say for Bait, realistically, it's a domestic lineup that has been pretty stable in the top 15-ish, right, in the world. They're going to the major again. They made a swap for the Opper with a super new guy that has pretty much no experience coming on loan from Spirit Academy. That's Sizzy. He had a good showing yesterday. But they're quite limited. You also have to think about trying to find Ukrainian players when you have Navi Academy, who's going to be by default where people want to go. Spirit Academy is also picking up some of them. There's Inner Circle also offering chances. There's not that many options that they can go for, so that's kind of where they are right now. Headtrick didn't really move the needle for them. They tried out Segukava, right? That was horrible. Then they went for Sizzy, and now they're finding some footing with him, which is proving to be okay, I guess.
I think this is a good tournament for Sizzy, really, to get a little bit more experience without having the crazy amount of pressure on him, because obviously you're not playing all the best teams, all the elite teams, where they're going to be prepared for everything that you do. They're going to look into all of your tendencies, and they will know exactly how to shut you down. In this kind of level of competition, Sizzy's actually found a couple of really good games, and like, yes, that's great, but the problem is you are now going up against Foot, who we do consider to be on the brink of becoming one of the elite teams if they can just break through the glass ceiling, right? So it is, I am looking towards him because I think it is going to be hinging on whether he can provide the sort of output that he has been so far at this tournament, because I do think without him, that depth is probably not going to be there against a Foot that is just top to bottom really, really strong individually.
I have a quiz.
We always have a quiz.
So people can run PGL in chat if they want to win a follow from me. And a fun fact, if you get all 3 correct. So we have 3 questions, ABC answers. Let me find it. Where is it?
Hold on, we've actually got Henry and Anders with us.
Here we go.
So let's all get involved in the quiz.
I want to get involved in the quiz. Yeah, let's do this.
Okay,
right, take it away.
Question number 1. Highest rated player of these 2 teams at this event?
Cemetery.
Longs, Essential, or Cemetery? Correct. 1.29 rating.
Okay.
The Opper is delivering. Henry is on fire. Okay, great. Question number 2. Obviously, 2 young teams. What is the oldest player on these 2 teams?
Longs.
NPL, Longs, Alex 666, or Krabeni? Maybe we want to think about this together.
No worries, I'm just going to go with Henry's answers. He's never really wrong. I'm with Henry, whatever he says.
Longs, that's what I'm going for.
I think it's Krabeni.
Yeah.
I think it's Krabeni.
Both of you are incorrect.
Really? Okay.
Longs is 20 years old. Krabeni 21. Alex 666 is 24. He's not 66.
Oh, boomer. Okay.
There we go. The boomer on this lineup for sure. And then last one. Which group of teams did Longs not play on? Sprout, Falcons, and Bleed. Game Agents, Infinite, and Nexus. Or Revenant, Bleed, and Into the Breach.
I think he played for Sprout almost certainly, Anders. So
I think everyone played for Sprout at one point.
So,
yeah.
I'll go with C, whatever that one was.
That is correct. He did not play on Into the Breach. He played on all of these other 3 different Romanian lineups. Falcons 2 times. Fantastic.
Wow.
Well, what a great quiz. What a great way to throw into the quarterfinals, Anders. I hope you guys are ready at home. We're going to try and bring this one the level of excitement it deserves, as we will see Foot starting on the CT side here. Bait, the underdog, it has to be said. I'm looking for more out of Sizzy, though, Anders. I want to see him pop off. I want to see that star power I've been told so much about.
Well, now would be the time to deliver that. This is where it gets really real for Bates. They've been improving throughout the tournament. They came in looking a bit flat, perhaps, but we'll see if they could do something here. Stack at the B bomb site. As Foot, they have a really good read at the moment. Cemetery playing towards that cave. Lonks at the bottom of the B ramp. The bomb is alone, and that's gone down. Alex 666, the first casualty here at the quarterfinals. That is not exactly great. Now they have to slow it down. They're going to try and push anyway. Krabani gets one. Cemetery with the follow-up. And NPL and Sizzy left. The whole plan has come undone here. As Bait, they get caught even trying to get to the site. They don't even see who's shooting them. Nobody dies on the Foot side.
I think we're going to see a lot of that. My prediction for this game, Anders, might be a hot take, a controversial opinion here.
Go on.
Foot are going to blow them out of the proverbial water.
Well, I hope
it's going to be a slaughter.
Henry, because I picked Foot to win the tournament.
You did. And I picked Astralis.
And you picked Astralis.
That could be the final. There's a chance. They're on different sides of the bracket.
Okay, well, that would be... What a great final that would be. I'd be very excited to see that.
The thing is, though, Anders, the winner of this game goes on to play PARIVISION or MongolZ.
Oh, that's rough.
So...
either way, that's rough.
Just bear that in mind, but... they've already taken down PARIVISION this event, so...
yeah. It's a weaker PARIVISION. We'll see how long Dastan will let that live. Like, he's coming for them. His own team, that is.
That is the next quarterfinal, the one to close out the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. MongolZ versus PARIVISION, game of the day for sure. So make sure you stick around. For now, though, no force buy, I'm afraid. It's going to be one of those rounds where we can just say they're trying to bleed out that CT utility, feel out the map, see if any mistakes are presented. We've got an MP5. My favorite weapon in the meta right now. Is good to see it make a heroic comeback from the 1.6 days. But should be quite a simple and clean procedure here for the Foot Boys.
Well, I've got some stats for you, Henry.
What kind of stats before we get into it?
Just statistics on, let's call it map tempo.
Okay.
So
go on then.
Where do you go? Both these teams are about 10% rushes on this map. And it's about both for the A and the B ramp, obviously. They just to say, both teams on the T side, they love rushing. In the meantime, it's been a lot more damage than anyone expected here. They don't get the bomb plant. But it's just to say there could be some of those B ramp pushes. Sometimes it'll be the A bomb side instead, where you throw the smokes and everything else. But it's a lot more than some teams. There are some teams in the world that almost never do it. Like, they just don't like the idea.
Well, I love the idea. And I welcome the rushes here, and hopefully we'll see a lot of them. This is the sort of round you might deploy that sort of methodology, Anders, because you know it's a bit of a bonus situation. Not much of one, considering they get a couple of kills there with the Glocks. We've got AKs across the board here, round number 3. Let's see which kind of game we're going to get. Will Bait get absolutely smashed here, or will they start posting rounds early? It's all about this mid-control, this B-lane fight, and Jukes going to town right now. He's got another player isolated. Demon will find the second kill of the round, and it's an absolute massacre, I'm afraid. We have got a 5-on-2 before we can even get into the analysis of the opening sequence.
Just really a perfectly executed protocol here from Foot. They've got 2 people that are holding the T side and middle, and they got Jukes, like you said, running in towards the B bomb site and taking that fight. And they had also Krabani, who's pushing this ramp all at the same time. Bait get blown out the water.
Now, I've heard we've got a lot of audio-only listener fans.
That's
true. I'm going to make sure that they are very well informed as to what's going on today.
Beautiful.
So this is the map pick of Bait. It's Ancient right now. They're playing on the T side. They're currently in a 5-on-1, and it's going to be a 3-0 in favor of Foot. It's not a great start. Lots of money, and that's going to be 3 AK-47s recovered on the CT defensive side here. Bait are yet to really make a dent. This is not looking good at all. And they've had a pretty rough tournament. They've had some pretty terrible maps. It's great they're in the quarterfinals, don't get me wrong, but the way they got here, like, there's been some very questionable performances from Bait.
Feels to me like a lot of those maps that they ended up winning after all, it was NPL that sort of dragged them through the map more than anything else.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see that. I want to see the whole squad come together. Like you said, Sizzy has to just to really show us something here.
Just because, like, the hype around him, like, before I ever got to saw him play, they're like, you've got to see this kid with York.
Yeah.
Like, he's the next MongolZ. And I was like, okay, well, let's see it. But not saying he's played bad or anything. I just don't think he has that star level of someone like Molodoy or MongolZ, for example.
Well, I would agree with that. Incendiary down. I was worried for Demon because he was very close to the entrance of that A-bomb site. They are going for it, and they'll get the opening. They even take down Jukes, who's coming in next. Cemetery finds a kill for the smoke, so it is a 3 versus 4 now. The bomb being brought a bit closer to a plant here, but they have nothing really going into this round. Shocking that Bait are able to just walk out here. In spite of the fact that Demon saw it coming, he threw down the incendiary. He still couldn't land the kill needed. Lonks, a ridiculous lineup through the smoke. Just guessing, but it was the perfect guess. Essential goes down. 3 versus 3, and now lurking in from the same A hallways that Bait just came through. It's Krabani with an AK. He goes down. NPL. There's that work I was talking about. A second D. Wow. He takes down the last remaining player of Foot. That is stunning.
No problem for MPL. The Desert Eagle to mow them down at the end there. The partial buy victory in towards the A-bomb site. Caught with their trousers around their ankles there. 1 kill. And that snowball turns into an avalanche very quickly in towards the A side. They are locked out. The P250s are ranged. Cemetery managed to get one through the smoke. I believe they got another as well with Lonks, but nowhere near enough as MPL takes them to town with the Desert Eagle. And now it's a bit of a force buy on the other side of the server. 2 pistols for Demon and Cemetery, 3 rifles in total. Jukes feeling the heat there. Not the best spray with the 5-7. Couple of kills now for Bait coming to life here, but coming from Benny. Not going to be able to find much. The Desert Eagle runs out of bullets. That's unfortunate. And it's a pretty clean finish in the end. It's a chaotic round for sure, but it will be Bait now posting potentially 3 rounds in a row. It's 3-2 overall, but that's the money drained from the bank accounts of Foot on their CT side. So now, full eco. That's the only option going forward. They'll be getting $2,400 into the next round. So, sure, you can justify a few upgraded pistols, but even a 5.7 might be a stretch around, as I'd say a P250 is probably where you're at if you're going to invest anything.
Bait look way more focused in some of these early rounds now that they got the rifles out. I'm excited for you because this is one of the things that I feel like they've been lacking that early firepower, that early feeling like they're really in the game. But it looks that way at the moment, and I appreciate that.
Don't we all?
Yeah, I don't want to see Bates, you know, sleeping their way into the quarterfinals here. I want to see them sharp like they are right now. Alex, you see a bunch of people who don't really have to commit to this fight. Essentials on the other side, yeah, just bring the whole team in if you're going to fight them. That's exactly what they're doing, shutting it down in the middle. Like you said, can't even afford to invest into anything here. Not a single casualty on the Bait side. They take up the damage, but nobody dies. And that will tie up the scoreline, 3-3. Wow, it's changed so quickly. It was very one-sided at the beginning. Now, Bait kind of in control again. Kansas with 5 and MPL with 5, and then goes down a bit from there. They cannot afford the AWP on the CT side either. So Cemetery is going to be without that. Which is a bit of a shame, really. He's pretty good with it. Sizzy will have his. T-side AWPing on Ancient, do you like it?
Well, there are plenty of options for it. Like, you have the option to pop open the smoke towards middle. Your teammates can provide multiple HEs to keep looking. Obviously, you can boost in towards a B bomb site.
That's a good one.
With the big box outside. So, yeah, I think to answer your question, yes, I do, Anders. I like the AWP on the T side of Ancient. I think it'd be very impactful. You're not going to be having the highlight moments. It's only for the opening kill and then closing round out with the clutch. So we'll see whether he can have some impact here. But as we said, yet to really see one of those magnificent moments from Sizzy. He's a capable AWPer, don't get me wrong, but we're yet to see that star power. Let's see what he can bring to the table here in round number 7. B-Lane Util not necessarily landing here for FOKUS, and it might cost him. There's the opening kill. Towards the cave he goes. He will find Krabeni to open things up. That's Sizzy. 5-on-4 advantage here for Bait. 3-3 overall after posting 3 in a row on the T side here.
That incendiary landed behind him, so he could just stand still with the op ready. Then they Molotov out Krabani, and it works from there. Plenty of time on the round. I think Alex is waiting for a potential push out of the hallways. That is something that Foot love to do. They love the aggression in those A hallways. So it's good. It's good research, good homework for Bait to know that that could be happening, and that's why they've called this big freeze in the middle of the round here. Just saying, let's just see. Is there going to be someone, Demon or somebody else, pushing?
Well, Counter-Strike protocols suggest you need to start reclaiming territory, you need to get some information, or you turtle up on one bomb site and go for a gamble stack. It looks like they might be going for the latter here. 3 players cemented here in towards a B bomb site for FOKUS. In terms of residual utility, quite a lot, to be fair, for Bait. They've got a ton of control. 3 players towards the cave, 2 towards the ramp. So it will be that B finish. Smokes to be deployed, or maybe just a straight-up contact play here. But Longs, Cemetery, nice crossfire. We'll see if it works out for him, Anders.
Yeah, he's ready with the AK, needs the first shot. He'll get it. It's actually the M4, sorry about that. It's Essential. He'll take another one down, but Jukes has shown up in the meantime. The stack, at least it works to even out the numbers a little bit there on the Bait side. The bomb is being planted. And there's not a single grenade on the CT side. They just have to cross their fingers and hope that something's going to work out. Jukes, he managed to get through, which is actually impressive that he even lives through the smoke to begin with. Sizzy was there, finding himself a second kill as he goes into the cave, and just Demon now. Too far away, like I said, no utility. Even in the 4v5, they had no grenades on the CT side. So he's going to make a run for it. Bait with 4 in a row. It's just really good work.
It's very good work. Getting that opening pick. Brute forcing towards the cave. We said we wanted to see a bit of star power from Sizzy. That's how you get it done. He certainly likes the AWP on the T side here. So 1 more kill for Demon, but he's the only player that survives. This feels like tactical timeout territory now with the loss bonus accumulating. All 5 players going down. Maybe not so much anymore. If you save that 1 M4, there's definitely a buy available, but now it's just going to be partial territory. We're talking 5-7s, maybe an MP9 or 2. So probably will forego the tactical timeout in this particular round. But it is Bait, as you mentioned, with 4 rounds in a row here. T side looking quite good. Nice change of pace. The B lanes looking very comfortable. I'm seeing some missed util on those B lane grenade throws. See if they nail it this time. There's the incendiary. But in terms of investment, as we mentioned, just going to be seeing 5-7s. Cemetery going to be saving his pennies for the AWP. It's Demon on the MP9, and they're trying to look for a bit of a backstab here. Not the weapon for the job, but he certainly makes it work. Will be Krabeni with the P250 backstab, finding MPL, and there's the USP. Okay, now it gets very interesting. Maintain that man advantage. Cemetery Got to be found out here from the elbow, trying to stay alive, ducking and weaving. This is the moment here. This decides the round. Essential will be finding the shot. They know multiple players are in towards B, so you can take an educated guess that A is wide open, and MongolZ would be right.
Lonks with a 5-7. He's close. Maybe if he can get around the corner. They don't have any more smokes here, but they do have a flashbang, and in a pinch, that'll do just fine. I think they double flashed it. Lonks, no chance to activate on that one. Now the bomb's going to be planted, and surely this AK is worth more than the attempt to try and do this 2v3 retake without a kit. I just don't think it's going to be possible. Maybe Jukes wants to take a bit of a look. Big fan of this guy myself, but I feel like it's going to require some kind of a miracle if he could do this. Taps away, doesn't get the headshot over the box. MongolZ, he gets one in return. He's going to go down, but yeah, the time has already run out here. No kit, so 5 in a row for Bait. And I'm noticing on that mini-map now, you saw Demon try to push out.
Yeah.
They were looking for it again. I think Bait have had a real big conversation, because I remember some of the games here from Foot earlier on Ancient. They love being aggressive in those A hallways, and I think Bait,
they really do.
Noticed. Like, I think Bait know.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. They love to go for those backstabs. As you can see, Bait are on high alert each and every time. And they're round deciding kills, as I mentioned as well. If you get that backstab, you find that rotating player back towards T-spawn, and that's it. And it all started with a P250 and a Dream, the USB getting stuck in as well. At this range, that is bananas. But still, nowhere near enough, I'm afraid, to find the round victory. Still pretty decent efforts. You did some decent financial damage, but the headline will read 5 rounds in a row for Bait here. The underdog for sure. They're the B-lane utility. That's landing nicely. Not too much damage. And we are going to see aggression here, and it's going to be punished. MPL, alley-ooped by Alex and his flashbang, but Jukes fighting back. What a round this is so far. Rock'em Sock'em Counter-Strike. 3 versus 2, though, in favor of Bait. It's going to be Sizzy finding control on the B-bomb site. Brave maneuver with the AWP as well. He cuts sound. He knows his players all around him who go into a 2-on-2.
Yeah, he's no idea that Demon's going to be here either, because why would he be? He was so quick to rotate from the A anchor position. So the fact that he's already over here, I do like the attempt from Sizzy. I mean, like you said, it's very brave to be doing that. But in spite of getting a double opening, it was a sick flashbang into the Cheetah to get that double opening for Bait.
Absolutely. They try to change things up there, Foot, going for a hyper-aggressive maneuver in towards the cave position. Looked like they was punished, but they are on their feet. MPL with 3 kills, but MongolZ in the 2-on-1 clutch. Plenty of time to work with 45 seconds.
Cemetery unscoped exactly 1 second before MongolZ peeked up out of the ramp there. Otherwise, I think he just has the kill straight up.
So, gonna drop the smoke.
Yeah, you have to go for it.
Get that bomb planted quickly.
Okay, he's gonna plant inside, which means...
It's a nice open plant, right?
Yeah, he probably can't go back and play the ramp, or it'll be hard to do that, but he can play like this. And it might throw them off, waiting back there. Cemetery, great patience. Good communication. He's waiting for Demon to come in from the other side.
That's a good point. We always talk about the fundamentals. You never want to be exploring these sort of clutches by yourself.
No.
Hold a tight line. Make sure he can't claim territory like the back lanes there. And it will be Foot bouncing back there after recovering a 5-on-3 scenario. Crazy work to make that round work, considering that they lost 2 players towards Cave after their aggressive maneuver.
Maybe worth pointing out for anyone that's joining us here in the middle of the game, the second map is Overpass, and that is very interesting.
It's a very big punish, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beta only played it twice, and they've lost it twice, and it's a very comfortable map, generally speaking, for Foot. So I feel like this has to be where it's won, at least to decide whether we're going to get to a 3rd map. If Bait can convert this lead they have right now, I think we almost certainly go to 3. Let's see, though. If Foot's managed to bring this one back, I would say 2-0 is looking very likely.
Yeah, that should be the case. Unless Bait have some sort of genius move in the back where they've been practicing it, nobody knows about it, something like that.
I guess you're right. There is a lack of data, a lack of tape out there.
That's what I'm always...
If they played it twice, yeah, it could be a secret weapon.
It's very hard to do that kind of thing. Obviously, it's very rare. We always talk about it. It almost never happens, but maybe we could be wrong. I would love to be wrong and see Bait come out with a strong Overpass somehow.
Somehow, some way. 1-round game here for now, though.
Yes.
This is the pick of Bait. They're up 5-4 on their T side. Pretty even Stevens. We'll see the orb on both sides of the server here. Ascenthio on high alert. He knows how aggressive this Foot team can be. And I was about to say, playing for the pixel gap. It's always risky when an orb's out on the field. That should be enough to win the round here. Should be the operative word, but it's going to be Sizzy confirming things there as we go into a 5-on-2. Krebeni and Longs, nothing to do, nothing to say, but to save.
Essential got the kill on the AWPer in B with an AK. Like, he just peeked it straight up. Look at this. The desk were talking about it. He's had some very good maps in this tournament so far. Deadly accurate, getting the double. Sizzy picking up the other two. Obviously, the first kill, very important to open up that donut position, which controls like half the map at this point. Krebeni back here. Just would love to save the ult. They're not going to let him.
We are seeing some very influential, high-impact kills from Sizzy.
Yes.
That's what we wanted to see. Has he got another one in him? He at least takes the aggro away from Krebeni there to finish things off. 6-4, and money somewhat broken. There is actually a decent buy available. There'll just be concessions. So this might be the tactical timeout we were looking for as we enter round number 11 here. Foot's feeling a bit of pressure. They will be fully investing into it. Let's have a look at the replay, though. Sizzy, as he said, playing that pixel gap. Demon gets punished. A couple of frags found. And Krebeni going down with the AWP as well. So they'll have to make do with the FAMAS and the Hunter Cemetery this round. It's not too bad otherwise. Like we said, a few concessions in terms of grenades. They've got one defuse kit. And here's that boost.
Yeah, instant boost up. If they get a kill, they got 4 people here, so they could just jump on the bomb site almost immediately. It is a 3-man defense, though, so you got to be a little bit careful. Duke's holding middle for only a while longer, but he's going to have to back out eventually. Forward in the cave. Krebeni's here. And he's going to smoke it off. Slows down the T side maybe a little bit. But they don't probably care, because they are busy waiting for this. They still have Kensasaw, who's holding for any of those long pushes over from the A bomb site. They're well aware that could be coming. It's not going to be in this round, but just the fact that they were aware of it shows you they've been in the lab for a bit. Under a minute now. And the utility on the CT side, Henry, it is non-existent. They got 1 smoke, 1 flash left. That's pretty rough if you're going to have to go for a retake or anything else like that.
Well, that means you can't really allow a retake to even be initialized. You have to play on the front foot, as it were.
I like that. It's really good work. 40 seconds.
So,
you're back here.
0 defensive utility available. 30 seconds remaining. We've got plenty of bits and pieces here on the T side. Double smoke going in. Molotov towards the pillar. CTs, like we said, they have to play in front of this util. They can't afford to retake this.
They wish they had just 1 smoke right now to slow it down. 17 seconds. They're running it very late, though, Bates. This is risky. I know there's no grenades on the CT side, but now they finally planted the bomb with 11 seconds on the clock. NPL with the opening in towards the cave, and Cemetery going to be shot in the back by Essential. They didn't have a lot of time, but they executed this one to perfection.
We've seen some very ropey performances from Bait throughout this tournament. It's great they're in the quarterfinals, but this is the Bait you like to see.
Yeah.
Let's see if this retake's got anything left to say, and apparently not. It's very clean, it's very concise, a comprehensive victory there for Bait. We go 7-4, recovering the huge deficit they found themselves in. They were 0-3 down. There's only been 1 follow-up victory for Foot since the pistol. They better pray that Overpass is still weak for Bait at this point, because it's Foot that hasn't really shown up so far.
Yeah, not at all. They won the pistol and the first couple of rounds.
One of which was a full eco, and they won the third. Fair enough, that was a gun round, but ever since then it's been one-way traffic. That's a nice opener, though. Desperate for that aggression. It worked out before. We'll see if Jukes can find a double kill once again. Does he dare push the smoke? Krebeni, he's thinking about it. He's actually going to pass through them and find a Essential. Another player, though. MPL behind enemy lines, Anders.
They lose Kensasaw. For this to work for MPL, he does need somebody else in his team to be alive. They're picking up the bomb now in T-spawn.
They have no idea.
They really don't. Right, he's trying to wait. He wants to wait because the bomb is coming, and he wanted to make it a double. Jukes knows everything.
Got to convert this Foot's last round at the first half. And it looks like they will. 4 versus 1. Alex 666 with the bomb in his back.
So that means it's really not over. Like 5 rounds on the CT side. It's not amazing, but you are still going to be competitive in this one. Alex, he'll take down Jukes, who was walking through the smoke. He was low on health already. Now another 3 left here for Alex to try and do this.
He actually has grounds to win this. That Molotov guarantees a plant, locks off the rotation, allows him to focus on the CT spawn fight.
See if he can move in. Lonks, again, playing it very disciplined, and now the backup is showing up. Very good to see that. 5 rounds is secured for Foot.
We've seen it plenty of times today. If you rush those sort of sequences, you saw it in the Astralis game previously against Maxter, right? Unless you wait for your teammates and actually coordinate the retake, even in a 3 versus 1, it can fall apart very quickly. You need to be very disciplined, even in those moments where it feels like an absolute lock-in.
Yeah. Maxter, what an ancient he had.
What an ancient, what a tournament he had. Yeah. Like, he started off quite slow, but towards the latter stages, that last group stage game and the quarterfinal, wow, really made a name for himself.
By the way, Sizzy peeking into the middle there, I actually think it makes a lot of sense to pick a round like this one to do it in, because there's a good chance that the CTs just wouldn't have the economy to get all those grenades out. But they did, so he gets grenaded instead, but I kind of understand why he'd pick this round to do it in.
Felt like Foot needed that one. They remain competitive here. There is a world of difference between 8-4 and 7-5.
Here's something to look for in the second half, Henry.
Okay, what have you got for me?
Foot have this really interesting way that they attack the B bomb side on this map when they're on the T side. Sometimes when the CTs throw down a smoke at the top of the ramp, if that smoke is too far on the CT side, Foot immediately notice they'll essentially use that smoke as a platform to jump through, and they'll jump in at like 3 different directions. They're so hard to stop.
So they don't even pop it open with the AG?
They don't even pop it open.
They just jump through.
Yeah, they say,
okay.
We'll use that smoke. So I've noticed a lot of teams make this mistake. They'll throw the smoke like way too far on their own side instead of a little bit further down the ramp.
Okay,
it's
interesting.
a big problem.
Something to look out for as Foot do switch over. It's going to be a B-side attack here. More of the same, really. We've got the Molotov for the pillar, or the cave entrance. 2 smokes for long and short, couple of flashes. Splitting things through cave, you'd imagine. It all comes down to this initial fire. We've got Julie's on this side of the map. Sizzy baited in. And showing that presence, they're going to slow things right down. They are set up for the execution. You can see Cemetery will be providing the utility from the double doors. That's the smoke for long. Molotov deployed as well. He'll be providing the flashes as they make their way forward. Oh, they've double smoked. Sure, I'm not sure that's part of the plan.
I don't think it is. I think that is a mistake for sure. Now, they don't get shut down immediately from it, and they get the refrag as well. Lonks taking down a Senthil.
Oh, no, you really would like that smoke here.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem, isn't it? The bomb is going to be planted, so half the battle's won. Lonks trying to see if he can get these dualies activated. It's actually Cavani who's going to get the kill. MPL and Ken's sword. They don't have a kit. There's not one anywhere on the ground either, but they got plenty of time for it. Running in Cavani with the double headshot towards the end, saving the team. They needed this one desperately.
Absolutely fumble the util, but they stick the landing. I was going to say, normally in those tactics, Anders, you have the player who was Cemetery at the back there behind the double doors. He can throw both smokes. I guess they're trying to be as efficient as possible, having one player throwing the Molotov and the short smoke, but I guess they got their wires crossed, as it were, and double smoke towards short. That's not what they were going for at all. Enable this sort of peak coming in. Very close, very dangerous, and it comes down to a 2 versus 1. Thankfully, though, Krabeni, in-game leader, very capable fragger, has to be said. He saves the day, a sigh of relief. Huge fumble on the execution, but we'll take the round victory all day long.
It's going to be quick, isn't it? There's only one player here. This could be a really good call. Smoke goes down. It's deep enough that they can't just straight run through like they normally do.
Really?
Alex on the other side, punishing them. Double headshot with the 5-7.
A little bit too eager to get through that smoke, apparently.
Yeah. Well, Alex threw it perfectly. This is the smoke you want every time.
Yeah.
Don't want it to be too far to the CT side. He's done it again. It's such a small detail, but it's really worth watching in high-level Counter-Strike. You get punished so hard for it. This was beautiful.
Okay. Not really sure why you're taking that sort of risk. You've got a huge advantage. You're trying to bleed out that CT util. You've given them a double kill on the 5-7. The man advantage here. It's 7-6 overall. Or 6-7, depending on which way you look at it, Anders.
Nice.
And then 50 seconds remaining here. Bait trying to hold on to their lead. Another smoke push is on the menu here. Krabeni with the bomb on his back. I would not recommend that right now, my friend.
I think he threw the smoke to pick up the bomb.
Yeah.
I think he actually had to.
There we go. Recovers it. And now wants to play 30 seconds. Don't really have the resources to go back towards A. I think they just have to continue with the pressure in towards B, and it's all 3 through the cave.
Flashing it. That could have been a bit of a mistake, potentially. They know there's someone else on the site. Don't know that there's 2, and there's still a really mean crossfire to be set up here. On one side, the pistol goes down, jumping through. We talk about that jumping back 10 all the time.
It's all about averting the crosshair to making sure multi-kill potential is minimal.
Now, they are low on health. So Kansas, it's not an easy clutch, this one, and he's already tagged up. Oh, he goes down It's such a long spray. Look at what it means to them. They're loving it here on the foot side.
But with a sigh of relief there. Not only did they fumble the utility and the pistol and get away with it, they lost 2 kills there at the start. Going through that smoke. You said they would give this a go. I don't think that's the play you really want to be bringing to the table in a second round against a 4-spy, but still, winning another clutch, coming out on top. It does not matter, as we always say, no harm, no foul. So up against the eco here, a chance for Foot to take the lead at 7-7.
The leader of the squad, top fragging in the server now with 13 kills. Really,
I think he is one of the best fragging in-game leaders we have right now.
I think so too.
Kind of nuts to think, but some of the things he did, especially at EPL, if you go back to that scout ace he got, one of the craziest sequences, if not the best play of the year so far in 2026.
It inspired a whole new generation of IGLs to play with the scout.
Yeah.
We're back. Officially back again.
Well, let's get into it, shall we? Is there anything left to be said about round number 15? As we mentioned, Foot, an opportunity here to take the lead. First time they have really since their pistol conversion in the first half. 4-on-3, just a few deagles, no Kevlar. So, nice clean finish here. Krabetti extends his frag total to 15.
Yeah, just a formality. They're looking for some exits with the deagle. Maybe you steal a rifle. Demon will not allow it. And just 1 player left.
I'm enjoying this game so far, though. No blowouts here.
Oh, yeah.
Some chaotic moments, a few mistakes. It's Foots with quite a bit of stage experience now. They are making these deep runs, it feels like, each and every tournament they attend, Anders. They really are a contender for the trophy here, to be honest.
They're putting so many teams to the test.
And with this being a studio event as well, no, I think that probably helps them in that regard. No pressure at the big stage.
Surely does.
Let's have a look whether they can hold their own, though. Still anyone's map here. Quarterfinals here at PGL Bucharest 2026. Been a great tournament. Lots of chaos, lots of exciting games, unexpected results. Top teams dropping off in form.
Honestly, if they keep going A right now, Lonks, he hasn't got a kill, but he's dragged so many people into this mid-fight at the moment.
Contact playing towards A.
Yeah, I think this is a really good call. They knew how many people were there. They even take the time to boost up. There's nobody home right now.
Well, how do you make the most of this for now? Smoking CT Sport. Molotov behind it to stop anyone pushing through. Trying to get a cheeky alley-oop player with the flashbang.
Okay.
And it all comes down to this fight. MP needs multiple kills. Gets 1. Can't find the second. Does damage. The bomb should be planted, no problem here.
It could be risky trying to take full control of Donut like that, but also the downside is if you don't do it, you could get shut down trying to plant the bomb. So there's no risk-free way to do it. 4 versus 4 now. Bait, they're starting to lack some round wins here. That is massive on the Kansas or before they even really set up that retake. Long's going down, and now it's a 3 versus 3 spray down. Kripani, he's taken 2. So Ascent, oh, they're trying to run away, but they can't even do that. Kansas or shot in the back by Cemetery, and Essential, last one left. This is going to be 9 for Foot. The call, I think Lonks and Kripani, they realize how many people are in middle.
Yeah.
And they made that walk to the A-bomb site.
Worth noting, this is both pistol victories going in favor of Foot, converting them to 3-0 on either side, and now 4-0 on their T-side campaign of their opponent's pick. We're now at 9-7. They saved 1 rifle with maximum loss bonus, sure. There's definitely a buy there, but take a timeout, discuss your options here. This is like a crucial moment in this series. Going on to Overpass, Bait do not have a great track record on it. They've played it twice and lost it twice with this lineup in its entirety.
Yeah.
You're not feeling too good about their prospects going into that second map. They have to win here in Ancient. Currently down in the mud financially and with the scoreline.
It's so dangerous when they throw in that second map because the handshake map between the two would have been Dust 2.
Yes,
would have made sense that they would have played Ancient, Dust 2, Mirage. Like both teams play those 3 maps.
Yep.
But a big fake out for Foot to instead go for the pick of Overpass. That's exciting.
Well, these sort of rounds, even though you're up against the little guns, there is a big opportunity for Bait to steal it away. Calculated aggression, pincer maneuvers required. We'll see if they can find the gaps here, as Foots will be opting to some mid-control. Smokes down towards Donut and Red. Vaulting up towards the heavens is Lonks. And no real aggression just yet, Anders. They've opted for... Oh, there it is. Okay, I was about to say, this is the kind of plays you do need to be making, but obviously you'll be watching it. You know that money's low. You're aware of that possibility.
Yeah.
The oldest trick in the book.
But even if you fail on some of those fundamentals, right, that's where you could get punished. So good, I guess good to see that they're on top of that as well on the T side here.
Oh, you love to see it. They're going to try and retake middle here on the CT side. The 1M4, tip of the spear. Senthiel trying to find an advantage here, but it looks to be like the B-bomb side will be the final target here, but they're taking their sweet time. Double Molotovs in towards the cave, trying to flush out that close-range position.
That's a good idea, but it also tells them that they're coming. Like, you don't get shut down by the 5-7 in the corner, but they have advanced warning.
That's the M4.
Yeah, but he's going to call it out immediately. He knows everything. Launch, turning around. The communication flowing very fast here on the foot side. Not being allowed to run in and backstab anybody. Alex, through the smoke of the A-bomb side.
Bullets.
Yeah, run out of bullets as well. Scabini's up to 18 and 10. He's doing very fine work on the server tonight.
Yeah, we call this a captain's performance.
Yeah, he's doing it right now. And like you said, one of the best fragging in-game leaders that we have in top level at the moment.
For sure. Difficult to think of any other names that matches in-game ability.
I mean, I guess a quick shout-out. I will say this. For this tournament, I feel like Nemanja proved, maybe not at the same level, but
that's
he was good.
Totally fair. He really surprised me with his individual level. He was the one purchasing the hero AKs and more often than not finding 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah.
Very good to shut him out, Anders. I like that. Unfortunate for them, didn't make the quarterfinals, but they certainly impressed us. They were playing some good CS.
They could have.
they should have.
Yes,
quite frankly. Too many mistakes. They're a new team, but they are neither here nor there. So we will move on. We've got the round of 18 here. It's currently 10-7 for FUTS, and it's going to be Fate desperate for a round here. Yet to post one in the second half, but they have got a nice man advantage. Shutting down his B lane should be a nice clean victory here. 4-1. Jugs will have it all to do here with 62 points of health. Plenty of time, but no bomb.
That's the first round that Bait pick up on the CT side.
Yep, and it's a clean one.
It's very
clean.
That. And you know what? Credit to Bait for doing this. Foot were actually ready. They were anticipating that there could have been a B-ramp push there, because they could see that, I think Crabini was the first one. He was looking towards the bottom of the ramp, so he definitely knew that someone could have been walking down. They just win every single fight. That's well played. That should spawn some confidence here. Bait not really known to be a team that is celebrating wins, shouting, or, you know, in that sense, like they're a little bit more muted, but hopefully the comms inside of the server are going to be a little bit happier. People are going to be a little bit more ready to go because they looked so sharp at the beginning. It was really delightful to see when they were on the T side, but they've been quieted down a bit now. See, getting the coach activated too. It's still a close game, right? At 10-8.
Oh, it's very close. It's far from over. But the money reserves are strong. FUT will have plenty to work with here at round number 19. 10-8 on their T side of their opponent's pick. We talked about calculated aggression. This is a perfect display of it. Punishing this B lane. Fantastic work from Ascenthiel. Good spray downs there with the M4A4. And we get into round number 19. Looks like this could be a fantastic series here. FUT not looking their absolute best, that's for sure. Bates not looking their worst, which we've seen a few times throughout this tournament. Some maps it felt like they just gave up.
Yes, I think that's exactly the feeling that I had at one point. So Dukes to them, look at the smoke at the ramp. They're walking right through it. They're setting up inside of the smoke. This is pretty much what I was talking about. That's the CT smoke that they're running through, flashing their way over. They love to do this. It wasn't even a bad smoke, but FUT love exploiting the CT smoke against them.
You called it out early, and that's exactly what they did. And there is zero chance you're winning this round. You need to be very careful. Hold on to that AWP. It's Sizzy that had that impressive first half, but yet to really post anything in the second. 7-13. Looks like that's all he can do right now. Hold off the hunt. Hold the wolf from the door.
I mean, if they can hold on to the 2 AKs and the AWP, they will be competitive in the next round. They can do some damage with it, but the problem is there aren't that many more rounds left here before FUT walk away with the victory on Ancient, picked by Bates. The bomb's going to go up here. Obviously, no one to contest it. The whole team, though, is playing well. It might be that the leader is ahead with 19 kills, but nobody's lacking so far behind that they're letting the team down either.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this T side so far from Foots. Krabeni chomping at the bit to get through that cave. He heard the reload on the other side.
Yeah.
Gets himself an absolute freebie of a kill. That decided the outcome of the round, as we see round 20 coming up next. Another tactical timeout. Bates can feel this one slipping away. As mentioned, though, Anders, they saved 2 AK-47s.
Yes.
They have the AWP. They need to show us that they can hold their head above water. Sizzy, like we said, hasn't really got going in this second half. How do we set him up? How do we find some impact from him? Does he just go turret the A bomb site by himself, enabling us to stack our resources in towards B, which has been a massive issue right now? Or do we go for a boost at the back of B with the AWP? Try and get him online at some point. But plenty of options. Let's see which one they go for.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone toward A. This is a nice call. It means you can spread the resources around and have a much stronger middle and B bomb site.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They got 3 people basically fighting for the mid position right now. One of them from the B bomb side, but I like that. They set up that smoke that's potentially dangerous.
Oh, they're going for a double boost there above the smoke. It's a really cool idea.
Okay, we don't get to see this all the time, Henry, but you're exactly right. On top of it, he's not quite visible back there, but it could have been close. NPL putting one of those saved AKs to great use. Shuts down Karini and then walks back. I love the disconnect from that fight. You've already won that. You've got the lead. Don't do any more than this.
Disengage.
Yes. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, I got you.
Always. Always, Henry.
So, 1 minute remaining. We did say that Orpa is over towards the A bomb site. He's got a nice aggressive angle, but not too aggressive. It's enough to take that one shot. Thank you for that. Let's have a look at it. Like, if they walk into him, he's just going to go for 1 kill, knife out, try and get towards Donut. That's all he's playing for right now. And you can see he's deep enough that he will get the advantage on the wide swing as well, so he can handle both. He also gets a shadow advantage on the left side. So it's actually the perfect angle to hold for this sort of play. It just begs the question, there's a shadow advantage.
Yeah, he sees it. This is it, Sizzy.
Play one,
you to
knife
step
out.
it up. Oh, and it's an easy kill on the first one. Throws down the incendiary. They're going to hunt him down,
He stayed too long.
He did stay too long. He did 1 double take as he was running back, and that's enough for them to hunt him down, unfortunately.
Had the knife out, jump into the smoke. He wanted to maintain control, slow them down. I get it. You now have let this bomb site collapse, and there's a chance that they can win this 3-on-4.
See what they could do. They're almost out of grenades as well on the T side here. It's going to have to be the raw fight. AK with a headshot on Jukes. Oh, the retake's looking hot right now. Jukes the last one left. He's also running out of bullets. Trying to reload. He gets the triple. He doesn't get the round. They're going to go pick up everything. Got the kits. Oh, that is very close to falling apart there. Good shot from Sizzy at the beginning. We'll give him that. But in Counter-Strike, the margins are so small that 1 millisecond is enough.
Absolutely. I think he's absolutely fine if he went with the original plan. Knife out, dive into the smoke. I don't think he's taken down there. But the fact he second-guessed himself, brought out the incendiary, 180, try and drop it. Sure, I can understand what you're trying to go for there, but there was a real world where Foots went out in that clutch. But again, no harm, no foul. Absolutely fine. We go 11-9, and it will be Foots now with still plenty of resources going into round number 29, but it's a 2-round game. Bait desperately needed that. We said we needed a change of setup as well.
Yes.
See if that was a nice remedy. Putting City over there towards the A bomb site. Now you don't have to do that anymore. Now you've already suggested that he's over there. You probably won't be contact playing into that bomb site. So now you want to move him around again. We want to see him in a different position, going for an opening pick. We need high impact from the young sniper. This time towards Donut.
I like the picture you painted for us. Move around the X factor of where the AWP is.
Oh, this is a classic, though.
Yeah, Foot do like this. I think the third most used strategy on this map is that A split. What they do love going through this red room.
It should be a B finish, considering the position of Demon, trying to get in towards Cave. But it all comes down to this. MPL very aware of it, and, well, Cemetery. No problem at all. The world is their oyster right now. They don't even have to go B or A. They can choose wherever they want to go. They've got so much control. This is a nightmare. Alex, what have you got for us? Molotov in the face for now.
Shut down. He's alone back here. There's nothing you can do. They're coming in as well from the cave. Demon's about to be there in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, this is so perfect. Look at the comms. Look at the play.
Just so good.
So much discipline there. Instead of rushing it and thinking, oh, we've got 2 kills, let's get in there. They wait until they clear the angle from the cave position as well.
Yeah.
That is textbook Counter-Strike coming in there from Foot.
That really did look more like it was somebody who had been studying chess playing, sort of like they just move all the pieces and you can't do anything. You're just locked in the corner.
That was really, really nice play. Guaranteeing the victory there, not taking any chances. A lot of teams would just run through with those couple of kills and think, oh, we'll just trade them out, whatever happens. No. They confirm the cave is clear. They clear out the angle correctly and give him no option to find even a single frag there as they find map point. It's 12-9 to FUTS here on their opponent's pick. Overpass up next, where we know Bates are weak. This is the ticket into the semi-final in the palm of FUTS' hand right now.
Yeah, they put it together nicely. And it was a tough first half for them as well. 7-5, like you pointed out. It's not great getting 5 rounds on your CT side, but then you swap over here, and when you see the kind of comms and the kind of calls that have been made, Crabini making it work, placing the foot soldiers, as it were, Henry, into great positions.
Okay, that's your best work yet.
That's all the prep I did for the day, really.
Yeah, those are the lines you've been working on. I love it.
I've got more, don't worry.
Okay. Longs, very aggressive out towards middle. Speaking of aggression, we're going towards A main. It's going to be Crabini to open things up, but he is shut down. 4-on-4, I would say, favors the T side, especially the way FUT are playing right now. Nice response from MPL, the star player of Bates. Keeps him in this one. Man advantage maintained by Sizzy. MPL, this is an audacious maneuver, one that's not required, I would say.
Yeah, he was so smart earlier to disengage, as you pointed out.
Yeah, I feel like that maneuver right there.
That could cost them everything.
Cost them the map, yeah.
Yeah, because now...
You can let them have the A-bomb side, like, especially if you have no intel as to what's going on there.
Yeah, you'd much rather do a 4-on-2 retake than whatever this is. Still a minute on the clock. The bomb's been planted, and Cemetery, he's got the lineup. He's going to get shot at the back, you're right. Yeah. Oh, they make it work. That's going to make it 12-10. They need one more round, Henry, but that last round, what do we normally say? The hardest one of them all.
Number 13 is the hardest round in the world to pick up.
I noticed Dinko and Jason didn't even mention that.
No, they don't believe in Henry's law.
They don't believe in it.
We're trying to bring them around to it. But bear in mind, I said it many times before, I've commentated a lot of FOK games. They are not closers.
You have pointed this out.
They are not a team that does well at finding round number 13. I've seen it many, many times.
And I guess now we're later in the tournament, the pressure is even higher. So that could affect it even more.
And the money's not great either.
Speaking of Jason and Dinko, if you guys missed the game they were doing earlier with JW and Maxter and all the rest of it, you should go back and watch it. The guys did a great job, and obviously, the game was really fun.
It warmed your heart. You're seeing JW on the server, Moses casting it. What more could he want? And it went to a 3-map barn burner.
And apparently, the first time Dinko's casting JW as well, which
that made me feel very old when he said, "Oh, I've never even casted a JW game." I was like, "Oh man, I built my whole career commentating that guy."
Don't say that again.
Yeah.
Don't bring it up.
Partial buy looks things here from FUTS as we will see Tech9s and a nice Galil. So not all is lost, but it's looking very likely that we go to round number 24. All the rounds here, as I said, they're not closers, FUTS. They're going to be going for another A play here. And it is kind of open right now. We have Kenzizor in towards a donut. And Long's going to try and deal with them as the smokes goes down. But speaking of smokes, MPL will pop them open and find the opening kill.
That's good work at the moment. Kenzizor towards the donut. NPL takes 4 in very rapid fashion. By the way, he's up to 24 kills behind this round. So once again, it's another game where NPL is trying to drag the team through it, trying to see if he can get everyone else to follow. Somebody's got to help him out. Can't just be him. I mean, it's impressive. It speaks well of him as an individual. For the tournament, I've seen like 3 or 4 maps so far where this has been the case. But if they really want to win, then somebody else has to get locked in.
Final round of regulation. FUT want to get the hell out of here, and they're missing their mid-smoke. You don't love to see that. Yeah. They will have no idea as well. They're going to wide swing out. Not knowing the CTs will have full vision here. They take their time. There is an option to re-smoke it, I suppose.
Yeah, they're going to peek from all sides, though. Rabini's going to be here as well.
Oh, it doesn't even matter.
Longs cuts him down, a laser from the middle. Kenzizor will get one in return, but now all the grenades are running in there. They can't burn him out because the smoke is up. But Demon, he's taking the back line. He's on the A-bomb side. Rabini, a double headshot. Sizzy lands a good kill on the Dukes. He's back around the corner. Let's see if he gets activated.
Kenzi's dead.
We've talked about it so much. You're right, he's super dead. Now it's all on Sizzy. He's half HP. They know exactly where
That should be GG, Anders.
It should be. On any normal day, you can't really get through this smoke, but he just walked straight in. Demon to headshot him. And Foot, you thought they were going to get cold feet on this opening map, but they didn't.
Okay, here's a fun drinking game for anyone watching at home. I don't encourage this, but it could be a good time. Get your favorite bottle of hard liquor, maybe
Water.
it's tequila. I mean, Prof, if you want to do water, it's not as fun. Get yourself some tequila. Every time Anders makes a very dad joke foot pun, take a shot. You won't know how this game finishes or who makes the semifinals because you'll be blackout drunk, but it could be a good time.
There was no good ones. I actually enjoyed the Henry 6-7 one. That one was good. It was kind of subtle. It was kind of throwback to a meme.
Striker
that
is
was
shaking his head.
like
He did
2 or
not
3
enjoy
months
that.
ago, but because of that, I feel like he found the. It's like playing meta that's like 2 years old. It's perfectly dated to be reintroduced and catch people off guard, and that's what he did.
It's perfectly fitting for Henry and Anders cast, isn't it?
Yeah, that's also
Throwback. A throwback.
2 or 3 years off meta. Talking about this game though, for me, this is a game that describes Foot, but Bait as a benchmark team. They're a team that has like a level that's pretty solid. We saw the T side, they lose the pistol, but they get back into it. They have some decent fraggers. NPL has a good round. And then they have, they call a bit around it, but they lose both pistols. And also in this last round, we just see Krabeni taking some heads off, also longs, and that's just going to be the difference maker. They don't have maybe that next level that is necessary to win a game against a top team.
But realistically, they had the upper hand when the kit came down to the gun rounds, especially in that first half, of course. But even second, like if they don't go down with the pistols, that could have been a really, really dangerous game. It could have been even fairly one-sided going to Bait, right? I thought just first half they did a really good job kind of limiting Foot in terms of they're just the type of a team that on the CT side, they will like to make these aggressive plays. Bait were always doing a good job waiting it out and then just making their plays towards the sides of the map late round, right? When Foot have no utility to work with to stop those pushes. I also thought that Foot went for some kind of uncharacteristic plays, some of these retakes like 2v3s, 3v4s that you normally don't go for, and that actually kind of ended up biting them towards the end of the half because they didn't have the money to defend against some of these pushes from Bait, right? So actually, in the end, I thought Bait could have won this.
Do you think Bait could have won it as well, Paul?
Yeah. I mean, I think overall a pretty good game. Again, it's the details, it's the pistols that make the difference in this one. But unfortunately for Bait, this felt like a must-win considering the map, considering the overpass is coming in. So that's why it feels even worse that they couldn't make it happen. I think also Sizzy, he was highlighted as a guy that is needed for them to win this game. I feel like on the T side, he had a few good rounds. On the CT side, and as the game progressed, he was kind of getting a bit colder, and that could also have been the difference maker in this game.
Let's have the bigger conversation. You brought this up in the pre-show, and Henry mentioned in the cast as well, this idea that Foot struggles to finish. And it is something we see time and time again. Hell, we almost saw it there as well. What do you think it is that's causing them to not be able to push to that 13th round?
Well, I think it's a classic young team problem, right? I don't necessarily think that this map was a map of choking. I think it was just a game that went close because it was. But obviously they also missed a smoke kind of late in the game, which shows that problem that young teams have is like pressure comes. They're like, okay, we need to win this. We're favorites, and then the communication is a bit off. The trade is a bit slow. The aim is a bit shaky, and that's what causes some of their problems.
I also do think that Bait are the type of team that you would think would have a problem with because they are quite slow paced. They're always going to play for their utility and all these things. They're going to be good at limiting some of these aggressive pushes from Foot. So I don't think this was necessarily any sort of a problem in terms of closing. Otherwise, I mean, it's what Prof said. So look, this is the youngest team at the tournament. Obviously we think of them as kind of one of the favorites to win this, but they haven't won anything so far. They don't have the experience of a lot of these other teams. Frankly, they don't even have the experience of Bait, who have been around for an extra season compared to Foot. Other than Sizzy at least, who just came in for this season.
Bait went to 2 majors. These guys haven't been. Longs has been to 1, and that's pretty much it from it.
I think he said it was the Rio major as well.
Yeah,
it feels like a lifetime ago.
Yeah. Sadokis was there for a part of it. That's how long it'll go with it.
I have so many jokes, but I'm just going to move on. Let's
Swiftly moving on.
Swiftly moving on. Let's not even go down that road. Let's talk about Overpass now, though, because you've mentioned time and time again this is a problem for Bait. It's here. They're going to have to play on it. Why do we think it is such a problem?
Well, the problem for Bait is they played it 2 times this year. 13-2 against Furia was the last game that they played. 13-10 against Aurora. That's it, right? They haven't really been. It hasn't been in their map pool for long. We don't know how much they played it. On the other hand, Foot played it 11 times, 5-6 win-loss, which isn't amazing, but pretty much all of their games are against top 10 teams. Astralis, G2, Furia, Aurora, these kind of squads. And even if they lose, they play them. They get like 10, 11 rounds, right? So I think Overpass for them is a pretty decent map, and on the other hand, pretty much we don't know what to expect from Bait.
I think that's the key part, though, for Bait. What do you even expect out of them if you're Foot? How do you prepare for them? If you're Coolio, yes, you have these 2 games. One of them, they didn't even get to play 1 half. So you have 3 halves to look at from this entire season. And the last one that they played is a month ago, and that was the 13-3 game. The previous one is 2 months ago, that they played a 13-10 game. So whatever Bait comes up with, Foot are just looking to play whatever they have rather than, trying to play reactionary or anything like that. That is a strong suit for Foot, to be honest. Yeah. I don't think they're a particularly heavy anti-strat team or anything like that. We saw it even on Ancient. A lot of the rounds that they run are very simplistic. I mean, it is very strong, solid Counter-Strike, but it is very simple. I mean, if I pick out the round where they got match point or map point was the one that they got the smokes in middle. They pushed the red room smoke in 4 people. They just got the pick off on B. There was a lurker working from the other side. You have the bomb site. Very, very simple round, but very effective. And that's just how Foot plays. So I think, regardless of them maybe not having the most review possibilities for this map, I think they're going to be comfortable regardless.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Overpass. You can just pretty much win the T side by just doing B hits if it works, right? Especially if you get the pistol and you do like three success ones. That's 5 rounds on the T side, I would say, is 1 T side on Overpass. So I think it's going to be a hard battle on that side, right? If they can stop that, then the game can open up and actually be, what is the op? What is Sizzy doing on A with the op, and how are they kind of countering the map control and stuff like that? Because I feel like Foot could just go to doing a super simple, wait around a bit, execute B, rush B, and then, anti-eco, go to A and mix it up like that.
It's not done and dusted for Foot, though. I mean, this isn't going to be a very simple closeout in 2-0 because, like you said, we don't actually really know what Bait could bring to the table here.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of I don't want to say the scary part, but they're going a bit in the unknown, and that's always can be the problem when you're picking into a weak map that is available. But 90% of the time, it just ends up being a dub. And also, the fact is they are 1-0 up already, so they have nothing to really fear. Worst case scenario, there's still a third that they can bounce back on.
Yeah, I do think that this is a Foot 2-0 coming, to be honest, just because as much as they don't know what's coming, it is a comfortable map in terms of how much they've played on it. It's not like on the low end of their map pool. Well, it is, but they just play a lot of maps in this season already, so they're just comfortable across the board, really. So yeah, I just think it's going to be fine for them.
Let's see if Striker and Prof are right, how this is going to play out. Foot's up against Bait here at PGL Bucharest in the quarterfinals. One of them will be going through to the semis, but we're going to take a quick break before we find out who it is.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Good evening, Counter-Strike fans across the world. Welcome back to the playoffs here at PGL Bucharest 2026. You join us for the third quarterfinal of the day, and it's looking very good for FUT. They might be booking themselves a place in the semi-finals, joining the likes of 3D Max and Astralis. And as we move on to Overpass, and that doesn't seem like good news for Bait.
We have very little data, but the little we have is not looking good. They were probably hoping that they were going to play Dust 2 here instead, but it's turned out Overpass. Surprise pick for FUT. It's not necessarily their best map, but like the desk were pointing out, they played it plenty enough. I think they got 11 maps in the last 3 months with this one, so they've got some drills on this. They know what they're doing.
Well, whichever way you look at it, the good news is, I suppose, they're starting on the CT side.
Okay,
They can set the bar. Thing is, if you lose a pistol and things get out of control, you go down 0-4, that can be a death sentence in its own right. Kind of like a must-win pistol here when it's a map you're not very experienced on. And we're getting ready now to get into the second map between FUT and Bait. Feels like a foregone conclusion. Would love to be proven wrong. Maybe they've been in the lab all week working on the potential of Overpass being played here in the quarterfinals, but time will tell. FUT will make their way over towards the B-bomb side, setting up smokes for Heaven. Flashbangs available as well. 4 of them, in fact, Anders. So here come the smokes. They're going to bombard it with flashes, make their way through. We'll see whether this 3-man stack can fend them off.
It has to, because the other 2 are so far away. Senfield, that's about perfect, isn't it? Another headshot. Kenzazor will take down Demon. And now Krabini, Cemetery on the other side. 2 versus 5. The bomb is lost here towards the monster tunnel. The setup is great. The whole plan is there. The execution, like all the grenades are landing. But once you run into those headshots coming through that choke point, it is over. Krabini is here. And it is a 1 versus 5.
Yeah, well, whatever they had in mind there, completely shut down. We said it might be a must-win pistol, and they certainly deliver. And will be Bait with a flawless first round here. 5 players surviving, and Essential mowing down 3 of them. No problem whatsoever, no bomb planted. Should be the full eco. So crisis averted. Should be 2-0, no problem, unless a surprise force buy is presented around number 2, which I doubt. You probably want to be bringing out the AKs in the third on a map like Overpass. It's a very large and long-range map. I don't think the Tech-9s are the weapon for the job right now.
No, that's a good point.
So it's one of those rounds where you're hoping for mistakes from the CT side to be presented. Should be no problem here for Bait. 2-0 all day long. Just one Deagle to take down here. It's in the hands of Krabeni.
Yeah, just don't give over any kind of a rifle, and then everything will be just fine. MPL briefly investigating. He's aware that in theory, if they'd run long, then they could be walking out. That is important to know that timing on the CT side, because you don't want to be giving that up. Sees he's picking up a kill with the MP9. That's good news. If you're going to buy the AWP later on, which surely is going to be a big factor here.
The bomb's by party, so they won't be planting that necessarily, but maybe there's a chance of some around-the-world antics. Either way, found out, dealt with, just 1 kill given over. It's MPL that gets dropped, not a big deal. And 2-0 confirmed in a clean fashion. FUT, though, as mentioned, taking that full eco. We'll have the AK-47s going to round number 3. The true test now, you've got a bit of a bonus situation, but they're actually taking some upgrades here, Anders. City's bringing out the early AWP.
I like it. He AWPs, again, we don't have a lot of data, but he does like AWPing towards the restrooms on this map.
Okay.
And then every once in a while, he'll be the B pillar and the B bomb sites. Like those are 2 of his big positions.
Well, we noted it on Ancient. He has to be active, nimble, if he's going to have heavy amounts of impact here. Good grenades at the start. They're going to swing off that. Tees weren't ready for it, but Krabeni will be able to find the trade, at least for the Galil at range. 4 versus 4. It doesn't take much damage for his troubles either. So now the CT defense, a little bit questionable. Got Sizzy holding towards a flower bed right now.
Yeah.
Needs to be careful. Knows he's exposed towards long as well. Can't hold at a fence position. Jump peeking. Just having a look around. Wants a bit of intel.
Always nervous when the CTs are jump peeking the boxes on the site itself.
Yeah.
You're higher up than you think. Easily shot out of the sky. That's a flick. That's what we want. Lonks goes down. Sizzy made that look clean. I want to see more from him exactly like that. He's the only one defending for a minute. He misses the next one, though. At least Tensor shown up, and nobody's checking the bomb site. That seems very careless. Cemetery going to go down. Surely you want to be able to check the rest of it here. Essential Crab spraying against Krabini. And Jukes, grenade forced into the fight. Looked like he was ready to take that follow-up, but he won't. And that means Bates are going to pick up this next round.
Very nice shot there from Sizzy, has to be said. Slows them down. This allows the pounce in towards the A bomb site. Overlooking the CT defense behind the default boxes there. Lets them down, and it will be 3 in a row now for Bates on their CT campaign here on their opponent's pick.
I brought up something that I enjoyed about Foot's T-side on Ancient.
Okay.
I've got some criticism for them on this map.
All right, let's hear it.
I don't know why, but they have a tendency to not Molotov the barrels on the B bomb site when they go for those executes. They overlook it, they don't throw that Molotov, and I think that could be a big mistake. Could be risky to not throw that Molotov.
Well, let's see if that trend continues. For now, though, partial buy, maximum loss bonus around the corner. See if they can make a dent with the Tech-9s and single P250 in the hands of Cemetery. He's trying to save his gold for the AWP going forward. Got some decent map control here, but the CTs are allowing them to have it. So Party is under their remit. 2 players this time towards A. It's going to be Sizzy, joined by NPL, the star player of the squad. And here we go. 1 quick kill on NPL. Things can get out of hand very quickly, but seeing the utility fly over, the rotations will be called in, and that's what we're talking about. Overwhelmed by those pistols, Anders, and a chance now to get the bomb planted as they recover the AWP. Trying to give it in the hands of Cemetery as well. That's well played.
Throw it over, yeah. The fact that they got the long-range shot there with the Tech-9, that's unbelievable.
It's even Cemetery with no Kevlar.
Yeah.
They trust him so much to do well with the sniper to say, yeah, here you go.
I mean, they have all the weapons on the Bait side, but they're a man down. Spray's looking good. Nearly could have been the double. I can't believe they're still alive on the other side. Cemetery with that stolen AWP. He'll bring down Alex, and it leaves the Sentinel. He's got the kit. Admittedly,
the smoke.
Oh, that smoke is not going to be good enough. Yeah, he knows it as well. It has to land on top of the bomb. Everybody knows that.
Okay. That's not the round you wanted to be losing. Cemetery will get out with the AWP as well. Longs goes down with the explosion, but that was their partial buy. We talked about that pounce mentality. If you can get close enough towards the A bomb side, drop a couple of smokes, overwhelm the defense. That's exactly what happened. First kill was no problem. A little bit of response there, but as soon as the AWP was recovered for Cemetery, he holds the defensive angle towards Long, hits the money shot, and they are on the board. Good news is for Bait fans, though, they've got plenty of cash in reserve. Say plenty. They've saved an AK-47. Kenzie's all have to make do with the MP9, but there's no AWP for Sizzy. Important round here. Lots of money now for the Foot side. Fully equipped. Full speed ahead for MPL. Pushes in towards that party position. Smoke down towards the T-steps.
Yeah, wanted to show that he was out there. Could slow down Lonks quite a bit. Like, he's on the other side of that smoke that went down. So he has to be aware that someone could be out by the fountain. They could be anywhere in the playground. Will make it a little bit harder for him to clear out that part of the map. The rest of them, they're in the sewers outside of the B-bomb site. Cemetery waiting for a mistake. Alex is playing on those barrels like I talked about. They actually double nade him. If you're not going to Molotov it, double nade is a pretty good alternative.
Significant damage. MPL will have to try and inflict some of his own. Waiting towards Long, looking for that backstab, but aware he could be backstabbed himself in the bathrooms here. All comes down to this frag. If it's clean from Foot, I feel like there'll be a real chance they convert this round. At least MPL gets one. Nice shot from Cemetery, though.
They nearly lined up for MPL to get the double there.
Oh, it certainly did, but unable to convert it. A little bit of a fake towards B, looks things. Smoke down towards Heaven. Flash is going over, but it's all a ruse. We're focusing our efforts towards Long with the bomb. And Jugs will join them from the connector. CT's not biting down on the fake at all, though. They are ready and waiting.
Yeah, good to go. Sizzy's back there, not with the EWP this time. He's going to get the spray down. Oh, 2 for 1. Cemetery puts them in the ground. And now Senthiel is a bit closer. 8 seconds on the clock. You have to win the fight right now, otherwise you can't plant the bomb. And that's not going to happen.
That was the moment.
Catch is Senthiel. He shuts them down. He's up to 7-0. He hasn't died yet in this match.
Holy moly, though. The double kill, the collat with the AWP.
Yeah.
And you're right. He knew he had to go for that kill, which was certainly possible. His teammate able to frag as well. If he finds that shot with the Tech-9, the round is over. Didn't even need the bomb plant at that stage.
True.
It all started here. MPL did well to get one in that push, but going above and beyond their symmetry, finding the collab. Nice try, 4-1. Their money's still pretty good, as we mentioned, but concessions to be made. We've got a Tech 9 and a Mac 10. Suggests we're seeing something a bit punchier, a bit faster. Going to be pushing through the util. Very important round in terms of the finances on both sides of the coin here.
Yeah.
Could be an easy frag for Krabeni. Makes a bit of a meal of it. Takes a ding for his troubles. The long-range spray works out, though. 5-on-3. Round certainly not over.
They're going to push out.
They're going to push out for sure. And if they find a couple of kills here, the round could be turned on his head, but everyone is waiting on the other side. That's unfortunate. And like we said, it's such an important round. The money is now busted completely for Bait. They have to save this AWP. It begs the question, do you go on the hunt or do you maintain your own finances here? You know it's Sizzy on the AWP. We know that for a fact.
Yeah, it's tempting. I mean, it's a big weapon, especially on a map like Overpass, to be left out there in the wild. They are hunting.
Cemetery wants it.
Krabeni's already out looking for him. Yeah, he's going to get it. Sizzy goes down.
They recover the orb.
But I'm glad he brought it up. The same would have been true the other way, right?
Yep.
If the T side had lost this one, they would have had no money.
Yeah, that's the most important round of the game so far. And it will be Foot to find it. It probably gets them a couple more on the board here. You're at bottom of the barrel loss bonus, which means you do have the force banders. If you only enter with $1,400, even if you take the full eco, it's still impartial buy territory. Either way, so you might as well force buy into this one, which is exactly what they're going to do. So, fantastic opportunity, some open runway here for Foot to tie up this game 4-4. Previous round had so much weight behind it. And as long as we said, Mac 10 and a Tech 9, they pop that smoke open, get a couple of openers here. There was a chance of 4 players waiting on the other side of the smoke, and they removed the AWP danger going forward as well. So what have we got to work with? No MP9s, 5-7s and Deagles, but Foots, there's definitely a world where they can lose. They love to push smokes. They like to take risks. And against a 5-7, that could be a disaster. And speaking of which, they are going straight in.
That is so mean. You know they're not going to have anything defensively, just jumping in with the SMG. It was made for this kind of an entry. Good work from Lonks. They'll take 2, and the round is already over.
Perfect weapon for the job, is it not?
Yeah, that's the dream, isn't it?
MP9 running gun, a few players of our helmets as well, mowing them down. Another clean sweep here for Foots. On their map pick, we did say if Ancient doesn't land in favor of Bait, feels like a golden ticket opportunity for Foots to book themselves a place in the semi-final.
Yes.
So far, that is looking to be true. It's going to be 4-4 after this one. It's full eco into the next round.
Yeah, Sizzy, you hang around if you want. Hope maybe someone exits this way, but that is not going to happen either. Good call. So far, from what I can tell, they're actually not big fans of doing that B-rush in general. Like, obviously, this is based on the economy on the CT side, but in normal rounds, they try to shy away from it, which is interesting. A lot of teams do love it.
Well, even was clinical.
Yes, what you want. Okay. Can they get back on top here? CT side, they do need a big win at the start. T side for Foot, as well as their weaker side on this map, as it is with, I guess, everybody.
True.
But just means they're going to be better.
Yeah, this is by far the most CT-sided map we have in the pool. 4 already feels like enough.
Again, you know they have nothing.
Russian B again. Krabeni doesn't need to open this door. You don't know what's behind it. Just hold the position. Oh dear, does fancy his chances, does come out on top, but takes a lot of damage on route, down to 13 points of health. That's the round though, so as mentioned, it will be 4-4 guaranteed. This begs the question now as to whether they can find a few exit kills, but they seem to be very aware of this prospect of CTs hanging out in T-spawn, using that MP9 to great effect. Oh, just gonna say, you've got a lot more to lose than that. You know the full eco, but it's not a problem. Recovering a Deagle and keeping 4 players alive. The nightmare scenario for Bates after winning the pistol and going up 3-0. Now it's up to 4-4 on a map you're not comfortable on. Can't stress enough. Such a CT-sided map, allowing them to have this great start after losing the pistol does not bode well for their prospects here on Overpass.
Yeah, in the last 3 months, right, this team has played 24 rounds of Counter-Strike on Overpass for Bait. So
Okay.
it's really not a lot to work with. They're going to have the AWP back on Sizzy. They lost it earlier when he was trying to save it. I think it's a big deal that he can bring it out once again.
Going fast in towards B again.
Yes, they are.
They are going to Molotov the barrel position, but caught off guard.
A little bit deep.
Yeah, I think he just got pressured off the angle. Just trying to do some chip damage here with the HE grenades and going to back off. Now the grenades have been very good. And once again, they prevail down to 8 points of health. Alex having a nightmare in that spot.
Yeah, maybe we're learning why they don't Molotov it all that much. They have
Yeah,
another
exactly.
solution. I mean, that fair play, if that's the case. I don't know. That could be.
You double naded instead. It's a very popular position to try and shut down those B rushes.
Speaking of Alex, he's 0-5 at the moment.
True, didn't even notice that.
Not had a fun time whatsoever. Are they double set up on the barrels now? So Alex is going to try and get himself... If they showed up, right, Alex dies, and you hope that his Sentinel isn't checked. That's the mind game. Not that it matters, because they're not coming for the B-bomb side, but...
No, it's worth noting, though.
In theory.
We have got that AWP of Sizzy. He is poised. Playing a little bit more aggressive this time.
Smart man once said, Janko Ponovic. It's a fine line between baiting and teamwork.
He did say that.
That's a classic line.
Oh dear, the timing eludes as he felt the pressure from long. Needed to get a deeper angle so he didn't get shot in the back. Unfortunately, got shot on the side of the head instead. And that will be round. They've stacked the B-bomb site, hoping the turret at the AWP would be enough. Like we said, an aggressive stance from Sizzy there.
Yeah.
Had he been playing the bomb site itself, jump peeking, might have had more to work with, more time available to call for rotations. He goes down with nothing, and that's just the round. It's getting out of control now.
Just to say, when you go look at the positions, again, it's only 24 rounds, so don't want to extrapolate too much, but the position that they find him in there, that is his #1 position. Number 2 is the flower bed, like you talked about, back on the A-bomb side, and 3 is down at the B pillar. So he's got like those 3 positions, basically, that he's really in. Good find. What can you do? Goes down. They're going to save the rest, I guess. That's the good news.
That's the problem. You're there alone with the AWP. You can see him on high alert. Hearing utility being deployed from the long area as well. He had to push deeper so he wouldn't be shot right in the back of the head, but then misses the timing as he tries to get in towards that divider. Down he goes, and sometimes that's the way she goes, as one kill can decide the outcome of the round, and you just have to save. As you know, you're not taking that A-bomb side back.
Well, Krabini he's giving the orders now.
Yeah, he's got a solid game plan in mind. They do say 4 weapons. Talked about smoking, getting stuck in. Sizzy, what are they up to? They're going for the boost. It's a nice idea.
Don't hate it.
Yeah, they took a little bit of too much damage though. A lot of sound cues there. Should be the kill for longs, if not the double. Teammate Symmetry there to pick up the pieces. 5-on-3, round not necessarily over. Both teams will be hightailing it towards the A-bomb side. Can they catch him on the rotation? I don't think so. It doesn't seem like they're there in time. Kenzie's all the linchpin of this operation. Maybe he can find a couple of kills in the back, but it'd be terrible to think that no one's considering this push, and he hits the leg shot, nullifies his efforts, and he wants a bit more of the action. High-risk maneuver from Symmetry. Spots him. Yeah, I guess it's fine. He gets the headshot. He knew he legged him.
Yeah. I mean, fair play, but that says something about
It's a wild maneuver. Yeah. Like, unnecessary, but I do like it.
Essential, he is the one with the kit. Because I was about to say, Alex is close to the site at least, but he doesn't have the kit, so even any late and diffuse scenario is immediately wiped out.
Well, if you are just joining us today, it's playoffs day at PGL Bucharest 2026.
Yes.
We've already found ourselves with 3D Max and Astralis in the top end of the bracket. This is the lower end of the bracket right now, where FOKUS will go on to play the winners, if they win this map. I'm maybe getting a bit ahead of myself. FOKUS will go on to play the winners of either the MongolZ or PARIVISION, which is our last quarterfinal of the day, coming up next. Which, let's be honest, that's game of the day. That's the one everyone's waiting for.
Game of the day, yeah. We're all waiting to see what's going to happen there. Destani had some hard words for the team.
Crazy.
One of the best interviews.
Yeah, no, it was an amazing interview. Just saying, like, if I could cut them now, I would. But I've got the major around the corner. Lighting a fire beneath his team, I suppose, those young guns.
Yeah, keeping it real.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
But on the other side, MongolZ have not looked perfect either. Super fun team to watch. Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. In this one, it's 6-4 in favor of FOKUS. Round number 11 is coming up. We're getting to the end of the half here.
To be fair, Anders, the wheels have already fallen off. You are up 3-0. You've posted one further round after that. 6 rounds on the T side is already a bit of a death sentence, and we're not even at the end of the half. So there could be an 8-4 scoreline on the T side, which is, in my book, GG.
I wish I could disagree, because I'd love to see someone more at Bates here. They started so well on Ancient, but I'm not seeing it at the moment. Yeah, he is running straight to the L bend down to the B bomb site, scoped up with the AWP. Not uncommon for the CTs to simply miss this. Flash on over, Alex getting blown up. He is 1-7 right now. There's one defender left who's right now getting Molotoved out at the back of the site.
He has got the gap in the smoke to work with, I suppose.
That is true. They're trying to get there.
There we go.
All right, there's the spray down against Jukes at least. And trying to help out here, Sizzy up on the high ground. He really wants to have an impact. They know Essential needs help. Someone surely has to be on the bomb site to give him a bit of a hand here. He gets shut down.
Good try.
Towards the end, a good double kill.
Felt like that was on a knife's edge. So many players low HP. All it took was one nice spray down. Now it's going to leave MPL, not known to be an AWPer, trying to save the sniper here, as he will be ducking and weaving around CT spawn. 3 versus 1, round already over. 7 on the board for Foot. Just great coordination, good alley-oops, as we call them, the flashbang. You could see how blind Alex was, 0 chance of finding a kill there. And for me, the round was already over as soon as he goes down with nothing. Because he can't play that barrel's position, because he's getting double naded each time. So he has to play in a different spot, this time completely blinded.
And NPL, they do need this AWP. They don't have enough money, even with the lost bonus or whatever.
He can't even really scope right now. It's over anyway.
Oh, they knife him as well. Double stab. They didn't need to do that. Demon. Hill's going to get him, and that's unfortunate because now they're going to have to play this round. They can't foot the bill, Henry, for another AWP.
That's another shot for you playing along at home.
Yeah. We keep going.
Oh, yeah, dude. There's not going to be many more rounds here on Overpass, I'm afraid.
Spend all night.
You could see that from that replay, there's 0 chance. Essential trying to use their smoke against them, trying to find a few gaps, but some beautiful shots. Krabeni, as we keep mentioning, one of the highest skilled in-game leaders we have in CS2 right now. Fantastic aim. Oh, quick battle.
Wow.
And light work made of Alex 666. He's been removed from the B bomb site. Anders has said, look, try and go towards long. Yeah, give that a go.
I need a new position, guys.
Yeah, I'm getting destroyed. And so, well, Bait in general here. 8-4 looking likely, but Lonks is low. So there is a threat that this one could fall apart. They got maximum loss bonus, but still, that's only yielded a Desert Eagle for KenZor, Famous for MPL, and a 4-on-3 in general. Desperate, ravenous for information. They will push forward in towards shore, but Dukes with the perfect little off angle here. Spots one. He knows they're out of the B bomb side now. Good intel at the very least. Just going to pump the brakes here, Anders. Let them play themselves. See if they'll explore their options further on the CT side.
Almost feels like they have to, surely.
Back towards B we go.
They're going to go for it. Still got about 45 seconds.
They can fully execute into the B bomb side. And who have we got defending it? It's going to be KenZor with a Deagle. And it will be Essential with the smoke. The thing is, he can't really smoke Monster from this position, and that's where they're coming.
Yeah, they're already walking in there.
It's going to come down to this smoke. Can he get it down? Dukes have to play in front of it.
Oh, that's the Deagle. Dukes has done plenty enough. That's how it's done.
Like we said, that smoke is the only thing that's going to save them. He's ready to play in front of it. Double kill. Like, nothing he can do. 8-4, as I mentioned a few rounds ago. I don't think you're recovering this. You've got one single gun round. You are up 3-0. You needed that pistol victory, you got that, and you can just see they're not ready for this caliber of play on Overpass.
Yeah, the brief dream that we had that maybe Bait had something up their sleeve, been secretly studying and practicing this map. It's not feeling like it at the moment. An 8-4 half.
Yeah, real masterclass there. No crazy clutches required. No massive mistakes made by Bait. They were just getting thrown around the server, walloped in every single duel. And yeah, there it is. You go up 3-0 and you end up losing 8-4. I don't think they fancy their own chances here. That piece of paper better have a prayer on it.
Yes. Oh, that is what they need right now. We are looking for a miracle. Bait second half is coming up. And their opponent's Foot look destined to make the semi-final.
Yeah, this is the golden ticket opportunity into the semi-finals here. It doesn't get much better than this. A map your opponents don't play. You've just finished the T side of 8 rounds. You should be closing this one out, no problem. They've got a key player of theirs, Alex666, MIA. He finishes the half 1 in 8. Morale is low. We've seen it a few times here. Bait. Some maps that just don't turn up. This one more forgivable considering they just don't play it.
Sure.
Yeah, if your veto has that many gaps in it where you can be punished like this in the quarterfinal, probably not ready for trophies just yet.
I think that's an important takeaway here for Bait. They must broaden the map pool a little bit.
Yeah.
Being vetoed like this is really hard to deal with. Well, let's see how this one goes, ladies and gentlemen. We're into the second half now. Foot's going to be on the CT side, Bait on the T side of Overpass. Second map here of the third quarterfinal.
What have we got then? Smoke towards heaven. Flashes to go over. We saw a very similar approach from Foot in the first half. It's a nice smoke, but not quite deep enough. They'll still have vision when they come through. Comes down to that first kill, and Krebeni is an absolute beast right now. Finds MPL.
Jumping as well inside of the tunnel. I can't believe he hit that headshot. It looks so casual. Now they're boosting on top of the smoke. It's a good smoke that Bait threw down here. But the bomb plant, can they get it? Alex now picked it up, and they're running right through. They want to find him as he's planting the bomb. It's uncomfortable. They'll find a kill at least, but they can't keep it alive. Kansas ought to go down. Krebeni, that first shot was everything to them.
It really was. Needed the double. Moments there where it felt like they maybe could pull off the pistol victory. Now they will have to force buy in the second. If you don't win this round, I'm afraid it is over. Hell of a run from Bait. Managing to make it to the quarterfinals here, but it all comes down to this. Your Galils, your Tech-9s. Oh, Krebeni, that was a very nice shot. And well handled as well. Boosting up on the sandbag there when you're smoked off. You just don't see that coming. A little bit close, a little bit uncomfortable. If Kenzor gets one there, maybe there's a chance to close things out. But yeah, they can feel this one slipping away. Morale is going to be very low in the bin. In fact, what have they got for us here? Must win round once again. Said that a few times in the first half. Now more than ever. If you don't convert this force buy, it's 11-4 on the T side of Overpass.
This is also where I think Bait as a team I think on all maps, this is where they have a big problem with their lineup. Because there are some squads where even if you're down like this, you have one explosive player that could suddenly turn up. Where you say, well, we've got a MongolZ, and we're going to send him out, and he's going to solve everything. Or at least he's going to give him a chance to get back in. I don't see that right now for Bait.
Foot used to have a MongolZ.
That is a good point. And the fact that they brought Lonks out of what almost looked like a sort of soft retirement into this high-level Counter-Strike, because he was, you know, a really hot topic at one point. It's been years now, but replacing MongolZ and still looking this good is kind of crazy, honestly.
Krebeni, this is a wild maneuver. I'm not sure he comes out on top here. Yeah, a little bit unnecessary. First fumble there for Foot. You can see the idea. He spot one of a Tech-9 trying to overwhelm him, but there's no backup plan there. There's no retreat available, and you have to turn from the flashbang, and now you've offered up an M4 and a man disadvantage here.
And you're the IGL. You're supposed to try and stop the other people on your team from doing this kind of thing.
Yeah. Will it come back to haunt them? That is the question. Still advantage for Foot in this round, even in the 5-on-4, don't get me wrong.
Okay.
But let's see whether they can make their way in towards the A-bomb site. Smoke denied towards the bank. Nice little headbutt there from Cemetery. Can he find a few heads of his own, though? Nope.
Good position, you're right, but it's not good enough.
Damage is significant, though.
They are so low. There are no grenades still on the CT side. The bomb has been planted here. And let's see if they could do something. Sizzy, I don't hate this idea that he's in front.
They're trying to bait him in, and it works out nice. That's why they're spamming the smoke while he's standing in that position. They know he's low HP, but it looks like Bait have done enough here. As we said, Foot not known to be closers, and that's a round that could come back to haunt them here. Krebeni getting a little bit too carried away there and towards the underpass position. Teammate will go down as well. Nice work.
Very nice.
Yeah, we'll take that.
That's how rounds are lost often. You know, that one little thing spirals into another and suddenly it's all over.
And that was a full reset of the economy as well. Now that's their ticket back into this game, this series, this quarterfinal. That round right there. Over-aggression from the in-game lead-up sets them up with a man advantage and so much damage inflicted. It's unlucky that Foot don't convert those kills. But they lose all 5 members and now bottom of the barrel loss bonus.
I know
they will have to make do with the pistols.
It's not really a conversation right now, but third map on Mirage is a map that Bait feel very much at home on. Foot are fine on it too, they're good on it even, but just to say that There's something to fight for here if you're Bait. If you could somehow get through this one, it's very hard to see how it's going to happen. But if they can, there is a potential reward in playing a map that you're going to feel much, much better on for the decider. You never know. Grenades going over. Alex setting up some of the utility here. Trying to burn out some of these positions. This corner by the bench, Henry.
Go on.
You give me sort of a 1 to 10 rating. How often is it overlooked?
Oh, it is one of the most overlooked positions in all of Counter-Strike. Up there with Shadow and Mirage.
Okay.
So
those are it.
Those are the two that, even after 10 years of commentating those two maps, no one ever seems to check them.
It is funny. There's nobody immediately there now, but they are actually starting to stack this bomb site quite a bit.
There's a chance here. Cemetery is known to have a dastardly Deagle. He's trying to set up his teammate there. Fortunately, he goes down. Deagle won't deliver. The 5-7. Similar story. I tell a lie. There's a double kill. The round is alive and well. Sure, you've only got the pistols remaining. Players coming in left and right, but still a dangerous moment there. Bait will weather the storm and keep themselves going here on Overpass. 9-6. Surely going to be 9-7 here with the full eco on the agenda here for Foots.
Just even surviving that round, I mean, yeah, that's a big stack, even if they're just pistols. You never know what could happen, so good job, Bait. This way you need some of that leadership on the Bait side. You have to keep believing. It's not out of the question this can be done. Again, the fact that it's a bit of a punish pick is cool for Foot, but it also means they're not playing a map they're super strong on. They're better than Bait, but it's not the whole map here, so there's a chance that Foot could also start to feel uncomfortable out of nowhere.
Well, it comes down to preparation as well. There's not much you can do to understand their tendencies, but this one's getting a little bit wild. MPL, though, closes things out in style. Good spray down, gets the double kill, and we go into a tactical timeout. Gun round available, but they certainly won't have the AWP in the hands of Cemetery. Can they solidify their chances at the semifinals? Right here, right now, start getting back into this second half. They win the pistol, but they lost to the second round force spot. That's 3 rounds in a row for Bait. So blink and you miss it. MR12, a massive 8-4 lead is now a 2-round game.
It's become a lot more interesting. Again, like we said, they're not really a team that's known to celebrate a lot. They're locked in right now, focused on the next round. It's going to be round number 17 coming up. Timeout is just fading out here. Let's see. Don't have the AWP on the CT side. That was not going to be an option. Sizzy does have his. And he landed some really good shots on Ancient. He's up to 11. He's not weighing the team down.
On the T side he did, for sure. Yeah. CT side didn't really have any impact, unfortunately.
That's true. That's fair.
But yes, I'm not taking anything away from him. T side, he looked very good. And, well, there it is again. Opening kill found. He finds his rival sniper in the form of Cemetery. Gives him a nice 5-on-4 here. This map is alive and well for Bait. What's the response? Grabeni bravely pushing the underpass once again. Does he dare go up the ladder, though?
It's so risky. If you do it early, it could be really bad. Seems like he's found the perfect timing. In fact, Duke's making it look easy. Like it was hardly a fight at all. He's going to be walking up straight behind them. Could even be a double kill. Oh,
hello.
There's the first one. Oh, Kansas, that's a nice turnaround. He takes Krabini down, but 2 versus 3.
Well, now you have to completely reset. How do you win out when you're completely disconnected from each other? Recovering the bomb in T-spawn. They have plenty of util between them. And skill, it would seem as well. What a shot that is. And why Jukes is offering himself up in this sort of scenario is beyond me.
I really couldn't tell you either. I was going to say the fact that he's still there. They even have the incendiary and the HE here on Demon.
Now you've potentially given them free passage in towards B. Demon has to play very defensively.
He gets this first one. Maybe it's on, but he doesn't. Alex will take them down. He's got some revenge to dish out here. It was a miserable first half for him, getting double naded down to the B bomb site. But now he's up to 6. They're going to win that round as well. And that was a 2-on-3.
It was a 5-on-3 to kick things off as well. They got the double kill here. Look at them go. And then you got this kill as well. Damn. But yeah, I don't know why you're taking that pick, Jukes. I couldn't tell you what the reasoning is behind that one. The round is yours. If you just play the crossfires, the fundamentals has been the key word of this tournament. A lot of teams lacking them. And taking that sort of risk, sure, you've got the hot hand, you're feeling good, you just got a double kill towards shore. You want to lock it down, I understand. But you are the reason you've lost that round in the end.
Well, add that to the Krabini round where he was pushing connector.
Sure. Yep.
Those are 2 rounds that are worth thinking about. I think you're absolutely right. The deeper you go in a tournament, the more you're going to be punished for those mistakes.
And yeah, you'll be kicking yourself. That sort of advantage, and you just offer yourself up. We talked about they're going to have to use the utility. They're going to have to link up. How do they isolate the jewels? You don't even have to. The jewels will come to you.
Molotov, probably not that important when there's not going to be an AWP on the other side, but, you know, trying to push out some of those positions.
So we're going to go for a pounce round long here on both sides.
It's a very deep flash. Lands behind 2 of the players. Yeah, you want to get out of there. There's a lot of people at this. You don't actually have to fight all
keep
the
fighting?
way. Yeah, they're just going to keep going. I don't love it.
God.
It does work out.
It's okay. It's all fine in the end. A little bit scary, but only one player goes down. Cemetery, full eco on this one. No Kevlar, no nades, no upgraded pistol. It's very unlikely he finds a double kill here. 30 seconds, though. That is one thing going in their favor. Maybe there's a world with all 3 players coming out along. If they can find a bit of chaos here, Anders, there is, I suppose, a chance.
Yeah, I'm already nervous here. 5-7, there's the first one. USP on the follow-up. You know what? It's a pretty good round, right? They get a couple of kills for it. So they put an exhausting fight at long.
That is 5 in a row now after losing the pistol. We are all tied up. Foot are now sweating. This felt like the red carpet into the semi-final. A map your opponent doesn't even play. They've never even won it with this lineup before. They've played it twice and lost both times. You get 8 rounds on your T side, which, as I said, is a death sentence. No team should be recovering from that, especially a team that's not strong on the map. And you've let them back into it with some silly plays. The fundamentals weren't there in the advantages you had when you were talking the advantage towards underpass, when you had the weapons against the Tech 9s. You've given up a rifle for free. Then in the 3-on-2, you've peaked Monster for no rhyme or reason at all and let them into the B bomb site. The round collapses. You have no one but yourself to blame right now for this position you found yourself in. Sure, you're still on the CT side. You now have a full buy. It should still be fine. But no way should they have 5 rounds in a row at this stage.
I think that's a perfect summary of how we got to where we are right now. But you've got to show something more. Expecting a boost on the other side, perhaps? Cemetery not going to get it, but I love the thought anyway. Yeah, waiting to see if anyone's going to be showing up. Fate are taking these rounds, very similar openings all the time, which is, I mean, it's an all-time classic anyway on the T side of Overpass, the 4-1 split. Or I guess 1-1-3 if you want to be super technical about it. Essential, the 1.
I would like to be super technical.
You do like that.
It's good to be completely accurate. Let's have a look. Very important round here. If Bates somehow take the lead after being down 8-4 and losing the pistol, I'm not sure Foot will recover. I've said it a few times, well, known to be closers, and right now they're choking.
Yeah, they are on a map where they have the advantage. Everything's going their way. Cemetery.
It's good intel, at least. You know, the orb's over towards 8.
That's a good point, yes. Kansas all gets to live.
Time is not on their side, though.
Yeah.
30 seconds, and you're just about to try and make your way in towards B. Incendiary dropped. That's at least 5 seconds you won't be pushing through.
And they've got some
flashbang.
as well.
Here comes the peak.
This is deadly. Demon wide swing. It'll be the one. Lonks is back here trying to buy some time behind the barrels. He's shut down as well. That's not bad.
All right, Jukes, need you to step up here.
Essential. Cemetery actually the one to do the job instead. Jukes is going to be there, and that will be enough. My God, that is close.
Wasn't clean, wasn't comfortable, but by virtue of the clock, there's no way the Kenzizor can even imagine going for this one. There's a human rubble that remains by the monster tunnel.
It's actually a so Lonks in that barrels position. None of them on the CT side have helmets, and normally we don't care about that because they're up against AKs, but he got shot through the wall in the head. It's one of the rare times.
So he gets gushed.
Yeah, where it actually makes a bit of a difference that there's no CT helmet. So Probably not what made any real difference there, but it is funny to think about.
The problem is, Anders, let's have a look back at the round timeline here. The rounds have been relatively close. They're only surviving with 2 players each time. They have no loss bonus established whatsoever. They had the previous round where only 2 players survived. Now they bring an AK over into this one, but my point being, you'll have a buy here, lose this round, it's 11-9, you'll get $1,900 into the next round.
Oh.
So this is the moment where it's decided if FUT will close this out cleanly, no problem at all, or if there's something left to be said here. You can see they're entering with a couple of Galils here. The AWP for Sizzy is great. They have the saved AK, which is a saving grace. But you have to win this round if you'll bait, tie things up, shut down your opponent's money. Otherwise, it's curtains for them here at PGL Bucharest.
Okay, I'm glad you painted that picture. Like the economic forecast here for bait, if things go off the rails, is just not going to be good.
You don't have the firepower, right? It's down to those Galils. And there are 2 players that are helmets, which we always keep track of, so the Galils could have some potency here. Sizzy, AWP, has looked very good here on the T side of Overpass, finding influential picks. Krabeni has been aggressive throughout their Overpass campaign, finding himself by the T steps. Enzo reads it, but can't find the shots. Opening advantage now means they have to go B, and there's no 2 ways about it. They know they're going to be backstabbed at this point.
Well, he's still aggressive. He might have overcooked. This is very dangerous. If he dies, it opens up the map, but he's done one more kill.
He's done very well.
Risky, but this time there is a big payoff at the end.
Massively aggressive, but if you get 2 for 1, you get intel. There's another player there in towards T-spawn. Worth its weight in gold here. We've stressed the importance of round number 20 here on the finances of bait. Longs will hear them towards Long. He might be able to get a free kill out of this one. He knows he can't just run in towards A. He's got a free kill, a free backstab.
The bomb is in T-spawn. They're picking it up right now. Long's just going to get this, but now where do you even go? You've got nowhere to go.
You have to hope Essential gets his kill quickly, and you can just run, knife out in towards A. We've talked about the fundamentals. It's up to FUT to throw this round away now.
They've done that a couple of times on this second half.
You can even let them plant the bomb. I know it sounds crazy, but you can even miss a shot here, let them plant, and win the 4-on-2.
Okay, well, let's see. Cemetery.
We've missed a shot.
Yeah, does some damage to Sizzy, but doesn't quite kill him. 12 seconds now. Peeks into it. Misses another one. Essential hunting them down.
Oh, dear.
Back into a 2-on-2. Bomb being attempted on the other side. Essential landing a 3rd and sickening headshot. Jukes us out of the round. And Demon, he wants to hunt him down in the smoke. He knows he's in there. He's got 9 bullets. But already Essential is relocated. Oh, this is a big mind game for him. So smart, Essential. He's got the spray down, the quad kill, and the clutch. He might have saved this map for bait.
A 4 versus 2. We said if the shot was missed, there should be protocols in place. Let them plant the bomb. Don't overcommit. But unfortunately, they go wide, swinging into it. Your in-game leader, Krabeni, set you up for success here. Huge advantage. All the information, no time available. This kill here, you've got a 4-on-2.
That's it.
This is not required from Longs at all. He's trying to save the AWPer. I think you let him go down. You attempt the retake there with a massive advantage, but you've given them the game here. You've let them back in. We talked about the financial ramifications if you just close that round out, and they've absolutely fumbled it. 1 missed shot from the AWP has let bait back into this one. Crazy round to give up. Pressure getting to them. A lot of mistakes presented here on Overpass from FUT. And now they'll take the tactical timeout, discuss their options. Their finance is not great either. Did they save any weapons in the previous? No, they did not. So right now I can see a Krabeni M4, but like I said, if they just win that round, it's GG. There would be no way back into it for bait.
Oh man, the desk are going to have a lot of rounds to think about, to highlight where, like you've been saying, FUT, they could have just won it. It would have been fine, and then we're already there.
They're one of the
semi-final contenders.
So almost unforgivable that you give that round over.
Yeah. Well, add it to the list. The match is paused at 10-10.
It's that wide swing from Long as well. Felt so unnecessary.
Well, it was. It's been happening more and more.
Because he'd already Molotov the bomb site, right? The default spot. Let your AWPer go down. I know that's crazy to say, but you've delayed the plant.
They had like 12 seconds towards the end when they were taking these
fights. It would have
fights.
been an uncomfortable plan. You wait for your teammates. The shot's been missed. Cemetery's done that to himself. He's going down. That's already happened. But Long's trying to overcommit to the fight. Might have cost them the map here. Because they'll be entering with Let's see if it's a force buy. It's not. So a Hero M4, partial investment otherwise, as we enter round number 21. This is 8-4 on the T side for FUTS. They have picked up 2 rounds, one of which was the pistol. They should have been converting that previous as well. The good news is, I suppose, no one survived on the bait side in the previous round. If you do somehow win it, they're back to $1,400 lost.
Yeah, so the money is still an issue for baits.
So the thing is, though, they are very likely to win it against 4 pistols and a Hero M4. Lots of boosts you can do on overpass, and we're going to see one of them right now. This is an old classic, Anders, I believe. One of your favorites?
One of my favorites. It's actually one of the boosts I hate the most, Henry.
Yeah.
Because I spent a lot of time coming up with this, and you know who did it? Like, one day published it before I did?
Who?
Shroud, of all people.
Shroud now.
I have no, like, why? Why is he doing that?
Well, it will always be the Anders boost in my heart.
I can't claim it. I wish if I were first to publish it, I'd claim it, but it's the Shroud boost, I guess. Whatever.
Fair enough. So, the gimmick play deployed, no one home. It's going to be that A split, slow and steady, confirming the connect up. It's indeed clear. That boost will not be doing anything. They'll dismount. Time has been a bit of an issue for bait. Been a few scrambles into these bomb sites, but they're setting up for the execution now. One man. Uh-oh. Okay. Good work. Good cover from Ascenthiel. That could have been a double kill, but the backstabs coming in from long should shut this one down.
Really trying to do anything at all with the M4. That was the real weapon that they had in the round. A real moment of horror when they double swing that position, and it didn't look like the T's were quite ready. But they do hold on. Everything is fine. They're going to be up to 11. Bait are in the lead now on Overpass. A map, just to reiterate, they've got 24 rounds on this map in the last 3 months. They've only played the map twice and got bodied. Fury, I think, was one of them. Admittedly, losing to Fury in this map is not the end of the world. Fury are very good on this map, but
and
just don't have the practice.
I know we're talking a lot about the money right now, but just to reiterate now, with Bait having 4 players survive there, it's not so much a conversation. Even if he loses next round, you're going to be fully equipped going forward. And will be the final tactical time I hear for FUTS. Trying to dig their heels in here on the CT side, but unfortunately, too many mistakes, too many thrown advantages. I hate to say it, but they are choking this CT side. Very nice play from Bait, running away with those opportunities, converting 2-on-4 situations.
Can't believe it. Just can't believe it.
And there's the stats on screen right now. 0 wins. They've played it twice. Never won the map.
How have FUT only got 2 rounds on the CT side?
One of which was a pistol.
Yeah, and one of which...
And that was the round. In that second round, that's where Krebeni got
the clock
audacious in towards that lower or connector area. Things just went very wrong since then. Wall bang at the start. 5-on-4, Longs goes down. This is unraveling at the seams for FUTS. Mirage looking likely now.
That's so
an unreal thing to say, all things considered.
That's so unreasonable. The round starts with Longs. I'd love to see the camera of him and his reaction to it. Just, oh, I'm dead.
I think he was going for the counter wall bang. There's a lineup you can do there. You jump on the sandbag and you can spam towards shore as they're coming through.
Yeah.
That's what I assume he was going for. And yeah, he gets punished for it.
They're out long pretty quickly. Krebeni's the one who's going to be up in the A bomb site. When he spots them, though, got to be careful as well. There's no up back there.
He's very, very calm and calculated from Bait. Happy to run the clock down. They've opted for a 4-man attack from Long with the cover of Sizzy and the AWP. Bear in mind, he's got the bomb in his back. And, oof, lucky to be alive. Krebeni will drop the incendiary, try and slow them down, but they're not going to respect it.
Wow.
Not going to respect it at all. That should be round 5-on-3, map point.
What are we witnessing? They look so defeated, Bait, on this map. They look like they were gone and out of it. An 8-4 first half. It was misery on the opening. Couldn't defend any part of the map, really, when they themselves were on the CT side. But now they look revitalized. Ascenthiel with 19 kills. Kansas with 20.
And now they're on the hunt. Ascenthiel will find the first of 3. Has he got anything left in the tank? You better believe he does.
Oh my!
Going for the hat trick here. Already got 3 kills to his name. Can he close things out? The grenade might even touch a demon here. It actually hurts him significantly. Not happy with 3. He wants all 4. And there we have it. Bates will wipe the board here and find map point. This is unbelievable. They'll have maximum loss bonus, nothing saved, and FUT. So many opportunities to close this game out, so many advantageous positions, but Bates have pulled the rug from underneath them. Yeah, he was, okay, he was going for that spam lineup.
You're exactly right. Well, this, I suppose, is the other side of the coin. When you try one of these surprise vetoes, you sneak in a map that nobody was expecting, and then suddenly you discover, well, wait a minute, we maybe not the strongest on this map either. We've got some holes in our defense.
But they were 8-4 on the T side and win the pistol.
Yeah, that is true, and they have...
It's crazy.
They've undermined themselves with some of the previous rounds.
Your morale is going to be in the gutter after this one. How you gave this game up, I will never know.
And now we can have the conversation about whether or not, Mirage is the third map.
You're right, the analyst desk are going to have a plethora of rounds to talk about. Whether there's enough time to even cover them all on the rounds and advantages they gave away is yet to be seen. I can think of 3 or 4 off the top of my head.
Well, it is 10-12, Henry.
It's not over yet. We're maybe getting a bit ahead of ourselves.
Got to be careful here. This should be an easier round. The weaponry there on the CT side is not very impressive. They're setting up outside of the monster tunnel. Another smoke goes down from the CT side. Dukes just taking a peek. But that's a lot of the CT utility that was left is already used. I think Dukes has 1 HE on the B bomb site. That's it. Cemetery, though, is running in with the last smoke. So he's coming just... Let's see if he can get it down in time. That smoke could be everything. Just like in the first half, you get the timing down right, maybe it's fine. They're on the other side. 35 seconds.
Good smoke.
Smoke goes up. It goes pretty shallow. They're running right through into the meat grinder on the other side. It's a lot of damage. Demon with a double. And Cemetery, he can't find the bullets. Anything would have done it. They would have been dead immediately, but he can't land it. Headshot through the smoke, though. And CZ's out of the round. And Ken's
right.
Yeah.
Fundamentals here, boys. Play together.
They haven't been able to do that all half long, but you're right. They got to wait for it here. Lonks, very passive. He's got no chance here. That's the fundamentals we were hoping for. They'll get another round, but one step closer to overtime.
You're absolutely right. In the nick of time, they arrive on the server here on the CT side. Absolute calamity from FUT on their defense, but that's a round. They convert comfortably. But bear in mind, we mentioned it, the finance is no longer a problem. Even without the loss bonus, they come in fully equipped. AWP recovered, AK-47 as well. So FUT will have everything they need to take it to overtime. The fact we're even having that conversation, though, that they're playing for overtime on a map like Overpass where you post that many rounds is just kind of unbelievable. But let's have a look. Monster Smoke goes down.
Yeah, it defies explanation at the moment. One more round here, FUT, they love nothing more. And like you pointed out, the mental game of this, if you lose the surprise pick that you had a giant lead on, and then you have to go in and play Mirage, which again is a great home map for Bait. But they're into that. They're going to be very excited.
Would have been a very different story if you posted the 8-4 scoreline in the CT half. That's pretty par for the course. We wouldn't really be talking too much about it.
Nope.
But as on the T side, that's the biggest factor here.
That's actually a really cool arc for the Molotov to land way down at the bottom of connector. That helps out MPL. If anyone was there, they would have been forced forward. And it was thrown from the balloons. That's kind of cool.
Classic crossfire in towards the bathrooms here from Krabeni and Lonks.
Now, they shouldn't be walking into this lineup that Cemetery's got, right? They should be flashing this one out. It's such a common position with the AWP, but they got to get past this first. Oh, they will. Alex opens up. Frag comes in from Kansasor, and now Cemetery alone. They nearly line up for the double. He's back around the corner, takes down Kansasor. Is it enough to get this one into OT?
No.
He's baited out on this one. Sizzy hunts him down with the Tech 9. 2 versus 2. Oh, Demon, he might just have it here. 25 seconds, another one through the smoke. And Dukes saves them. The celebrations are in, and overtime is going to be in effect.
It wasn't clean. It was by no means pretty, but FUT have done enough to get a reset at least. Whether they deserve it is another question entirely, but they managed to get it to overtime. 2 rounds posted at the end. The AWP of Cemetery saving the day here. It was an opening 5-on-4. Looked like they were done for here. This kill, their second frag. Kenzisor finds it. We'll go into a third. Cemetery holds his nerve, and we go into overtime. A mental reset. That will raise morale. You know you're back into this one. You're on the CT side. Let's look for a 2-1 here. Let's try and show we actually can play the CT half, and it's an opening kill from Jukes. He'll find Sizzy. Orb goes down early. Nice grenade towards short.
There was no early smoke from the CT side. I wonder if that's completely made Sizzy think something else. Like, I'm really confused. Alex trying to go for a bit of a spray, gets a grenade in return.
God damn, it's a lot of damage.
He just wants to throw that same grenade that they were throwing against him.
Yeah, true.
But doesn't have the same effect. Rabini, we've been talking about him quite a bit, and he's been very aggressive. You've brought it up multiple times, and if you look at him again, he's on a bit of a mission one more time. And
I don't mind it, but don't push further than this would be my recommendation.
Well, he's taking you up on that. Bomb on the ground. I don't know how you get back in this round here, Bates.
Now you've done enough. No one needs to make any crazy maneuvers. Let them have the bomb site. You've got the bomb and T-spawn, Anders. No one has to commit to any fights here. Turtle up.
Yeah.
Stay together. Looking much better now. Krabeni single-handedly wins the round with that nice, aggressive maneuver, but not too aggressive was the point there.
Yeah.
Doesn't go all the way into T-spawn. Doesn't go further than that. And they've got the lead once more, 13-12. A wake-up call, perhaps, here on Overpass. They managed to crawl across the finish line of regulation to get it to overtime.
He's all the way back here. You're going to be so surprised when you run into Krabini in this position. Like, why is he back here? He was just holding the bomb on the other side. Nice round. Triple for
Get
Krabini.
those AKs. Very nice round. That's more like it.
More of that.
Timeouts.
Still quite curious about the first kill on Sizzy, because it's tradition to throw the smoke into the monster tunnel every time. And as far as I could tell, there was no smoke in the monster tunnel from the CT side. And maybe that's how... I think Sizzy dies right outside of it. So maybe that was just a bit of a mental error on his part. Maybe it was part of some elaborate plan for Foot. Regardless, they are now in the lead again in overtime. First team to 15.
Well, 16. But
16, you're right.
I like what you did there. Subverting expectations.
Counting's not my strong suit, Henry. I'll be honest with it. You know, numbers. Just don't do it.
Leave the numbers to me, Anders. I got this.
Thank you.
Right.
Well, let's see. There's the smoking monster tunnel.
Oh, you really tickled me there. Right, let's lock in. Let's go.
Ooh. Shot him in the foot. He's down to 17.
There we go.
There's the numbers. Now I've got it.
Yeah,
now I'm on top of my game.
Lots of damage inflicted. Looking much more promising here at the start for Foot. We're not seeing any wild maneuvers, and I think that was by virtue of them having such a great start. They were going for the disrespect plays. They were trying to drive the point home that they're the better team, perhaps put their foot on the throat of their opposition.
Very nice.
Taking up a shot.
Yes. Keep going. Alex, he wants to hunt this one down, and he will be successful. Krabini knew he was in a little bit of trouble, so he threw down the smoke, but they were already on top of him. But maybe you're right. That could have been the mentality coming in for Foot here, saying, great start, it's our map, you guys don't really know how to play it. We're going to crush you with a lot of aggression, and it just didn't work out.
Well, I mean, it did. It was the bloody 4-on-2s they couldn't convert. The opening aggression was actually fine.
Yeah, okay, fair point.
It was the basic fundamentals that let them down towards the end of these rounds, but that's a different point entirely as we get into the dying stages here. Round number 2 of the opening half of overtime, looking for 14-12.
He's in the smoke with them, hiding. They've run right past. This could be disaster as he comes back out again.
Nice
Launched. What a sequence. That happened so fast. He couldn't have got that spray any better if he tried. And they're going to come for Alex now.
Not
1
like
versus
this, though.
3. Fundamentals, like you said. Demon's going to be there. I could hear you losing your mind, Henry.
No, the backstab was always there. It was going to be fine either way. And we go 2-0. And finally, they've shown us they can play the CT side of Overpass. This is looking very promising now. Great setup there from Lonks. Can't ask much more than that. Cemetery to find the opener. It was a 5-4 disadvantage, bear in mind as well. Opening kill was there for Bait. And then Long set up towards the bathrooms. His teammate, the key detail there, is kept firing off AWP shots as well, spamming smokes, trying to suggest they were holding defensively on the bomb site. They walked straight past him as they've missed a bit of util, but still doesn't seem to matter too much. Opening kill, that does matter. Cemetery should be hitting that all day long. He knows it.
They want to beat the pressure on. They're actually moving through the smoke to catch him.
That's more like
too
it.
much. Kenzasaw. He thought he had him weak. He missed that shot. He missed the utility. He thought, I'm going to hunt him down through the smoke. Oh, what's this?
Oh, God, Jukes didn't feel comfortable, but he gets the job done. 5 on 2. Your round to lose, Foots.
The bomb is still really far back. I mean, you have time, so you can look for a kill and still go back, but if you found an opening, you couldn't really just jump on it. Nice shot from CZ, but it is way too late in the round.
Where was this in regulation?
I don't know.
Where was this level of gameplay?
They just weren't feeling it, I guess. Very, very different. I mean, I guess when you lose that big of a lead and you're playing the CTs out of Opass, that will make everyone focus up.
For sure.
They're all going to be ready now.
Well, scheduling fans will be appreciative. Up to 2-0 here. It's been a long day. We have one more game to go. It's a banger as well. MongolZ versus PARIVISION, which could go the distance, let's be honest. 50 rounds in the first map yesterday for PARIVISION.
That was a crazy game.
A real slobber knockup.
Here's the boost up. Essential will take down Cemetery. Bait needs 3 in a row here to get this one done into double OT. Otherwise, they're going to get knocked out of the tournament. And it'll be Foot instead to go to the semi-finals. He's up here. Oh, and he's got shot down. MPL, there we go. A double for him. This round is already washed away. Dukes, bit of a spray. Lonks now put into action. So
Yeah,
one
Lonks,
for technically.
I was going to say, Lonks does enjoy a clutch, but that one a little bit out of his reach. If he gets that third kill, maybe he was onto something. The 2 remaining players were over towards the A-bomb side, but a tactical timeout has been called.
Now, surely Alex is not going to get double-naded again.
Surely not. If I'm the T side of Foot right now, I'm calling a set piece. I'm saying, like, we've got an opportunity here to go for the knockout blow. Let's just go for something simple. They're going to be hyper-aggressive across the map. Why don't we just go for the out of the spawn, be execution, get a bomb planted? That's what I'd like to see. You know, like, let's keep it simple. Let's try and apply that pressure, force out a clutch situation. But we'll see what they opt to go for here. Second round of the second half of overtime, as Anders mentioned, it's first 16.
Almost mentioned that.
You almost mentioned it.
Glad you brought it up. Thanks.
As we get into a chance now for Bait, but they're on the CT side. Their CT performance was not great in regulation, but they got the wake-up call as well. They got warmed up here on Overpass. We'll see whether they can actually deliver the goods and post a 3-0 themselves. Still very possible.
Going through the motions early on, they're clearing out the connector. Demon there with the Molotov. Molotov on the other side, so Rabini is throwing that one down. Very far back on the map here, Bait. Unlike with Rabini was pushing all the time, Bait much more of a passive setup.
Smoking monster.
Alex in the position. Oh, they're gonna need him again. Okay, he's a little bit free. He was there a second ago. That is very nice timing. He's going to be so happy.
He's learned his lesson.
Okay, well, they've cleared out all the map they need to go for this be execute. You said you wanted more of a set piece. Now, they've gone through the fundamentals.
Yep. They've beaten out some utility. CT's starved of information, but they're going to flash over. What a flash it is, but will be Cemetery to open things up. Painted into a corner. Cemetery will get the double. That's the cue now to make their way out towards Munster. Is this enough, and is this where they close things out? Man advantage.
Nice shot from Dukes, and Sentinel, he's already low. He will go down as well.
It's got to be GG.
Headshot. It surely is. 30 seconds. Sizzy back here. The bomb's on the other side. They're going to plant on A. They're just leaving Dukes down here on 2 health. If they weren't already winning, this is such a shutdown.
This is, yeah, and they've cut off the rotation as well.
Yeah. Oh, this is everything. It's shot in the back of the head. Krabini takes the kill, and Foot marching into the semi-final here in Bucharest.
Okay, it is fantastic news for them. They are making the semi-finals. That's a big move for this team. However, we do also have to be realistic and discuss what we just saw. there was a very real world where they lost that map, and it's concerning some of the holes that we saw in Foot's gameplay.
That CT side was as stupid as all of them having a number 10 on the back of their jersey. What is that about? What is that about?
I never noticed that.
That's what I was saying, the whole CT side. What is this about? I'm kind of tilted, to be honest. Like, good for them to win, but they're not beating the allegation of kind of being struggling to close out.
Yeah, the second half was riddled with that. So the guys were talking about on the cast about how many rounds we would have to go through. There would be like 6 in the second half alone where the game should have been over at like 13-4, 13-6, whatever it would have been at that point, you know. So many 2v4s thrown away, you know, after they've set themselves up for success in the first half with such a big T side. Just kind of a big wake-up call for Foot, if anything, you know. Obviously great that they ended up closing it, but there's definitely going to be a conversation after this. Again,
I want to be clear. I don't think that anything that happened in the city side is like, oh, Bait surprised them because we don't have tape on them. This is simply Foot being in great positions and throwing it away, and also Krabeni. Like, bro, the position underpass doesn't mean you need to go all the way till the end of underpass. You're a CT side player. You can, you know, be there for a bit and then fall back. Why is he 4 times in this half on the edge of in T-spawn? You don't need to be in T-spawn. Like, the first round that they lose to make this comeback even possible, it's 9-4. So they win the first half, amazing. Win the pistol. They have a full buy. Krabeni on the M4, solo in underpass, gets a duel. The duel doesn't go either way. He's like, nah, I'm going all the way in. Of course, dies, donates the M4, and then the comeback starts. That kind of round, we're talking about, oh, maybe they can go to Na'Vi. That's going to get you in jail. Blade's going to put you in jail for a month after that kind of a round.
Dustin won't talk to you for 3 weeks. I think that was what he said.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, do you think that this team, they are very young, they're somewhat inexperienced, almost lucky to have had this happen against Bait, who also is a bit inexperienced, because I worry against stronger opposition, they would have been punished so fast for that.
We've seen it in the past, you know, when they've thrown away some of these leads, and that's when they lose these maps like this, you know, where they don't take the opportunity to close it as fast as they possibly can, right? And so this will definitely cost them. This has cost them in the past several times, you know. It was, I think, against Mouse where they had a massive, I think it might have been Overpass, I can't remember now which map it was, but it was something like 12-3 even that they were leading, and they ended up losing the map from there, you know, like nine rounds straight. So yes, better teams will definitely punish them, and that's something that they're going to have to fix or make sure that doesn't happen again, because next round they are playing one of the top teams. They are playing a PARIVISION or the MongolZ.
Okay, so here's my next question, and I suppose if you knew the answer, you would have Coolio's job. But why do you think they're doing this time and time again?
I mean, this game really felt like they were just trying to kind of show off a bit, and everything was going so smoothly for them. And at some point, it felt like a deathmatch, you know, along, so just, you know, going out A, finding some duels, killing, there's someone else to trade there. Everything looked so easy. But I don't know, aside from that, I think it's just like an ego, a bit of an ego in this particular game that cost them the sharpness that, for example, on the pistol round, you're like, oh, look at this, they're falling back and then they're retaking as a team, and then the next round, it's like one guy just goes completely off and is trying to be like closing out the round. I mean, this is it. This is the round that you see how many little duels Krabeni takes here. Like, why does he need to go so deep? And then he gives away, that's the first kill in the round, right? He gives the M4, it's already a force buy, so they're now, that M4 is getting another kill. They're trading out on the bomb site, now it's a 4v2, and it's like, okay, well, this is a huge advantage for Bait, and they win the round. What else to add here?
But why is he alone there in the first place? Because his teammate was like back toilets, even going back to the bomb site. He's literally left alone against pistols, and so like if they swarm you, that's a gun donated, whatever. So in a sense, I understand why he then felt like he needed to push, because he needed to play for himself, because he could have been getting pushed from upstairs as well. He had no idea what the information was there, but then just don't be there in the first place. Just play it back, play the not an anti-eco because it's a force buy, but play to the advantage of having a teammate with you. You know, play the crossfires. You know, overpass. You have so many opportunities to fall back. You know, wait for your teammates, wait for the anti-flashes, all that stuff. That's why it's such a heavily CT-sided map. Don't do that against pistols. Like, it's just so unnecessary.
One of many examples that we have. We don't have time to get through all the examples though, because Pala is with the Foot players now. Let's hear what they have to say.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm down on the floor with Laux of FUT. Congratulations on making it through to the semi-finals. Can I get your feelings? How is that? How does that sound?
I mean, it feels good, right? But I can't be too excited about it because, I mean, yeah, we talked about it. We kind of expected these results, right? So we want to take it one by one and see where we can end up, right? Because, I mean, yeah, after we beat PARIVISION, at least for me, I think it's pretty clear what I want from this tournament.
Lonks, is the Romania buff real? Tell us.
I mean, yes, but I see now it applies to the team because today I had an off game completely, mentally and individually on the server. I was not there, but the team got it, so I'm happy. I'm really happy.
Is that considered by yourself a poor performance? In what way?
I mean, I felt I lost many duels. I think mentally I crumbled again in some specific situations where I shouldn't. Especially in the situations where I lost a lot of aim duels or I died just stupidly to a smoke or in some random scenario. I shouldn't get affected by it, but I think that's what I need to work on right now.
I feel that's a very self-critical way of seeing things, because at least from an outside perspective, it looked like everybody was pulling their weight at times, including yourself.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I pull myself out of the trenches, if I can say it like that, but it's not enough. I feel I didn't do enough. I feel I let my team down again today on a mental way, which is not good, because that's one of my strong points. So yeah, I just need to work on it and keep it on a constant level.
Great thoughts. Let's quickly go through the map. So, Ancient, you managed to win on Bates' pick, but it didn't start so strong. You only got 5 CT rounds, but then you guys really came together on that second half on the T side. What happened?
I mean, I feel on City side, we kind of... I mean, everything started being a bit bad after we lost that eco or force. I'm not sure what it was, but I think after we lost that round, we kind of got in our head again. We started overthinking what they're going to do, and in many situations, I feel we kind of had a good call. We knew what they are doing most of the time, but yeah, it's just overthinking some situations by each individual, and yeah.
Then we go into Overpass, and the script was sort of flipped. You started with 8 T rounds, but then going into the second half, you only got 3 CT rounds. What happened there on Overpass?
Well, I feel I think that's the thing. I feel, again, it's the mentality. I feel we lost some bad rounds. Again, we lost the advantage rounds. We lost some impossible rounds, but, you know, it's a game. Anything can happen, right? But yeah, I think that was the biggest flaw of us today. It was the mental game, because we had good preparation, and when we could play our game and be normal, we did what we do best, and that's winning.
Awesome. Well, Lounks, couple more questions before I let you go. So you've got the win now. You'll play MongolZ or PARIVISION. What are your thoughts on the potential semi-final matchup ahead?
I mean, to be honest, I would like to play MongolZ, not because I don't want to play PARIVISION. I think it will be a good matchup to play PARIVISION, but I never played MongolZ in my life, and I would like to play them. So yeah, I'm excited for the semi-finals. I think it's great opponents, both of the teams, so I think it will be a good game indeed.
Awesome, Lounks. Always a pleasure to chat. I had one final wildcard question. I don't know if you've ever seen the old sort of viral, very well-known video of the CS player Shox, the French player, where he's talking about 5 fingers on one hand. Do you know the video?
Yes, of course.
What about, for you guys, the 5 toes on the 1 foot?
I mean, you can call it like that, I guess, yeah. I mean, I didn't expect that, but yeah, you can call it like that.
All right, great to know. Just wanted to run it by you. All right, Lounks, anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home before I let you go?
Keep watching, guys. I don't want to say anything because I might jinx it, but keep watching. We will do our best, and maybe we'll win the tournament.
Well, Lounks, we will indeed keep watching. Congratulations once again on making it through to the semis.
I can't deal with all the foot puns and the foot memes. I'm so over this.
I'm kind of sad that they won just because of that, to be honest. Like, we were going to struggle through another day of that.
Came out of nowhere, that one. That one is it's a bit more elaborate. There's some layers.
There was depth to that one.
Historic references. Shout out to Shox one time. Great guy. Great player.
I'm so tired of it all. But it's okay. They're through. We're going to deal with them even more tomorrow. I mean, I also like the confidence of being young, you know, going, well, the mental game wasn't great, but we won. Like, yeah. That's it.
I don't want to jinx it, but maybe we'll win the
tournament. Like,
well, I mean, also good for him. I mean, acknowledging that he didn't play a great game. He didn't play a horrible game. He had some good moments, but definitely I would put it on a team collapse and some like team setups more so than him personally. I don't really think Overpass was his bad map in any way. I would definitely see some other players making some weird moves that ended up costing them more so than obviously if Lonks gets 3 kills in a round, then you just win, but you can't really expect that every time.
Yeah, I think it does just speak to the youth of this team, because the mental game is something that they've spoken about several times, but it is going to take them a little bit more to get over some of these situations, because we have seen it time and time again.
If you had an older, more experienced player in that interview, they would have been like, there were some problems in overpass. But youngsters are like, we won, we're into the semi-finals. And to be fair to them, that is all that matters. That's exactly what has happened. There is one more spot remaining. I would say it's the blockbuster game of the day coming up next. PARIVISION up against MongolZ. Don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Nice.
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 I'm never gonna not wince at that Jorko one, man. That was so hard. We saw that live and we were all just speechless after that one.
I loved how he really committed to it like that. Anyway, welcome back to PGL Bucharest. It's the quarterfinals and PARIVISION is up against MongolZ. We have so much to discuss when it comes to PARIVISION, and it's all thanks to them, really, because they were very open yesterday. Dastan was here on the couch sharing so much. Jame went and did an interview with HLTV, also shared a lot. So I want to start with the conversation around PARIVISION plays better against better teams. Obviously, Dastan and Jame have touched on this, but the reason I wanted to speak about it is because I think this is actually a bigger conversation at the moment in competitive Counter-Strike. We've seen it with FaZe. We saw it today with a lot of these underdogs getting rounds unexpectedly. This is something that is going to have to change for these teams that are used to playing the more experienced teams, because now with VRS, you never know when you are going to find yourself at a tiny LAN having to fight for points.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that's generally been playing up to the level of their opposition all throughout their history, or even since they entered the Tier 1 circuit, really, because they entered the season with a bounty that they ended up winning, right? And from there it just goes up and down, up and down, up and down. No matter who they play, they effectively play up kind of the same scoreline, right? I mean, we saw one of the explanations from Jame was that whenever they play the top teams, it is more what they expect, right? It is more readable of what they're gonna expect. As opposed to the lower tier teams, they just do sometimes things that they're not prepared for, right? That makes sense, but I do think it's also kind of a byproduct of their play style in general, because PARIVISION is very reactionary in how they play and kind of play to their opponents in terms of pace as well sometimes, you know. So it's something that they can't seem to get over really. It doesn't necessarily matter. I think we have a graphic as well along the same lines, you know, where the only difference when they play up to their opposition in terms of round win is against the top 5, and the only reason for that top 5 number being different is vitality. Against everybody else, they effectively win half of the rounds they play. You can see 50.4% against top 10 teams, 50.2 against top 20, and no matter who they play, it's like 50.8%, you know, and then this just tells you everything that you need to know about PARIVISION and them playing up to their opposition.
I mean, this is all, it's a cool storyline. It's really nice to hear from Dastan, from James, that like the problems are kind of what we were presuming they were, but that's also kind of not an excuse, right? It's a team that has won a big tournament this year, has made another final, and now they're here again as favorites. They themselves are saying our goal was the playoffs, and they achieved that. Okay, that's fine, but you need to be moving forward. You need to be getting better at this. This is kind of the part of being a competitor. You can't always be the underdog. And when these opportunities show up, it's like, let's make the most of it. I think this is where this PARIVISION team will kind of make or break. And Dastan has already alluded at that. Is like we're going over the same mistakes so many times. We're tired of it. We can't really deal with this anymore. I can't make player changes because the major is coming. But after. Yeah, that's on the cards as well.
I think James said this as well, where he mentioned something along the lines of like, well, sometimes when I call, I don't know if they're going to make mistakes. And I was like, there is clearly a headache that coach and IGL are having with these young players. And they are young and they are inexperienced. If you think about how fast they've sort of risen up the ranks and become a team that we're talking about that is meeting vitality in finals, it is a lot of pressure to put on such inexperienced players.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes even the round that Dastan was talking about yesterday that he just wanted to somehow bring up, we were looking at that round and we were like, it is kind of harsh to look at it that way because, you know, regardless of whether he did what Dastan suggested he would do, he could have died both ways, like just as easily. So we felt like, you know, maybe you do need to lay low a little bit or lay back.
I think that just shows like how PARIVISION is as a team, and Dastan and James as, you know, the coach IGL duo, where the expectations are, like the what is considered a mistake and to what degree it is criticized is huge. You can't be allowed to make mistakes, and I think honestly that one was so small, but there are some moments where Nota, where Yellow are like giving away rounds and advantages in a way that's unacceptable.
But now we move to MongolZ, who were the team that used to upset these top teams because of their erratic playstyle, because a lot of top teams didn't know how to deal with them. They're also a lot more experienced now, so they're going to punish those mistakes. This could be really tough for PARIVISION. You don't think so, Strauss?
I mean, you're saying experience and they're going to punish those mistakes. To be honest, they make a lot of the same mistakes. They are a very dynamic team in a sense of like they will just go for a play sometimes, and it doesn't matter whether it actually makes sense on paper or not. They will just be in your face a lot of the time, you know. So that experience doesn't necessarily help them in a lot of those situations.
For me, these are two teams that are obviously they're in a similar ranking position and similar results this year. Obviously, PARIVISION a bit better, but I think their approach is completely different. I think James and Dastan have this like we're boot camping 160 days out of 170, and we're at every tournament and we're working hard in the boot camp and we're arguing and we're yelling at each other, or maybe mostly Dastan, it seems like. I don't think the other way would be quite allowed. But every time we talk about with MongolZ, it's like, did we practice? Oh, we didn't really practice. We didn't boot camp for a while. We didn't do anything. Like I was watching the other day, Blitz was streaming. He was playing some game called Peak. It's like a climbing co-op simulator or something. He's just playing that with Cobra and I think Techno and some of the Mongolian guys. They're just vibing. Meanwhile, you can imagine in your head just like cutting from that to where PARIVISION is in their like boot camp room, just like, okay, why did you throw this smoke? What was going on? You need to flash for me. You didn't communicate this. And Dastan is like, what did you do here? And he's like, I don't know. And there's like 100% tension in the room while MongolZ are just like chilling.
I mean, at least MongolZ, they were playing a game, so they were still doing a boot camp with PCs, which we know other teams have tried to avoid. Let's talk about this on our screen right now, Strak.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, you know, I feel like this has gone kind of under the radar, but MongolZ have kind of slowly become one of the worst T-side teams out of the top 20. I mean, 40.5%, it is like the second worst after FaZe. So that tells you kind of a lot about their T-sides. Yeah, exactly. And we saw even the 5v4s, 4v5s, like in all these factors, they're effectively one of the worst teams. And it is just down to they are just very over exuberant. You know, if their opening move doesn't really play out, the second guy will then try to make a play to make up for that. But then they go down even further. You know, so a lot of the time they just kind of set themselves up for failure on their T sides.
Yeah, I mean they lost Senzu. Obviously, Blitz is now taking the most entry duels. QuarterFinal is doing some of it as well, but it's not to the same quality, I would say, as Senzu had. That's without a doubt. He's a solid player, but it's not the same.
I think we're heading for the same thing.
Here we go
Jesus
again.
Christ! I was my notes were like hoping for Overpass Ancient maybe to be picked by at least someone, but no, it's Dust2 and Mirage once again from PARIVISION.
They're showing. Do you think that by doing this, if you are a top team watching who's maybe concerned about PARIVISION, you're very quickly seeing that their map pool is not exactly deep. We're kind of in like a little splash pool at the moment.
I don't even know what to say about it. It's not like when they play these two maps that they're like fantastic. Like
well,
every time it's
they've been losing on them regularly. Well, in this tournament at least, they've had quite a few losses on Dust2 and Mirage. Yesterday, we all know how that went. Like, it was a victory, but it wasn't a pretty one.
They got a lot of review out of that, though. I
had a lot of stuff to go
54 rounds to go through. That's a lot to look at.
But it's like one of the things James said in the interview as well. It's like, it doesn't matter which map, which opponent, we can lose any round, any game at any point. It kind of doesn't really matter. I would think of it from a positive side is, okay, they played a lot of Dust2, therefore they're getting better on Dust2, they're getting better on Mirage. But it's different things happening all the time. I kind of noted that their T-sides were looking super horrible, but then against Wildcard, the T-sides were, I mean, the CT sides were bad, but against Wildcard, the CT side was fine. The T-side was more problematic. It's just new issues popping up because it is just about the individuals and the small details.
We've seen 3 teams now, 2 of them take PARIVISION down on Dust2 and Mirage. One of them, Wildcard. For goodness sake, there's like 4.5 players in the server going so close with this team.
I think the half is generous, even to be honest.
Just
sometimes
trying to be nice, peeping. But the Mongols is a very different level of team. I am concerned for PARIVISION, and I don't know, should I be concerned?
My kind of positive side in terms of like, oh yeah, Mongols looked better, but like their opposition was, let me know, Wildcard, BC.Game, and Eyeballers. These are the 3 teams that they beat. Number 102, number 71, and 36 on VRS coming into the tournament. Like Eyeballers is like the most impressive win that they had so far, and like half of these maps were like either super slow start, but then they come back into it, or kind of close until the end. So it's not like Mongols did some amazing job so far either.
And they got slammed by Astralis in the one time that they did play one of the top teams. So yeah, I'm nowhere near, considering them anywhere near a favorite,
Okay, so Henry, Anders, Striker and Prof have not had a nice thing to say about either teams. I'm concerned. What is going on?
I was hoping for another game show, to be honest with you, but yeah, we can get into the analysis as well. I totally agree with Anders. I think both teams are looking shaky here. Mongols, for me, yeah, they've got the results, and they've had some good ones towards the end of the group stages, but overall looking very shaky, and I think the same could be said for PARIVISION.
Yeah, that's probably true. So the game of who can make the least mistakes, once again, it's my favorite game. I'm glad we don't have a quiz. I'm still
seen it a lot this tournament.
Right? I'm still counting, so.
Well, either way, I think we're going to have some fireworks on the server, and hopefully a very good quarterfinal. Winner of this one goes on to play FUTS. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle in, because this could be a bumpy ride, and a long one at that. 54 rounds played on Mirage yesterday against Wildcard. PARIVISION always go the distance, and they will be starting on the T side here. Dust2, it's an AWP's paradise, and just to note, we have got CobraZero, who's been fantastic on the secondary AWP.
I'm glad you bring that up. This is a map where that could be a really big factor. Cello is going to be walking into the smoke there. Old school Xbox smoke. No fancies on the door. And they're moving right into Amcinio. He's got the dualies at the corner, but Sway will open up and get the first kill of the quarterfinals here on the side of PARIVISION. And they slow it down. They're coming up long at the same time. Belchanok just wiggling that corner, trying to see if he can find a kill against somebody. Again, it's very disciplined right now. PARIVISION, they're setting up both arms of this attack, but it's also buying time. And 9-10 at least gets one. Smoke up towards CT spawn as they jump across. Everything has gone according to plan here for PARIVISION.
No mistakes this time. Looks to be a clean and concise pistol round. 3 players survive as CobraZero. Nothing he can do. You're thinking about the save of the dual elites already, I'm afraid. hoping that a mistake is made, but yeah, that's going to be around. Nice ace split coming in from PARIVISION. Very clean opening kills towards short. The players remaining on the A-bomb side being pincered, and Cobra Zero will not be saving the Julies. He'll give this one a look in, and yeah, he's not long for this world, as it will be a PARIVISION. Very nice opening pistol there. Sway with 4 kills there.
Very good. Something to highlight.
Oh, go on. I like this.
So, well, this is a basic stat, but I think it's so impressive. So the Mongols, they've played this map 9 times in the last 3 months. For PARIVISION, they played us to 25 times.
They do love it out there.
That's an absurd amount played.
A lot of experience, but it does mean a lot of tape available, Anders. And we do know that PARIVISION are polar opposites in terms of the way they prep. Mongols don't even go to boot camp. They don't even bring a coach to most tournaments. They just turn up and play.
They're apparently streaming Peak in their off time.
So, yeah, different ends of the spectrum here. But we do know the Mongols pack a punch, I would say pound for pound in terms of mechanical skill. They've got PARIVISION beat, but we'll see if that's going to be replicated on the server today. We are going to see a force buy from the Mongols. Talk about double AWP setups. How about a double scout? It'll be 9, 10, and blitz. Firing off shots and connecting. At least towards Zello, taking him down to 28 HP.
That's how it starts. You get those scout body shots in, it makes the Deagles much more powerful. There's a lot to work with. So right now it's just a Mac 10. Not the end of the world. Some utility towards the catwalk here. Blitz revealing the other scout. He does have some backup in Cobra Zero, who even has an HE. So if they're getting very close, I don't think he might have enough time to throw any grenades here. Okay, there we go. Around the corner, that's actually a really serviceable HE. It slowed them down, it's tagged them up a bit. They still have Emsilio on long, and he has been really cool. I love watching him play. If he could shut down the push from the Mac 10, it's all suddenly interesting. Belchinok's gone down. They'll find Blitz, though. And now some backups needed. You can see Emsilio trying to get there with a Deagle in time. He misses the first shot, but the second is a straight banger. Takes down Nota. 20 seconds now. And unfortunately, I think they're still going to get the bomb plant here. Wait a minute. Techno's taking down James. The bomb is planted, yes. Well, PARIVISION reeling a bit from this one. They've taken way more damage than they wanted. And those earlier scout shots could now come into effect again. 9-10. He just wanted the top of his head. He can't land the shot, though. And Celo's low already. Oh, he still gets it. They get it across the line here. But that's a scary round.
Very scary indeed. Comes down to the 2-on-2. PARIVISION players tantalizingly low. Mongols knew it as well, but the round will not be converted. You're on the CT side. I think it'd be foolish to attempt another force buy here, even though you came so close to winning it. 2-0 PARIVISION should be the full eco, but time will tell. Techno 4K will bring out the Desert Eagle. They've actually got 3 of them. Make it 4, as Blitz will join them as well. So looking for those 1 deeks. Body blocking the smoke towards middle. Does give them a bit of vision.
Yeah, not immediately getting anything. I like it was brought up on the desk, this idea that at any given moment they could lose a round like to anything on the PARIVISION side. You can see how close it was in that last one. Obviously fine when you win it, but it speaks to the comfort on this team.
So taking that vision away from middle, denying a push from short, it will be a 5-man assault in towards the A-bomb side from long. You have to commit to this. You've lost territory across the map now, so no turning back at this point. You will have to face off against the Desert Eagles. It should be absolutely fine, but let's find out.
Jump around, some good damage. Another Deagle, this time Blitz. He lands the headshot. Sway goes down. Did he get one more? They're close now. Didn't even need a headshot for that one, but he's going to do it anyway. Belchinok goes down next. 3 versus 3 again. Nice nades landing. That could secure the bomb plant for them. Cobra Zero here. Molotov in front, and James actually going to get the kill for the smoke. That's pretty unusual. That was just, he was out on long getting that one. And I think might be the end of the ride here. Cobra gets 1, but surely now with the bomb being planted in front of him, should have no business. He doesn't have a kit. As long as they wait, he can't easily get up here. Confirmed that he's there. Jame will take him down. It's a pretty good triple. He got that kill for the smoke as well. It's another much more scary round than it should be. I mean, if you're the Mongols, you're thinking, well, we've done some damage. We've kept their economy a bit low.
Absolutely. You invested into a few Deagles. You managed to get 3 kills. You've kept PARIVISION very humble, financially speaking. We talked about double orb setups on the CT side. That won't be available to them just yet, but 910 will bring his out. And looking pretty strong overall in terms of their setup. But first gun round coming in here now as we enter round number 4. Dust 2. Entering that B bomb site. James made a call out of spawn here, looking for a B execution, maybe a contact play. Zello to lead the charge here, and Techno 4K is playing for the information. He needs to be very careful in his next jump. James could take him.
They might be in trouble anyway, trying to rush it down. The flashbangs in the sky are just so good at Techno. He needs backup in the back of the bomb site. Oh, it's a dink as well, and now Blitz running in. A little bit one at a time here, and James jumps up on top of the box. They're going to have to save this.
I like
that. Oh, they actually go back for it. They were running away. Maybe they know that one of them is low. But the grenade, not in the right corner there. No one's
There's
waiting.
Another smoke available for Dorzo, which just goes down, makes this one so much more difficult. You have no kits. You have an AWP on the retake. I think, yeah, you have to give this one up. Really nice call, though, from James. Textbook Dust 2, really. You know, it's the first gun round. They force in the second. They won't have that double AWP set up for sure.
Yeah.
Wait for your timing. Wait for your opportunity. There was no smoke down. They used the incendiary instead. They flash over, and it will be the Mongols caught juggling grenades at the back and unable to fend them off.
See if Messinio could get some exits. He's hearing the steps. Okay, they've set up
Should
on
be
the
to
right
take all 5
side.
down here.
Yeah, maybe. Grenade in as well. Belchenok dies to the bomb, and that is actually not bad at all. So I have to say, both teams here, Henry,
yep,
they love this heavy upper dark B splits. It's one of the things they love to do. Especially the Mongols when they're on the T side. They love doing the crisscross smokes, and then they do essentially what PARIVISION just did.
Yeah, this was more of a all-out B assault with one player lurking towards middle. He got found out, but the damage is already done. 3-on-2 advantage. They considered going for it, and, well, 910 considering his options towards middle. He'll find in-game leader James here and give them the first advantage I think they've had so far here on Dust 2. 5 versus 4, and this is what it's all about. Falling back, retreating. Going back into a default setup now, you have the man advantage.
I mean, if 910 comes to play in this series, that will change things significantly for the Mongols. He's
a monster.
He really is.
One of my favorite AWPers to watch right now. So consistent.
Yeah.
And that's the really important part. He hits all the flashy shots, but he'll always get you 1 or 2 on the shots he has to land.
If he isn't, for you watching at home, one of your favorite jobs, but you haven't been watching enough, you need to watch more 910. It's really cool. Nice. It's an HE on top. Bobasira at the back by Goose. And it's a lot of bullets through here, and Cello just walking out in front. He could have caught one of them off guard. He jumps down in the CT spawn and is almost ready to take the fight there with the people in the B bomb site miles away. The bomb is back down in the middle here. So they're going to try and turn this into a B attack while he's holding CT spawn.
Yeah, locking off those rotations will be key. They seem to be very aware of this prospect. 910, there he is. It's going to be Zello trying to leap out of spawn, but has been found out. And now with 2 players remaining, you know the drill by now with PARIVISION. It's going to be a lovely long save.
Yes. It makes sense under the circumstances, a 2 versus 5. But that will be
But bear in
Mongols on
mind,
board.
all 5 players went down before. We talked about against those Deagles losing 3 players.
Oh, yeah.
And then in the second round, Force Spy lost 3 again. So money is going to be pretty
Very
much
bad.
broken. They will get $1,400 into the next round. That's why they have to save, really. No criticism at all in that decision. But yeah, money will be very, very low. You're going to save the AWP and the AK, which will be enough. And you'll be joined by, I guess, Tech 9s and some basic Kevlar. Barely any utility. Bear in mind, no turns way. Sure, they save the weapons, but you get no further cash. They'll take a tactical timeout here and work out how they actually operate. Like, they might have to even sacrifice a player's Kevlar to actually have a few grenades to work with in this following round.
So not for this next round, Henry, but in general, that catwalk position or short position leading into the A bomb site, why is it important for the CTs to hold that right now in the current meta? Like, do they need to hold it, I guess, is another question. Is it important? Do you want to see the Mongols fight for this, or can they relax in the A bomb side a bit more?
I guess it depends. Like, I like the CT aggression on Dust 2 currently. I like players getting in towards lower B. I think there's really good viable options of incendiary towards top and middle, smoking it off, applying that pressure, and disrupting the T side game. Not allowing them to not allowing them to run their default strategies is what it's all about for me. And especially a team like PARIVISION, very regimented. calculated, very reactionary, not allowing them to have free reign at the map and just go through the motions of the default. I think that's going to be crucial here for the Mongols on the CT side.
Okay, well, somebody keep in mind then. We'll see if they follow that idea.
Missed Incendiary, another big deal. This is going to be that 4-man B tunnel setup again, but bear in mind the bomb's on the back of Nota, so I don't think they finish up here. This will likely be a volley up towards short through lower B. But let's have a look. Anything could happen.
Anything could happen. James has got the AWP, and that's got me worried. We talked about 9-10 as an AWPer, and he's definitely one of my favorite AWPers to watch as well. But James has got to be one of the smartest players in the scene.
Oh, for sure.
And whenever you're in the server against him, like you can always tell by the people that play against him that they're always a bit nervous, especially when it gets down into the clutches. He's just got this aura around him. So far, hasn't managed to find anything flashed out into the middle. He's got the right read, but I think Blitz is smartly disengaging from this one.
Bomb will join them in towards upper B. James will be smoking off towards CT spawn.
Yeah.
Popping it open is Blitz. Should be able to get a bit of a freebie here. There it is. Takes down Nota, and it's James now isolated. Tough spot. His teammates don't take the opportunity to pounce in towards that B bomb site. Hoping James can find something. Gets the intel on one. He knows he's got a window of time now to get close towards the bomb site. There it is. Doesn't find the kill.
Missed opportunity. That could cost them everything. Yeah, they wanted to get through. They needed James to open it up, or they needed to be through when they were already fighting Blitz in the middle to begin with. Nice shot from James, but it doesn't matter. They are all coming for him down the middle here. And no further casualties. The Mongols, slow start, but I mean, now they're picking it up. They're stealing the AKs. They could even steal the other AWP, I think.
And
if they want it.
Just goes back to that point of every kill in Counter-Strike has a knock-on effect somewhere down the line. Those deagle kills they found, those close rounds they managed to lose, sure, but they were close, means that there's absolutely no money left after that force buy. Zero impact really there from PARIVISION. A chance now to really bolster the defenses. You've got AKs, you've got the AWP, and you're up against just Glocks here. So we'll go 4-3 for sure, as we are here on Dust 2, the pick of PARIVISION. But the Mongols waking up at 9-10, feeling himself as he goes to that early information, knowing there'll be no utility, no Molotov down towards shore. He has free reign of the map. Doesn't want to overcook, and we have got an interesting boost here, hoping a CT will push those double doors, but why would you in this sort of round? You know there's nothing on the other side. You're the ones with rifles to lose here. Grenade. Significant damage towards Belchenok, but overall, I can't even imagine a world where a CT's considering that push right now.
Well, we've been talking about it, and the desk were talking about it, how both these teams have made mistakes so far in the tournament, and we want to see those mistakes minimized. And pushing into this definitely would be one of those on the list. Messino still goes down. There's actually some pretty good Glock shots coming out, but...
Got to be careful at 9-10.
Yeah, I would say so. James, if he's I mean, if he just stands up and gets a headshot there, the round is open again. Bomb being brought back. There's Sway in the B bomb site with just a Glock, and now he's flashed. Okay.
That's the headshot.
They wanted to bring the bomb back. It's not easy holding it, I suppose.
This all comes down to Blitz. They've got an incendiary to flush him out of the car position.
Oh, they stole that. No armor, though. The James dies quick. Nota, he's picked up the AK, wants to carry on the fight here. See if we get the incendiary down in the corner. Might not be easy. Smoke goes up preemptively, so now you're not going to be doing much. Blitz back here. Oh, he goes down
this
as well.
is getting weird now. They had 5 Glocks.
There's no way you should be losing the 5 Glocks. Okay, Cobra Sierra. He gets that one on Cello, and now it's Nota with 10 seconds left. They're both on the catwalk. There's one looking for the headshot. 5 seconds on the clock. Makes the jump up. Incendiary out. You're not going to burn him in time. Oh! He peeks into it. If he would have stood in the corner, he would have been fine, Henry.
What on earth is that? I assumed he thought he was going to be hunted down. Knife out.
Or what? He thought he was going to burn alive in 1 second?
I have no idea why he peeks that angle. That is an absolute horror show of a round from the Mongols there. Does the incendiary even land? No, it doesn't even connect. If he had just AFK'd in the corner, he wins the round. There was no time to plant. I guess he thought he was going to be pushed, hunted down, and wall-banked potentially. That's all I can really imagine was going through his head. But yeah, that's a massive fumble. You've lost to Glocks there, boys.
5 Glocks and a stolen AK in the pit. Calamity.
Wheels falling off now.
Yeah.
That's crazy work. They give that round over. Techno, as we always say on Dust 2, you lose a frag, you lose some control, you need to react, you can't stay static, and 9-10 bringing the fight to them ashore. Great shots on these rifles, recovering nicely. They got the man advantage here. 9-10 though in a difficult position. James should find him no problem as they go into a 2 versus 2. Long plants here, couple of flashes. Are they going to try and flash over and get to Wulong? Yes, exactly what he's going for. Belchenok knows they won't have much in terms of defuse kits, Anders. So if you can get a nice long position here, you got the perfect plan to defend from the pit.
But Techno's coming in. He's made the long wrap around. I still love the move. And I think they're hearing it. Belchenok out there. He's had a bit of a rough tournament. The last game from against Wildcard wasn't quite good enough. Cobra Zero making the jump up here. They are a bit low, but the problem is no kit, no smoke, no nothing to get this done with. And all they have to do is wait it out. And he knows it as well. He's hunting for the kill still. I mean, maybe he could find Jame and at least get the AWP away, but ultimately it will be another round here for PARIVISION.
Down he goes.
What a comeback for them. 5 Glocks then into this one. I guess for the Mongols, the rounds that they won, the 2 rounds, they had so many people alive. Well, let's hear what they have to say, Henry.
Хорош, охуеть. Ебать они конченые, долбоёбы.
Okay. Yeah, well, I kind of agree. You lose to Glocks in that sort of fashion, and the fact that you literally had to be AFK in the corner to win the round, that's going to hurt. Nice opening kill there from Zello, but yeah, that's a huge round to win. There was still money available for the Mongols going into this one, but they lose everyone going forward. James, just to know, he went down with the blast, but the C4 blew the AWP all the way back to the pit where it could be recovered.
That's a good detail.
Yeah.
And I mean, you brought up another good detail, the idea of flashing your way into that long position so that they could get out. I like that. I think Belchenok's a promising player. Every once in a while he disappears. But like you said, against Wildcard, he was, I mean, Destan was not happy.
It was a rough game to watch. The fact that Mirage was 54 rounds, and no disrespect to Wildcard, they're doing what they can. Weren't supposed to be at the tournament, but the fact you had them on the ropes was very impressive. We talked about that double AWP setup.
Yes.
And it's CobraZera sinking his fangs into Jame. 5-on-4, opening advantage. Mongols now need to convert this one.
The fact that they can buy the double up after 2-round wins says something about how much they won those 2 rounds. Then they give it back to Glocks. Yeah, are we going to revisit that same heavy upper dark push? This is the 3rd time, and again, statistically, both teams love doing this. You might see Mongols do the same thing. They're really big fans of it as well. There's the smoke for the middle. Flash going over, deep Molotovs towards the back of that plateau with the B bomb site.
As the Cobra.
Nobody is there. Yeah, he's ready. He's got the USP out, Techno. It's actually going to be Cobra Zero lands the kill against Belchenok. They're back to winning again.
Okay. Well, those couple of picks there from CobraZera, the fact you have a nice clean round there, I think no one went down. Yeah, all 5 players surviving. Now you're kind of recovering. Like, sure, you lost to Glocks. Nightmare scenario. About as bad as it possibly gets. But having those clean double AWP rounds, this is their best and final form here on Dust 2. CobraZera just seems to be an absolute beast on that secondary AWP. He always goes with the mid pick, and more often than not, we'll find that kill. There it is.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up right at the start of the game, Henry, because it's one of those things that is worth watching for. Makes this team a little bit more interesting when you got that potential. Here we go.
We go again.
Gonna be very fast. Techno in the corner. He's got the AK, and they're coming through on the other side. The first kill is brilliant. The next one is taking all the bullets. But yeah, he did his job. Tries to put down the smoke. He's actually still alive somehow. How did he not die?
Jumping around the flames. 10 HP. Another clean sweep there from the Mongols, recovering from that previous blunder.
Well then,
and that's going to be the money busted now for PARIVISION. They have to take the eco for the final round here. Felt like they were done. James said it was over.
Yeah, they're finished.
Yeah.
That's it.
But since CobraZera brought out the secondary AWPs up to 11 and 6, a solid B hold. Not a great spray from Techno. A lot of chaos there. A lot of flashes going on, to be fair, but he survives, gets himself a double.
Yeah.
Can't really criticize that at all. Double smoke, very meta right now to disallow the CTs popping it open. You'll see he'll pop it open, see top and middle, but he can't see towards short.
Yes. One of those pieces of technology that had to be invented once we got the volumetric smokes out. So catwalk. No one's fighting for it. I asked you the question earlier.
It is Glocks again.
It is Glocks again. But just to say, the Mongols aren't controlling this part of the map. Maybe it's a good idea this time, because you don't want to be too close maybe to the pistols. Okay. Molotov. Nice shot from 9-10. That's the beginning. Shui jump down, steal a rifle there if he can. James gets a shot. No, please. It can't happen again, surely. Mcinio, he wants to hunt it down, and James knew that. Bomb being planted on the other side. Shui is in CT spawn with an AK. If the Mongols lose another round just to pistols, that is going to be unacceptable.
He's low. James got you.
He's so smart, and Shui gets a headshot. Henry, how can they keep doing this? He hunts one more down, and Mcinio, he's low on health.
Just unacceptable.
Trying to get here.
You got the opening kill against 4 Glocks in a P250, and you just lost the round.
Shui with 4 kills in this one. It's about time we send Dastan to talk to the Mongols on that, like they need to borrow him. And this ties into the question of earlier.
Sorry for the snort, but my God. You've lost to Glocks and a P250 twice in one half. You get the opening pick.
Yeah. No.
Where are you looking, Blitz?
No.
What are you up to?
That is just...
It's really nice in his way. Don't get me wrong. Like, he really has come into his own since he joined this squad, but just an absolute disaster. 2 rounds in this half. You've lost to Glocks and a P250.
Well, to bring it back to
and a 5-on-4 advantage. just to reiterate that.
It's so crazy that they could do it twice in one half. But
what is happening today?
But again, it goes back to the conversation about controlling catwalk.
Yes, true.
They let them have it.
I mean,
follows.
It shouldn't be a problem still. They have nothing to work with.
Yeah.
Blitz was caught napping down in CT spawn, looking at the ground. I guess he was trying to dodge flashbangs. I have no idea, but should be protocols in place to disallow that. A 5-on-4 advantage, and that's how you lose it. Final round of this first half. What a half it's been.
I was curious if Mongols were going to overcommit to defending B, because that mid to B split.
Speaking of which, PARIVISION, you're going to see them stack the B bomb side so much in the CT side. Jane will call for it almost every gun round that have 3 players tucked inside the B bomb site. It's one of their calling cards.
Well, I look forward to it, but here we have again the Mongols not controlling catwalk, not knowing what's happening, and PARIVISION are big fans of executing from this position. They're going to throw the smoke into CT spawn, and there's been so many B pushes in this one that they might have to keep 2 people over on that side. Still 3 on the A side of it. Very quick with the setup here. Mcinio's calling it out now. 9-10 trying to get back in position. It's an easy kill on the first one, but James and Nota, they're very fast on the return. And now 9-10 out on long. No one's flanking yet. Shui's just holding the position. He knows no one's coming catwalk as they're crouching past 12 seconds on the clock. And the bomb's going to be planted. I can't believe he got there by ducking his head down low.
Double up on the retake, really not what you're looking for here. A backstab coming in eventually as well from Zwei towards those long double doors. MongolZ to make things even more uncomfortable.
Yeah. Techno will be forced to jump up, but Nota's holding it. He's waiting. He wants somebody to show the top of the helmet here. Out long. Ooh, missed spray on the first one, but the flank from long. Shui comes in. One more double for him. Nota takes the last. And that is going to be a very, very strong start here. PARIVISION just looking good.
I mean, sure, that's accurate. That statement is correct.
You're saying there's another side of this coin?
There is another side of this coin, quite an ugly one.
You've done some analysis. Tell me about it.
I just feel like it writes itself. The fact that you've lost twice, like you've had all the gun rounds, you've had the double ops set up with coverage errors, like being able to find your opening picks, they've gone towards B, you're shutting that down. That's no problem.
That's great.
When the Glocks come out, you've lost to them twice. Like 1.5, sure, it happens. Like occasionally rounds can slip by, things can escalate. But the fact it happens twice and you're not playing a great tournament, you're not known for your preparation, and you're up against one of the most well-prepped teams in CS2, you will be punished for those mistakes. And those are crucial mistakes. Opening kills against Glocks and you can't handle it. It's too much for you. A P250 and 4 Glocks shuts down one of the world's best teams here. This is not a good look, but the game is not over. You're going to have to mentally reset here. 4 will have to do for the Mongols.
I'm curious if they're going to be allowed to play enough rounds here in the second half. But if they do, watch how much Mongols do enjoy the crisscross smoke in the middle.
Let's see whether PARIVISION wants to get a little bit wacky with it. Aggressive towards middle, by the looks of things, looking to body block the Xbox smoke.
Okay.
Not going to happen, but still. Here comes the Molotov towards short, pushing back, and he... Oh. Maybe he did body block it enough. I'm not sure.
Could it have been? Yeah, maybe. Either way, the Molotov doesn't work.
Doesn't make a massive difference, but still. Here we go. Very important pistol here for the Mongols. Need at least a bomb plan out of this.
They're on the catwalk right now. They have one more smoke, which is on Blitz. He's in the middle, so that could be the beta, the split coming out. It's only Nota that's on this side of the map. He's alone. Oh, sorry, not Nota. Belchinok. Nota just showing up now. Flashes through. He's got the dualies, but the entire team is coming for him. 9-10 gets the first one, but falling back off the box. He's only good for the one. Techno, he was coming in from the upper dark position.
Are they really saving on the pistol? Okay, yeah. Respect.
They really are.
You don't see it too often, but the round is done. To be fair, you're not going to win it. Might as well save the Kevlar and force in the second. 9-10, aware of these antics. Will be on the prowl, on the hunt here. Known for his precision.
An interesting round from PARIVISION, having 4 people at the A-bomb site, but having absolutely no map awareness at all. Like, they had no idea what's happening anywhere on the map. So
they do have quite a unique approach to Dust 2 CT side. As I mentioned, they like to stack bomb sites, they like to take gambles, and they're more than happy to save on rounds, even pistol rounds, Anders, they'll be saving.
Oh, he's not saving. That was one of the Kevlars gone. The rest are going to be fine. But you said the Mongols had to win the pistol round. And
they did so convincingly.
Very convincing. It's good, good work.
But saving... To be fair, they saved 2 players, but only one had Kevlar, so it's not like a huge deal. Zwei did just save USB, no Kevlar. So they don't have to force buy here, but I imagine they will with Scouts and MP9s. But an opportunity now to recover, to wake up, perhaps, on the Mongol side. Some unacceptable rounds presented in that first half, a couple of them.
Yeah, we hope that's the last time that we have to see Mongols do something like that. But we're just at the start of the series. There's still space to make more mistakes.
It's been the theme of the tournament, to be honest with you.
I think that's true. Just try and make as few as possible. Easier said than done. Catwalk here. Belchinok, he's thinking about it. He's got Jame behind him. So, see if the scout could do anything. There's no flash to set it up either. So the best case would have been for a bit of a swing there with Jame getting the body shot and then the SMG following it up. But it's been nullified for the moment. Flashes around. They actually recommit to this fight here. Still plenty of time. And they've got MCNeo holding long. They could do whatever they want. Stack at the B-bomb site this time. 3 people on over there. With this force buy. What are the Mongols going to be doing right now?
Who knows, Anders? Oh, Belchinok's got an idea, though.
It's not bad.
This is the second round force buy, bear in mind. Pick a PARIVISION first map. 8-5 up, but losing the pistol has put them in a compromised position here. They've got the opening kill.
They faked. They ride right into the stack, though.
They love a B stack, I told you.
You did tell us. You did warn us, Henry, at the start. Belchinok and then Zwei to follow it up. The bomb is down in the middle. 9-10. You've got 18 seconds on the clock. If you want to do something, it's going to have to be very fast at this point. Still 3 people inside of the B-bomb site, just relaxing.
The bomb's down. So, yeah, it's round over. Save your AKs. And there it is. You're going to see a lot of that, Anders. Mark my words. You're going to see plenty of 3-man B holds.
I don't know if they even realize how many people are on the B-bomb side of the Mongols, but when they go back and check the demo, it's not gonna feel great. Like
I don't think they go back and watch demos though. I don't think they do that.
You're right.
I think they just turn up and play it. That's kind of their whole MO.
Kind of genius in a way. They dodge the heartache.
Yeah.
Of, the lights out, just so you know.
I'm joking, of course. I'm sure they watch demos.
Well, the force buy from PARIVISION. Working very well for them. They're going to steal a Galil and a MAC-10. They got all the weapons now on the CT side.
Oh, well, we said there's a must-win pistol. The follow-up conversion, though, left a lot to be desired. Round number 15 here. Saving 2 AKs, though, very important for the Mongols. We know they're a hard-hitting team. 9-10 and Techno 4K to operate with the heavy artillery here. See whether they can make this one work. You're going to have to keep it simple. Scouts in the hands of CobraZero. We know he's a capable sniper. Big shoes to fill after Senzu departed for reasons unknown, still to this day.
That's true.
We have no idea why.
Yeah, that caught everybody off guard.
But CobraZero has been very good, especially in the secondary sniper role. Like, very impressive. Seems like a nice kid too.
Yeah, many people have said impossible shoes to fill with Senzu, but I agree. I think he's done a remarkable job so far. And it's still early on. Techno walking up on the catwalk. Oh, they really didn't know. Nota, he could have gone down right then and there. Now they realize, what is the plan for the Mongols here?
It's going to have to be some sort of a finish. That's not bad. We talked about the prowess on the sniper from young Cobra stepping up. He will find James. He had the M4 as well, so whether they want to change into a B split here, try and recover that rifle, I think that's going to be the approach.
It's the repeat from the last round. They throw the waterfall smokes on catwalk. Last time they went down middle, but now they've been slowed down with the smoke going up. They're shuffling around back and forth so much. I don't love it. There's still an incendiary here on Cello, and there's one on Belchanok. In theory, they could hold this off for a very long time. Shui is pushing through middle. There's the one incendiary into upper dark, but there's another one behind it. The Mongols, they're waiting it out, thinking that must have been the last grenade. Now, Mcinio's going to be called. I think they could lose this round to that one last incendiary. We'll see. It's just gone up again, I think.
They're going to have to fall back to lower.
Yeah, they have to run away.
So much noise.
This is disastrous. Nota goes down. They're running in, not even ready with weapons out. Sway has taken the round away, surely. 2 versus 2. The bomb is in lower dark. There's 15 seconds on the clock here.
Even if you get this kill, doesn't think it matters. You've got no time to plan. Zway can just run away at this point. Perfect.
Wow.
Get the Molotov, survive. They can't win, even in 2-on-1. Get out of there. Run. Run for the hills.
Yeah. Just don't pull a Mongols and die when you've already won the round.
Good point.
Don't do that. Shui has got 17 and 7. He just won this round to time. And he's doing everything.
It just seems like utter calamity for the Mongols. It seems like they're so disjointed right now, like with the time, the positioning. Like, Zway's already got a kill on lower B, and you're running knife out into the same position, making all that noise, assuming he's just vacated the premises.
Even before that, right? They get the kill on James in the middle. Then, like you said, they wanted to turn it into a B-split, but then a smoke goes up in the middle. So then they say, okay, well, let's turn it into an upper dark push. Then the incendiaries keep landing. Then they say, well, we'll go back. Like, they're just getting pulled around the map due to the utility of PARIVISION. That's not how you want to play. Like, where's the commanding presence here for the Mongols?
Now, let's be seen right now. They know Zelo's towards those mid doors, going to try and punish him. He's going to drop the incendiary and tuck tail in towards CT spawn. They're taking a lot of damage en route. Should be able to trade him out there, but Nota arrives in the nick of time to find the second kill of the round. 5 versus 3. Grenades being exchanged, pushing them back. That confirms that no one else is home. They'll reclaim territory towards middle as the Mongols desperately scramble in towards the A site here. Hasn't been a great showing from the Mongols so far. I don't think the scoreline tells the whole story. 11-5. That was their eco, bear in mind, but no success found whatsoever. They get a couple of kills, sure, but headline will read 11-5 PARIVISION, touching distance of picking up their map pick of Dust 2.
It's convincing at the moment. It is 11-5. They got some AKs as well, and they got, more importantly, Shui with 19 and 7. He's so far ahead of everybody else.
And this is a player that looked like he couldn't keep up with Tier 1 in Team Spirit, right?
That is true.
James has done absolute wonderful work bringing him online, activating his ability that we knew he had.
Yeah, he was... I think there was some piece of content at some point with pro players saying who's the next up and coming, and a bunch of people had Shui, like Stonk or anybody else, like people were saying, you know, obviously Kisuke was the other one that people were bringing up, but many pros thought Shui's got something there.
We were super disappointed with his run in Spirits, and
they
felt like they were right to remove him, but James saw that opportunity, saw the potential in this young man, and he stepped up time and time again for them. That round was no different. He's won them a few here. Notes up against it now and towards middle, but his Zello Mowing them down. He's got backup in the corner as well, but the pre-fire through the smoke, I think they might actually win this round with the Mongols.
Looking very good. If he get one more kill, maybe not, but yeah, through the smoke in the CT spawn as well. Nota to go down. That was nicely played. And for once, the Mongols, they disrespect the CT utility. They just decide to enact their will in the round. I think that's one of the things that's really been missing. It's always weird, but I feel like they've been playing this very polite kind of Counter-Strike, where it's like every time somebody throws down an incendiary or a smoke, they say, oh, okay, well then we'll go somewhere else. And then they show up again and there's more utility. Like, at some point you have to make a choice. Jame will find a kill. Mongol's going to be up to 6 here. And Jame just wants to save the AWP, obviously. Money not incredible on the PARIVISION side here. Round loss bonus not really there kicking in. They've got 2 players that could maybe put something together, I guess. With the AWP of Jame, you can try and play around that in the next round, see if you can find something.
Plenty of runway to close this one out. A lot of work to be done on the Mongol side, but that was a decent playing towards that B-bomb site. Round 18. Money's okay on the PARIVISION side. PARIVISION will have the AWP to work with. Of course, safe in the previous round, they will be fully investing. As you can see, the rifles appear on the right-hand side of your screen. 11-6 in his first map. Our final quarterfinal of the day. Bear in mind, we had MIBR versus 3D Max earlier. 3D Max surprisingly coming out on top in the semi-finals, considering their run this year. I think they've surprised a lot of pundits out there.
And MIBR looked better than I thought, a lot better.
True, very good point as well. We had Astralis take on Eyeballers, much closer than you might imagine. Like, Astralis arguably should have lost that second map.
That is probably true.
That was Ancient. They managed to win out, though. So we've got 3D Max and Astralis waiting in the upper side of the bracket in the semis, and we've got FOKUS waiting for the winner of the Mongols and PARIVISION.
Which could be a rematch. PARIVISION probably want some revenge.
Yes.
Playing up against FOKUS, that could be very fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
That grenade goes very deep on long. Sway there, just wanted to check if anyone had made his way out. Probably doesn't know 100%, but other than that, it's a bit of a default start here for the Mongols. So business as usual. Nothing out of the ordinary. Early stack towards the B-bomb site again. Set up on the scaffolding for Nota. Hard position to clear out sometimes if they go for those B splits. Which again, just something both teams have been drawn towards. I felt like that's the way to do it at the moment. Ticking past the minute mark. It is looking like another B split. See if they do the crisscross this time or if they just settle for the CT spawn one. There we go.
Crisscross. Yep, you called it. They enjoy this. The smoke will be deployed early. There's another 3-man stack from PARIVISION. We all know it. We all love it.
Oh my god, that's chaotic. He ran through shooting inside of the smoke. Ooh. That doesn't work. Sway with a headshot.
God damn.
Keeps it going. This bomb site is on lockdown.
Again, PARIVISION will stack 3 players of the piece of the map every single round, and you keep trying to test them. I don't know why teams always do it. They insist on trying to do these mid-to-B splits against them, but that will happen most of the time.
Yeah. They haven't learned yet, and they're not going to have a lot of time to learn now because it's 12 for PARIVISION, or it's about to be.
He might die after time here.
That's a real he will. They're everywhere.
Yep. So no money for 910. He'll enter potentially the last round of the game with $700. His teammates are averaging 2.5K. He can't even buy Kevlar. He's opted for smoke and 2 flashes. He'll have to be dropped like a P250 or something. Should be GG here. If you're going to keep running into the 3-man sack, I think you deserve this outcome. Dying after time really is the icing on the cake. So you've got pistols pretty much across the board. 910 with no Kevlar. Well, good luck.
PARIVISION have shown us, though, that you can win these rounds with pistols.
Good point. I suppose I forgot that was a thing. I'm trying to forget that. In general.
Trying to forget.
A little bit traumatized after those rounds. Miss Smoke, we'll see if it still does the job. Maybe it does. I don't think so, though.
No.
Yeah. So not only do you have nothing to work with, you've missed a key piece of utility and it's cost you the first frag. And he's legged you as well. So one Miss Smoke has called the GG moment. What is going on this tournament? Like, why can't we throw basic util right now?
Oh, I love it, Henry. They are trying to take the joy of Counter-Strike away from you.
This is like one of the world's best teams, and like that's the way you lose it.
I love it because you show up every day and you've got the great energy. You're ready to watch good Counter-Strike. Like you've got the energy for it, and then they start making these mistakes. It's not wrong. You're right to criticize them. These mistakes really cost them. Like right here, like you said, get shut down on the Xbox. Nice shot from Jame. They just need 3 more, and they walk away the win of the first one here. Nota, he had the rifle out. He was going to be ready for it. 9-10 Amicinio. No way they could do anything at this point. Just a formality as they look for the final one. 13-6 PARIVISION with a very strong performance, and the Mongols with just a litany of mistakes on this opening map.
Okay. That was a different PARIVISION to yesterday. Looked a little bit more cohesive as a team. Also, Dastan didn't shout at Noda at the end there, so obviously he must be happy as well.
I saw he was going towards someone. I was like, is he actually upset again? No, it was just a high five. He walked away. Everything fine. Techno and Blitz are queuing up the peak game, I think, because you know what else to do after this match. Honestly, nothing really went their way, and most of it is just their own fault.
Yeah, it was a pretty rough look for the first half, especially the couple of rounds that they threw. Second half, I think, was really well put together from PARIVISION. From that force buy went on, I don't necessarily think that was a big misstep from MongolZ as much as, you know, PARIVISION doing what PARIVISION does best, which is kind of subverts expectations. Honestly, a little bit of a misleading scoreline because of that, because obviously first half, Mongols lose 2-2 basically full ecos.
Entertaining game. Entertaining in some ways, you know, maybe frustrating in some ways, maybe not some perfect CS that we're expecting when you have 2 rounds of practically no Kevlar, PARIVISION winning on the T side of Dust 2, but entertaining and very dominant. And we were talking in the green room, was like, is this now just going to be a PARIVISION stomp? Is this? It just feels like we saw them struggle so much across this game that suddenly they're just going to turn around and make this game the easy one against Mongols.
We'll get into the map and the rounds, but I think just to touch on that, some professionals cope well with having your coach sit on a couch and very publicly announce that heads on the chopping block, it's great motivation. Others kind of collapse into themselves. Apparently for PARIVISION, the best way to get results from these young guys is to threaten to kick them all.
Yeah, get a little whipping in. I mean, some people respond to that.
It's been a huge point of discussion on the forums and stuff. It's like, oh, how can you do this about young players? It's like, you know, it's a different culture.
Thing.
It's a different culture.
It is a culture thing.
This is kind of what is expected from a coach in Eastern Europe, and that's what he's doing. That's kind of what he knows to bring the best results. And honestly, sometimes it is better to remove a player early on and then just move on if you see this is not it. You can't really improve.
Threaten it to get results.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know, sometimes maybe you just need to go to a different environment to blossom. And Zwei did that. Zwei, this was a great game for him as well. Sometimes where you are just isn't it, and you can find more success elsewhere.
Let us talk about what we saw in the first half from the Mongols. We have some rounds that greatly illustrates some points that I know both of you want to make.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember the first one. All right, so PARIVISION take this long with basically 4 Glocks. They overwhelm Mazinho and the lower bombs in long. They leave Jame behind, and then they go B because suddenly Zwei has taken control of the B bomb side without anybody dying there. You know, then obviously they're suddenly turning back to long because Zwei dies in B. What happened here, I don't understand. Zelo just drops the bomb to Nota, who doesn't pick it up. Then Nota goes back to pick it up. Mongols are ready for this 2v1 and then somehow fumble it because, first of all, QuarterFinal just completely whiffs in that 2v1, and then he just peeks out even though the molly is not actually going to reach him with 2 seconds left on the clock. Like, that's crazy.
Even if it dropped directly on him, it would take 5 seconds probably to kill him. He was full HP, and he was just like, I don't want to get wallbanged to be like another Get Right highlight compilation video, but literally, there is no way for Nota to win that if he just stuck in that corner. Unfortunately, QuarterFinal a bit of lack of experience in that one.
We have another one.
Yeah,
it's like we're just pouring salt on those Mongols' wounds here.
Yeah, and it's also the timings of these. Obviously, you finally break the economy, their eco. This is like 2 smokes in mid, and then just dropping. you know, just dropping down in CT spawn. Blitz is looking in the floor for some reason. Then, you know, the crunch comes out of long because Mazinho and 910 are trying to handle this short push. 910 is missing everything on the op. It's just too slow on the retake as well, not putting enough pressure on the player in CT spawn. It just falls apart so easily. And I mean, it is, we've seen these Glock rounds on Dust 2 happen, but it is also a bit of just not being on point individually from the Mongol side. Even when Blitz gets caught off guard, you still have Mazinho and 910 on a long angle against Glocks, and they get traded 2 for 1. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it should have been a pretty comfortable CT half for Mongols once they got out of the 0-4 start, because they actually did a really good job keeping Parry's money low, because a lot of the force buys before that, they actually kept them on one guy, or even the first gun round that went the other way, they managed to pick everybody off, right? So the money's suddenly gone after one round you win. You set yourself up for the double op, which we have seen from Cobra Zero, what has worked really well, and then you throw a couple of rounds to Glocks and the whole half falls apart. Like, realistically, this should have been a much closer game.
It wasn't all Mongols fumbles, though. I think that there was some good Counter-Strike coming out from PARIVISION.
Yeah, and this is one of them. I mean, the main one. After the pistol round, they lose it, they force buy, they just make this gamble stack in terms of two players being towards short, getting the opening kill, and then after that, just falling back into this anti-mid to B setup, essentially. 3 guys on B, 2 guys trying to challenge for the mid to B, and that's exactly what happens. The mid to B comes in and they just get the kills one by one, crunching on the CTs.
But we actually missed a little bit at the start that I wanted to point out in terms of PARIVISION being really able to subvert expectations, because we saw them aggress shorts early in the round. They even got contact with Mongols who knew that was coming. The Mongols do the classic control of short. They do the molly. They do everything right. They got, I think it was Techno who actually ended up on the through short. He sees nothing there. You think short is clear, and then 5 seconds later, PARIVISION repush it. They pick that guy off. They know it's not a short push anymore. There's one person who's about to throw the fake. They know it's a B split. Yeah. Immediately they fall back to CT, and this is actually like really well put together.
Yeah, good utility usage also to block B when they're supposed to go B. So you know, whatever Mongols were doing, PARIVISION was one step ahead, and this is exactly the type of round when you see them pull off against Falcons, against Vitality, that you're like, damn, this PARIVISION team is kind of good. You know, they really the situation. They're playing the macro game really well, but we didn't really see much of this throughout this tournament, and it's the whole story we've been repeating about how comfortable are they against teams they don't know. I mean, Mongols, they don't know. These two teams have never played against each other, so in terms of knowledge from actual experience, there is none, but obviously the preparation has been there.
I suppose there's the presumption that Mongols are going to follow the protocols that James expects them to, which is what he said. Maybe didn't expect them to fumble as much as they did, though, and just took advantage
probably not.
of that.
But it's what I'm talking about in terms of reactionary Counter-Strike. Like, James is really, really happy to not commit to anything until he knows it's the right thing to do, and that's what we saw even in the first eco that they won. You know, guy takes over B bomb site, the bomb goes all the way from long one to go to B, but guy on B dies. They're going back. It's like, oh, okay, that's not working. James gets the kill, and they're still kind of fumbling. Like, are we going for this? Are we not going for this? They're happy to take the entire round before they make sure that that's what they want to do.
Yeah, but overall, still, at least the utility was on point. Unlike Mongols, I mean, Henry was losing his mind watching those hinge smokes and those door smokes just failing round after round. That's the molly also on the pistol round that didn't really matter in the end, but it's just like these small things add up quite quickly.
We're going to Mirage, and as much as we've hyped PARIVISION up, it hasn't looked pretty for them on this map.
I mean, what are you talking about? The last time they played, they won 28 rounds on this map. That must be pretty good, no?
Oh,
but no, before that, so that's the wildcard game, 28-26. That's like 2 maps there. Then lost 6-13 against Foot, 10-13 against Legacy, 7-13 to Navi, right? They haven't been exactly world beaters on this map, but again, it is less, I mean, it is to some degree about the map, because I feel like the city side, the A splits, they've been super susceptible to those. But I do believe what I've seen on the first map now is giving me a bit of confidence that's not going to look the same.
Yeah, I do think that is a very, very big comfort map for Mongols. They pick it almost every time that they have the chance to. So it is one that they have some of the most famous wins on as well, in terms of, you know, even being able to beat Vitality on the map, you know, towards the beginning of the year, I think. Like it is just one that they really thrive on because of their, you know, super high dynamic playstyle. They're always ready to fight. from multiple angles, they're always ready to come back together. So it is still one that I do think they have an upper hand on.
Do you think that James will be able to outcall them on this map because he's got so much that he can look at, or do you think MongolZ is evening out the series?
After seeing Dust 2, I feel like it was not very pretty, but we also know MongolZ to be volatile, from one map to another sometimes. So I do think that it's going to be a tall task.
I don't know. I'm feeling more comfortable with PARIVISION. I feel like this is gonna go their way. I feel like they're just turning it around after yesterday, after that tight game, the talks a bit of publicly for sure.
Public pressure and everything.
Going on HLTV to check her stats and just saying like, I might kick some players. It's just like your nota. You're just like, okay, I need to get my shit together, and I can't ever peek over a smoke again. Always need to reveal the smoke first. I think some things will stick a bit more, and I think they played well off of each other. Communication looked on point. You don't win these eco rounds also without being close, being trading properly and everything. So high hopes for PARIVISION.
This is the poster child for negative reinforcement. Apparently, sometimes it works. PARIVISION has taken the first map here in this quarterfinal of PGL Bucharest. MongolZ now needs to even out the series. We're taking a break, and when we get back, we'll be jumping right back into the CS action.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready? Counter-Strike!
Expectations were high for the game of the day. It's MongolZ taking on PARIVISION, and the former not showing up whatsoever on Dust 2. Absolute calamity in many, many rounds there, losing to multiple full ecos. The MongolZ do not look ready or poised for a semi-final, Anders.
Not at the moment, but like the desk we're talking about, it was a real struggle yesterday for PARIVISION to make their way through Wildcard on this very map. It took, I don't know how many overtimes. I stopped counting at one point.
54 rounds.
54 rounds. I can always count on you to actually count, Henry. I like that.
I've always got the numbers in my back pocket somewhere. We'll see what the MongolZ have got in terms of utility. 2 smokes, 2 HEs. You'd imagine those with a CT spawn, Anders.
Okay.
And a couple of flashes. So it's going to be an A execution here.
There's only one defender. They're stacking on the B bomb site and middle a little bit. Notes are looking for it. All right, the smokes are up.
Oh, massive gap in that smoke.
There is a bit of a gap. You could definitely say that. Double HE on the T side. That's very interesting for a pistol round. I don't think I've seen that. Emcelio goes down. Where is the bomb plant? They've got those 2 HEs for a reason. What's the play at the end of it here? The bomb is finally planted. There is a kit as well on the CT side. So everything is in play at the moment. Let's see what they could do with it. Maybe they try and stop the bomb. Okay, there goes one.
No damage.
Does nothing at all. Second one comes in.
There is
no
kit.
Connection. Oh, and they're coming around the corner. You've right. They got the confused kit. Headshots are good though. Techno with 2. Cobra gets one more. Takes down Belchanok. It wasn't a good start to the round for the MongolZ. They lost the player, and they failed all of their grenades, including the smokes, but they still land their headshots, and that's enough as it turns out.
Oh, it's more than enough. Looked like they had no chance there. They were isolated into that CT spawn area. You thought the trades were coming, but they never arrived there, and it will be the MongolZ picking up a very important pistol here on Mirage. PARIVISION now begs the question if they want to force buy it in the second. Nothing too flashy from that pistol on the MongolZ. As you said, A execution, but this massive gap did allow No to get the opening frag, but this tandem play in towards CT spawn, nothing but headshots, mowing them down. Cobra and Techno. Wow. Fantastic work from them, and indeed we do see the force buy here from PARIVISION. MongolZ have not looked themselves this tournament, especially on the previous map, and they're going for the Palace pop. As you see, 3 players make their way towards that position. In terms of defenders, it's going to be poor old Belchanok alone once again. The baby squirrel will have to deliver.
It's just way too much. I think he's already realized, yeah, they're coming everywhere.
Oh, not ideal.
Oh, he's taken down. I hate to say it, but you almost want to save this if you're PARIVISION.
Yes, you will be calling that save call right now.
Not the most exciting finish to the round from a viewership point of view, but it makes sense. You're probably not going to get 5 kills and a 10-second defuse. So there we go. I don't know if... I mean, yeah, Belchanok could have thrown a bit of smoke, but ultimately...
It wouldn't have made a difference.
Probably would have made a difference, no. Okay. Better start for the MongolZ. This is their map pick, and, you know, they're pretty good. PARIVISION played plenty as well, but they were having a hard time against Wildcard. I think they lost it right at the start of the tournament to FUT, and it was like a 13-6 type victory for FUT. They blew them up on this one.
FUT are Mirage specialists,
that's
to be fair. They took down Mouse Sports famously on EPL.
Yeah, good point.
But, yeah, the point still stands. It's maybe a bit of a weakness for PARIVISION, generally speaking. But they do save multiple guns here. In terms of players surviving, I think it was 4, right? Yeah, 4 players. So still some bites here available in round number 3.
Well, I like the FUT perspective on it, because they're waiting in the semi-final right now for one of these 2 teams.
Yeah.
No doubt PARIVISION would love to get back, and like they lost that match 2-0 at the 0-2 at the start of it. So they'll be looking for some revenge. They have someone to prep for. I love the idea of that matchup in a semi-final. Carpini's very exciting IGL at the moment. Jame, obviously, one of the smartest that we have. Again, Belchanok in the same position. Just as tough on him this time. He does get back from the HE. I think that would have killed him. The bomb is in T-spawn, though. So right now, it's all for show.
The bomb is indeed right back there. Parking up Techno at the top of the air ramp. Realizing they might have made a bit of a mistake here getting the bomb over, but it's absolutely fine. They recover it. A is technically wide open. We've got 3 players in towards the connector. Make it 4 now. Dropping a defensive smoke to allow some Funky plays, use it as an extra angle. Smoke's going down from the T side here. See if these ones land correctly. They look absolutely fine to me.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. QuarterFinal is going to be in middle watching for reinforcements. Boost on 2 different positions here. Are they going to get anything for it is the big question. Techno getting very close. Oh, they're so flashed, but Shui still takes him down. So first casualty of the round is Techno going down. The bomb is planted, and here comes QuarterFinal. Big opening.
Nice shot.
Knocks out a couple of people towards the connector. Grenade around the corner to soften up one of them. He's flashed. He's still looking for the kill. He gets it. A triple, and that will be the round. So the Mongols, they start this map with 3 in a row. Things are looking a little bit better.
Very clean in the end. Got a bit scary for one moment there. Felt like the CT pounds through the smoke was coming any moment, but QuarterFinal at the backstab managed to find 3 impressive frags. Third one a little bit labored, but he was completely blind. You can see the first kill did go in favor of PARIVISION, but ultimately this is the moment here. Nice shot of the second. Quick whip around. Finds that third. MZ need to close things out. Things going much better here. No massive fumbles. Bit of rage from PARIVISION as well. As we get into the first gun round here, James, of course, has his trusty AWP, but it's a bit of a bonus round here. You've got Mac 10s and Galils, and there are 2 players without helmets, notably Belchanok and James. See whether that's going to have any knock-on effect. That kill certainly will. Nota goes down with nothing. It's 9-10. Up to his usual antics, goes for a quick pick towards the Palace. Finds that opening like a king.
Yeah, we highlighted him. Didn't get to see quite as many op shots from his as I would have wanted on Dust 2, but they kind of collapsed, so maybe that's the reason why. Cello here. Not a bad conversion. Takes down QuarterFinal. Bomb is on the A ramp, however, so this is where they're going to be coming. It'll be Belchanok close to the ramp to look for the fight. He's 0-3 right now and already looking a bit frustrated.
Flashbang going in towards the A-ramp momentarily. Got to go for a swing off this, see what's available. Belchanok, doesn't quite commit to the angle. Could cost him. Needs some backup here. They're going to be pouncing into all day.
Yeah, James is up at the ticket booth as well. He goes down. The flash is amazing. Belchanok gets taken down. One more bullet would have had it against Shui, I think, but he takes
bomb.
2. Once again, Shui, the only one here on the PARIVISION side that seems to be able to do any kind of damage. And now, can they make this happen? The boost on over. Smoke fades, and they want to reposition. Not quite planning the bomb yet, just testing it out. We're down to 13 seconds, and James is alone.
Giving him nothing. 9-10.
Really, yeah, not showing. You have to appreciate that. You know, James could be dangerous in these clutches. I don't know if there's a kid anywhere on the site, but he certainly doesn't have one at the moment. Trying to get up on the ticket booth, trying to elevate this position, or see if he could look around the box. He does get the first one. Oh, he actually hits him with that one as well, but there's no reason to peek here. Wait for the bomb to tick away. James now trying to see if he can do it. He could have landed that flick. This is dangerous, 9-10, but the clock will deliver. My God, that's a close round. But now the Mongols are off to a very good start here. Yes, they lose a lot of rifles, but it's 4 in a row for them.
Tactical timeout called by Dastan. Not happy with what he's seeing so far. That's 4-0. Close around this time, but it all starts with that 9-10 pick, finding Nota towards the connector. Zeno pulled one back, though, 4-4. But it's all about that flash picking towards the ramp, and he goes just an inch deeper, just to see whether he could find out if there's a player tucked away. It could have been a very different round. He goes down with nothing, and James left in a very difficult clutch there. 9-10, displaying fantastic discipline. Didn't give him anything to work with. Made sure he lands that leg shot in the Glock to finish things off. And now maximum loss bonus for PARIVISION. 4-0 here in the second map. The pick of the Mongols. And this is looking much better than Dust 2, where, quite frankly, it was quite ugly from them.
Yeah, more mistakes than they could even cover on the desk. They didn't have time to go through everything that went wrong. Would have needed a whole podcast just to do that.
Well, let's see whether this partial buy will yield any sort of success for PARIVISION. At the top end, they have Zwei M4, pistols and MP9s. Otherwise, some basic util, mainly smokes, trying to rot that clock. Still got a chance of winning this one. It's going to have to be down to Zwei, though. Interested to see where he's positioned. Right now, he's in the connector. Three-man stacking towards B. It's the calling card of PARIVISION. Going to be Molotoving off towards our ladder room.
Yeah, a bit of a classic. Nobody home. Shui gets one. Top of the smoke on Cobra Zero. Puts down another smoke as well. This M4 is really what they have to fight back with. That and the stack. And the fact that he gets this kill, they could try to push them, or they could be pushed in towards the site here. But the Mongols losing to this kind of a buy here.
Could happen. They're coming in towards B.
It could happen. They're walking into the stack, although that's very nice. 9-10.
Surely you
pick that up. 40 seconds. Yeah. There's nobody on the B bomb or in the A bomb side at all right now. If you run, you're going to be fine. Techno, though, he's low on health. Just back on slowly out of there. Blitz, he's nearly at the site, but he decides to wait. He's hearing them running over. Do you want to change your mind right now? I understand that he's hearing the footsteps. That's fine. But now you're running back into this B-bomb site with 19 seconds on the clock, maybe less than that. I feel like this is a very dangerous call for the Mongols. Noter in the back. He's seeing them already. 10 seconds on the clock. They're trying to get closer. The time is running out. That bomb plant has to be right now. If they get interrupted, the round is over, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Jame, that's all he had to do. He'll get the spray down in the third. 4 kills for him. But that 1 kill of the bomb planter, that was it.
Absolutely true. They saved their weapons. They gave themselves another chance in this partial buy, and, well, it works out very nicely indeed. It was Zway. He had the M4. Opens things up. It's going to be a good recovery, though, but just, again, the mid-round calling, very chaotic, in and out of both bomb sites. Couldn't decide where they were finishing up. And just with 15 seconds, you have to scramble, get that bomb planted. Noter did very well just to survive. He gets the opening information that they're coming in towards B, doesn't challenge any further, calls for the backup. They deny the plant, and PARIVISION are indeed on the board now, recovering an AK-47 and Jane back on the AWP. Round 6 here. First nightmare round for the Mongols. They had plenty of them on Dust 2.
Yeah, we don't really want to see more of them, but I am glad you bring up the mid-rounding there for the Mongols, because I think chaotic is exactly what we're seeing here. Overcalling it, overcooking it perhaps.
And towards B we go.
Okay, well, James is ready. He's got the AWP this time. Picked up the first one, just way down in front. Good for the kill, but they've taken down Belchinok.
Huge.
Oh, trying to wrap around now. One armor, the attack is already gone. 9-10. He's pushed up. He misses the shot. They didn't even know that he was there. And CeeLo will take him down. Good stuff. Double kill. PARIVISION started to wake up a bit themselves now. The money weird on the T side.
Recovering more and more AK-47s. That is a huge deal as well. You've broken the bank of the Mongols. You've got 3 AKs. AWP, your own money starting to swell. Jame, even while blind, calm on the shot, doesn't pull the trigger until he has confirmed kill available. And an excellent work in the individual duels here as well. Zello wrapping around from short. Guarantees a third on the board here. We're not expecting much. They do not fully invest. This is another Eco. Glock, Steagles, Tech 9s, and 1 smoke and a flash to work with here. Incendiary goes down, flushes out 1. He does get the ding, to be fair to him, but shouldn't matter too much. Jame and Zello fighting towards top of middle, but they have lost 1 player.
So as I say, it's worth pointing out, by rating, this is the best position for CeeLo on any map.
Okay.
On this short position on Mirage. So hopefully he'll feel comfortable. Bit of a shame with the Deagle in that round, I suppose, but otherwise he's had some decent defense over there. Belchinok is yet to get activated. He's 0-5. We know that he's already on the chopping block, Henry. I mean, except for the Major, of course, but but in theory.
Well, let's see whether they can fend them off. It's noted as low, given the AWP. Not known to be an AWP, but that's that 1 slip by. He's probably going down here. Needs some backup, and backup will arrive in the nick of time. 40 seconds remaining. Blitz will have the Glock. And like we said, should be a comfortable 3rd round on the board, and that's exactly what we've got here. Try to defend that AK. Give them nothing. PARIVISION fully online now. Money is going to be in a very comfortable state. And you might be considering the tactical timeout if you're on the Mongol side. I see the microphone being flipped down, so it looks like that's going to be the case. As we get into it, round number 8, it was a great start from the Mongols. They were up 4-0, but now it's a 1-round game. PARIVISION looking to make a statement performance here today and book themselves a place in the semi-finals against FUT. which will be going down tomorrow. We've had 4 quarterfinals today, 2 semis tomorrow, then the best of 5 going down on Saturday.
Yeah, right, you are. A tournament where a bunch of teams that we normally don't get to see have had a chance to play, and I think many of them have kind of surprised. I think a lot of people have maybe never seen FOKUS play before.
Yeah.
They look a lot better. Wildcard suddenly, in spite of looking very out of their depth, suddenly they look good again.
Eyeballers.
Eyeballers. No, can't forget about J-Dubs, he's out there.
Oh, absolutely. I think they made a good showing today as well. Made it to the playoffs. Probably
very good.
Should have won the game, to be honest. Well, they are 11-4 on that second map.
Yeah, they were way ahead.
And yeah, that's going to be a frustrating way to leave the tournament, but they can leave with their heads held high, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you saw, but JW immediately on Twitter saying, it's my responsibility as the IGL.
Yeah.
It was my mistake. I'll take it on me. I think that's great leadership.
Hey, they don't get to play these sort of tournaments very often. And the fact they even got to the playoffs, pretty remarkable achievement, to be
Impressive
honest.
stuff. We have got Emcinio up in the palace. I feel like we see that a lot when Mongols are playing this map. He loves it.
Bear in mind now, we talked about the AK-47s. Let's see if James Orp can step up here. Was aware of this possibility, but a lovely flashbang means they get past the angle. Mongols looking to bounce back after giving up 3 in a row. The nade will tickle down blitz there, but it's going to be Cobra Zera. Good flashbang in towards the ladder room again. Almost gave it up, but he checks his angles correctly and Zello goes down.
That's the slowest peak of all time.
Yeah.
And he was so flashed, it just didn't matter. That looked so funny. The bomb is back towards the A-bomb site. Beljanok is in CT spawn. He's got an AK-47. If he wants to be back into Stan's good graces, I think now's a good time to do something in this position. There's the spray down. Hits the headshot. That double kill almost gets them back in the round. There's 20 seconds left here.
Wow, it's always about the time and it's PARIVISION.
Yeah, that is very true.
It's a huge miss for James, though.
Another miss. He had chances to hit both those shots. They've lost sway at the same time.
Bombs planted, and that should be enough to win the round. James at 1 HP. I don't think you're going for this.
Yeah.
James hits that shot on the first encounter. It's a very different story.
It's on. Well, Belchanok did his part this time. You can't really criticize that.
He gets that lovely double spray down towards the connector. Well, felt like a round that was already over. Brings it back to life. If James can hit his shot, they probably win it, but not meant to be. Mongols, after giving out 3, will go up 5-3 now here on the T side of their map pick. We're hoping this goes the distance. This is a great matchup. Definitely game of the day in terms of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, these are some of the highest rated teams in the world right now.
Yeah.
But like a lot of other teams, you know, it's the mistakes, it's the inconsistencies. It's been said many times that there's vitality, then there's a real gap in the world.
It's so true.
And then there's everybody else. If you want to catch up to a team like Vitality, these mistakes that we're seeing from these teams, they can't keep happening.
Look at the replay. Unfortunately, it's James. You think by his standards, especially on the second peak, looks okay. To be fair, looks like it's dead on him.
Yeah.
Maybe he was moving slightly.
Slightly moving. I think they're probably right about that. Well, then, the Mongols, they're on the T side. So in that context, Henry, 5-3, how's it looking?
Oh, it's looking very good. Bear in mind, they did get that lovely start, the 4-0 pistol conversion. But to be fair, the pistol round was so good and so comprehensive in their favor.
Yeah.
You can't really argue with the result, but PARIVISION, still a long way to go. They can still win this half. So a lot of Counter-Strike yet to be played. This time, James positioned himself towards short. See if he can make up for his shortcomings in the previous round. Flash over towards top and middle.
Emcinio back in the palace. Like I said, watch any amount of Mongols on this map, you're going to realize he's there very, very often. So often that sometimes teams will try to find him there. They'll sort of, you know, say, all right, well, we know you're probably going to be there at the start of the round, so we can double push you. Not always easy. I would like to see more out of Emcinio. I feel like recently he's been looking a little bit better. I haven't seen it yet in the quarterfinals, him really popping off, but there's still time. Under a minute here. We've got the bomb in the B hallways. Trying to see if they could push down James. The flash around the corner is actually really good. That's going to put some pressure on right now. You're absolutely right. Shui also feeling the pressure. He's forced back from it, and it's a double entry. Nota's managed to rotate it very quickly, but he's got no back. Oh my, Techno.
Okay, this is more like it from the Mongols. This is the team we know and love there. Brutal aim, good coordination, overwhelming their opponents with the mechanical skill, and you can see there is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide on that B-bomb site. A couple of missed shots, and no one goes down for the Mongols here. 5-on-2 for now, and Zello and Belchanok are praying they can hold on to the little they have. A couple of rifles remain as they both tuck themselves away in towards our palace position. A perfect round from Mongols, and I don't think we've said that once in the entirety of their campaign here in the quarterfinal.
That's actually true, yeah. Finally, something that we really celebrate.
Yeah, that was a lovely round of CS. Dropping the incendiary for self-preservation. We'll get a smoke down on top of it. Gives us their position, sure, but you'd be a madman to try and run through this smoke.
Yeah, surely not worth it. I noticed as well, that last round also a round where they don't have a lot of mid-round calling. They make a plan, and they stick to it, and they get the flashes around the corner, the entries onto the site. Like, it's not as complicated as some of these other rounds they're trying.
Well, some of the rounds on Dust 2 where they were in and out of both bomb sites, running out of time.
Yeah.
I feel like this is keep the game plan simple and hit our shots. That's probably what they're going for right now.
No shame in that, right?
No, absolutely not. Especially when you're as talented as these Mongol players.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Oh, okay, spotted it out. Just hoping for the shots, but meanwhile, Nota at the corner here. They've got James down in the middle, waiting for a mistake. He wants Blitz to peek this, and he's going to get exactly what he wants. Patient as ever. Opening in favor of PARIVISION.
So what have we got left? We have MZNeo towards the palace. 9-10 was top and middle, but a nice alley-oop set up there from Nota's flashbang will set up Jane for his second kill of the round. MZNeo makes his position known from the palace. Almost got a kill there, to be honest, on the drive-by, but looks to be absolutely fine here. PARIVISION bouncing back, looking for a 6-6 scoreline. Can't imagine a world where they give this one up, but let's see what the Mongols can make of it. Sub 1 minute, it's down to Cobra Zero, a very capable sniper as we've learned, but this time no dice. 5-on-2, Techno and MZNeo left with nothing to do.
Interesting switch up with Nota playing the short position this time and CeeLo playing inside of the bomb site. Makes it a lot harder to nameplate anybody if you actually find them. James, third kill. He's pretty much won the round on his own at this stage. Cello gonna walk out. No bomb plant being allowed for PARIVISION. One more round, like you said, half is not over. They can still get this to a 6-6 scoreline, still be competitive at that stage. We know they love to play an overtime or two on this map, so.
They certainly do. If you missed it yesterday, it's a game that PARIVISION probably wants to forget. Playing its wildcard, they got the 2-0 victory, but it took 54 rounds on Mirage.
And shout out to Rek.
Yes, he was playing very
God.
well. Yeah.
That was a life performance.
Giving them hell.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, I think Wildcard have got a really decent team for the future. Now with the new lineup, I feel like they're going to cause some damage on the international scene, deeper stages of 2026.
Yeah, I hope with a bit of luck, it pushes them to get more invites when they go a little bit deeper in these tournaments. So we'll see. We'll see. Timeout called. We're back in the mix here. James, this is a good start. Like you said, the flashbang over from Nota. I just want to point out again, was playing the short position. That's not where he normally hangs around. He's normally jungle, top connector, right? Or window, but isn't that really just another part of jungle?
Let's have a look then, shall we? Penultimate round here. 6-4, anyone's game still. It's what we like to see. Mid control granted this time. There's PARIVISION aggressive towards the underpass in the previous round. Jane finding that open up. Let's put them on high alerts. They're dropping all the util now, deep in towards connector and in towards window. Molotov down towards short. Suggests we'll get a boost in towards the window room.
Okay, I don't hate it. Nota back in his position. The money for the Mongols is very bad here. If they lose this round, then it could give PARIVISION 2 rounds, essentially.
Yeah, you're dead on.
9-10 hoping for a ticket booth peek coming in from James, but he's not there. Hard AWPer to read.
Okay.
Oh, he backpedals into it. I don't even think he was necessarily... He looked like he just kept on running. Nota sprays down one, and now Belchinok back here, finding his third kill off the half so far. Puts up a smoke, nearly gets the double. That might have done it. That might have brought them back into this round here, but he couldn't complete it. Cello goes down, and Shui has picked up the AWP. I don't think it matters that much. There is some money. Game could rebuy the AWP. If he wants to go for the clutch, he could, and he wanted to. 9-10, though, will take him down, the Mongols. They win that round, but I don't know. It seemed like there were a few mistakes on that one for PARIVISION.
We'll see if they can recover from it. It's the final round coming up next. It was all about Techno getting him to that window position. As soon as the aggro was taken away there, he comes in for the backstab. It looked like there was an opportunity from the Shadow to get that double kill, to bring the round back to life, but Techno shuts down that prospect. As indeed we get into the final round of this first half. A third map, bear in mind, Ancient, which might be required at this stage if they get the 8-4 scoreline, but there's still plenty of money, as you mentioned. Here for PARIVISION, this one's much quicker, much more aggressive from the T side as they try to dominate this mid-control once again. CobraZera more than willing to take the fight towards the con, and he'll come out on top, taking down Nota.
Bit of a shame that it was no more of a setup there, some sort of a flash over a wall or anything. You could even throw those flashes on the B-bomb side in theory if you run hard enough at it. Belchinok's going to win the fight against them. Sinu, who's finally made his way out of the palace for once. They're in the middle. Bomb picked up and spawned just about now with 9-10. He's got the AWP. Looks like they want to investigate that B-bomb site. But with this window position, I mean, you could even flank through the market. It's such a variable position to be in.
The bomb's in towards the B apartments right now.
Yes.
They've got 1 minute to work with. He can go towards the underpass. They don't have to finish in towards B, but it's great positioning from Blitz. Does he dare go through the murder hole? Named for a reason. Zello playing in front of the smoke will find Cobra.
That's smart.
That should be enough to win this round now.
It should be.
Oh, they have no idea the backstab was potential there.
Yeah, but the bomb is on the other side. That smoke is up for another 10 seconds at the moment, so can you get the bomb through on that AWP? Jame, nice catch. Shui is here. The bomb surely going to be dead. Shui is just waiting for it. 25 seconds. Techno, the last one, but he does actually pick up the shot here. And now he has to go back and find it. Belchinok, can you save your team on this one? It's a clutch that's coming up. The jump over. He did pick up the bomb, even though it was a bit slippery. 10 seconds left. He's faked it, and now he's walking out. Oh, did he see the gun barrel? I think he's run out of time here. Belchinok on the clutch. He gets the headshot, and PARIVISION pick up another round. It's been scrappy, but you know what? It's not bad.
That final round felt like a necessity for PARIVISION. Belchinok with a very slow start, but had some massive impact towards the end there, Anders. Especially that final round there. Plays it to perfection. Knew he had the advantage in terms of the spacing, the time. Fake plan comes through. He was aware of the possibility of Belchinok being close, but just run out of time. And we will get into a 7-5 scoreline here. But still, very good chance we see a third map.
You bring it up. Ancient, that's a bit of a nightmare for the Mongols.
Really?
PARIVISION, I think, are significantly better. Like, the win rate for PARIVISION on that map with 11 maps played is 82%. For the Mongols, it's 8 maps and it's 38%. So, make of that what you will, but because they've already won the first one, PARIVISION, even if it goes the third map, they should be in a very strong spot. I thought that was it. I thought once they lose the bomb up there, that would have been the end of the round, but it took Belchinok to clutch it.
Hey, out of a clutch. Double dualies indeed. Mongols with a convincing pistol victory in the first half, dominating that A-bomb site. We'll see what PARIVISION have up their sleeves. We'll see if we can work it out from the util. Double smokes will be deployed early. Suggest something thick and fast, maybe in towards that B-bomb site, trying to get up towards short with the split. Smoking at connector and window position. So it will be the B finish, but as aforementioned, dual elites ready and waiting. It's down to Cobra. We know he's got brutal aim, but overwhelmed towards short, as the bomb will make its way in towards B.
Blitz in the back. Can he get one of those early headshots? They're already jumping through. They're so fast just down on the site, but here come the dualies. A kill for either player. Nota and Belchinok almost getting shot at the back at this stage. The bomb, no one's picked it up right now. They're fighting for their lives instead here. PARIVISION, if they lose this round, then they might not have a chance on the map at all. Techno with one more kill.
They're both low.
That's a nice goosh. They're very low on health. He could do this, Belchinok. He clutched the end of the last half. Can he do it again now to open it up with? That might actually make a difference. He's just out-dueled, unfortunately. Pistols on either side, and the Mongols win this one. CT side looking good.
Oh, absolutely. Came down to the minutiae there. Gushes all round, everyone low. Belchnok could have been the hero, but unable to find a bomb plant. PARIVISION now presumably take the eco in round number 2, extending the lead of the Mongols to 9-5 here in the second map of play. Dust 2, pretty woeful by their standards, but they are bouncing back admirably as we now do have the full eco. This is 1 Deagle, and how have we lost HP for Belchnok already? They must have stabbed each other. Unless they missed some sort of massive deep grenade. I think they
did.
I think there's someone gave a little slash in the back there, a little love tap.
Yeah, the punishment
didn't seem to matter.
For not clutching is pretty wild over there.
Not again, Anders.
There's no way.
Not again.
It cannot be allowed. It just cannot be allowed to happen one more time.
For context, for just joining us, they lost to Glocks and 1 P250 twice on Dust 2. There was no Kevlar.
And
they had a 5-on-4 advantage, and they still lost to it. It was crazy.
That was twice too many.
Yeah. For now, though, this looks like it's stable, at least. They haven't recovered any rifles here. Sure, you've got a bit of a dink on Cobra Zero, but unless Belchnok finds another ridiculous headshot, it should be fine. Speaking of rifles, Jame extends his grasp and will be able to find one. Bear in mind, no Kevlar. Round's still very much alive for them, though.
Look at Amsenio.
Yeah, he's all the way tucked in towards that A ramp, and will boost Jame up.
Very far forward, but at the same token, very far away from being able to reinforce anywhere else on the map if he needs to. It's going to be a long run over here. Cobra Zero started to get there. Jame, he slipped the net, walked in behind. Techno seems to know, but he's looking the wrong way. He's dead automatically. Oh, the spray, it fails! And then the aim punch on top. Jame can't find it.
Was the access point to the round victory.
That would have been it, I think. At a minimum, it would have secured the bomb plant. Now they're in a lot more trouble here. Coming in with the last pistols, 15 seconds on the clock. The backup is coming in now. Mcinios 5 seconds away from shooting them as well. Yeah, they needed this. Belgium.
Oh! Okay, backstab.
That's a quad! They're going to get the bomb planted. There is no way this could work. Mcinio coming in now from the back as well. They know it. Belchnok, do you have any more left in you? He's got the deagle out still. Hasn't even picked up a weapon since. He's finally going to go down. Mcinio looking to see if he can close this one out. But Silo, he's walking around the back. He's got him. Gets the final knock, but it's the baby squirrel to make them squeal.
Oh my God. They've done it again. 1 Deagle, 4 Glocks, and the Mongols have given it all away. You have to say, though, Belchnok hitting some ridiculous shots there. It seemed like the round was over. When Jane missed the backstab, you thought, there's no chance. There's no way. They don't get into this one, but it's this sequence right here, the second shot.
My God.
Unreal.
It starts with them knifing him in spawn like some sort of occult bloodletting that we've got going on.
Yeah, right. So he got stabbed by his own teammates at the start, goes on to get 4 kills. And now it might have got them back into this game.
Tough love works, Henry. Is that what it was? You know,
apparently, well,
it seems to be.
Yeah,
seems to be sort of a tough love kind of team.
That was the second round, but it wasn't a force buy. That was a couple of Deagles and a nice grenade, just to know. A couple of Deagles and Glocks again. So that's the 3rd round now. Mongols have lost to pretty much full ecos. Oh. And it was Belchnok with what, the 0-5 start we pointed out?
Yes.
He was having the rough one.
He was getting demolished on the stairs at A. Oh, nice flick.
You've activated him. A couple of misses for Jame in that first half, but they are firing all cylinders now. Good God. What a moment for PARIVISION there. The Jame backstab where he fumbles the spray, allows the B-bomb site to be held by Techno, and it still wasn't enough.
I don't know what I'm watching any longer.
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm here for this. Round still not over. This is the force buy, bear in mind. This is a huge round for PARIVISION. Will they get a taste of their own medicine, Anders? That's the question.
This smoke can actually work.
With 30 seconds, yeah, they have to go through it. There's no 2 ways about it. They need the pincer maneuver to come through. It should be fine, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. The connector play coming in, that's going to open it up. You're right, they had to run through, and they do it with style. Flashed over in from Jame. They're not worried about the time. And Techno goes down here. So they make their way out. PARIVISION once again let back into the game by the Mongols, losing to just pistols. I mean, insane shots from Belchnok, don't get me wrong, but...
Yeah, that one's a bit different. It's not like what we saw in Dust 2. It's not like it was massive amounts of errors and fumbles and missed shots going on. That was just crazy. individual mechanical skill coming in from Belchinov. One of the players of the tournament so far.
It's got to be.
And he got stabbed by his own teammate in spawn, down to 64 HP. No Kevlar.
And just...
and steals the round away.
Yeah, comes out
Shocking.
and does that.
That was the force buy, 8-7. The gap is going to be closed. Yeah, so that's going to be 8-8 for sure.
Destan looking zen as ever.
Yeah, stoic.
Nothing could disrupt his thinking in this moment here. He expects a high level of performance from his players, and he let them know it as well, let the world know, in fact, that this is what it takes to be on this team. James scoped up here. It's going to be some sort of a mid-crunch, I think, coming up. They don't have the flashbang, which I think is a bit annoying when you're on the CT side. I wish someone could have invested. They actually couldn't. They have so little money. Yeah, I take it back. They shouldn't have bought a flashbang. They wouldn't have had enough. But yeah, they're all here ready to go. Let's see if they can actually find the coordination. Not quite.
There should be a kill here, but Blitz, unfortunately, dropped by Nota, who seems to be getting stronger and stronger as the rounds go by. They've allowed him back into this game, and it will be James to close things out. That is a problem. Of all 5 players surviving, they are knocking on the door of 5 digits in terms of the finances for 4 players. And they are right back into this game. It was looking like a bit of a nightmare. They lost both pistols, bear in mind. They were down 4-0 in the first half.
You're right.
They lost a pistol in the second, but then won a full eco again. That simply cannot happen against a team like PARIVISION. They will punish you every single time. Individual smokes going down, one towards short, one at the window. It's a difficult buy here. You can see they've had to sacrifice a lot of the key pieces of utility, helmets, no AWP, no defuse kits. And this is the perfect time for an execution, and it's when you know they're struggling financially. This is when you drop in this sort of call. It's perfect. Whether it works out is yet to be seen, but it's the perfect call when the money is low.
It means a lot of the utility for any kind of a retake or anything else like that is going to be very hard to come by.
Especially that defuse kit.
Oh yeah, that's the point. They don't have anything at all with that. Molotov up towards the sandwich. Double smoke towards jungle and the top of stairs. Blitz, he's braving it. They're pushing in front. 9-10 though. They're going to set him on fire inside of the bomb site. And now Blitz, this is a bit of an off angle. They weren't expecting it. He actually pushed in front of it. Amcinio's there as well. They're still fighting for it. A minute on the clock. And Blitz, he hasn't even reloaded. He's got 5 bullets left. This is crazy.
Now he doesn't even reload.
He needed that reload. Nota gets to live, and that should be enough here. Techno against the world. It's a long old spray, and he can't quite find him. Nota, he can lose second or even third life. There's the spray down. Now picks up another rifle. It's going to be the M4, and there's plenty of bullets in this one. 35 seconds. Anything touches Nota. He's finally going to go down. A triple for Techno. Finally, something that goes the way of the Mongols.
Just couldn't find the space in the bomb side there. PARIVISION, with all the advantages they could ask for, couldn't flush out Blitz. They couldn't find spacing on the bomb side. They were trading out effectively, essentially a 3 versus 1. Look how well it's going to kick things off. They took so much damage en route. The savior, though, Blitz, MZinho working in tandem. You think this kill from Jane, that's got to be enough. But Techno 4K, ducking and weaving, knowing the last player was low. Nota cowering in the corner. Huge round for them to pick up. They maintain their lead, but at what cost? 1 player survives. They get 32-50 into the next round, Anders, meaning you're going to have to make do with the saved AWP, MP9s, FAMUS, and again, a lack of utility and no defuse kits.
Yeah, they still have their backs to the wall right now. 1 round separating these 2 teams. PARIVISION got the bomb dropped over on this side. They have a huge love for going for this B bomb site. Like the B from apps strategy is something that they're into, and I feel like it doesn't often work for them. We'll see if they can make it work this time. They are starting to accumulate over on the hallways. Techno ready, sprays down the first. It's actually Cobra Zero with the FAMAS at the back to get the kill. They smoke it off. There's still 2 people here. It's a big stack for the Mongols. And PARIVISION, okay.
Back and forth we go. Very important rounds here, especially for the Mongols. You lose this one, it's going to cost you a couple. Sway checking his angles. Easy spray down an MZinho. That confirms the A bomb site is wide open. Rotations coming through. Blitz towards short. He was the savior of the previous round, and now 9-10 having to do the heavy lifting. Both players towards that connector right now, and James going for the wraparound. He's got the bomb. 30 seconds here. Great grenade. Significant damage to 9-10. Takes him down to 20 HP, but he's ready for that.
Yeah, the best weapon if you are going to be that low on health. What could you possibly do with 20 seconds?
Trying to suggest he's made his way towards B with all this silence on the map.
I like the idea. You're probably right. Maybe he slipped the net. He is that kind of an elusive player, but that was 9-10 with 3. And they extend their lead a bit more.
Cool timeout. Felt like these rounds should have been landing in favor of PARIVISION. They had the advantages, but snatched away at the final hurdle. 9-10 steps up massively with the AWP there. Calm under pressure. Crosshair placed in the correct position each and every time. Reads that play towards the ticket booth. And there's no bomb planted. But as we said, huge reservoir of cash available for PARIVISION by virtue of their early success here. But that's 2 rounds in a row. Absolute pandemonium over towards the B apartments. Multiple kills through the smokes. It was Techno that went down. He thought that kill from Sway, that's got to be enough. But caught a transition. Belchenok, 9-10, finds a couple. Makes it 3 in the end as well. Denies that plant. And they have got one more full buy available. Double digits now for the Mongols. Looking to take us to Ancient. The 3rd and final map of the day.
Yeah, we might need it at this stage. The way that the Mongols, they're clawing some of these rounds together. Money is still in a weird spot, but as long as they keep winning, it's not going to be an issue. 9-10 up here, it allows them, or should allow them, to worry a little bit more about the middle and that A-bomb site. They got 3 people stacked on A. Got a triangular defense going on. He does have backup here, though. It does mean nobody's watching Catwalk. So we'll see how that changes. Smokes are coming in towards the window again. They want to go back. Like I said, they really love this B attack.
Yeah.
Their win rate on it is not that high.
Well, it's going to be 9-10. Who's looking absolutely fantastic right now. Misses that first shot. Was waiting for the confirmed kill, but he will find it on the second interaction. Can he get the quick scope through the smoke? He absolutely can. It's a no-scope. What's going on? Belchenok is running right by him.
Yeah, I don't know. They lost track of him at one point. Now we've got, what, Glocks and knives inside of the smoke? It's madness in this round. Jame goes down to Blitz. And Shui, he was meant to be the late lurker coming through this side. That's a great idea once the bomb is down.
Oof, not a pretty game. By any stretch, this series has had plenty of drama, chaos. For now, it's Zwei. Left in the 3 versus 1. The B attack was looking great. You don't get many opportunities. Was 9-10's going to miss 2 shots, Anders.
That's true.
He ends up getting 3 kills in total. Round not necessarily over, but the bomb is pretty far away. So I say that it is definitely over.
Okay.
There's no way he can actually do anything with this. Saving is the only option.
Well, he's got to be careful he doesn't die after time as well. 3 seconds left. 2 of them. They're slowly hunting him now around the corner.
They'll come for you.
Get him in the corner. They don't have any nades or anything else like that. Just cowering away and they get him. Oh, dear.
Yeah, so that leaves us away with $600. Mongols now touching distance of victory. He will get no further cash. This is starting to unravel. 3rd map looks like it's locked in.
I feel like at any level of Counter-Strike, anyone can recognize the horror of missing that shot when you're 9-10 and you're getting hunted down. You know they're coming right after you. You're just going to be running back, trying to throw out the grenades and everything. Surprised that he handled himself so well. But maybe some missed shots as well from PARIVISION. Now we're back. We've got the Hero AK coming out. And some upgraded pistols as well behind it, but is very scrappy once again for PARIVISION. Not looking that great on the map right now. Bomb is back towards T-spawn. Belchenok hanging around up in the palace with his Deagle. We'll see once the smoke fades if he could find an entry. Okay.
Doesn't seem like they'll be giving up to the pistols this time. Nice grenade.
I would recommend against it.
Yeah. At this stage of the game, let's secure map points. But the thing is, PARIVISION known as one of the most tenacious teams in all of Counter-Strike. Even when you find map points, nothing is guaranteed, nothing is locked in.
Yeah, they hang in there for a long time.
They're happy to wait.
Yeah, positioning for Mcinio. Okay, it looks like one of them is going to come ramp instead. If the bomb dies, then there's not much round to play for here. Blitz, timing, just exceptional. Yeah, I think the rest is just formality at this stage. It would have been cool to see them try and get out and plant the bomb and everything else. Not going to be allowed for. MCNO with a double, and the Mongols now at 12. They just need one more in the next 4 rounds. And we go to Ancient, which I think is a whole nother can of worms for the Mongols. I think it's going to be a rough game on that one. But if they can make it that far, there's a conversation to be had.
Oh, they're starting to look better and better. Definitely a shaky start. Won both pistols there, but then losing to the full eco again. In that second half, you thought they were done for, you thought they were cooked. But they are back on their feet. 4 opportunities to close us out. You won't get a better chance than this one, Anders. 2 Galils, no AWP. Nota, what has he got? Has he just got a Glock? No, he's got an AK. It's fine.
Yeah, he just forgot about it for a second. Very early with the bomb in Palace. So I feel like all they need is a bit of intel, and they can try and see if they could split it. Okay, they're not going to be going that heavy through middle. I thought maybe they would.
They're going back in towards A. Belchenok with the bomb on his back and towards Palace. He'll be joined by Zello. And it will be an A finish with his Wade's luck. So some mid-utility thrown down. And it's in towards window. Defensive smoke thrown in towards B. Cobra Zero very aware of their tendencies. Knows where it likes to lurk around this area. So will be the Palace pop. We've discussed that multiple times throughout the tournament. Basic util goes down on the A side. 3 players flood out of the Palace. You hope for the best. You hope you can hit your shots.
Sometimes no util though. Okay, there is going to be a smoke to set it up. So that's a bit of warning. 45 seconds.
Oh, that smoke really makes things complicated for them now.
There's one of the Palace as well, yeah.
Yeah, you can wait it out technically, but it's going to be such a scramble in towards A if you wait for the smoke to dissipate. Zwei will fall back.
I just don't like this. For PARIVISION, this feels very awkward. The smoke's faded now in Palace. They're going to try and go through Shui.
That's your cue to go.
Opening. That is going to be the cue to go. 20 seconds now. MCNO, he's down in the shadows. They're still walking out so slowly. Finally, they start to hit that button. It's going to be 9-10 to get a kill on Nota. And they're down to 3 people alive with 10 seconds on the clock. Where's the bomb plant? Now it's too late. Belchenok, the bomb is lost back there. They can't plant it any longer. It's going to be the Mongols sending us on to a 3rd map here. The time has expired. And we'll see Ancient in this quarterfinal.
We have a lot to talk about, and I do want to just talk about that last round there, because why are they so slow? Like,
that's PARIVISION for you. That's the question we always
guys,
ask.
like, come on! I was sitting there being like, do something, damn it!
Yeah, even that Molotov comes after 2 guys die. It's like maybe throw that before, then you get the kill, trade out on the bomb side. But no, it was an interesting game, But I think Mongols definitely showed why they picked this map, why they pick it all the time. They're more proficient on it. They felt more comfortable with some of these default-ish rounds that they did. Just ended up netting them the victory more often than not. So didn't really need to figure out any crazy plays or anything. Just did the basics and it worked out.
I mean, also they won both pistols, converted both pistols until it was the 5th round in the first half. Like the half buy goes the wrong way, then I think the 3rd round in the second half where the 4th buy goes the wrong way. But still, I mean, that's a 6-0 lead off of just pistols effectively, and that's going to do a world of good for you, obviously. Other than that, I mean, towards the end, I just want to give props to 9-10 because he had back-to-back big rounds. Even the last round, another triple kill. I think 3 of the last 4 rounds he had triple kills in after being pretty quiet throughout the whole series so far. So props to him.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's kind of the same story of PARIVISION's like A side defense is just not good enough. Like Belchenok, he started pretty rough. It's the same old story. He's always kind of on an island. No one supporting him. He doesn't get traded. He doesn't get any support. He can't get the entry on the bomb side defense. And then after that, even if he does, somehow everything falls apart. They can't get Jame activated in some of these rounds, and it's looking pretty rough because the mid control eventually would always go to Mongols. They do a easy, pretty simple 3-1-1 split or something like that, and get on the bomb side. Just keep grinding that. Aside from some, heroics from the individuals, it looked pretty one-sided.
One-sided, but I mean, it did look. You can correct me if I'm wrong. It looked better from PARIVISION than what we've seen on this map in the last 3 days.
Yeah, they managed to get 5 on the defense, which is kind of okay. And but unfortunately, the second half after that one round where they're supposed to get momentum from an eco win, they get in two very advantageous positions and don't convert them. And after that, it's kind of the money is in the bin for the end of this game, and Mongols pull it through. There it is.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, like, it was 8-8. I mean, it was anything but comfortable, honestly. And yes, it was because of those couple of ecos going the wrong way, and PARIVISION more relying on rounds that they shouldn't win, rather than, you know, being very proficient across the board. But it did get dangerous towards the end.
For sure. I mean, they look a little bit more inspired. Tough love clearly works in their favor. There were some moments, though, as well, where, and I mean, I think you have one of those rounds where you see the turning point starts to happen with PARIVISION, and you see some glimmers of hope, if you like, from this.
I mean, this is all Beltranok, really.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of Mongols being careless, you know, just taking all the duels in mid. We have this situation where James could have just closed around here, but he didn't, and then Beltranok hits whatever the hell this second shot is, puts his team in a 2v1 that Zielo is able to close out. And at that point, you're like, okay, this could go PARIVISION's way, right? And after that, they do an A bomb site hit, they get into a 3v1, they lose that. Then in the next round, they're also going for a crunch, and it doesn't work out. And that's it kind of from PARIVISION.
I do think that it's sort of to do with the clash of playstyles between the two teams as well. We saw a couple rounds where, you know, not just the last round, but there was also one before that they ended up losing with I think Nota, you know, on the Tetris, you know, just kind of like struggling to play off of James with like 10 HP or something like that. That entire round, they're stuck in ramp for what feels like the longest time, and Mongols are really always quick at rotating in, and like they're always super dynamic on the CT sides. They're always ready to react off of information, and they just effectively punish PARIVISION for their super slow approaches. You know, they're always going to wait out until they have the situation right, until somebody peeks into them and stuff like that. It can just sometimes backfire, though.
Yeah, I mean, Henry, I think highlighted one of those rounds where it's like the execute is coming in, Mongols have no utility for a retake. They have like one flash or whatever, and they just keep running through the smokes and taking duels, which, you know, maybe are not the ideal way of winning the round, but it's the best option they have, and it's the option that suits them. And that's how they converted Mirage. And Mirage is honestly the best map in the map pool and has been forever in CS. So this
controversial.
This is what it offers. I
love how you presented that as a full-on fact. So you were like in the middle of analysis, and you're like, I'm just going to drop this in, and I'm going to do it in the same tone so no one sees what I'm doing.
You know, people in chat can write in chat, but I'm the only guy with a microphone, so it must be accepted that
must be true.
Fact.
It must be true.
Just because you said it, it's true, right?
This is how Mongols just overpower teams sometimes. You know, they are just so quick at responding to information, you know, regardless of whether it's the right play. Sometimes it is the right play just because everybody does it like at the same time, you know, they just do it together. Sometimes it looks a little bit like high-level pugging just because, you know, they hear information on one side of the map and everybody's like, I want to go frag, you know, and that's kind of Mongols in a nutshell sometimes. Yeah. But it does work. They are so sharp, so quick, and they will surprise you with those timings a lot of the time.
A bad call done with confidence is better than a good call not done with confidence, or whatever the saying is.
As Flusha said,
you said
famously one time.
Some other things, such as won't pay taxes.
Okay, you just keep going with it. I'm like, stop now, Prof, stop now. And he just keeps on going. Okay, we're going to keep on going to a third map. So how do we think Ancient plays out for these two teams?
Well, it's a 6-map streak, win streak from PARIVISION on this map. They looked pretty good. I think it's a map that goes into, obviously there is mid, but mid is not that open. There's more ratty plays to be done than going on and full-on brawling, which is something that PARIVISION is good at, right? To just stack the right bomb site, fight a bit, maybe get an entry kill, and then fall back and just kind of gamble on the CT side. And then on the T side, obviously, it's, I mean, this is something that I noticed from the Mongols as an issue is like, they're a bit careless sometimes and giving away free kills when, you know, the map control is not 100% clear where it is.
PARIVISION actually, this is a map that I feel like suits PARIVISION really well, just especially on the T side, because the rotation can be so fast and they can react off of information so quickly, and that's what James does really well, and that's what PARIVISION really play off of a lot. That seesawing, you know, where, you know, they pull on one side, they feel like, okay, we're getting some resistance here, we're going to pull to the other, and then as they rotate from the other side, we're going to go back, and like this back and forth that PARIVISION really excel at a lot of the time, and Ancient actually does favor that a a lot. You know, we sometimes even see them run like these half mini fakes towards A, where they actually do send out a couple of guys, you know, just to kind of fake it out, see if we should commit, should not commit. Meanwhile, you see Jame on T-spawn with a bomb, just still waiting. Okay, what's the information over here? Can I actually go there? Can I not go there? There's two guys on the other side of the map, just still also like pulling towards B and towards B and seeing what's happening there. And like he's just happy in the middle of the map waiting for info to come in.
And punishing aggressions with the op, that's something that James is really comfortable doing, just sitting somewhere alone even and having the rest of the team try to find openings or whatever, and just punishing the easy kills with the scope.
So what does the Mongols need to do to shut them down?
I mean, I think the thing for me is Mazinho didn't really do too much, especially on Dust 2. He didn't really do anything. Mirage was okay. I think he is on the CT side very important as like A to mid player. That's where, I mean, you can't give away stupid deaths, but also you will have those rounds where a 5-man execute is coming at you and you need to get like 2 or stay alive for longer. So I think I want to see a bit more from him.
For me, it's all about the CT side, because I've been mentioning the T side struggles for Mongols, and it's kind of hard to get out of that. You know, it's more the CT sides that they've relied on. So I feel like they just need to get a good defensive half in.
I mean, the T sides were a little bit better on the last map we saw, at least.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Mirage, but I feel like Mirage is maybe not that problematic in the T side, but here, I mean, it is a story about Blitz taking more of the openings. You know, Senzu not being here, the classic story. Cobrazera for me has had a pretty good game aside from that 1v1 against Nota that he threw away. I think he's been pretty impactful. So seeing a bit more of that is gonna open up the map for them.
Well, there we go. Mongols winning on the best map in the map pool, according to Prof.